I'm Lu Xian, standing in front of a thatched cottage on Qingxian Peak of the Great Tao sect, feeling utterly miserable. Ever since transmigrating to this world, I've inherited the legacy of my late master and become the peak master of Qingxian Peak. But from the moment I became peak master, some disciple recruitment system appeared, stipulating that my first disciple must be an empress to activate it. Isn't this just asking for trouble? In this world, cultivation realms are divided into many levels like Qi refining, mystic practitioner, mystic master, and so on. Even the sect leader of Great Tao sect is only at the same king realm, while the original owner of this body was nothing but a Qi refining trash whose cultivation couldn't even match outer sect disciples. If not for the favors left behind by my bargain bin master, I'd have been kicked out of the Great Tao sect long ago. For years, I've attended every grand disciple recruitment event of the Great Tao sect, yet no one has ever chosen me as their master. Now that my reputation has spread, elders from major factions warn their juniors against coming to Qingxian Peak or becoming my disciple, saying it would ruin their lives. So naturally, even fewer come. The recent sect entrance examinations concluded, and tomorrow marks the recruitment assembly. Will anyone finally take me as their master? As I pondered this, a streak of divine rainbow streaked across the sky, and a grey-robed elder descended upon Qingxian Peak. He said to me with a straight face that I hadn't recruited a single disciple for 6 consecutive years, and according to the rules, if it reaches 7 years, my position as peak master would be revoked. He also said my cultivation level and talent didn't meet the requirements for even an outer sect disciple, and considering my performance as peak master over these years, I would be expelled from the Great Tao sect. This was truly adding insult to injury. The grey-robed elder finished speaking and left by stepping into the air, wishing me luck tomorrow. Watching his retreating figure, I frowned. How on earth was I supposed to recruit disciples? Suddenly it occurred to me to use spirit stones as bait. The master left behind many cultivation resources, and over the years I've only used a small portion. Tomorrow is my last chance. I no longer expect to take the empress as my disciple. Just securing any apprentice to retain my position as peak master would suffice. With so many resources at hand, how could I possibly fail to attract geniuses, let alone mere mediocrities? With this thought, I relaxed, confident in my plan as I returned to my cave abode to rest, awaiting tomorrow's Grand Disciple Selection Ceremony. The next day, the Grand Disciple Recruitment Ceremony of the Great Tao sect officially began, igniting excitement across a 1,000,000-mile radius. With a long-standing history, the Great Tao sect once produced an emperor and endured ancient calamities unshaken, boasting profound heritage. Their foundational scripture, the Great Tao Scripture, ranks among the top 10 emperor-grade techniques in the southern wasteland, establishing the sect as a sacred cultivation ground in the region. The square was packed with countless young talents who had passed the sect's entrance trials, their hearts swelling with awe as they beheld the majestic spectacle of the Great Tao sect. Spiritual Peak was saturated with dense spiritual energy, its cavernous dwellings scattered throughout. Trial pagodas and secret realm runes shimmered across the landscape, while auspicious mythical beasts soared through the skies. Among the crowd, a stunning young woman in a fiery red gown stood out conspicuously. Her name was Ji Fuyao, the top examinee of this evaluation, having attained mid-stage Great Profound King cultivation. Her talents had even resonated with the Great Tao sect's treasured artifact, the Great Tao Bell, earning her the ancestral elders' praise as a once-in-a-millennium genius. She had long become the most sought-after candidate by numerous peak masters. She was once the empress of Fuyao Imperial Dynasty, having reincarnated through ancient secret arts. Yet her body bore imperfections, a shattered soul and an incomplete Tao foundation. The Great Tao Scripture could perfect her Tao foundation and mend her fractured soul. Through it, she sought vengeance and rebirth. Soon, the sect master and numerous peak lords descended upon the square, and the disciple recruitment ceremony began. The youths frenziedly rushed toward various spiritual peaks, leaving my area completely deserted. No one came at all. Some peak lords even mocked me, joking that if I managed to recruit a single disciple today, they would swallow 10 pounds of feces. In a final desperate attempt, I shouted that anyone who became my disciple would gain access to all the cultivation resources of Qingxian Peak. My master had left behind plenty of spirit stones and elixirs. But as soon as these words were spoken, the crowd first fell into utter silence, then erupted into murmurs. Still, no one came forward to approach me. The youths even began pointing at me, saying their elders had warned them not to join Qingxian Peak. My face darkened. It seemed no one was willing to become my disciple. With a sigh, I prepared to leave. Just then, a calm voice cut through the clamor. I am willing to join Qingxian Peak and acknowledge Lu Xian as my master. As the words fell, the crowd instantly hushed, so silent you could hear a pin drop. The speaker was none other than Ji Fuyao, who topped this assessment and astonished the entire Great Tao sect. Everyone was stunned, and I turned around, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, isn't this Ji Fuyao, the number one in the assessment? I've heard a bit about her. She actually wants to become my disciple? For real? At that moment, the sect leader and others quickly stepped forward to stop her, saying, Fuyao, you mustn't. Ji Fuyao remained expressionless, her eyes gleaming with determination. Sect leader, My mind is made up. The sect leader stared in astonishment. Child, if Lu Xian becomes your master, he might actually cause your cultivation to regress. Dark lines formed on my forehead. Saints from Sword Peak, Alchemy Peak, and Misty Peak all chimed in to persuade Ji Fuyao. Child, if you join Azure Mystery Peak, you'll be wasting your innate talent. Lu Xian can't even comprehend his own cultivation, performing worse than an outer sect disciple. Choosing him as your master is pure folly. Lu Xian is misleading his disciples. Yet Ji Fuyao slightly tilted her snow-white neck, shook her head faintly, and came directly before me to perform the bow of a disciple. Master, accept this bow from your disciple. Truth be told, she had long decided to join the Qingxian Peak. With too many secrets on her, joining under any other sage would surely risk exposure. Moreover, in her heart, becoming my disciple was merely a nominal master-disciple relationship. She knew my cultivation was inferior even to outer sect disciples, meaning I couldn't possibly control her, granting her complete freedom. Just then, ding! Congratulations, host, for taking the reincarnated Empress Fuyao as your disciple. Empress undergoing rebirth cultivation, activating the invincible disciple-taking system now. Estimated time, 1 hour. As the voice fell, I exclaimed directly, holy crap, Ji Fuyao is actually the reincarnation of the Empress. Seeing my reaction, the sect master and the others looked speechless. The sect master immediately put on a smiling face. Lu Xian, Fuyao is young and doesn't understand the stakes. She wants to become your disciple, but you can refuse. The other saints instantly surrounded me, shouting loudly, Lu Xian, refuse now. Chapter 2, Disciple Fuyao is so fierce. Refuse it. In an instant, a crowd of holy figures surrounded me. The corners of my lips lifted slightly. I can't refuse. The sect master's face instantly darkened. Lu Xian, you wouldn't be worried that failing to recruit a disciple would get you expelled from the Grand Dao sect, would you? I replied, that's not it. The sect master continued, I can revise the Grand Dao sect's rules. I grant you special permission to remain as the master of Green Mystery Peak, whether you have a disciple or not. So, you no longer need to take Ji Fuyao as your disciple. Hearing this, all eyes turned toward me. I smiled faintly and said, I must take Ji Fuyao as my disciple. These words spoken, a radiant light shimmered in Ji Fuyao's eyes as her gaze toward me shifted subtly. Under such pressure from the numerous peak masters, I actually refuse to compromise. She harbors too many secrets, having sealed them with ancient techniques during the sect's entrance examination. The talent and strength she's currently displaying are perfectly measured, precisely what she wants the Great Dao sect to see. But if she were to become another sage's disciple, those secrets would likely be exposed. With this thought, Ji Fuyao bowed to the sect master and the others, then looked at me intently. Sect master, esteemed peak masters, my decision is final. Master, let's return to Qingxian Peak. I said, alright, wait. The crowd immediately blocked me and Ji Fuyao. Peak Master Lu, no matter what, Fuyao cannot become your disciple today. But my attitude grew even more resolute. She must become my disciple. In an instant, I found myself standing firm against the sect leader and the others. After a moment of silence, the sect leader looked at me with grave seriousness and declared, Lu Xian, Fuyao is a peerless genius our sect hasn't seen in 1,000 years. She will become the cornerstone of our sect's foundation for millennia. This is no trivial matter. Your skills are even inferior to those of an outer disciple. How could you possibly teach Fuyao well? The crowd lamented bitterly, nodding in agreement. They couldn't understand why I insisted on taking Ji Fuyao as my disciple. With a solemn expression, I said, Master Sect Leader, who says I can't teach her well? The sect leader burst into laughter. Since that's the case, I won't trouble you further. Dare you make a wager? 1 month from now, there will be an inter-sect competition. If Fuyao doesn't take first place, you will no longer be her master, and she will join another spirit peak. Hearing this, Ji Fuyao immediately sent me a secret message. Don't agree. Those core disciples are all above the Xianhuang realm, and I'm only at the great Xianwang stage. I have no absolute confidence in claiming first place within a month. I turned a deaf ear and said with full confidence, agreed. In 1 month's time, I'll make Fuyao dominate all the young generation of the Great Dao sect. As the words fell, the crowd was stunned, looking at me with disbelief. The sect master laughed and said, during this month, Fuyao can only use the cultivation resources of Qingxian Peak and cannot utilize any other resources from the Great Dao sect. Alright, I gave a faint smile, turning to Ji Fuyao. My disciple, I'm quite confident. What about you? Ji Fuyao completely collapsed, biting her delicate lips in frustration as she stomped her feet on the ground. She was beginning to regret becoming my disciple. This was clearly a trap set by the sect master, yet I had foolishly stepped right into it. Over this 1 month period, the sect master would undoubtedly provide the true disciples with numerous opportunities. By then, she feared she'd stand even less chance against them. Ji Fuyao wanted to cry but had no tears, while the corners of the sect master's mouth kept twitching upward with suppressed amusement. I turned to Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, come back to Qingxian Peak with me. Her eyes burned with fury, her crimson dress accentuating her heaving chest as she emotionally crumbled, reluctantly trailing behind me in silence. Watching my retreating figure, a gray-robed disciple muttered under his breath, "This is hilarious. Ji Fuyao might be a genius, but her judgment seems faulty, choosing trash as her master." Before he could finish, Ji Fuyao vanished and instantly reappeared before him, her gaze icy as she enunciated slowly, "What did you say?" Ji Fuyao's rage had already reached its peak with nowhere to vent, and now it spiraled completely out of control. Boom! A blazing divine radiance erupted from Ji Fuyao's body as violent energy surged and a terrifying, abyssal pressure cascaded toward the gray-robed disciple. The gray-robed disciple turned pale with horror. Ji Fuyao's strength utterly overpowered him. In the span of a breath, he was crushed to his knees, bleeding from every pore, unable to move a muscle. Witnessing this scene, even the sect master and the others froze in shock, and I was stunned speechless. My disciple Ji Fuyao is so fierce. At that moment, another black-robed youth angrily shouted, "Ji Fuyao, in front of everyone, are you trying to kill a fellow disciple?" Before he could finish, Ji Fuyao extended her delicate jade-like hand, and a terrifying force pressed down on the black-robed youth's head. Ji Fuyao's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. "You talk too much. You can kneel too." Thud! The black-robed youth was instantly forced to his knees, utterly powerless to resist. For a moment, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Even the sect leader was inwardly shocked. This Ji Fuyao is utterly domineering. Daring to take action in front of so many people, aren't you afraid of being suppressed? I sighed inwardly, truly worthy of being Empress Fuyao, her dominance unrivaled. Suddenly, several outer sect elders rushed forward, pointing at Ji Fuyao and shouting furiously, "Ji Fuyao, remember this, you are not yet an official disciple of the Great Tao sect. With the sect master present today, how dare you act so recklessly?" Ji Fuyao remained silent, merely extending her delicate jade-like hand as a divine brilliance, vast as the ocean, swept forth and descended directly upon the heads of these outer sect elders. "Then all of you, kneel down," roared several outer sect elders through gritted teeth, their spiritual energy surging as they struggled to resist, but it was utterly futile. Despite being in the same Great Xian King realm, Ji Fuyao completely overwhelmed them. Thud! Thud! In the span of a breath, the outer sect elders knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with humiliation. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Ji Fuyao's power was simply too formidable. The sect master's gaze grew profound as delight rather than surprise crossed his face. It seemed Ji Fuyao had still held back during the entrance assessment. In an instant, the entire assembly dropped to their knees. Under Ji Fuyao's overwhelming pressure, they felt as if a colossal mountain were pressing down on them, unable to even lift their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. I will rewrite this into a first-person perspective novel. The content is as follows. Complete dominance. The faces of several outer sect elders flushed scarlet with shame. For them to kneel before me, a mere disciple, in front of so many, this was humiliation beyond measure. The Great Tao sect had never witnessed such a scene before. At this moment, Ji Fuyao was clad in a fiery red gown, her exquisite face delicately beautiful yet icy cold. A faint divine glow emanated from her, with an obscure power continuously swirling about, as if a goddess had descended to the mortal realm, aloof and towering above, looking down upon all living beings. Her gaze swept over the suppressed crowd as she said indifferently, "How I choose is my own affair, not something for you to recklessly discuss." As her voice faded, the elders and disciples were all taken aback. I couldn't help but smile faintly, thoroughly admiring Ji Fuyao's demeanor. Yet when the crowd turned their eyes to me, they saw my smile as the smug grin of a petty man reveling in others' misfortune, and they shot me looks of contempt. At this moment, the sect master slowly walked out. By now, he had to put an end to this farce. After all, Ji Fuyao had resonated with the Great Tao Bell and caught the attention of their patriarch, who had repeatedly emphasized bringing her into the Great Tao sect. They absolutely had to make Ji Fuyao feel a sense of belonging to the sect. He had witnessed everything that just happened. That outer sect disciple truly spoke out of turn and happened to provoke Ji Fuyao's fury. With a warm smile, the sect master approached Ji Fuyao and said, "Fuyao, now, that's enough. Let this matter be put to rest. For this month, you shall train with me temporarily. We shall not interfere further. Are you satisfied?" Ji Fuyao's breathtakingly beautiful face relaxed slightly as she nodded gently and said, "There is one more thing." The sect master smiled and replied, "Go ahead." Ji Fuyao swept her gaze over the kneeling elders and disciples before declaring, "Sect master, I do not wish to hear anyone dare to gossip about me, or my master in the future." The sect master immediately rebuked them, apologized to Fuyao and Peak Master Lu. From this moment onward, no one is permitted to speak ill of Peak Master Lu or Fuyao. Hearing this, many elders and disciples trembled and knelt on the ground to apologize to me. "Ji Fuyao, Peak Master Lu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Seeing this, Ji Fuyo withdrew her oppressive aura and bowed slightly to the sect master, saying, "Thank you." Then she walked toward me and said, "Master, let's go back." The sect master reminded her, "Fuyao, don't forget to go to the Great Dao Hall to collect your assessment rewards and complete your sect registration." Ji Fuyao replied, "Understood, sect master." I walked slowly away with Ji Fuyao, watching our retreating figures. Only then did the elders and disciples breathe a sigh of relief, having been utterly intimidated by Ji Fuyao moments earlier. Yet the sect master's attitude was also intriguing. Clearly, he valued Ji Fuyao immensely. Soon, the crowd put the earlier commotion behind them and resumed their journeys to their respective spiritual peaks. Meanwhile, I led Ji Fuyao up the mountain. With a faint smile, I remarked, "Disciple, you performed quite well just now." Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. How did this disciple address her so naturally? Her temper flared up again. She had already sent me a voice message urging me to refuse the bet, but I didn't listen. Would she think I genuinely consider myself her master now? Ji Fuyao's starry eyes shimmered like blazing flames as she questioned me. "Why did you agree to the sect leader's challenge earlier? Are you truly that confident in me?" I chuckled and replied, "No, I'm confident in myself. Trust me, within a month, I'll help you grow into the number one among the younger generation of the Great Dao sect." Ji Fuyao was utterly perplexed. She no longer wished to speak with me and instead began pondering her actions of confronting those outer sect elders and disciples moments ago. Truthfully, her decision to act served two purposes: to establish her authority while simultaneously testing how the Great Dao sect would treat a peerless genius like herself. The results satisfied her. It appeared the Great Dao sect did indeed grant certain privileges to prodigies. She understood that by resonating with the sect's supreme treasure, the Great Dao Bell, she had likely drawn the attention of ancestral-level figures. Aware of her own worth, she knew she was using the Great Dao sect just as the sect intended to use her. At this thought, Ji Fuyao's eyes shimmered as she turned to me and said, "I know how to cultivate this month, but I also hope you can improve your own cultivation too." Master. Those last two words, master, were practically gritted through her teeth. I froze slightly, thinking how my disciple had suddenly started lecturing me. This wouldn't do. Who's the master and who's the disciple? These seniority lines must remain clear. But I didn't argue back. Right now my words carry little weight, but once the system is fully activated, I'll make Ji Fuyao realize that choosing me as her master was the most correct decision of her life. Before long, Ji Fuyao and I set foot on Qingxian Peak. The mountain was rich in spiritual energy and boasted beautiful scenery, with a waterfall cascading down its summit. As the morning sun rose, Qingxian Peak became shrouded in a misty haze under the sunlight, creating an extremely magnificent view. Ji Fuyao selected a cave dwelling for herself, arranged some ceiling restrictions, then came to my cave and handed me a jade slip, saying, "This jade slip contains some of my cultivation insights. I know your talent is mediocre, but you mustn't abandon yourself to despair. As my master, I hope you'll at least make some effort." I took the jade slip, feeling somewhat speechless. How had things gotten so upside down that a disciple would now instruct her master? Absolutely unacceptable. Ji Fuyao added, "Master, I'll first go to the Great Dao Hall to collect my examination rewards and complete the sect registration procedures. I hope you can begin your cultivation practice." I nodded and replied, "Very well." The moment Ji Fuyao left, the system's voice slowly emerged. Ding! The invincible disciple recruiting system has finished loading. I sprang up from the bed in shock and immediately checked the system. Invincible disciple system, host obtains double the cultivation and insights of disciples. My excitement surged. This meant my disciples' cultivation was my cultivation, their insights were my insights, and I even gained double the rewards. In an instant, I understood. Let the disciples toil while I lounge. Ah, Fuyao, forgive me. With a thought, Ji Fuyao's status panel appeared. First disciple, Ji Fuyao. Realm, mid-stage great profound king. Physique, heavenly blazing saint body, minor completion. Comprehension, path of divine flames, minor completion. Additional, damaged Tao foundation, injured divine soul. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, now beginning to double obtain Ji Fuyao's cultivation and insights. Instantly, my body froze in place as I stood dumbstruck, feeling the drastic changes within me. An incomparably pure spiritual energy surged through my limbs and bones, pounding against my dantian like tidal waves, causing my cultivation to skyrocket continuously. Chi refining realm, profound warrior realm, late stage great profound king, peak great profound king, until finally, my cultivation stabilized at the early stage profound emperor realm. The spiritual energy within me churned like raging rivers and tumultuous seas, my dark hair whipping wildly about. The aura of an emperor was fathomless and overwhelming, exuding an intensely oppressive presence. Just as I was about to examine my body, sudden enlightenment regarding the Tao of spiritual flames manifested in my mind. Instant mastery of the spiritual flame Tao. Slowly extending my right hand, a terrifying spiritual flame burst forth, roiling violently and shifting shapes according to my will, blazing with incomparable ferocity and overwhelming might. I extinguished the spiritual flames, excitement flashing across my face. I had doubled my acquisition of Ji Fuyao's cultivation, stepping into the early stage of the mystic emperor realm. Likewise, I had doubled my comprehension of her path of spiritual flames. I couldn't help but exclaim at the system's sheer overpowered nature, and this was only the beginning. As long as Ji Fuyao made breakthroughs in her cultivation or gained new insights, I would receive double the gains. With only Ji Fuyao as my disciple now, imagine if I took in thousands upon thousands of disciples in the future, wouldn't I ascend to greatness right where I stood? The mere thought was exhilarating. Before long, I steadied my mind and turned my attention to my system panel. Host name, Lu Xian. Realm, Profound Emperor Realm, Initial Stage. No one can perceive the host's realm unless actively revealed by the host. Disciple, Empress Fuyao. Comprehension, Path of Spiritual Fire, Mastery. I nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Since others couldn't perceive my cultivation level, I could continue slacking off at the Great Tao sect. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for completing the disciple recruitment mission and obtaining the Grand Disciple Recruitment Reward Package. Open it? I exclaimed excitedly. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a 1-star Emperor 3-hour trial card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Heaven Tier Dao Foundation pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired half a piece of Flood Dragon meat. As the voice faded, within the system space, these rewards instantly manifested. With a mere thought, an ancient jade slip materialized in my hand. A single surge of spiritual power would elevate me to the 1-star Emperor realm for 3 hours. Good stuff. I tucked away the ancient jade scroll. This would be my hidden ace. Then, I took out the heavenly ranked Dao Foundation pill to examine it. 9 pill halos circulated around the Dao Foundation pill, dazzling like stars, with an incredibly profound aura spreading in all directions. The power contained within was as deep as an abyss and vast as the sea. Just by inhaling a wisp of its mist, I felt my mind clear and an unparalleled sense of comfort wash over me. The system prompted me, this is the heavenly ranked Dao Foundation pill with 9 halos. Consuming it will immediately heal all injuries to your Dao Foundation. I praised it, saying, excellent. Then, I glanced at the Flood Dragon meat in the system space and asked, what effects does this Flood Dragon meat have? The system replied, this is the meat of a profound Emperor-ranked Scarlet Flood Dragon, imbued with massive amounts of spiritual fire energy. It's a great tonic for fire affinity cultivators and can boost their cultivation. I nodded, already knowing how to use these rewards in mind. After researching for a while, I felt my stomach growling. Checking the time, I muttered to myself, it's mealtime. Time to start cooking. Just when I didn't know what to eat, why not try the taste of the system's rewarded dragon meat? With that, I walked toward the thatched hut, my kitchen. I took out a piece of Flood Dragon meat and thought to myself, it's been ages since I had braised pork. Might as well make some braised meat to savor. I grabbed the big cleaver and chopped the dragon flesh into mahjong tile-sized chunks, lighting the fire and heating the oil while preparing the seasonings. At the same moment in the Great Tao Hall, the sect master concealed his form and quietly approached a grey-robed elder, saying, Elder Mu, when Ji Fuyao comes to complete her clan registration later, temporarily withhold the rewards from her entry trial. The grey-robed elder, his eyes cloudy, nodded faintly, understood. The sect master sighed deeply. Not only must we prevent Ji Fuyao from taking first place in the inter-sect competition a month from now, but we must also push her out of the top 10. The grey-robed elder remarked, today Ji Fuyao effortlessly subdued several outer sect elders. It seems she still held back during her entry trial. I think it's necessary for us to give special guidance to the other true disciples. The sect master nodded. Special guidance is a must. A genius like Ji Fuyao must never be buried under my watch. The grey-robed elder added, Sect master, find some time to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. If only I were willing to let go. The sect master replied, agreed. With that, the sect master vanished. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyao had already stepped onto the stone steps of the Great Tao Hall, ready to complete her sect registration and receive her rewards for passing the entrance examination. Clad in fiery red robes, her slender jade-like legs ascended the staircase. The gentle breeze caressed her perfect figure, revealing alluring curves beneath the fabric. Her starry eyes shimmered, and her tender, exquisite beauty seemed to have stepped right out of a painting. The crowd of disciples parted to make way as they saw her. Ji Fuyao walked deep into the grand hall where a grey-robed elder sat before an ancient stone table. His clouded eyes cleared instantly upon seeing her as he smiled and said, Fuyao, the sect master has already instructed me. These are your belongings, he said, sliding forward a jade token. This is your identity token. You may claim ownership by dripping a drop of blood into it. The token will record your contribution points and serve as proof of your identity. Congratulations, Fuyao. You are now an official disciple of our Great Tao sect. Ji Fuyao extended her delicate hand to receive the jade token, then bowed respectfully and asked, Elder, What about my initiation trial rewards? The top performer of this initiation trial would receive a drop of flood dragon blood. For her blazing heaven's sacred body and fire attribute cultivation techniques, this drop of flood dragon blood would bring immense benefits. The grey-robed elder smiled and said, "The sect master has specifically instructed that because of our wager, this drop of flood dragon blood will be given to you 1 month later." Ji Fuyao froze in place. She knew the sect leader was doing this on purpose, inwardly cursing how despicable he was, thinking that if she hadn't agreed to the wager, none of this trouble would have happened. At this point, she had no choice but to accept the identity token, bid farewell to the elder, and walk out. She thought to herself that now that the prize of dragon blood had been confiscated, she would have to find another fire-attributed substitute. Regardless, she absolutely had to secure first place in the inner sect competition. At the entrance of the grand hall, a man adorned in brocade robes, Lin Feng, held a folding fan with effortless grace. His eyes lingered on Ji Fuyao as he approached with a charming smile and said, "What a pleasant coincidence to meet you here, Miss Fuyao. I am Lin Feng, the heir of the Lin family. I think you needn't worry about this bet, Miss Fuyao. With your talent." Ji Fuyao frowned with her beautiful eyes, angrily retorting, "Get lost." Lin Feng neither retreated nor backed down. Gently waving his floating fan, he said, "Fuyao, this month, we could deeply exchange and learn from each other." Before he could finish, Ji Fuyao extended her hand, releasing a terrifying force. With a boom, Lin Feng was blasted dozens of feet away, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out vital blood. Ji Fuyao coldly declared, "Starting today, I don't want you appearing within my line of sight." Everyone was shocked. Lin Feng wore a look of bitterness, vowing never to provoke Ji Fuyao again. Ji Fuyao completely ignored him, stepping into the air and flying towards Qingxian Peak. She was furious, all because of my bet, costing her a month's cultivation resources and even forfeiting the dragon blood. Before long, Ji Fuyao descended upon Qingxian Peak in her fiery red dress. At that moment, I was busy cooking inside the thatched cottage, with curling smoke rising from the chimney. Spotting the cottage, Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed in suspicion, wondering why a cultivator would eat like an ordinary mortal. She quickly stepped to the thatched hut's doorway and saw oil bubbles rising in the large cauldron, with chopped flood dragon meat and seasonings laid out on the wooden board. She immediately recognized it as flood dragon meat and asked me, "This is flood dragon meat. Where did you get it from?" I was just thinking of how to explain when she said, "I know exactly where it came from." I froze for a moment, thinking to myself, I haven't even said anything yet, how do you know? It turned out she assumed this flood dragon meat was left behind by the previous peak master. Before joining Qingxian Peak, she had investigated and learned that the former peak master, Qingxian Sage, had only one disciple, me, and left behind many cultivation resources upon his passing. This was precisely why she had joined Qingxian Peak, hoping to monopolize those resources. I had no idea what fantasies were swirling in her mind. Seeing the oil was at the right temperature, I tossed the dragon meat into the wok for a quick stir-fry. With a sizzling sound, Ji Fuyao slightly furrowed her brows and said that by cooking this way, the energy within the dragon meat was rapidly dissipating. It was nothing short of a sacrilege. She tilted her snow-white neck slightly and shook her head, saying, "Let me handle it." Taken aback, I doubted her. "Do you even know how to cook?" She replied bluntly, "No." I was left speechless. Then she added, "But I know how to prevent the energy within it from being lost." With that, she extended her delicate jade-like fingers, summoned a gentle spirit flame, and tossed out a few high-grade spirit herbs from her spatial ring. The medicinal essence of the herbs transformed into radiant light and infused into the dragon meat. The spiritual flame energy in the dragon meat ceased to dissipate, filling the air with a faint, refreshing fragrance. I asked, "What are these spirit herbs for?" She began explaining. "One is flame blaze grass, which can enhance the effects of fire dragon meat. Another is starshine grass, a cold-natured spirit herb that neutralizes the fire energy, preventing the dragon meat's potency from becoming too intense. And the last one is..." My head was spinning. I thought if it tasted good, that was enough. No need for such complexity. Seeing how focused she was, I stepped out of the grass hut and lay outside basking in the sun, muttering to myself, I wonder if her cooking will even taste good. She frowned slightly with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Is this how you usually prepare spirit beast meat?" I replied, "Yeah." She sighed softly, thinking I'd wasted countless cultivation resources all these years. I lay on the recliner outside my thatched cottage, basking in the sun with contentment. Having taken on a disciple was wonderful, no more cooking for myself. Just then, the system's voice chimed, ding. Disciple cultivation mission triggered. Within 3 days, help Ji Fuyao break through to the profound emperor realm. Great success path of spiritual flames. Rewards will be granted based on completion rate. I froze. Ji Fuyao was currently at the mid-stage Great Profound King realm. 3 days to reach the profound emperor realm was cutting it close. Still, I had plenty of flood dragon meat to advance my cultivation, and if push came to shove, there were always the pills my master left behind. Even if it meant brute forcing my way up with resources, I was determined to raise my realm. As for mastering the path of spiritual fire, that's easy to handle. I've already achieved mastery in it, and with Ji Fuyao's talent, a little guidance from me should make it a piece of cake. With that thought, I instantly felt reassured and went back to basking happily in the sunshine. Before long, Ji Fuyao wiped the delicate sweat from her brow and brought out the prepared fire python meat, placing it on the stone table before me as we began our meal. I took a bite and remarked, it's edible. She snorted softly in response, clearly unamused. Then she also tasted a piece of fire python meat. Soon, the intense fiery spiritual energy surged into her body, causing fragrant sweat to seep from her forehead and her breathing to become rapid. Although she had processed the fire python meat, its energy was still too overwhelming. Suddenly remembering that I might be in trouble, she quickly turned to look at me, then froze. I was completely fine, without even a single drop of sweat. It seemed she could no longer sense my cultivation level. I gave her a faint smile and asked, "What's wrong, disciple?" Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as if she couldn't quite figure me out, but she didn't dwell on it and continued eating the dragon meat while refining the spiritual fire energy. She estimated that the power contained in this plate of dragon meat was easily several times greater than that drop of dragon blood. The earlier incident where the dragon blood was withheld could now be considered compensated for. Before long, Ji Fuyao finished her meal and looked up to find I had long since finished eating and was now lounging leisurely on the recliner, basking in the sunlight. I turned my head and pointed at the bowls and chopsticks on the stone table. "Disciple, go wash the dishes." She was extremely displeased, as she had always been a sovereign empress and had never been bossed around like this before, feeling as if I truly regarded her as my disciple. At that moment, I suddenly remembered something and opened my right hand, revealing a heavenly foundation elixir resting in my palm. "Oh, right, my disciple, take this elixir and consume it," I said. She froze in shock, her eyes shimmering with disbelief as she stammered, "This is a heavenly elixir, the foundation elixir." She recognized it instantly. It was the very same pill she had once spent an astronomical fortune to acquire and consume in her previous life. She gazed at the 9 medicinal halos surrounding the Tao Foundation pill, utterly shocked. In her previous life, the one she had obtained only had 3 halos, yet the pill before her now bore 9, a supreme-grade heavenly tier treasure. She realized this Tao Foundation pill held immeasurable value, enough to stir a bloody storm across the southern wastelands. She couldn't fathom how I came to possess such a heaven-defying elixir. This pill was crucial for her. With her shattered Tao Foundation, consuming it would undoubtedly restore her completely. Her eyes gleamed profoundly as her delicate frame trembled. "Master," she whispered, this is a supreme-grade Tao Foundation pill." I smiled faintly and placed the Tao Foundation pill in her hand. She froze for a moment before exclaiming, "This is too precious." I said nonchalantly, "What's so precious about it? I've got plenty of good stuff here. Go wash the dishes." After a brief silence, she bit her delicate lips tightly and said, "I'll wash them, but no more than 3 days." She pocketed the heavenly tier Tao Foundation pill and began clearing the table. With this pill in hand, she was no longer content with merely mending her Tao Foundation. She planned to use the great Tao scripture to forge the legendary perfect Tao Foundation. I took out another large piece of flood dragon meat and placed it on the stone table, saying, "Remember to cook every day, my disciple." She was about to refuse, but swallowed her words at the last moment and said, "3 days. I'll cook and do the dishes for just 3 days." I casually replied, "Suit yourself." I knew another system reward was coming in 3 days. Then I said to her, "Fuyao, you're currently at the Great Xian King realm, but all those true successors have reached the Xian sect realm. You mustn't slack off from now on. Starting tomorrow, I must make full use of my time to cultivate." With that, I left. Watching my retreating figure, Ji Fuyao's eyes revealed a trace of complexity. She felt I wasn't the useless weed the rumors made me out to be. The outside world's gossip was untrue. Swiftly, Ji Fuyao tidied up the thatched hut and returned to her own cave dwelling. She unleashed countless dazzling ceiling restrictions, sat cross-legged, and began to reflect on the events of the day. She thought joining Qingxian Peak would put her in control, but she underestimated just how complicated I truly am. She remembered that she could still perceive my realm when we went up the mountain, but upon returning, she could no longer detect it. Moreover, I casually gifted her a supreme-grade Tao Foundation pill, which made her suspect there was something wrong with the pill. So she used ancient mystical arts to examine the Foundation establishment pill, and after a moment, her brow smoothed, confirming the pill was genuine. Without hesitation, she activated the ancient secret technique, aligning her condition to its optimum state, and swallowed the Tao Foundation pill. Put. As the Tao Foundation pill entered her mouth, an incredibly refined medicinal power surged through her. Her delicate body trembled, waves of numbness spreading through her limbs. The Tao and rhyme embedded in the Tao Foundation pill dissolved into her bloodstream. Obscure and profound energies washed over her body as transcendent forces continuously circulated, immersing her in a wondrous state. She hurriedly focused her mind to comprehend the pill's profound mysteries. When she turned her divine sense inward to observe her inner world, she was utterly astonished. Countless radiant sigils shimmered like divine rainbows, interweaving through her blood, meridians, lungs, and bone marrow. Her inner world resembled a vast domain, where the power of the Tao Foundation pill illuminated the cosmos like countless glittering stars. Her Tao Foundation radiated an incomparably blazing light, like a giant sun setting the heavens aflame. She exclaimed in shock, "Such a phenomenon only appeared in my previous life when I stepped into the sage realm. This Tao Foundation pill isn't just repairing my Tao Foundation, it's transforming my entire body, from blood to bones, from meridians to lungs, it's remaking everything. This Tao Foundation pill is even more precious than I imagined." She recalled how myriad paths of the Great Tao all lead to the same destination, how any path pursued to its extreme subtly aligns with the heavenly Tao. This heavenly tier Tao Foundation pill has reached the pinnacle of alchemy, thus triggering extraordinary phenomena within her body. At this moment, her damaged Tao Foundation was continuously being restored, emitting a crystalline radiance. Her bones were being tempered, producing metallic ringing sounds, her blood surged with flowing peculiar Tao patterns, her lungs pulsed as if resonating with the great Tao. She had comprehended the perfect breathing technique. Astonished by the miraculous effects of the heavenly tier Supreme Tao Foundation pill, her comprehension soared, meridians transformed, Tao Foundation became flawless, hair turned crystalline, and her body exuded a sacred glow, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Waves of shock surged through her heart. She was undergoing a metamorphosis. Chapter 5, Double the Harvest, so thrilling. Several hours later, Ji Fuyao slowly opened her eyes, her starlit pupils glimmering. Her Tao Foundation had been fully restored, radiating an incomparably brilliant light that shimmered dazzlingly, like a bright moon illuminating her inner world. Ji Fuyao couldn't help feeling excited. Her current aptitude was countless times more powerful than in her previous life. Hope was rekindled in her heart once more. To rise again, this lifetime, she would become even stronger. Ji Fuyao murmured to herself, "Just by swallowing the Tao Foundation pill, the effects are already this terrifying. When I begin cultivating the great Tao scripture, I'll be able to forge a perfect Tao Foundation. A perfect Tao Foundation. If I succeed in forging it, I will reach the pinnacle of cultivation in this lifetime." She was brimming with confidence. Moreover, her phoenix soaring dynasty would rise once again. During the last bloody purge of the imperial dynasty, 3 of her elite subordinates managed to escape and are now hiding in the southern wastelands, awaiting her summons. Ji Fuyao's emotions surged as she bit her lips and spoke. "Once I reach the profound origin realm, I'll be able to contact my old comrades." A moment later, Ji Fuyao activated her spiritual cultivation technique, eager to assess her training progress. Her cultivation technique was the 1-star imperial rank, the profound fire scripture. Boom! Instantly, an overwhelmingly vast surge of spiritual energy poured into her dantian. Ji Fuyao was somewhat astonished. After repairing her Tao Foundation, her cultivation speed had increased tenfold. This time, by sheer luck in apprenticing to Lu Xian, she unexpectedly gained such tremendous benefits. Such an opportunity could truly be called heaven-defying. The thought suddenly occurred to her. Lu Xian asking her to cook was probably just an excuse to give her these apprenticeship gifts. Master's kindness warms my heart. A surge of warmth flooded Ji Fuyao's heart. For a moment, she became intensely curious about Lu Xian. Ji Fuyao's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she murmured, "Lu Xian, what secrets are you hiding?" However, the foundation pill might also have been left behind by the previous peak master. Let's observe a few more days. As she spoke, she took out the identity token she had received at the Great Tao Hall. Her divine senses probed inward, and a majestic, overbearing voice filled her sea of consciousness. An arcane and obscure force surged, as if traversing time and space, suddenly booming with speech. Those who join the Great Tao sect must swear a heavenly oath, pledging eternal loyalty to the sect. Ji Fuyao understood this was one of the Great Tao sect's grand methods, employing an ancient secret art to bind disciples through celestial vows. This was an ancient secret technique, nearly impossible to break. Once the oath was sworn, she would remain a disciple of the Great Tao sect for this lifetime. Even when she restored the glory of the Fuyao imperial dynasty and became the Empress Fuyao, she remained a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Ji Fuyao knew this wasn't actually a restriction, because the Great Tao sect transcends the conflicts among southern wasteland cultivators. Once disciples reach the Xian sage realm, they may freely choose to remain with the sect or return to their own faction. Even after leaving the Great Tao sect, they would forever remain its members. This is precisely why the Great Tao sect has stood unshaken in the southern wastelands for countless epochs. Ji Fuyao had long made her decision. Join the Great Tao sect, because she needed the Great Tao scripture to forge a perfect Tao foundation and ascend into the legendary ultimate Tao. She directly claimed ownership of the identity token, swearing a heavenly oath. Boom! Above Qingxian Peak, a brilliant divine light shattered the tranquility of the void, making heaven and earth tremble with faint thunderclaps emerging. The heavenly oath is established. Witnessing this scene, hidden within the Great Tao sect, the sect master and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Fuyao finally acknowledged ownership of the identity token. She officially became a disciple of the Great Tao sect. As for the inner sect trial a month later, the sect master and others were confident. They had already given special tutoring to those true disciples and inner sect disciples. This time, they absolutely must deal Ji Fuyao a heavy blow. Natural aptitude is important for cultivation, but a good mentor is equally vital. With a good mentor's guidance, cultivation efforts yield twice the results. But with Lu Xian as mentor, you get half the results for twice the effort. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyao put away her identity token. She couldn't wait to start cultivating. Phew! Ji Fuyao exhaled fragrant breaths while her delicate jade-like hands performed intricate gestures, her silky black hair gently swaying as she began circulating her cultivation technique, refining the power of the flood dragon meat. At the same time, she also took out several high-grade spirit stones and piled them before herself. Soon, a faint divine splendor began to circulate across Ji Fuyao's body, making her appear incredibly translucent. Even her hair strands turned crystalline as her cultivation foundation continuously strengthened. Meanwhile, inside his cave abode, Lu Xian lay leisurely upon a 1,000-year-old mystic ice bed, flipping through a book suitable for all ages. It narrated the unofficial histories of the cultivation world. The tales were so outrageous, claiming that the founding ancestor of Great Tao sect, first practicing swordsmanship, he lost an eye, then taking up saber techniques, he lost the other, switching to formation arts, he trapped himself for over 100 days, nearly perishing, turning to alchemy. First his furnace exploded, then an entire spiritual peak, finally making his junior brother ingest the concoction, who almost died, thus he was expelled from the sect. So he established the Great Tao sect, and found success. Ha ha! Lu Xian laughed like a pig snorting, utterly delightful. Right at that moment, the system's voice rang in Lu Xian's ears. Ding! Host's first disciple, Ji Fuyao, is cultivating, beginning to synchronize cultivation foundations. Boom! Lu Xian froze momentarily. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. It was spiritual energy continuously pouring in, impacting every limb and bone. Within his dantian, an extraordinarily vast spiritual energy was constantly gathering. Lu Xian couldn't help feeling shocked. Ji Fuyao's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. That surge of cultivation essence flowed through his meridians like a babbling brook, bringing in indescribable comfort. Cultivating while lying down. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lu Xian's lips. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is comprehending the path of spiritual fire, synchronization initiated. Thwip! Lu Xian extended his right palm, where a flickering spiritual flame slowly kindled. He could feel his affinity with spiritual fire growing stronger. The path of spirit fire, Lu Xian has already achieved mastery. Beyond mastery lies perfection, and beyond that, supreme perfection. His expertise in spirit fire is advancing toward perfection. Keep pushing, my disciple, Lu Xian said with a smile. He shifted into a more comfortable position and continued reading while lying down, his mood exceptionally good. With every breath, his cultivation foundation grew stronger. His comprehension of the path of spiritual flame was also advancing. Soon, night fell, and Lu Xian drifted off to sleep right on schedule. He woke up in the middle of the night and casually checked the system. Ding! Sinking the cultivation foundation of eldest disciple Ji Fuyao. Ding! Sinking insights into the Tao of spiritual fire. Lu Xian froze momentarily. Ji Fuyao was so diligent, still cultivating late at night. He definitely wasn't exploiting his disciple. She volunteered for all of it. After some thought, Lu Xian went back to sleep. The next day, when the sun was already high in the sky, Lu Xian leisurely awoke. The system is synchronizing cultivation reserves again. Moments later, vast amounts of spiritual energy poured into Lu Xian's body, directly propelling his cultivation realm to the mid-stage of Mystic Emperor tier. Lu Xian was stunned. Holy shit! In just one night, he had directly broken through an entire minor realm. What does this mean? You must understand that even the geniuses of the Great Tao sect need several months to break through a single minor realm within the Xin Huang realm. Moreover, no matter how fast his cultivation advances, there are absolutely no side effects. There's no need to worry about unstable realms or shaky foundations. Effortless peace of mind, that's the main advantage. Lu Xian checked Ji Fuyao's status panel. Ji Fuyao, late stage great profound king realm, peak perfection. Tao Foundation, fully restored. Excellent. Fuyao has taken the heaven-ranked Tao Foundation pill, and it appears to be working wonderfully. Lu Xian murmured to himself. Ji Fuyao truly lived up to being the reincarnation of a female emperor. Her cultivation speed was frighteningly fast. He remembered when he first transmigrated here and tried cultivating himself. Unfortunately, the original host's talent was too lacking. After a month of bitter cultivation, he hadn't even advanced one layer in the chi refining realm, so he simply gave up and chose to lie flat. But now, in the span of a single night, his mystic emperor realm had actually advanced by a minor stage. Truly terrifying. My disciple has worked so hard. Once the system rewards are distributed 3 days from now, I must properly reward him. Lu Xian felt his mood greatly uplifted. With a mere thought, a white robe draped over him as he arrived at the mountain peak's clear spring, washing his face. He saw Ji Fuyao already cooking inside the thatched cottage. She wore a fiery red gown, her figure flawless, her elegance peerless, her celestial beauty and jade-like complexion made even the humble thatched cottage radiant. Ji Fuyao's delicate fingers tirelessly chopped the flaming serpent meat on the wooden board, her focus seemingly absolute. Lu Xian lounged on the recliner before the thatched cottage, basking in the sunlight. Disciple, cooking is just cooking, no need to be so rigid. Ji Fuyao said, I promise to cook for 3 days, and I won't cut corners. Lu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright. Before long, Ji Fuyao began heating the oil. Her delicate jade-like hands rose, summoning a magical flame that steadily warmed the black iron wok. Sizzle! Ji Fuyao slightly furrowed her brows. Her spiritual fire cultivation had advanced last night, making its force too intense. The fire dragon meat nearly caught aflame. She hastily tossed several stalks of frost stargrass into the pot to balance the spiritual fire's energy. Then, she threw in a few more spirit herbs. Lu Xian recalled the fire dragon meat Ji Fuyao had prepared yesterday. Truth be told, it wasn't particularly tasty. While the spiritual fire energy within the meat was well preserved, the texture left much to be desired. When it comes to food, taste should always be the priority. Though the spiritual fire energy didn't dissipate much, it became as unappealing as chicken ribs, tasteless and hardly worth the effort. Thinking this way, Lu Xian reminded, Disciple, use the seasonings beside you. Don't use those spirit herbs of yours. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes shimmered as she said, but my spirit fire's power is too violent. If we don't add those spirit herbs, too much of the fire dragon meat's essence will be lost. Lu Xian casually scoffed, then control the fire. Just as Ji Fuyao was about to complain, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Was this Lu Xian giving her pointers? She understood. Flame control. The way of spiritual fire, she had now achieved minor mastery. To reach major mastery, she couldn't merely increase the fire's potency, but to control the power of spectral flames. Once she masters fire manipulation with ease, she can step into the realm of perfection. Thinking this, Ji Fuyao stopped tossing in spirit herbs and instead calmed her mind, focusing wholly on fire control. She had relied too much on the power of spirit herbs. This counts as cutting corners. Chapter 6. Why is Ji Fuyao jumping to conclusions? Ji Fuyao felt a stirring in her heart and murmured, it's entirely possible to not rely on the power of spirit herbs at all. Just by mastering fire control, one can ensure the fire dragon meat retains its potency. Seems like cooking, but truly mastering the flames. She began to understand with her heart. Fragments of memories from her past life, like shadows in the mist, were gradually revealed under the sunlight. She grasped a thread of truth. Soon, her fire control became increasingly adept. No longer needing the power of spirit herbs, she could still maintain the energy of the fire dragon meat. Ji Fuyao let out a long sigh of relief. Her mastery of spiritual flames had improved once again. She had an epiphany. Lu Xian's guidance just now was perfectly timed. Though she was an empress, being too close to the situation had blinded her. Left to her own devices, it might have taken her considerable time to realize this. Lu Xian's casual remark instantly led her to sudden enlightenment. Ji Fuyao felt it was necessary to listen attentively to Lu Xian's words. His speech appeared casual, but in reality, it concealed profound mysteries. At this moment, a system voice echoed in Lu Xian's ear. Ding! Ji Fuyao has gained new insights into the path of spiritual flame, synchronization in progress. Lu Xian was astonished. Truly my worthy disciple. Even cooking brings enlightenment. Could this be the legendary innate culinary sage physique? Not bad, not bad. From now on, Yao Yao, you should take care of all the cooking. Just as Lu Xian was secretly delighted, Ji Yao Yao suddenly said, Master, thank you for your guidance. Ha! Lu Xian was completely stunned. Guidance? What guidance? Ji Fuyao said, Master, now I understand there was deeper meaning behind your instruction for me to cook. Oh, Lu Xian rubbed his nose. Had there really been deeper meaning? He truly just wanted Fuyao to cook, nothing more. Isn't this exactly what disciples are for? Ji Fuyao chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Cooking requires spirit fire. You must want me to comprehend the power of spirit fire through this, achieving mastery over it. Lu Xian? Really? Is that really what I think? Seeing Lu Xian's astonished expression, Ji Fuyao couldn't help but find it amusing. Still pretending, she was perplexed. Clearly having real skills, why is Lu Xian being so low-key? Ji Fuyao continued, mastery of the spiritual fire path requires exquisite flame control, and stir-frying happens to need precisely that. Master, thank you. Lu Xian was completely dumbfounded. When did Ji Fuyao start imagining things? He couldn't help but find Ji Fuyao somewhat adorable. With a radiant smile full of hidden meanings, Ji Fuyao nodded at Lu Xian, her eyes shimmering. Master, the meal will be ready soon. That gaze seemed to say, Master, I know you have secrets all these years. People have misunderstood you. Lu Xian nodded and said, alright, soon. Ji Fuyao carried a wooden tray and placed 2 plates of spirit beast meat on the stone table. Lu Xian took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Much better than yesterday. Ji Fuyao blushed slightly. Is it good? Lu Xian replied, still needs practice. Ji Fuyao. A momentary silence fell. Ji Fuyao suddenly realized that this was Lu Xian's way of having her continue practicing her fire control techniques. She couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Lu Xian's guidance was always so unremarkably simple, just so effortlessly natural. What seems to be about taste is actually about mastering the flames. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes sparkled as she too began to eat. Lu Xian ate quickly, finished in no time, and then lay back on the sun lounger to bask in the sunlight. Ji Fuyao ate slowly, pondering over Lu Xian's earlier words. Boom! A sudden flame of spiritual energy erupted from her body, its power continuously surging, now wildly violent, now faint as a flickering ember. Ding! Host's first disciple, Ji Fuyao, is comprehending the Tao of spiritual flame. Synchronization initiated. The system's voice sounded. Lu Xian was utterly stunned. Again? Comprehension once more? Comparisons are odious. Lu Xian recalled that during his previous cultivation attempts, forget about enlightenment, even when studying the techniques, it felt like he was doing reading comprehension. It was like reading celestial scripture. This is what talent looks like, the difference between clouds and mud. But now, why bother with personal enlightenment when you can just have your disciple do the comprehending? Lu Xian felt utterly delighted. Several hours later, Ji Fuyao slowly opened her eyes, her face radiant with joy. The spiritual flame energy around her gradually receded, clearly indicating she had advanced further toward mastery. But Lu Xian's breakthrough was even more remarkable. Ji Fuyao gave Lu Xian a faint smile, her starlit eyes twinkling with a trace of gratitude. Lu Xian nodded subtly. Ji Fuyao began gathering the dishes and stepped into the thatched cottage to wash them. At this moment, from the distant void, a divine rainbow suddenly shot forth, heading straight for Qingxian Peak. Upon this divine rainbow, the aura of a sage was terrifyingly formidable, deep as an abyss and vast as the sea surging through the heavens as the world shook with endless roars, its might overwhelming. Boom! A middle-aged man in gray robes landed on Qingxian Peak. It was none other than the sect master of the Great Tao sect. With a square-jawed face and an air of righteousness between his brows, the sect master slowly approached Lu Xian. His every movement exuded the commanding presence of one in authority. He had come this time to have a heart-to-heart talk with Lu Xian. To this day, he still didn't understand why Lu Xian wanted to take Ji Fuyao as his disciple. He had clearly promised Lu Xian that he could revise the Great Tao sect's rules for him. There was no need to take a disciple to remain his peak master. He couldn't comprehend it. Elder Mu suggested having the sect leader speak with Lu Xian, so here he was. But seeing Lu Xian lying in the rocking chair, the sect leader couldn't help shaking his head. Sigh. Lu Xian is still the same as ever. Still not cultivating, lying around all day. Absolutely outrageous. He had thought Lu Xian would improve after taking in a disciple. Wait. The sect leader suddenly froze in place. His gaze turned toward the inside of the thatched cottage. What did he see? Ji Fuyao was washing dishes in cleaning pots. No. The sect leader was completely dumbfounded. What right does Lu Xian have? The sect master is furious. Flames of rage surged in his heart, his eyes burning with fire as he charged straight at Lu Xian. Ji Fuyao's cultivation talent is truly unmatched in the Great Tao sect for 1,000 years, and she even resonated with the sect's priceless treasure, the Great Tao Bell. Now Lu Xian wasn't telling Ji Fuyao to hurry up, but actually making her wash dishes? This is utter nonsense. Lu Xian, you'd better explain this to me. The sect master rolled up his sleeves and roared like thunder, grinding out each word between clenched teeth. Lu Xian froze for a moment, then looked calmly at the sect leader. Sect leader, what needs explaining? The sect leader pointed at Ji Fuyao inside the thatched cottage, practically gnashing his teeth in frustration. How could you make Fuyao do menial chores like washing dishes and scrubbing pots? You're wasting Fuyao's talent. I thought at the very least you'd guide Fuyao properly, or give her your master's cultivation resources if nothing else. Never imagined you'd put Ji Fuyao to such trivial tasks? Lu Xian was still trying to figure out how to explain himself. Ji Fuyao suddenly said, Sect master, please don't blame my master. I volunteered. Volunteered. The sect master was stunned. He looked at Lu Xian, then at Ji Fuyao, completely baffled. Was Ji Fuyao actually this protective of Lu Xian? Why? He was utterly dumbfounded. A flood of questions raced through the sect master's mind. He simply couldn't comprehend this situation. Fuyao, are you saying you did all this willingly? Don't tell me you've started eating with Lu Xian too. The sect master looked at Ji Fuyao, grasping for a final straw. With complete seriousness, Ji Fuyao replied, I have. The sect master's face flushed crimson with rage. He stomped his foot violently on Qingxian Peak and roared, ah! With a thunderous crash, Qingxian Peak trembled as if it had sunk several hundred feet. He was on the verge of a breakdown. I really want to give Lu Xian a good beating. Throughout the entire Great Tao sect, Lu Xian was the only one who hadn't achieved grain avoidance. Great, now he's gone and corrupted Ji Fuyao too. Isn't this completely misleading people? At this moment, Ji Fuyao spoke up, Sect Master, actually, this too is a form of cultivation. This is also cultivation? Just what has Lu Xian done to have Ji Fuyao so thoroughly fooled like this? The sect leader furrowed his brow, glaring at Lu Xian with fire in his eyes. He immediately dragged Lu Xian into the cave dwelling. I demand an explanation. The two sat facing each other across the wooden table. The sect leader stared at the calligraphy models and painted scrolls on the table, his anger mounting. These are all the humorous doggerel poems and landscape paintings that Lu Xian created over the years. The sect master immediately averted his gaze, not wanting to look at them for a second longer. These are all the masterpieces Lu Xian produced during his idle years. After all, Lu Xian had nothing better to do anyway. At this moment, Lu Xian spoke slowly, Sect leader, don't worry. Fu Yao knows what she's doing. The sect leader frowned slightly. A question occurred to him. Judging by Ji Fu Yao's demeanor, she clearly wasn't being coerced. Can cooking and washing dishes really be a form of cultivation? He wouldn't believe that nonsense. But where exactly lies the problem? Ji Fu Yao clearly held Lu Xian in great respect. Could the two have some past connection? Wait, Lu Xian, where's your cultivation base? The sect master glanced over and suddenly asked, realizing he could no longer discern Lu Xian's cultivation level. It's concealed, replied Lu Xian. The sect leader couldn't help but laugh. A mere chi refining cultivator like you still wants to conceal your cultivation level? Lu Xian, the sect leader said, was it Fu Yao who taught you this concealment technique? It must be of extraordinary grade to evade my detection. Lu Xian fell into silence. Why does the sect master also love to daydream? He didn't know how to explain. Say he's in the mystic emperor realm? But even the mystic emperor realm would pale in comparison before the sect master who's a sacred king. Let it develop for a while longer. Lu Xian brewed a cup of tea for the sect master, whose mood gradually eased. After some consideration, he decided to bear with it for now. Let Lu Xian mess around freely for this month. Lu Xian asked curiously, Sect master, what brings you here this time? It should be known that ever since his master's passing, the sect master hadn't set foot on Qingxian Peak all these years. Nothing brings you to a sacred hall without reason. The sect master gazed intently at Lu Xian and said, Lu Xian, your master, the sage of Qingxian, contributed greatly to the Great Tao sect. After his passing, our sect naturally would not let his disciple feel wronged. And you are the sole disciple of sage Qingxian. It's just that your cultivation talent is limited, and these years of enduring cold remarks couldn't have been easy on you. I've been neglectful these years, failing to look after you properly. Lu Xian took a sip of tea without speaking. The sect master continued, Lu Xian, do you realize that if you hadn't recruited a disciple this time, I had already prepared an alternative path for you? Lu Xian was slightly taken aback. Oh, he replied. The sect master took out a jade seal and placed it before Lu Xian. What is this? Lu Xian slowly picked up the imperial jade seal and examined it. This lower-tier spiritual artifact appeared extraordinarily weighty, with 4 large characters inscribed in spiritual patterns, the Great Qian Dynasty. The sect leader smiled faintly. Originally, once you were cast out of the Great Tao sect, I would have arranged for you to go to the mundane Great Qian Dynasty and become an earthly emperor through our elders. You shall enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor, with 3,000 beauties in your harem, truly the ultimate earthly pleasures. Chapter 7, Disciples' Daily Delusions. You shall enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor, with 3,000 beauties in your harem, truly the ultimate earthly pleasures. The sect master's voice was like music from the heavens. Lu Xian was stunned. Holy shit, actually, this works too. With 3,000 beauties in the harem, it seems effortlessly attainable. The sect leader frowned. What are you laughing at? Lu Xian said, happy and oblivious. The sect master shook his head slightly and sighed inwardly. Indeed, you can't carve rotten wood. Lu Xian is hopeless. The sect master continued, forget it. I'll let you mess around this month, and let Fu Yao take the long way for another month. She'll learn the value of a good master. If Ji Fu Yao doesn't secure first place in the intersect competition after a month, send her away from Qingxian Peak. What do you think? Lu Xian smiled. And what if she wins first place? The sect master shook his head. Impossible. Not to mention those top-ranked true disciples. Even among the elite inner sect disciples, Ji Fu Yao likely stands no chance. You must understand, in this inner sect competition, the strongest disciple has already reached the peak of late-stage Xuanzong realm. Ji Fu Yao is merely a great Xian king. What chance does she have to compete? There's literally a 2-major realm gap between them. The sect leader patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and, without further words, put away the jade seal and left directly. Before long, the sect leader went to the Great Tao Hall to find Elder Mu and recounted the incident of Ji Fuyao washing dishes earlier. Elder Mu was dumbfounded. How could this happen? The sect leader shook his head repeatedly. I have no idea why Ji Fuyao respects Lu Xian so much. Elder Mu slightly furrowed his brows, his cloudy gaze turning towards the direction of Qingxian Peak, and suddenly asked, do you think Lu Xian has been hiding his true self all this time? The sect master let out a disbelieving laugh and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. Elder Mu fell silent. That made sense. Lu Xian knows nothing about teaching disciples. The sect master said, very well. I detected that Ji Fuyao has already reached the peak of the late-stage Great Mystic King realm. Elder Mu's face was creased with deep wrinkles like furrows, showing surprise. Could it be that Fuyao concealed her cultivation during the entrance examination, and this is her true level? The sect master chuckled, most likely. Elder Mu stroked his beard with a solemn expression. This girl carries secrets indeed. Yet our great Tao sect has never feared so-called secrets. Now that Fuyao has sworn the heavenly Tao oath, she has already become a member of our great Tao sect. These secrets our sect shall neither pry into nor exploit, we shall safeguard them for her. The sect master nodded approvingly. Well said. Mount Qingxian. Ji Fuyao had long since returned to her cave abode to continue her cultivation. She refined the gel-on flesh while absorbing energy from top-grade spirit stones. A vast surge of spiritual energy raged around her, forming a minor tempest. Ji Fuyao's cultivation continued to advance. She had already crafted her own training plan. First, she would elevate her realm, then solidify her cultivation through the fire abyss secret realm of the Great Tao sect, stabilizing her foundation and tempering her divine soul. 1 month's time would be more than sufficient for her. She was determined to claim the top spot among the inner disciples. Now that her foundation was fully restored, if she couldn't even secure first place, she would despise herself. How could a reincarnated empress of her stature settle for mediocrity? At this thought, Ji Fuyao composed herself, sitting cross-legged, clad in a flowing crimson phoenix robe. A faint divine glow shimmered around her, making her appear ethereal and profoundly mysterious. At the same time, Lu Xian was lying in his cave abode. The system's voice sounded. Ding! Host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao's cultivation is progressing. Synchronization commencing. The voice fell. A vast surge of spiritual energy began to continuously emerge, impacting every limb and meridian of Lu Xian's body, while his dantian steadily accumulated deeper foundations of cultivation. Lu Xian stretched lazily. It seems Fuyao has begun cultivating again. Now Ji Fuyao has already reached the peak late stage of Great Profound King realm. Surely within 3 days she'll break through to the Profound Emperor realm. This is in the bag. Moreover, given Ji Fuyao's cultivation speed, she might just break through to the mid-stage Profound Emperor realm soon. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. With such extraordinary talent, yet she persists in working even harder. How could he not feel utterly ashamed in comparison? Truly worthy of being my disciple. Feeling the continuous increase of spiritual energy within him, Lu Xian leisurely picked up a book to read. Late into the night, Lu Xian sensed his cultivation still persistently growing within him. He yawned and went back to sleep. A nap later, Ji Fuyao directly broke through to the early stage of Xinhuang realm, and he had also reached the peak of the late stage Xinhuang realm, just 1 step away from Xuanzong realm. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. So fast? Remembering that he was still fast asleep while Fuyao was cultivating diligently, Lu Xian felt, this feeling is truly wonderful. Lu Xian walked out of the cave dwelling and saw Ji Fuyao starting to cook again. He casually glanced at Ji Fuyao's fire control mastery. It had already become extremely proficient. The state of great accomplishment is not far off. Lu Xian thought to himself, it seems the cultivation mission is about to be completed. How incredibly easy this was. Lu Xian lay outside the thatched hut, watching the clouds roll and drift across the horizon with a clear and serene heart, utterly content. Before long, Ji Fuyao brought out the meal. Mealtime. Ji Fuyao was in excellent spirits. Having joined the sect for just 2 days, she had already broken through to the Mystic Emperor realm. Such rapid cultivation progress was undoubtedly linked to that heaven-grade foundation establishment pill. Thinking this, Ji Fuyao suddenly looked at Lu Xian and said earnestly, Master, thank you for your help. Lu Xian was taken aback and replied nonchalantly, it was nothing. He thought to himself that really he should be the one giving thanks. After all, he hadn't done much, just lying there. Ji Fuyao's eyes shimmered with divine brilliance, her pearl-white forehead framed by fluttering strands of hair as she insisted, Master, that heaven-ranked Tao Foundation pill had the merit of rebirth for me. Moreover, you've been guiding me in the path of spiritual flames, both have benefited me enormously. This was truly the merit of rebirth. In this lifetime, she would go much further. Lu Xian smiled and said, keep up the good work. Ji Fuyao gave a radiant smile. Okay, my path of spiritual fire is still lacking to reach perfection. I need to deepen my understanding. Hearing this, Lu Xian extended his right hand openly. A gentle flame appeared in his palm. The spiritual fire appeared scattered in form yet concentrated in essence. At Lu Xian's thought, the flames would alternate between becoming wildly violent and extraordinarily gentle. Ji Fuyao stood utterly stunned. This was the hallmark of mastering the Tao of spiritual fire. Sure enough, my master isn't a loser. Lu Xian smiled faintly, deliberately speaking with an air of mystery. Understand now? Truth be told, he really didn't know how to offer guidance, but he believed that with Ji Fuyao's talent, she'd surely find some hidden insight. His path of spiritual fire was essentially equivalent to what Ji Fuyao would later comprehend. Only it was one version ahead of Ji Fuyao. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. She understood. The so-called mastery of spiritual fire lies in controlling its release and withdrawal at will, shaping it as one desires. She had just realized that Lu Xian's path of spiritual fire aligned perfectly with her own, as if they shared the same origin. That feeling was all too familiar. Could Lu Xian be cultivating the same technique as her? No. Even with the same technique, it shouldn't be this similar. It must be that the master specifically condensed the spiritual fire to instruct her. It must have been like this. Thinking this, Ji Fuyao's heart was overwhelmed by towering waves of emotion. The master is too powerful. Next, Ji Fuyao sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Tao of spiritual fire. She was just one step away from mastering the Tao of spiritual fire. There was still a thin membrane before her that needed to be pierced. But just now, Lu Xian had undoubtedly demonstrated the way to break through for her. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. Half a day later, a spiritual flame surged from Ji Fuyao's body, its power soaring straight into the sky. Her jade-like hand extended, gently brushing the air as the spiritual flame's power became remarkably gentle. Mastery of flame control, effortless and precise. Ji Fuyao's path of spiritual flames had directly reached the perfected stage of the spiritual flame realm. Ding! Synchronizing the spiritual fire insights of your eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao. Since it's doubled again, Lu Xian's insights have increased tremendously. One step closer to mastering the path of spiritual fire. Once again leading Ji Fuyao by one version. At this moment, Ji Fuyao slowly opened her star-like eyes, her delicate body trembling slightly as she spoke. Thank you, master. Lu Xian's lips curled slightly upwards. No need to stand on ceremony like this in the future. Ji Fuyao responded with a radiant smile and a nod. She couldn't help but think that this time, by pure chance, she had stumbled upon an excellent master. A single conversation with you is worth months of arduous cultivation. Ji Fuyao's mind was flooded with vivid images. She began carefully reflecting on every word Lu Xian had spoken. While she was cooking, Lu Xian would always chat casually with her. She had never paid much attention to it. Now she suddenly realized that Lu Xian's seemingly casual remarks were actually subtle guidance for her. Ji Fuyao murmured to herself, "It's certain master's mastery of spiritual fire must be higher than mine. But how much higher? He's guiding me." A moment later, Ji Fuyao regained her composure and said, "Master, I'll go back and review it further." Lu Xian nodded. "You may rest for a while. The cultivation quest has been completed now. After tomorrow, we'll be able to claim the mission rewards." Lu Xian was feeling quite relaxed, but Ji Fuyao shook her head. "Time waits for no one. I need to seize the moment for cultivation." Lu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright then. Next, once again he felt the cultivation power within his body continuously rising. A refreshing sensation relentlessly assaulted every limb and bone in his body, like a dragon roaming the vast seas, crashing through his meridians. Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel. A disciple should be like Ji Fuyao. Too diligent indeed. Day 3. Having finished preparing her last meal, Ji Fuyao washed the dishes. Her cheeks faintly flushed as she said, "Master, I have fulfilled our agreement. Were you satisfied these past 3 days?" Lu Xian understood immediately. Ji Fuyao didn't want to keep cooking anymore. His gaze grew profound. Satisfied, yet not satisfied. Ji Fuyao froze. "What do you mean?" She found Lu Xian's words to be profoundly mysterious. Lu Xian put on an air of profundity and said with deep meaning, "Yao Yao, do you really think I asked you to cook just for the sake of it?" Ji Fuyao furrowed her delicate brows as her mind raced, trying to grasp the deeper meaning behind Lu Xian's words. What did this mean? A moment later, then she understood. Cooking first requires mastering the way of spiritual fire. Secondly, it can also elevate her state of mind. She fell into deep contemplation. She was once a reigning empress, and even though she has reincarnated to cultivate anew, her heart still brims with boundless pride. This arrogance makes her look down upon all living beings, breeding a hint of restlessness within. But the past is the past, and the present is now. In this life, she has yet to reach the emperor realm. She needs to shift her mindset. Lu Xian continued, "What satisfies me is that, despite your dislike for cooking, you're still completely focused. What's unsatisfactory is that your skills still need improvement. Hearing this, Ji Fuyao immediately latched onto the keywords. Needs improvement. Still need to practice. To walk the path of cultivation again, one must cast aside arrogance and embrace the humility of an apprentice. She understood. Ji Fuyao looked at Lu Xian and said softly, "A true master always maintains the heart of an apprentice. Master, is this truly what you wish to teach me?" Lu Xian froze. Really? No, he didn't. That's not it at all. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Xian just said it casually. All he really wanted was for Fuyao to keep cooking for him. If Ji Fuyao refused, he could always wait until the system rewards were distributed tomorrow and continue convincing her with reason. But why is Ji Fuyao suddenly having wild imaginations? The man was dumbfounded. Chapter 8. Even if master sees it, it shouldn't matter. Looking at Ji Fuyao's deadly serious expression, Lu Xian was shocked. Why is my disciple starting to overthink things again? To Ji Fuyao, Lu Xian's expression carried a completely different meaning. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. Sure enough, I've seen right through my master. After stepping into Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian had been patiently guiding the way. What a fine mentor he was. Thinking of this, Ji Fuyao immediately said, "Master, as long as I'm at Qingxian Peak, I'll continue cooking." Lu Xian was at a loss for words. She just said one word, "Good." Ji Fuyao smiled softly, "Master, I'll continue to solidify my cultivation. In the coming time, I'll enter the sect's flame abyss secret realm to enhance my combat skills through practice and steady my cultivation foundation." Lu Xian said, "Very well. Proceed with your plan." Ji Fuyao bowed respectfully and prepared to take her leave. Lu Xian suddenly said, "Come to my cave abode before we leave for the fire abyss secret realm tomorrow. I have a gift for you." Ji Fuyao looked surprised. "A gift? Master, I don't need anything else right now." Her Tao foundation had already been fully restored. She also has her own cultivation technique, and it's a 1-star Emperor Grade 1. Spirit stones aren't lacking for now either. Nothing else is needed. Lu Xian said, "You'll find out when the time comes." Ji Fuyao thought for a moment. All right. The next day, Lu Xian once again harvested a substantial amount of cultivation foundation. During these 3 days, Ji Fuyao's cultivation directly soared to the mid-stage of the Xinhuang realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xian's cultivation also stepped into the early stage of the Xuanzong realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the disciple cultivation mission. Your cultivation has surpassed the Xian Emperor realm, and your mastery of spirit fire has reached perfection. Due to the host's exemplary performance, rewards have been upgraded. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a vast accumulation of cultivation foundation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 6-star Emperor tier cultivation manual sky incineration art. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the 6-star Imperial grade cauldron, the devouring sky furnace. Additional reward, invulnerable to all arts. Any cultivator whose cultivation level is below yours will find all their attacks ineffective against you. As the voice fell, boom! An incredibly pure surge of spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's body, like a torrent crashing through his inner world, his dantian emitting continuous gurgling sounds. Lu Xian's cultivation level was steadily rising. A moment later, just one step away from the mid-stage of the Xuanqing realm, Lu Xian smiled, clearly satisfied. He began to inspect the other rewards. With a thought, a jade slip of a cultivation technique appeared in Lu Xian's hand, the art of heaven incineration. 6-star Imperial tier cultivation technique. Lu Xian briefly skimmed through it. This technique was utterly terrifying. When cultivated to perfection, it could scorch the heavens, boil the seas, refine the firmament, with attack power that defied the natural order. Cultivate it? No, he would absolutely never cultivate this. Just lie down. This technique perfectly suits Ji Fuyao, so I'll gift it to her. Next, Lu Xian examined the devouring heaven furnace. It was an incredibly ancient furnace, already sealed yet still visibly adorned with dazzling Tao patterns flowing across its surface, profoundly obscure and profoundly mysterious. This is a supreme treasure of the 6-star Emperor rank, imbued with terrifying Tao and rhyme, carrying a certain eerie and mysterious power. If not for the system's power sealing it, merely taking out this cauldron right now would likely trigger celestial phenomena. A supreme treasure indeed. Lu Xian pondered, Ji Fuyao's alchemy talent wasn't top tier after all. If we let Ji Fuyao refine pills, that would be a complete waste of time. Let professionals handle their specialized work. As for this alchemy furnace, perhaps we should just gift it to another disciple. At the thought of pill refining, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Xian's lips as he recalled a classic tome he'd once read on Blue Star. He couldn't help but laugh, emitting a sinister ha ha ha. Surely he wouldn't really take this disciple, would he? No way. Lu Xian inquired, "Can I take a second disciple now?" The system replied, "The disciple recruiting mission hasn't been triggered yet." "Not triggered?" Lu Xian asked. "How to trigger it?" The system said, "Soon." Lu Xian thought to himself, indeed the system has its limitations. Otherwise, if he keeps taking in disciples recklessly, regardless of their talent, and simply overwhelms with numbers, wouldn't his cultivation skyrocket in no time? Lu Xian was already quite satisfied. He put away the devouring heaven furnace, his heart brimming with anticipation. Second disciple, hurry and come to Master's bowl. Then, Lu Xian began to examine invulnerable to all laws. This was an additional reward from the system. Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim at how overpowered it was. In other words, against those whose cultivation was weaker than his, Lu Xian could simply ignore them. Immune to all damage. Isn't this the ultimate tool for showing off? Lu Xian chuckled, low profile, better keep it low profile. I'm only at the profound sect realm now, and Southern Wasteland has actual great emperor-level existences. He was in an excellent mood. He couldn't help but marvel at how considerate this invincible disciple recruitment system was. Investing in disciples truly brings immense returns. Lu Xian immediately sent a voice message to Ji Fuyao, summoning her to come over. Soon enough, Ji Fuyao stepped into Lu Xian's cave abode. Lu Xian's cave dwelling was simple and unadorned, featuring only a bed of black ice, a wooden table, a few wooden chairs, and some basic utensils. This once again stirred Ji Fuyao's favorable impression of him. Truly, the demeanor of a master. As she walked past the wooden table, she caught sight of the playful poem Lu Xian had inscribed upon it and couldn't help but smile faintly. The land's a blur of white, the well's a blackened pit. Yellow dog turns white with snow, white dog looks swollen thick. One cockcrow, one tail wag, two cockcrows, two tail wags. The third awakes the sun from sea, to sweep away stars and moon's lag. Startled from deathly sickbed rise, through southern wastes a million miles. A line of wild geese southward flies, while two roast ducks northward trot. Pray tell where springtime colors gleam? Beyond green hills, towers dream. Spring nights are worth their weight in gold, moonlit springs o'er pebbles stream. Then she noticed some drawings on the wooden table. Jiang Taigon's lightning fishing, hit the sun with a 98K. Zhuge Liang ingeniously borrowed the east wind. Ji Fuyao was stunned. This painting is truly abstract. As expected of Master, with a style uniquely his own. Ji Fuyao murmured, I never expected Master to have such hobbies. Lu Xian coughed lightly and said, just some random scribbles. Ji Fuyao pursed her lips in a smile. Lu Xian grinned and said, Fuyao, the gift I'm giving you is a cultivation technique. It suits you perfectly. Ji Fuyao declined with a smile, Master, I already have my own cultivation method. You should know her cultivation technique is the 1-star Emperor Grade Fire Attribute Technique, the Profound Flame Scripture. It's a perfect match for her. In the southern wastelands, Emperor Grade techniques are exceedingly rare treasures. Once her 1-star Emperor Grade technique is revealed, it will inevitably stir up a storm of bloodshed throughout the southern wastelands. She didn't believe Lu Xian possessed a cultivation technique of higher grade. With a mere thought, Lu Xian retrieved the jade slip containing the burning heaven art and flicked it towards Ji Fuyao with his fingers. Feel free to examine it first. Put. Ji Fuyao caught it and carelessly extended her spiritual sense into it. The next instant, her body froze in place. 6-star Emperor Tier Cultivation Technique, the Heaven Incinerating Method. With a flick of her divine sense, a void space immediately materialized before her eyes. A faint silhouette loomed against the heavens, its majesty overwhelming the skies, far surpassing the pinnacle of her previous life. His features remained indistinct, while behind him, endless spiritual flames surged and billowed forth. The power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas permeated the firmament, refining the very sky itself. This corner of the world blazed brilliantly, utterly transformed into a sea of spiritual fire. The faint silhouette's voice slowly resonated throughout the space. Burning heaven decree. We practitioners defy the heavens in our cultivation. The path is long and arduous, requiring soaring ambition and the will to incinerate the skies. As the voice fell, the spectral figure swept its sleeve, unleashing a supreme force of annihilation that permeated heaven and earth. Like burning stars, like boiling realms, terrifying spiritual flames surged skyward, directly coalescing into a profound artistic conception. The heavens could be incinerated, the seas could be boiled. The phantom transformed into the Lord of Spiritual Fire, standing tall in the endless fire domain before gradually dissipating. A bolt of lightning flashed through Ji Fuyao's mind as she withdrew from this mystical vision. She had already inherited the blazing heaven technique. Within just a few breaths, she was drenched in fragrant sweat, her fiery red phoenix robes clinging tightly to her body, revealing an exquisitely alluring figure, perfect curves flowing with grace, an undeniably captivating sight. Her delicate body trembled as overwhelming waves surged in her heart. This technique is too terrifying. One could almost say it was tailor-made for her. She was born with the burning heaven sacred physique. 6-star Emperor tier technique. Where did Master obtain this from? In her recollection, such a technique hadn't existed in the southern wilderness for tens of thousands of years. This technique was far too precious, even within the Great Tao sect. It would rank as the second most powerful cultivation method, surpassed only by the Great Tao scripture. Ji Fuyao looked at Lu Xian with immense excitement. Master. Lu Xian smiled. I also thought this technique suits you well. From now on, you'll cultivate the sky-burning art. A warm current surged in Ji Fuyao's heart. She was at a loss for words. One must know she was the reincarnation of a female emperor, already possessing the mindset of a supreme powerhouse. But at this moment, even he was somewhat moved. Lu Xian had only been his disciple for 3 days, and he would give her such supreme cultivation techniques? Before the heaven-scorching art, the mystic flame scripture she practiced became utterly insignificant. She will definitely switch to cultivating the Skyburner Sutra later. She was genuinely moved. Her curiosity about Lu Xian grew even stronger. To casually produce a heaven-grade supreme foundation pill, to effortlessly gift a 6-star emperor-level cultivation method, his background was far too profound. As for Lu Xian's strength, he's most likely a high-level great emperor. Who would have thought that the Great Tao sect actually had a supreme powerhouse guarding it? But why would Lu Xian take her as a disciple? What is his agenda? Ji Fuyao simply couldn't figure it out. Perhaps this is what it means to be a mentor. Selfless. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Go on. You already know how to cultivate, I won't teach you further. Ji Fuyao froze momentarily. Master, if I encounter cultivation difficulties, may I still seek your guidance? Lu Xiandao replied, agreed. Ji Fuyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded, tucking away the ancient jade slip and preparing to depart. Suddenly, she looked down. Ah! During her enlightenment of the thundering heaven art, her fiery red dress had become soaked with fragrant sweat, clinging tightly to her body. She didn't even notice. Ji Fuyao's face flushed red as she looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian assumed an expression of see no evil, averting his gaze. Once again, Ji Fuyao felt a twinge of fondness growing in her heart. But on second thought, if Master saw this, it actually wouldn't matter. After all, Master is a true gentleman. Lu Xian said with a smile, disciple, go practice the new technique quickly. Ji Fuyao nodded lightly and immediately hurried away. After returning to her cave abode, Ji Fuyao decided to change her plans. First cultivate the blazing heaven technique, then venture to the flaming abyss secret realm. However, before that, she needed to bathe first. With a mere thought, Ji Fuyao's fiery red dress slowly slipped away, revealing her incomparably delicate and fair jade-like shoulders, followed by her towering form. Her smooth, snow-white body exuded a faint fragrance, possessing perfectly proportioned curves. As her slender jade legs moved gracefully, she stepped slowly into the bathtub. Steam swirled in the air, revealing glimpses of a flawless jade-like figure. Against the beautiful scenery, Ji Fuyao's unblemished body radiated a faint divine glow, appearing utterly sacred. Before long, Ji Fuyao began making her final preparations. Now begins cultivation of the blazing heaven technique. She sat cross-legged, her curvaceous figure barely concealed by the fiery red gown. Her delicate fingers moved in constant, intricate motions as whispers left her lips. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual flame erupted from her body, rapidly expanding in all directions. An overwhelming aura of slaughter condensed around Ji Fuyao as the temperature inside her cave dwelling instantly skyrocketed. The dreadful spiritual flames pierced through the ceiling formations of the cave and shot straight toward the heavens. This was nothing less than a 6-star emperor tier cultivation technique. This was Ji Fuyao's first attempt at cultivation. Due to the perfect compatibility between her blazing heaven sacred body and the technique, she had inadvertently triggered a profound resonance with it. Percent. In an instant, the entire Qingxian Peak erupted with towering spiritual flames, like a colossal sun rising to illuminate the heavens. Terrifying power surged outward from Qingxian Peak, crashing into the surrounding spiritual peaks and forming a scorching wave of fire that instantly ignited the entire region. Heaven and Earth Anomaly. The entire Great Tao sect was immediately shaken awake. Chapter 9. Her master gives guidance. This celestial phenomenon is utterly terrifying. It directly gave rise to a fearsome pressure, with supreme killing energy that seemed capable of boiling seas and scorching skies. The overwhelming spiritual fires will spread across dozens of miles, sweeping forward like a tidal wave crushing mountains. The heavens darkened and the firmament trembled. The temperature around Qingxian Peak's surrounding spiritual peaks instantly soared. This power is too immense. Instantly, the entire Great Tao sect was shaken. Several spirit peaks near Qingxian Peak suddenly saw their temperatures skyrocket, turning the area into a sea of flames. Numerous saints had to intervene before the terrifying spiritual fire could be suppressed. Countless elders and disciples were left utterly astonished, all turning their gazes toward Qingxian Peak. What is happening here? Soon, even the sect master and others were alerted. Countless divine thoughts and spiritual senses swept towards the Qingxian peak. Numerous sacred kings and sages couldn't help but feel shocked. A celestial phenomenon was stirring atop Qingxian peak. The sect master and others continued their divine senses probing. They soon discovered the ceiling restriction laid by Ji Fuyao. Though their strength could easily pierce through the ceiling barrier, they chose not to proceed further. But it's evident that this is Ji Fuyao gaining enlightenment through her cultivation technique. This enlightenment is so extraordinary that it directly triggered celestial phenomena. At this moment, the sea of spiritual flames in the void above grew increasingly violent, as if intending to refine the phantom shadows and illuminate the firmament. Within the endless fiery depths, resplendent divine brilliance surged with overwhelming momentum, gradually manifesting a fusion of Tao and force. In an instant, monstrous waves surged within the hearts of the sect master and the others. What kind of cultivation talent is this? One must know that Tao and momentum are concepts only accessible after stepping into the mystic sage realm. Even some mystic sages spend their entire lives without the chance to comprehend them. And what realm is Ji Fuyao at right now? The sect master looked at the many sages of the Dan Peak. Your mastery of spiritual fire is profound. Have you discerned anything? The sages of the Dan Peak wore expressions of shock and awe. At such a young age, Fuyao has already touched upon a wisp of the Tao and momentum. Such talent bears the makings of an imperial sovereign. The makings of an imperial sovereign. The sect master and the others were profoundly stirred. The great Tao sect has gained another supreme emperor-level powerhouse. If Ji Fuyao were to step into the pseudo-emperor realm, she could instantly ascend to become a figure of ancestral elder status within the great Tao sect. The crowd was overwhelmed with excitement, their admiration for Ji Fuyao growing by the minute. Suddenly, the sage of Alchemy Peak spoke up. Judging by today's celestial phenomena, Ji Fuyao must have been holding back during her sect entrance trials. Now I finally understand why she chose to become Lu Xian's disciple. She likely bears secrets she didn't want us to uncover. The sage of Mount Ethereal sighed with gentle eyes. Ah, this child. Our great Tao sect has numerous emperor realm experts, though most are in secluded cultivation or deep slumber. Even if Fuyao possesses the potential of a great emperor, we wouldn't covet the secrets she carries. The sect master explained. As for the secrets about Fuyao, our ancestor already examined them during the recruitment trials. There's nothing problematic about her. Moreover, she has now formally become our great Tao sect disciple and has sworn the heavenly oath, so she won't betray our sect. The assembly nodded in agreement. Quite right. Our great Tao sect has always welcomed disciples from different factions and backgrounds. If we scrutinized every detail, our sect wouldn't have maintained its foundation for multiple epochs. The sect master commanded, you must never dare to pry into the secrets Fuyao carries. The crowd responded in unison, as you command. A momentary silence fell. Sage Danfeng nodded slightly and said, Fuyao's meticulous thinking is understandable when seeking a quiet place for cultivation. But why did Lu Xian insist on taking Fuyao as a disciple? The crowd fell into silence. I simply can't figure it out. What the hell could Lu Xian possibly teach? Numerous sages commented, after the inner sect trials, Yao Yao should leave Lu Xian. Lu Xian has nothing but bad habits, indulgent and lazy. We fear it might affect Yao Yao's future cultivation. The sect master nodded, exactly. As the saying goes, keep good men company and you shall be of the number. Yao Yao staying around Lu Xian is bound to be influenced negatively. Everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. This time, Fuyao stirred celestial phenomena once more, proving yet again her extraordinary cultivation talent. It had absolutely nothing to do with Lu Xian. How could such genius be wasted in Lu Xian's hands? At this moment, a sage in grey robes suddenly spoke up. Take a look at what Peak Master Lu is doing now. The sect master said, let's see. Meanwhile, Lu Xian was leisurely lying on the Xianbing bed. Feeling the continuous growth of his cultivation foundation inside him, a flicker of excitement stirred in his heart. Ding! Host's first disciple, Ji Fuyao's cultivation is improving, synchronizing now. Ding! Synchronizing comprehension of sky-burning art. In an instant, the spiritual energy within his body surged like great rivers, relentlessly coursing through Lu Xian's limbs and meridians. Sheer bliss. After cultivating the heaven-incinerating art, Ji Fuyao's cultivation speed increased several-fold. Lu Xian was overjoyed. This investment once again proved to be a surefire win. Giving good treasures to disciples is like doubling one's own gains. He just needs to lie flat and do nothing. Governing by doing nothing. The best part is he doesn't even need to push himself, he's already putting in the effort. It's so worry-free. Thinking this, Lu Xian's lips curled into a faint smile, feeling utterly pleased with himself. Witnessing this scene, the sect leader and others turned grim-faced. They simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. No. While his disciple was over there cultivating diligently and gaining insights, here was his master, sprawled out idle. Is this proper behavior? Where's the promised apprenticeship? You're not actually teaching, just lying around here. The Formation Peak sage frowned in confusion. What is Peak Master Lu grinning foolishly about? Sage Danfeng's face twitched. I don't know. Perhaps he recalled something amusing. Everyone fell silent. They couldn't wait to give Lu Xian a good beating right then and there. They had thought Lu Xian was about to sincerely repent and mend his ways, but this was all he came up with? This was it? The crowd could barely breathe from anger. They couldn't help thinking how fortunate it was that Sage Qingshan had left earlier, otherwise, Lu Xian would have surely driven him to death with sheer frustration. The sect leader sighed heavily and said, "Actually, 2 days ago, I already spoke to Lu Xian about it. That guy suddenly became so stubborn, refusing outright to let Fuya go. Let's just endure him for another month." The crowd shook their heads in resignation. "That's all we can do." Before long, the celestial phenomena stirred by Ji Fuyao gradually dissipated as well. Elder Mu asked with a serious expression, "Do you think Ji Fuyao has any chance of taking first place in this inner sect trial?" The sect leader replied, "Impossible. The strongest core disciple in this inner sect trial has reached the peak of late-stage profound sovereign realm. Even if Ji Fuyao breaks through to the profound sovereign realm, she wouldn't be able to match them. Moreover, there's no way Ji Fuyao could reach the profound sovereign realm within a month unless Lu Xian goes mad feeding her elixirs to forcefully boost her cultivation." Everyone nodded in agreement. Let's hope Lu Xian doesn't ruin Ji Fuyao's cultivation foundation by recklessly stuffing her with elixirs just to win. The sect master frowned and said, "During this period, you must give more guidance to those inner disciples and true disciples. The inner sect trial must ensure Ji Fuyao doesn't make it into the top 10. The crowd responded in unison, "As you command." Several days later, at Qingxian Peak, Ji Fuyao, clad in a fiery red gown, sat cross-legged with faint radiance swirling around her. Her starry eyes slowly opened. These past few days, she had been circulating the burning heaven technique to refine her cultivation foundations once again. Her cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the mystic emperor realm, but the benefits didn't end there. The spiritual energy in her dantian had been purified several times over. This means her attacks will be vastly more powerful than before. Moreover, she inadvertently touched upon a trace of the Taoan momentum within the path of spiritual fire. In her previous life, she hadn't achieved this until reaching the profound saint realm. Within just a few days, she had transformed anew. The more she cultivated, the more Ji Fuyao realized the terrifying power of the blazing heaven technique. Truly deserving of a 6-star imperial rank cultivation method. Compared to her 1-star imperial rank mystic flame scripture, the difference was like that between clouds and mud. For imperial rank techniques, even a single star difference created an insurmountable chasm. Ji Fuyao suddenly realized that when she triggered the celestial phenomenon, the sect master and others had probed with their divine senses, yet ultimately stopped before the ceiling barrier she had set up. She let out a sigh of relief. This time merely fully exposed her innate talents, but her true identity should still remain undetected. One must understand that her reincarnation in cultivation rebirth involves ancient mystical arts. If discovered, even the supreme emperors of the southern wastelands would likely take action against her. After all, that was the method of reincarnation cultivation, an overwhelmingly heaven-defying technique that even the supreme experts coveted and were determined to obtain at all costs. Yet she reasoned that with her master being so enigmatic and powerful, what did it matter even if the mightiest great emperor of the southern wastes were to descend? A moment later, Ji Fuyao steadied her mind and rose slowly to her feet. In the time to follow, she would need to make her way to the blazing abyss secret realm of the great Tao sect. You should know that although her Tao foundation has been restored, her divine soul remains incomplete. During these days of cultivation, she could already feel the effects of her fractured soul. The spiritual flames in the fire abyss secret realm could temper one's divine soul, making them perfect for her condition. Moreover, despite her recent secluded cultivation, the depth of her cultivation base still wasn't fully consolidated. Within the fiery abyss secret realm, they harnessed the power of spiritual flames to consolidate their cultivation foundation, temper their soul, and comprehend the Tao of spiritual fire, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At this thought, Ji Fuyao willed it, and the identity token appeared in her hand. Her consciousness probed inward and immediately saw the location of the fire abyss secret realm along with some descriptions from the token. Putting away the identity token, Ji Fuyao suddenly realized it had been quite some time since she last saw her master. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. She missed him a little. Though it had been less than a month since she became Lu Xian's disciple, in her heart, he had already claimed a very important place. Her master gave her a distinctly different feeling from anyone else. Non-competitive, composed, and mysterious. Ji Fuyao recalled that during these days of cultivation, she hadn't cooked any meals for Lu Xian. A twinge of guilt and remorse welled up in her heart. After all, she had promised Lu Xian she would cook whenever she was at Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyao murmured to herself, before heading to the fire abyss secret realm, "I'll go make a meal for master first." Soon, Ji Fuyao stepped out of her cave abode and headed toward the thatched hut. She froze momentarily. Lu Xian had already settled into the recliner outside the hut, basking in the sunshine. Ji Fuyao gave a light smile. Master hasn't changed a bit. Got it. Come to think of it, I've never seen Master cultivate. She was quite curious, what star-level great emperor was Lu Xian exactly? Lu Xian stretched lazily and said with a smile, "Disciple, your cultivation has improved significantly these past few days, but with such rapid progress, don't neglect consolidating your foundation." A divine light flickered through Ji Fuyao's eyes as subtle ripples stirred in her heart. As expected, Master had noticed at first glance. She replied, "Master, I plan to visit the blazing abyss secret realm next to consolidate my cultivation, temper my divine, and comprehend the power of spiritual flames." Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the fire abyss secret realm of our great Tao sect seems tailor-made for you." Ji Fuyao said apologetically, "Master, I'm sorry, I forgot to cook these past few days while cultivating." Lu Xian chuckled, "No problem. While meals are important, your cultivation is equally vital." Ji Fuyao couldn't help but giggle. It turns out meals are very important to Master indeed. They're actually ranked alongside cultivation practice. Ji Fuyao said, "Master, I'll go prepare the meal now." Lu Xian tossed over a jade slip. "Fuyao, this slip contains recipes for different flavors. Let's try something new today, I'm getting a bit tired of stir-fries." Ji Fuyao took the jade slip and immersed her consciousness into it. She was utterly astonished. The jade slip contained every conceivable method of cooking dishes. They were all meticulously categorized. Many were techniques she'd never even heard of before. Wow. Stir-fried, steamed, boiled, twice-cooked, braised, cold-tossed. She couldn't help but marvel. Her master had truly perfected the study of eating to a divine level. She pondered that these different cooking techniques must contain hidden mysteries. While they appeared unrelated to cultivation at first glance, their connection was actually profound. This is the master giving her guidance. Chapter 10. The master is busy. Ji Fuxiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with divine brilliance. The great Tao is simple. The great Tao shares the same origin. Even cooking is a form of cultivation. After all, during this period, she had gained many insights about spiritual fire in that thatched cottage. Ji Fuyao's delicate jade-like hands trembled slightly as she sensed that this jade slip held immeasurable value, containing profound and mysterious Taoist secrets. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Her master had truly put such thoughtful care into this. With this thought in mind, Ji Fuyao said with a serious expression, "Master, I will carefully comprehend every technique recorded in the jade slip." Speaking thus, she had already begun preparing the ingredients. Lu Xian chuckled and reclined once more outside the thatched hut. He was quite satisfied with this disciple of his, Ji Fuyao. After just a few days of apprenticeship, Ji Fuyao's cultivation had already reached the late-stage mystic emperor realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xian directly broke through to the mid-stage mystic sovereign realm. Not only that, Ji Fuyao's mastery of spiritual flames had improved considerably, along with newfound insights into the blazing heaven technique and even a faint comprehension of the Tao and momentum within the path of spiritual flames. In short, Ji Fuyao gained tremendously, but Lu Xian's gains were even greater. Inside the thatched hut, this time when preparing the meal, Ji Fuyao devoted extraordinary care and attention to every detail. It's being done very slowly. Lu Xian was somewhat surprised. Why was it so slow this time? He stood up and looked toward the thatched cottage, only to see many dishes laid out on the wooden table inside. With confusion, Lu Xian remarked, "You can't eat that much in one meal." Ji Fuyao smiled and said, "Master, I'm going to the fire abyss secret realm to consolidate my cultivation. I'll be away for a while, so I prepared these in advance for you." Lu Xian was completely stunned. On the wooden table in the thatched cottage lay dishes of various flavors, stir-fried, gongbao style, twice-cooked, sweet and sour. Each portion was neatly arranged. Ji Fuyao had sealed these dishes with spiritual restrictions, so they could simply be reheated with spiritual fire when needed. Lu Xian felt warmth in his heart. Fuyao had really put thought into this. Ji Fuyao smiled brilliantly. "Master, just a moment, it'll be ready soon." Lu Xian nodded. "All right." He continued to lie still. Before long, Ji Fuyao brought out the meal, and she began eating with Lu Xian. On Qingxian Peak, a gentle breeze stirred, causing Ji Fuyao's black tresses to flutter lightly. As she ate, a faint smile played upon her lips. By Lu Xian's side, her heart was clear and utterly at peace. This was something I never experienced in my past life. Master is so good to me. Ji Fuyao said, "Master, after the meal, I'll head to the fire abyss secret realm." Her cultivation progress was too rapid, and she needed to rely on the fire abyss's power to consolidate her foundation. At the same time, her soul injuries could also recover through tempering with spirit fire. Lu Xian nodded and reminded her, "The fire abyss secret realm is quite dangerous, so you must be careful. Your identity token contains information about it, make sure to familiarize yourself with it beforehand." Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly and said, "Understood, master." After eating, Ji Fuyao entered the thatched hut to wash the dishes and clean the pot. Everything was ready. Ji Fuyao bid Lu Xian farewell, saying, "Master, I'm off to the fire abyss secret realm. Lu Xian nodded. Go ahead. Ji Fuyao gave a slight nod, stepped into the air, her fiery red dress billowing gracefully. A divine rainbow flickered in the sky as she soared with an ethereal grace, flying toward the direction of the fire abyss secret realm. Watching Ji Fuyao depart, Lu Xian slowly returned to his cave abode. He was quite eager to see what gains Ji Fuyao would reap from the fire abyss secret realm this time. The fire abyss secret realm. This was one of the great Tao sect's trial grounds. There are a total of 3 levels. The first level is for those below the mid-stage mysterious sovereign realm. The second level ranges from the mysterious sovereign realm to the mysterious saint realm, while the third level is for those above the mysterious saint realm. The spiritual flames of the fire abyss secret realm possess countless marvelous uses. They can inspire comprehension of flame power, temper the physical body, refine the soul, and solidify one's cultivation foundation. Here, numerous elders and disciples were coming and going at the entrance of the fire abyss secret realm, creating a bustling scene. At this moment, Ji Fuyao descended gracefully, her fiery red dress flowing down, her stunning beauty captivating all who beheld her as she stood mid-air above the fire abyss secret realm. Looking down from above, she saw that at the fire abyss, the ground had sunken in, and spiritual flames surged upward, revealing a terrifying underground world. Within the secret realm, the burning spiritual flames continuously intertwined and split apart, their momentum towering to the heavens, forming eerie patterns as if they had a life of their own. A mighty wave of scorching heat rose to the skies, filling the space between heaven and earth with a force powerful enough to vaporize and incinerate all things. Soon, a disciple spotted Ji Fuyao and exclaimed in astonishment, Ji Fuyao, I never expected Ji Fuyao to come to the fire abyss secret realm. Some newly enrolled disciples cried out in shock, wait, how has Ji Fuyao reached the late-stage Xianhuang realm? Wasn't she a grand Xian king before? Several elders' pupils constricted as their hearts trembled. Such cultivation speed surpasses even our sect's top true disciple. For a moment, quite a stir erupted at the entrance of the fire abyss secret realm. Numerous elders quickly sent voice transmissions to the sect master and the various peak lords. The sect master and others immediately extended a thread of divine sense towards Ji Fuyao to investigate. The sect master's expression turned grave. Fuyao's cultivation realm is somewhat unstable and unsteady, and her soul bears injuries. No wonder she came to the fire abyss secret realm. The Misty Peak's lord frowned and said, Fuyao's realm has advanced too rapidly. More haste, less speed. The peak master of Dan Feng showed a worried expression. Could it be that Lu Xian forced Ji Fuyao to take pills, forcibly pushing her realm up with sheer medicinal power? The sect master's face darkened. If only we hadn't agreed to that damned wager back then. If she truly used medicinal pills to forcibly elevate her realm, wouldn't this be harming Ji Fuyao instead? At the same time, Ji Fuyao walked slowly toward the entrance of the fire abyss secret realm, where she saw a towering stone monument standing imposingly grand, ancient, and piercing straight into the clouds. Flame Abyss Secret Realm Rankings. The stone stele was engraved with the records of disciples from different realms within the Fire Abyss Secret Realm. Imperial Ranking, Fong Yen, advanced 60 li into the first layer of the Flame Abyss. Imperial Ranking List, Luo Lingkong, highest number of fire beasts slain in the first layer of the Flame Abyss within a single day. Xuanhuang Rankings, Ji Fuyao glanced indifferently and took note of these records. At this moment, the patriarch's voice echoed within Ji Fuyao's mind. Fuyao, according to the rules of the Blazing Abyss Secret Realm, whenever a new record is set or an existing one is broken, the will of the Blazing Abyss will descend a spiritual flame for tempering in baptism. This tempering will greatly benefit your physical body, soul, and cultivation foundation. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao said, Thank you for the reminder, Sect Master. That's precisely why I've come. This time, she was aiming specifically to break the record. She desperately needs this spiritual fire baptism. The sect leader couldn't help but ask, Fuyao, when you left, Lu Xian wasn't still lying down, was he? Ji Fuyao hesitated before saying, My master is busy with his own affairs. The sect leader's face twitched. Attending to his own affairs? What else can he do besides eating and lying around? That kid Lu Xian, surely he doesn't think lying down can improve his cultivation, does he? The sect master sighed and said, Never mind about Lu Xian. Fuyao, the Fire Abyss Secret Realm is perilous, you must take extra care. Ji Fuyao nodded slightly. The numerous peak masters smiled in anticipation, eagerly awaiting Ji Fuyao's performance in the first layer of the Blazing Abyss Secret Realm. Before long, clad in fiery red flowing robes, Ji Fuyao soared gracefully and stepped directly into the first layer of the Blazing Abyss Secret Realm. Boom! With divine sense extended, Ji Fuyao surveyed her surroundings. Wherever gazes fell, the power of spiritual flames surged overwhelmingly. A surge of incomparably scorching flames erupted skyward, forming towering pillars of fire. These spiritual flames endlessly intertwined and split apart, unleashing a blazing might capable of scorching the heavens as if all creation could be vaporized and consumed. In the far distance, the overwhelmingly dense spiritual fire condensed into several colossal rings that illuminated the void, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. And this was merely the first layer of the Blazing Abyss Secret Realm. Ji Fuyao stepped directly into the air, soaring toward the deepest reaches of the blazing abyss. Many disciples were drawn to follow, trailing behind her like a wake of sparks. They were eager to know how many miles Ji Fuyao could penetrate into the first layer of the fire abyss. Currently, the Great Dao Sect's record for the mystic sovereign realm was held by Fong Yin, 60 miles. An hour later, Ji Fuyao had already advanced 10 miles deep into the fire abyss secret realm. Push further in, 20 miles. 30 miles, 60 miles. Half a day later, Ji Fuyao had already traveled 70 miles. He smashed the Xianhuang realm record in one go. The disciples were utterly stunned. The previous Xianhuang realm record holder, Fong Yan, had barely managed to traverse 60 miles of the fire abyss in half a month. Yet Ji Fuyao achieved it in just half a day. The crowd of disciples exclaimed in shock. Quickly, inform the peak master. They immediately took out their communication jade slips to send messages to the sages of the various peaks. At this moment, a deep voice echoed from within the fire abyss secret realm. Ji Fuyao, for surpassing Xianhuang realm's Fong Yan's record, is granted the baptism of spirit flame tempering. The voice fell silent. Boom! A celestial river of spiritual fire poured down from the void, instantly enveloping Ji Fuyao, as profound and esoteric energies surged continuously, with dazzling Dao patterns flickering incessantly. Ji Fuyao's delicate frame trembled, bathed in the arcane spiritual fire that acted like a divine furnace, tempering her soul, refining her physique, and consolidating her foundational cultivation. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with divine radiance as her soul underwent refinement, gradually recovering its former brilliance. Seated cross-legged, her curvaceous figure clad in flowing crimson robes shimmered with a faint divine glow, steadfastly resisting the surrounding inferno's power. Drip! Ji Fuyao's delicate face was glistening with sweat as her slender frame trembled, her tender lips lightly bitten in determination. The spiritual fire tempering her soul brought unbearable agony, as if thousands of insects were devouring her body. Her crimson dress clung tightly to her jade-like skin under torrents of fragrant perspiration, revealing an irresistibly alluring silhouette. Ji Fuyao was enduring with every ounce of her being. At the same time, Lu Xian was comfortably lying on the profound ice bed, leisurely reading his storybook. Ding! The host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, has gained insight into the power of spirit fire. Synchronization initiated. Chapter 11. The sect leader wants to beat up Lu Xian. Ding! The host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, has gained insight into the power of spirit fire. Synchronization initiated. Lu Xian felt something within and slowly opened his right palm. He stepped directly into the path of spiritual flames, achieving perfect mastery. A wisp of gentle spiritual fire slowly rose in the center of his palm. Though this spiritual fire appeared gentle, its core burned fiercely. This is the state of perfection. The might of the spiritual flame is restrained, controlled at will, its blazing power returning to naturalness. Lu Xian stored away the spiritual flame, changed his posture, and continued lying down to read. It must be said that Ji Fuyao's talent is far too formidable. He was eager to see just how much Ji Fuyao's cultivation and comprehension of spiritual fire would have progressed after all this time training in the Fire Abyss secret realm. On the other side, within the Flaming Abyss secret realm, Ji Fuyao's spiritual fire refinement and baptism concluded, and her gains were immense. She continued her exploration deeper into the first level. As they went deeper, the fire abyss spawned more and more fire beasts, each with savage and ferocious faces, their bodies ablaze with scorching flames, moving like massive hills shifting forward. Each flaming beast's power rivals that of a profound emperor realm cultivator. These flaming beasts charged toward Ji Fuyao like wolves and stampeding boars. Extending her slender jade-like hand, Ji Fuyao summoned her spiritual flame energy and delivered a single decisive palm strike. Boom! An entire mass of flaming beasts instantly turned to dust. The crowd of disciples was stunned by what they saw. How could it be so effortless? Back when they were at the mystic emperor realm, slaying a single flame beast required every ounce of their strength. At that moment, she seemed like the sovereign of the fire domain, her delicate lips slightly parting as she uttered, "Perish," as if her words were magic spells. Wherever Ji Fuyao passed, countless fire beasts turned into spiritual flames and dissipated in the air. Like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, none of these fire beasts could stand even a single blow before Ji Fuyao. One day later, an aged voice echoed through the depths of the Fire Abyss secret realm. Ji Fuyao has slain over 12,345 fire beasts in a single day, setting a new record. Bestowed with the purification rite of spiritual fire. Boom! A radiant river of mystic flames cascaded down, its dazzling Dao patterns swirling as it enveloped Ji Fuyao within. Witnessing this, a tidal wave of disbelief surged through the hearts of countless disciples. Had Ji Fuyao broken yet another profound Emperor Realm record? They've slaughtered over 10,000 fire beasts. That's more than 10 times the previous record set by Luo Lingkong. Since when have fire beasts become this weak? They immediately sent word of this to their respective sages and sect masters. The sect master and others were utterly shocked. What is a genius? This is a genius. The sect master was pleasantly surprised, truly worthy of being called a prodigy who resonated with the Grand Dao Bell. Such performance would rank among the top even in the history of our Grand Dao sect. Sword Peak Sage said, at this rate, Fuyao will likely break through to the profound sovereign realm right within the flaming abyss. Ouch! The sect leader and others gasped in astonishment. From great profound king to profound sovereign in just 1 month. Such cultivation speed is terrifying beyond measure. The sect leader's face twitched. No way! I must go ask Lu Xian, did he give Ji Fuyao some elixirs? Otherwise, how could her cultivation speed possibly be this fast? The old monk said, let's ask around. If Lu Xian is forcibly pushing cultivation, we should have a contingency plan in place, shouldn't we? The sect leader immediately set off for Qingxian Peak. On Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian lay reclining in a lounge chair with a slight smile. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is cultivating to improve her cultivation. Sync initiated. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is comprehending the power of spiritual fire. Sync initiated. The voice fell. An exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged into his body. At the same time, mastery of spiritual fire was also improving. Lu Xian was in high spirits. His eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao, was truly exceptional. Such remarkable talent, yet so diligent. And here he was, just lying around, reaping the benefits effortlessly. This made Lu Xian feel just a tiny bit embarrassed. Gulp! Lu Xian rubbed his stomach, glanced at the position of the sun, and murmured, it's mealtime again, time to eat. He stepped into the thatched cottage, reheated the meal Ji Fuyao had prepared in advance, and brought it out to eat at the stone table. The aroma was irresistible. Lu Xian ate with great relish. Ji Fuyao's cooking skills had improved significantly. Soon enough, she should be ready to graduate from apprenticeship. At this moment, boom! A dazzling divine rainbow surged in the distance, streaking toward Qingxian Peak as the terrifying pressure of a Saint King realm poured forth from afar. The sect master landed heavily atop Qingxian Peak. Seeing Lu Xian leisurely eating his meal, the sect master's anger flared uncontrollably. Eating, sleeping and eating, that was the sum total of Lu Xian's daily existence. The sect leader stormed furiously towards Lu Xian. While his disciple was cultivating bitterly in the fire abyss secret realm, Lu Xian was here enjoying himself? Is this how a master should behave? Lu Xian! The sect master gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with forceful clarity, his eyes sparking with raging fury. Lu Xian paused momentarily, then set down his chopsticks. The sect master is here. The sect master strode up to Lu Xian, his expression one of bitter disappointment. Do you have any idea what your disciple has done in the blazing abyss secret realm? Lu Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Checked out Ji Fuyao's profile. No injuries. Moreover, cultivation and enlightenment are continuously increasing. Safe. Lu Xian was puzzled. Just what was the sect leader trying to do? Seeing Lu Xian's bewildered expression, the sect leader roared angrily, Ji Fuyao has broken 2 profound emperor realm records in the fire abyss secret realm. Lu Xian nodded and said, good. The sect leader frowned deeply. What's so great about you? Did you teach her anything? Does it have even half a bit to do with you, Lu Xian? The sect master asked. Fuyao's cultivation speed is so fast, did you feed her elixirs? Lu Xian was momentarily stunned before nodding. Right. It was indeed that he had taken a heavenly tier foundation establishment pill. Had the sect leader found out? It shouldn't be. At this moment, the sect leader's face was growing increasingly darker. What he feared had indeed come to pass. Fuyao's cultivation was truly built solely upon elixirs. Damn that Lu Xian! He genuinely wanted to punch Lu Xian right now. Wasn't this outright misleading the younger generation? At this moment, Lu Xian stood up and walked towards the thatched cottage. Sect master, would you like to eat? Fuyao prepared enough meals for many days before leaving. The sect master followed behind, puzzled as he asked, what do you mean? Lu Xian pointed at the multiple dishes on the wooden table and said with a smile, before Fuyao left for the fire abyss secret realm, she made these meals for me in advance. Ha! The sect master was utterly stunned, rendered speechless by shock. That Lu Xian guy is really something. Ji Fuyao is your disciple, not your personal chef. He practically wants to punch Lu Xian right now. What a waste of Ji Fuyao's talent. One thing he couldn't understand was why Ji Fuyao was willing to cook for Lu Xian. Why treat Lu Xian so well? What could Lu Xian possibly offer her? That fellow must be using the legacy of sage Qingxian to deceive Ji Fuyao. The sect master grew angrier the more he thought about it, his face darkening visibly. Just endure Lu Xian for half a month longer. The sect master reminded himself inwardly, resisting the urge to strike Lu Xian. Lu Xian rubbed his nose and asked in confusion, Sect master, why does your face look so troubled? Ah! The sect leader stomped his foot heavily and roared. He's had enough. He couldn't bear staying on Qingxian Peak for another moment. Half a month. Just hold out for half a month longer. In the next instant, the sect master turned and left without hesitation, stepping into the air and transforming into a divine rainbow before vanishing into the void. Witnessing this, Lu Xian was deeply puzzled. Oh dear! What's gotten into the sect master? Did something urgent come up suddenly? Forget it, Lu Xian stopped dwelling on it and continued eating. Elsewhere, the sect master directly strode into the Great Tao sect to seek out Elder Mu. The sect master's expression was extremely unpleasant. Elder Mu, just as suspected, Lu Xian gave Fuyao some elixirs. That's why her cultivation speed is so astonishingly fast. Elder Mu sighed. As expected, it was all built up through elixirs. The sect master said, "It seems we need to formulate some cultivation plans to consolidate Fuyao's foundation. Relying solely on the Fire Abyss secret realm letting her cultivate on her own is far from enough." Elder Mu's eyes revealed profound solemnity as he said, "The bedrock of cultivation lies in its foundation. It must be solidly built without the slightest instability. After the inner sect trials conclude, you shall personally instruct Fuyao." The sect master's gaze turned distant as he simply replied, "Agreed." The next few days, once again, the numerous disciples witnessed the monstrous talent of Ji Fuyao. The voice of the Fire Abyss secret realms will resonated continuously. Ji Fuyao slays in Xuanzone level fire beast, setting a new Xuanhuan level record. Granted the baptism of spiritual flame refinement. Ji Fuyao's mastery of spiritual flame surpasses the Xuanhuan level record. Granted the baptism of spiritual flame refinement. Ji Fuyao. The sound of record-breaking never stops. Countless disciples stood dumbfounded. Is Ji Fuyao attempting to defy the heavens? Another record smashed, again and again. He single-handedly claimed all the records in the Mystic Emperor realm, even established several new records. When the sect master and others learned of this, they felt both elation and heartache. Their joy came from Ji Fuyao's outrageously prodigious talent with spiritual fire. What's unbearable is that Lu Xian, as Ji Fuyao's master, does nothing all day but lie around. Pity the unfortunate, anger the unambitious. By this time, Ji Fuyao had already arrived near the entrance to the second level of the Fire Abyss. Some core disciples exclaimed in shock, "Junior sister, are you planning to enter the second level of the Fire Abyss?" Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly and nodded. Now, the first level of the Fire Abyss no longer posed much pressure to her. She was about to step into the second level of the Fire Abyss, using its power to break through to the profound Emperor realm. Several disciples tried to stop her, saying, "Junior sister Fuyao, to enter the second level, you must defeat the guardian fire beast. With your current strength, it's simply impossible." Yes, that gatekeeping fire beast is extremely difficult to defeat, even for disciples at the mid-profound mystery realm. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly, "Thank you, senior brothers. I know what I'm doing." Before long, Ji Fuyao arrived before the second level's gatekeeping fire beast. The colossal fire beast stood like a small mountain, its entire body engulfed in terrifying flames with bizarre Dao patterns swirling across its form. Its wheel-sized pupils gleamed above a maw filled with interlocking fangs, each wreathed in spiritual fire, radiating overwhelming oppressive energy. This is the Inferno Guardian Beast. Defeat it, and you may enter the second level of the Flame Abyss. The Inferno Guardian Beast licked its lips and slowly rose to its feet, casting a puzzled gaze at Ji Fuyao. "I sense someone slaughtering my fire beast kin in frenzy. Never expected it to be just a Xianhuan realm cultivator?" Ji Fuyao's star-like eyes shimmered as she said indifferently, "You're no match for me." "The guardian fire beast?" It shook its head while scrutinizing Ji Fuyao. "You little brat. Merely a mystic emperor realm cultivator in your teens. I've guarded this place for thousands of years and never seen such an arrogant disciple like you." Chapter 12, Talk Less, Pretend to be a Master. The guardian fire beast let out a speechless chuckle. The sect master has already given it orders not to lay a hand on Ji Fuyao. Otherwise, would it have the patience to waste words with her like this? It would have long since slapped her to death. Ji Fuyao said calmly, "I made my move." The colossal head of the Jingguan fire beast swayed slightly, "Make your move." It didn't even give Ji Fuyao a second glance. Ji Fuyao directly activated the Blazing Heaven Sutra. Boom! The spiritual fire energy within several miles was instantly drawn forth. The surrounding space became like a swirling vortex as torrents of fiery power surged violently inward. A terrifying force began to condense, as if capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. A massive palm imprint came crashing directly towards the town-passing fire beast. The town-passing fire beast's gaze instantly cleared. It roared in fury. It seethed with rage. "No! What rank is this cultivation technique?" The fire beast of the pass roared, gathering the power of the fire abyss to form an indestructible spirit fire shield. But it was useless. Click, click. Not only was that indestructible spirit flame shield shattered, but the entire colossal body of the guardian flame beast disintegrated into countless fragments. Instant kill. Witnessing this scene, the gathered disciples stood frozen in shock. A deathly silence fell across heaven and earth. Ji Fuyao had actually annihilated the guardian flame beast with a single strike. You must realize that even if all these people joined forces, they might not be able to accomplish it. The technique Ji Fuyao unleashed just now was utterly terrifying. Many disciples were momentarily stunned. By now, Ji Fuyao's figure had already vanished into the first layer of the fire abyss. Boom! The second layer of the fire abyss. Ji Fuyao's breathing grew rapid. The might of the spiritual flames here was undoubtedly countless times stronger than in the first layer. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged on the ground, her fiery red dress billowing in the howling spiritual winds. With swift, practiced movements, her delicate hands formed intricate seals, retrieving a pile of high-grade spirit stones. She then began the arduous process of breaking through to the profound sovereign realm. Furious spiritual energy gathered around her, gradually coalescing into a massive, roaring tempest. Several days later, Ji Fuyao slowly opened her eyes, her body radiating the terrifying oppressive force of the mystic emperor realm. With a mere thought, the surrounding spiritual fire energy dissipated like a receding tide. The profound emperor realm. Ji Fuyao sighed softly in her heart. Little did she expect that in less than a month after stepping into the Great Tao sect, she would advance directly into the mystic emperor realm. If one had to name the person who helped her the most, it would undoubtedly be Lu Xian. The heavenly tier supreme grade Tao foundation pill and 6-star imperial grade cultivation technique were nothing short of a rebirth for her. Ji Fuyao counted the days. There were still 3 left until the inner sect trials. This trip had yielded immense gains. Next, she would press deeper into the second level, soon shattering several of the mystic emperor realm's records. At this moment, the Great Tao sect was already in the midst of a storm. Ji Fuyao instantly annihilated the guardian deity beast of the first layer of the fire abyss, not to mention breaking several records set by mysterious realm cultivators. News of this spread like wildfire throughout the entire Great Tao sect. This affair is far too earth-shattering. She's merely a novice disciple who just joined the sect. For thousands of years, not a single profound Emperor Realm disciple has ever slain a guardian flame beast. On the Flame Abyss Secret Realm ranking list, all records of the Xianhuang realm have been replaced by Ji Fuyao. Xianhuang ranking, Ji Fuyao, entered the second layer of the fire abyss. Xianhuang ranking, Ji Fuyao, instantly defeated the fire guardian beast of the first layer with a single strike. Xianhuang ranking, Ji Fuyao's achievements in the fire abyss secret realm were absolutely dazzling. But soon, news spread from the second layer of the fire abyss. Ji Fuyao broke several more records in the mysterious sovereign realm. The sect master and others were shocked once again. What kind of cultivation speed is Ji Fuyao displaying? With such extraordinary talent, she absolutely cannot be wasted in Lu Xian's hands. In that moment, the sect master and the other peak lords felt a protective instinct surge within them, praising Ji Fuyao unanimously. Heaven blesses our Great Tao sect. Such a dazzling prodigy, we must shield her until she fully rises to prominence. Truly a genius who resonated with the Great Tao Bell. In 3 days, the inner sect trial will begin, and Fuyao can finally leave Lu Xian behind. However, regarding the inner sect trial 3 days later, the sect master had absolutely no concerns, because Ji Fuyao's combat achievements in the Fire Abyss secret realm relied heavily on the terrain advantage of the Fire Abyss. With her fire-aligned physique and cultivation techniques that could harness spiritual flames, her combat effectiveness would significantly diminish outside the Fire Abyss. Thus, the sect master found himself eagerly anticipating the inner sect trial now. 3 days, Ji Fuyao is leaving Qingxian Peak. Meanwhile, Ji Fuyao's reputation among disciples has soared to its zenith. Her current growth speed has far outpaced others. Ji Fuyao's combat mastery now crushes ordinary inner disciples, beginning to rival even the elite true disciples. The fellow disciples who had joined the sect together wore bitter expressions, feeling somewhat outmatched. Ji Fuyao's talent is too formidable. Even under a useless master like Lu Xian, she can still shine so brilliantly. The inner sect trial in 3 days will be Ji Fuyao and the core disciples stage. In truth, not just the newly joined disciples, but even inner sect members and core disciples felt pressured. Every spiritual peak of the Great Tao sect had already begun to stir. Without any pressure from the peak master, the Great Tao sect erupted into a frenzy of cultivation. Many inner disciples and true disciples, being prodigies themselves, still possessed their pride and dignity. To think that a junior sister who had just joined the sect would break all records of the profound Emperor realm and even surpass those of the profound Sovereign realm? Where would this leave the face of their senior brothers and sisters? Even some top-ranked true disciples are about to emerge from seclusion. Upon hearing about Ji Fuyao's achievements in the Fire Abyss secret realm, their eyes blazed with intensity, radiating formidable fighting spirit. As genius prodigies brimming with unrivaled pride, how could they let themselves be overshadowed by a junior sister like Ji Fuyao who just joined the sect? Ji Fuyao? Interesting. For the first time in decades, such a genius has emerged. Junior sister Fuyao, I'm looking forward to your performance in the inner sect trials. The Great Tao sect once again caused a sensation. A tremendous tidal wave surged in the hearts of the disciples. One can imagine how fierce the competition would be in the inner sect trials 3 days later, with so many top true disciples emerging from seclusion. At this moment, on Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian remained completely unaware of these events. All he knew was that Ji Fuyo had already broken through to the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. His cultivation was just one step away from reaching the great perfection of the late profound sovereign realm. Beyond that, Ji Fuyao's mastery of spiritual flames had also improved tremendously. Lu Xian's path of spiritual flames was nearing perfection. Ding! Synchronizing the cultivation progress of host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao. Ding! Synchronizing the spiritual flame insights of host's eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao. The system's voice was incredibly delightful. One day later, a fiery red dress fluttered down onto Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyao's starry eyes sparkled as her robes failed to conceal her flawless jade-like figure. With her slender legs swaying gracefully, she slowly made her way towards the thatched cottage. Lu Xian was lying on a recliner, basking in the sunlight. Disciple, the inner sect trial is still 2 days away. Why have you returned early? Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly. I encountered some bottlenecks. 2 days wouldn't be enough time, so I returned early. Lu Xian said calmly, the path of spiritual fire? He had already sensed that Ji Fuyao's mastery of spiritual fire had plateaued. Currently, Ji Fuyo had achieved major accomplishment in the path of spiritual fire. The road to reaching perfection still stretched long before her. At this stage, enlightenment is imperative. If one fails to attain enlightenment, they will undoubtedly stagnate. Ji Fuyao smiled enchantingly, Master, let's set this aside for now, allow me to prepare a meal for you. Lu Xian nodded subtly. Ji Fuyo began meticulously preparing the ingredients. Upon returning to Qingxian Peak this time, she sensed something different. Familiarity. Even she felt somewhat surprised. With her mentality of having lived 2 lifetimes, she hadn't expected to experience such feelings. Seeing her master again, her heart relaxed with rare ease. No longer dwelling on cultivation, no longer pondering vengeance for the Fuyao dynasty, her mind felt strangely empty. She could already determine Lu Xian was undoubtedly a powerhouse, a martial emperor realm expert without question. With such thoughts running through her mind, Ji Fuyao stole a glance out the window to see Lu Xian reclining leisurely on a lounge chair, seemingly detached from worldly troubles. Never expected that. For so many years, even the great Dao sect had failed to notice him. This only served to further demonstrate Lu Xian's greatness. At this moment, Lu Xian slowly rose and peered into the thatched cottage. Ji Fuyao solemnly tossed in the meat pieces, then the seasonings, all while controlling her spiritual fire with impeccable precision. Stir-fry explosion. Lu Xian said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Disciple, when cooking, there's no need to be so rigid and by the book. Be more natural. He felt Ji Fuyao cooked like a robot, a bit old-fashioned, probably doesn't cook often enough, needs more practice. But at this moment, Ji Fuyao was momentarily stunned. More natural? A bolt of lightning flashed through her mind. She had been listening attentively to Lu Xian's words, because she felt that every word Lu Xian spoke carried weight, secretly guiding her all along. And now, Lu Xian was undoubtedly guiding her again. Ji Fuyao suddenly understood. To advance from mastery to perfection in the path of spiritual fire, one must master nature. What is nature? Move freely as you will, following your heart's desire. The way of spiritual fire should be the unity of man and flame, not man controlling the spiritual fire. She realized where her problem lay. Feel the spiritual fire with your heart, and urge it into motion, rather than deliberately trying to control it. At this thought, Ji Fuyao's delicate jade-like hands moved gracefully, and the aura of the spiritual fire in her grasp suddenly transformed. Though it appeared slightly chaotic at first glance, it was in fact moving closer to the way of nature. An incredibly profound aura surged from her body as she plunged directly into enlightenment. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xian was instantly stunned. Ji Fuyao suddenly had another epiphany. So abrupt. Ding! Host's first disciple Ji Fuyao's comprehension of the spiritual flame Dao is increasing. Synchronizing now. The system's voice sounded. A faint smile curved Lu Xian's lips as he settled back into the recliner. That's what you call natural talent. Achieving enlightenment just by cooking. Feeling the continuous advancement of his spiritual fire path within him, Lu Xian's heart swelled with sweet contentment. Before long, the aura around Ji Fuyao stagnated slightly. Her enlightenment had ended, and just at that moment, the cooking concluded. Ji Fuyao brought out the dishes and placed them on the stone table, her eyes shimmering with divine brilliance. Master, thank you for earlier, she said. Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. Ji Fuyao beamed brightly, Master, if not for your guidance just now, I wouldn't have had this sudden enlightenment. She now finally understood the path to mastering the spirit fire Dao's perfection. The path was already laid out, all that remained was a matter of time. Lu Xian slightly furrowed his brows. Did he just give directions? Never mind. Not worth thinking about. Speak less, act like an expert. Lu Xian nodded faintly. Let's eat. Chapter 13, Dragon Guards of the Fuyao Empire. Ji Fuyo smiled. In her eyes, Lu Xian carried himself like a true powerhouse. For a moment, Lu Xian's standing in Ji Fuyao's estimation rose even higher. At that moment, Lu Xian remarked, not bad, the dishes have improved in flavor. Ji Fuyao's face turned red as she said earnestly, I will keep working hard. After her recent epiphany, Ji Fuyao felt that her strength could improve even further within these 3 days. After finishing her meal, Ji Fuyao returned to her cave abode to continue cultivating. Sitting cross-legged, with a mere thought, a faint divine radiance emanated from her body while spiritual flames continuously circulated around her like flowing water. After joining the Qingxian Peak, her cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. It seems her plan needs to be advanced a bit sooner. Ji Fuyao had long decided that after reaching the profound sect realm, she would leave the Great Tao sect to search for her old subordinates and begin preparations for the rise of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. She just never expected to achieve the profound sect realm in less than a month. I've arrived way too early according to the plan. In her previous life when the imperial Fuyao dynasty faced grave danger, Ji Fuyao made the heroic decision to sever 3 powerful forces from the dynasty. This allowed them to preserve most of their elite troops and escape that calamity. Even then, she had long understood that a desperate last stand would be futile. The only choice was to regroup and make a spectacular comeback. Ji Fuyao extended her delicate jade-like hand, revealing an ancient-looking token in her palm. It was none other than the Fuyao token. 3,000 years ago, she had already informed her 3 former subordinates that upon successful reincarnation, she would summon them using this Fuyao token. This was the token of trust. This ancient golden token bore flowing golden Dao patterns, carved with the 2 archaic characters Fuyao. Brilliant lines of light pulsed across its surface, housing terrifying sealing restrictions within that imprisoned the dragon vein power of the Fuyao imperial dynasty. With a thought from Ji Fuyao, the ancient token levitated, revealing an extremely faint trace of draconic energy. Ji Fuyao's delicate frame trembled slightly. This familiar sensation. Manhwa, I, Empress Fuyao, have returned. Ji Fuyao slowly spoke, her eyes radiating an air of supreme arrogance and boundless detachment, the commanding aura of an empress manifesting in all its majesty. Soon, plans began to form in Ji Fuyao's mind. After the inner sect trials, she would take on a mission from the Great Tao sect and venture out to reconnect with her former followers. The first former subordinate she needed to contact was her Dragon Guard. Dragon Guard. These men were absolutely loyal to her, each having sworn oaths to the heavenly Tao to follow her. Ji Fuyao knew that for 3,000 years, they had been waiting for news of her return. As for the other 2 remaining former subordinates, she could have the Dragon Guards contact them. She had absolute confidence in the Dragon Guard's competence. With this in mind, Ji Fuyao directly activated the Fuyao decree using ancient arcane methods. She immediately began contacting the Dragon Guards of the Fuyao dynasty. A mysterious and arcane aura swirled through the air as ancient secret arts traversed endless space, sending ripples of power toward the Dragon Guard's location. At the same time, deep within the Black Flame Mountains of the southern wastelands, the Black Flame Mountains teemed with formidable spirit beasts, including countless semi-emperor and quasi-emperor rank creatures. Deathly peril lurked everywhere. Yet amidst these terrifying forbidden zones, there existed a clearing isolated as if from another world, where hundreds of extremely rudimentary structures stood clustered. The place teemed with people, all appearing remarkably kind-hearted as they bent over their respective tasks. One man polished his spear, its blade glinting sharply while radiating faint pulses of sacred realm pressure. Another gazed into the void when suddenly, perhaps struck by some memory, tears began streaming down his face without warning. Someone sat cross-legged, deep in cultivation. These people were far too mysterious. At the center of this clan's territory stood an ancient altar of unimaginable age. The altar rose several zhang high, lifeless in appearance, coated with layers of dust and fallen leaves, yet nothing could conceal the countless archaic and enigmatic runes carved into its surface. These ancient Tao patterns intertwine ceaselessly, profoundly mysterious, yet they appear not to have been activated for thousands of years. Around the altar, several figures stand. To the east, a gray-robed elderly woman with a slightly hunched back gazes upward at the altar with clouded eyes, sighing softly, her thoughts unknown. To the west, a bare-chested man with temples already white stares intensely, his demeanor wild and imposing. His muscular frame carries an ancient axe at his waist as he chops firewood bare-handed. Suddenly, the ancient altar radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light, with an arcane and cryptic aura swirling outward, instantly illuminating the entire expanse of the heavens and earth in dazzling splendor. In an instant, the gazes of every member of the clan snapped toward the direction of the altar. Watch closely. Every person's body trembled with uncontrollable excitement. The burly man froze, then charged straight toward the altar. The gray-robed old woman's turbid gaze suddenly cleared as she rose from the ground, her hunched body straightening instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Footsteps, like a tidal wave crashing against mountains, From this eerie territory structures, thousands of figures surged forth wildly, their overwhelming momentum like a tidal wave as they swiftly gathered together, in perfect unison. At this moment, the grey-robed crone and burly man stood before the crowd, gazing at the altar with utmost reverence. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The light atop the altar grew increasingly intense, yet it never pierced the heavens, for a bizarre formation suddenly appeared in the space above, severing this place from the world. Not a single trace of this place's aura could leak out now. Seeing the radiance from the altar, everyone trembled with uncontrollable excitement. Why? They had waited here for 3,000 years. Good. They are the dragon guards of the Fuyao Empire. During the Great Battle 3,000 years ago, Empress Fuyao divided her elite forces into 3 factions. These dragon guards escaped to the Black Flame Mountains through the hands of fortune and have been hiding there for 3,000 years. Over these 3 millennia, they have become the undisputed rulers of the Black Flame Mountains. Yet for them, this matters not at all. They were waiting for news of Empress Fuyao's return. And now, the altar was resonating. At last. This meant Empress Fuyao had successfully reincarnated, living another lifetime, and was now using the Fuyao order to contact them. They were the Dragon Guards. Their sole purpose for existence is to obey the commands of Empress Fuyao. Otherwise, they are but walking corpses. In an instant, the grey-robed elder's eyes grew moist as her trembling voice rose toward the altar, filled with disbelief. "Your Majesty, Empress, is that truly you?" "It's me." Then a woman's voice spoke. Thud, thud. In an instant, everyone in the place knelt to the ground like a dark cloud. "Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress. Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress." The crowd roared in unison, and terrifying auras surged from their bodies. These auras continuously condensed, ultimately merging together to form overwhelming battle intent. The grey-robed old woman exclaimed excitedly, "Your Majesty the Empress, are you all right?" The woman's voice declared, 3,000 years have passed, and I've finally achieved rebirth. I cultivated diligently for 16 years. And now I've officially joined the Great Tao sect and attained the Profound Emperor realm. The Profound Emperor realm. Reaching the Profound Emperor realm in just 16 years. Hearing this, everyone was shocked as towering waves surged in their hearts. What kind of cultivation talent is this? Truly worthy of Her Majesty, the female emperor. However, recalling that the female emperor had joined the Great Tao sect, the grey-robed old woman seemed to realize something. She knew that ancient secret technique, it was incomplete. Merely surviving one incarnation against all odds was already extraordinary, yet evidently, the Empress's body still had some unresolved issues. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought refuge in the Great Tao sect. With such thoughts in mind, the grey-robed elder cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, your condition. Is there anything we can do for you?" The woman's voice replied, "There's no need for concern, I will handle these matters myself. In due time, I will reach out to you. For now, go and establish contact with the other 2 major factions." Percent. The grey-robed old woman said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Nearby, a rough-faced man spoke up, "Your Majesty, I." As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion, and a clear tear rolled down his face. The woman's voice softened slightly, "Wang Man, Qing Yan, you've both worked hard all these years." At these words, the eyes of many Dragon Guard elites grew moist. At this moment, they felt themselves truly coming alive again. How could the grievances of those years go unavenged? Now that Her Majesty the Empress has returned, it is time to begin. The grey-robed elderly woman said, "Your Majesty the Empress, we are in the deepest part of the Black Flame Mountains. If you descend upon the Black Flame Mountains, we will prepare to receive you in advance." The burly man declared with unwavering determination, "Your Majesty, I shall immediately contact the other 2 major factions to assess their current situation." The woman's voice responded, "Good." A momentary silence fell. The woman's voice proclaimed, "In this lifetime, I am confident I shall reach the peak of the imperial realm. My promise remains unchanged from 3,000 years ago. Upon my return, I shall restore the glory of the Fuyao dynasty and rise as the supreme hegemon of the southern wastes." The voice fell. The imperial dragon guards of many dynasties trembled both in body and soul. The rugged man roared loudly, "To restore the glory of the Fuyao dynasty, we are willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty the Empress without hesitation." The crowd roared in unison, their voices thundering. "To restore the glory of the Fuyao dynasty, we are willing to go through fire and water for Her Majesty the Empress without hesitation. Restore the glory of the Fuyao Empire, we shall." The woman's voice declared, "Good, I won't fail you." In an instant, fighting spirits surged forth from the ranks of the Dragon Guards. A moment later, on the altar, the light faded away. The grey-robed old woman and the rough-looking man exchanged glances, both seeing the fire in each other's eyes. Excited. With the Empress's return, how could one not be exhilarated? At this moment, the grey-robed old woman spoke, "Apart from my Dragon Guards, we haven't contacted the other 2 major factions for 1,000 years. Who knows how they're faring now?" The burly man frowned slightly. "Are you worried that after 3,000 years, these people might betray Her Majesty the Empress?" A trace of concern flickered in the grey-robed old woman's eyes. "After all, it's been 3,000 years, and our enemies are far too formidable." The rugged man snorted coldly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "Should anyone dare betray Her Majesty the Empress, they'll learn Wang Man's merciless cruelty, killing intent." The gray-robed old woman nodded. Soon, the two gathered their people and gave some instructions. Several hours later, over a dozen incredibly powerful Imperial Dragon Guards stepped out from this place and left the Black Flame Mountains to seek out the other two former subordinates of the Empress. The Imperial Dragon Guards transmitted their message using ancient secret techniques. "Your Majesty the Empress, we will send word immediately upon establishing contact with the other two factions." Chapter 14. Look at you getting impatient again. "Your Majesty the Empress, we will send word immediately upon establishing contact with the other two factions." Hearing this, a radiant gleam swirled within Ji Fuyao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed since the fall of the Fuyao dynasty. During the Great War back then, her three major subordinate forces fled and concealed themselves in the southern wastelands. Now that connections have been re-established with the dynasty's dragon guards, she wondered about the status of the other two forces. Once the inner sect trials conclude, she will leave the sect and reunite with her former subordinates. A moment later, Ji Fuyao put away the Fuyao order and began her cultivation. Earlier, in the thatched cottage, Lu Xian had given her guidance on the path of spiritual fire, and she had gained some new insights. Boom! Ji Fuyao activated the blazing heaven technique as she meditated on the power of spiritual fire while cultivating. The latent potential of her blazing heaven's sacred body was fiercely circulating. Terrifying flames surged around her, their scorching breath instantly spreading in all directions as the cave's temperature skyrocketed. Ji Fuyao murmured to herself, "Mastery of spiritual fire attained, the natural way." Meanwhile, Lu Xian lounged leisurely in the cavern, absorbed in a storybook. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is currently cultivating. Synchronization in progress. Ding! Synchronizing Ji Fuyao's spiritual fire enlightenment. As the voice fell, a stream of pure spiritual energy transformed into a warm current that washed over Lu Xian's entire body, bringing that delightful sensation flooding back once more. Cultivation is skyrocketing. Comprehension of the spiritual flame path is also continuously increasing. Lu Xian sensed the ever-growing foundation of his cultivation within his dantian and thought to himself, if the cultivation gains and insights from just one disciple are this terrifying, then what about 2 disciples, 3 disciples? Wouldn't that defy the heavens? At this thought, Lu Xian couldn't help but ask, "System, when should I take in the second disciple?" The system replied, "Host, see how impatient you're being again." Lu Xian. At the same time, other spirit peaks of the Great Tao sect witnessed numerous top-tier true disciples emerging from seclusion, declaring their participation in this inner sect trial. These top-tier true disciples all possessed cultivation at the late-stage profound sovereign realm, some even reaching peak perfection of the late-stage profound sovereign realm. Ji Fuyao's exceptional performance in the Fire Abyss secret realm had startled these true disciples into action. As proud geniuses of the Great Tao sect, how could they allow themselves to be overshadowed by a newly admitted junior sister? Misty Peak. The mist drifted ethereally in this place, swirling among the figures of countless stunningly beautiful female disciples who sat cross-legged in cultivation within the spiritual pool. Steam rose in thick clouds, and between the hazy shadows, one could glimpse fleeting scenes of alluring beauty. Each woman seemed to have stepped out of a painting, their curvaceous figures captivating, their perfect silhouettes faintly visible through the mist. All were peerless beauties. Suddenly, an incredibly profound aura spread between heaven and earth, accompanied by the faint emergence of a delicate fragrance. Screech! A streak of rosy light surged as an exquisitely beautiful woman stepped into the air, petals scattering beneath her feet, each one condensed from radiant brilliance. She wore a flowing white gown, her slender jade-like legs moving gracefully as she arrived at the pinnacle of the spirit pool. In an instant, numerous female disciples immediately bowed in salute. With a mere thought, they swiftly draped flimsy garments over their delicate figures. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lu Xian." Senior Sister Lu Xian has emerged from seclusion. The stunning woman smiled faintly. "I've heard that during this time, a junior sister named Ji Fuyao has joined the sect. What a pity she didn't choose to join our Misty Peak." Numerous female disciples immediately began recounting Ji Fuyao's achievements. Lu Xian nodded slightly, her graceful curve swaying as she declared, "I understand. Disciples of Misty Peak, follow me, let's go break junior sister Ji Fuyao's record." With these words, she departed, treading lightly on scattered petals, a breathtaking divine radiance streaking toward the distance. The land of destiny, the secret fire abyss. Soon, numerous peerlessly beautiful female disciples from Misty Peak followed Lu Xian's departure. Body refinement peak. From a cave dwelling overgrown with weeds on all sides, a terrifying aura erupted and spread in all directions. The long-sealed gates of the cave suddenly swung open. A bearded youth slowly emerged from the cave dwelling, bare-chested, his entire body radiating a golden glow while enigmatic patterns shimmered mysteriously across his skin, appearing profoundly mystical. With each step he took, the ground trembled violently. Moreover, waves of roaring tides resonated from within his inner world. This was the pinnacle achievement of body refinement. His boiling blood churned into roaring tidal waves. Instantly, the entire body refinement peak erupted in excitement. Countless disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior brother Fangyan has come out of seclusion." One disciple looked up and said, "Senior brother, junior sister Ji Fuyo has broken your records in the first and second layers of the flame abyss." Fangyan smiled and turned his gaze to the disciples of the body refining peak. "It's been a long time since I last set foot in the flame abyss secret realm. But how can the records of the first and second layers be left to a newly arrived junior sister? Disciples of the body refining peak, follow me, will break junior sister Ji Fuyao's records." The next instant, on body refinement peak, Fang Yan forcefully stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble as he vaulted into the air. A divine rainbow appeared beneath his feet, propelling him toward the direction of the flaming abyss secret realm. Instantly, numerous disciples on body refinement peak were astonished and immediately followed in pursuit. Within moments, hundreds of figures soared out from body refinement peak. Sword peak. Clang! A sword's cry reverberated through the void, terrifying sword chi radiating outward in all directions. Countless disciples of Sword Peak turned their shocked gazes toward a cave abode, senior brother Luo Lingkong's dwelling. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the 9th layer sword sect realm." The 9th layer sword sect. In the next instant, a young man in blue robes flew out from the cave residence on his sword. With striking brows and starry eyes, he exuded a faint sword intent as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the numerous disciples of Sword Peak. Hum. At that moment, the spiritual swords at the waists of many disciples trembled incessantly. Luo Lingkong's sword intent had actually resonated with the other spiritual swords. Everyone was utterly astonished. After all, senior brother Luo Lingkong had only secluded himself for 2.5 months, yet he had already advanced from a 5-star sword sect to a 9-star sword sect. This is absolutely insane. A well-deserved swordsmanship prodigy. Luo Lingkong bowed respectfully toward his master's cave dwelling from afar, then smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister Ji Fuyao, quite interesting. Our great Dao sect has produced another monstrous talent." A Shenhuang realm disciple said deferentially, "Senior brother, the records you set in the first and second layers of the fire abyss have both been broken by junior sister Ji Fuyao." "I understand." Luo Lingkong nodded. "Disciples of Sword Peak, follow me, let's rewrite the records on the leaderboard." Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in cheers. Boom! With a focused thought, Luo Lingkong took flight atop his sword, speeding directly toward the fire abyss secret realm. A moment later, from atop Sword Peak, hundreds of divine beams surged as countless disciples soared on their blades, closely following Luo Lingkong. For a moment, the great Dao sect was in an uproar. Led by top-tier true disciples, all the genius prodigies from various peaks entered the fire abyss secret realm. Upon learning of this, the sect master and others couldn't stop smiling. With a chuckle, he said to the other saints, "Ji Fuyo has ignited a fighting spirit in these true disciples. It seems this inner sect trial will be exceptionally fierce." Another sage remarked, "This time, he's bound to lose the wager with Lu Xian." The crowd burst into laughter. The sect master nodded and said, "I'll send a message to Lu Xian about this. He's currently secluded on Qingxian Peak, completely detached from matters outside. He probably knows nothing at all." The other sages smiled faintly and said, "True enough, the way Lu Xian acts as a master is truly hard to describe in words." Soon, the sect leader sent a voice transmission to Lu Xian. "Lu Xian, good news." Lu Xian was slightly taken aback, shifting his position on the ice bed. "Sect leader, what good news?" The sect leader replied, "Fu Yao has broken multiple records in the fire abyss secret realm. Now, many top direct disciples from various spiritual peaks have come out of seclusion, all determined to break those records." Lu Xian was stunned. How was this good news? The sect master continued, "This time, even these top true disciples will participate in the inner sect trial. So, you're going to lose this bet." Lu Xian said calmly, "Fuyo will undoubtedly come in first." The sect master chuckled dismissively and ended the communication. A moment later, Lu Xian told Ji Fuyao about the matter. Ji Fuyao smiled radiantly, "Master, I will definitely win first place in the inner sect trials. I won't let you down." Lu Xian nodded slightly, "Good." A gleam of determination flashed through Ji Fuyao's eyes. "Thank you for everything during this time, Master." Lu Xian chuckled. Truth be told, I didn't really do much. Ji Fuyao felt a warmth in her heart. Master was always so modest. How could this be considered doing nothing? Not to mention the Heaven-tier Dao Foundation pill and 6-star Emperor rank cultivation technique. Even his casual guidance during their time on Qingxian Peak had brought her immense benefits. She knew with certainty that joining Qingxian Peak was the right decision. In just 1 month's time, her strength had undergone a qualitative leap. She dared not imagine what heights she might reach in this lifetime by continuing to cultivate under Lu Xian's guidance. At this thought, Ji Fuyao composed her mind and resumed cultivation. At this cultivation speed, she could reach the mid-stage of the mysterious sect realm by the time of the inner sect trial. On the other side, Lu Xian lounged leisurely on his bed, feeling the continuous accumulation of cultivation foundation within his body. Spiritual energy surged through his limbs like an electric current, the tingling sensation bringing him immense pleasure. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yao Fu was truly a cultivation maniac. All she does is cultivate, and cultivate some more. Lu Xian silently made a wish in his heart, hoping all his future disciples would be like Yao Fu, absolute cultivation maniacs. The Blazing Abyss Secret Realm. The spiritual flame power here surges with terrifying intensity, transforming into towering pillars of fire. The blazing energy illuminates the entire void with unparalleled brightness as its horrifying aura continuously radiates outward. Lu Xian descended upon the first layer of the Fire Abyss Secret Realm, her long dress fluttering as her jade-like feet tread upon radiant petals. Her voluptuous figure traced perfect curves, making her the first to arrive. Numerous disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "It's senior sister Lu Xian." Lu Xian responded with a charming smile, giving the crowd a gentle nod. Boom! Soon after, the top true disciples, Fang Yan from the Body Refining Peak and Luo Lingkong from the Sword Peak also arrived. Lu Xian swept a glance over the crowd, her elegant demeanor captivating. After the inner sect trials, I'll ask my master to let junior sister Fuyao cultivate at our ethereal peak. Fang Yan boomed in his gruff voice, "No way. Your ethereal peak has already taken most of the female disciples. Our Body Refining Peak hasn't had a new female disciple in ages. Junior sister Fuyao belongs with us." Lu Xian's gaze darkened, her chest heaving with anger. "Do you really think the path of body refining is suitable for junior sister Fuyao?" Fang Yan let out a soft humph without saying anything. Moments later, top disciples like Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong, and Fang Yan all stepped into the second tier. Meanwhile, other Xianhuang realm talents were racing through the first tier. Less than half a day later, a prodigy at the Xianhuang realm actually advanced 73 miles in the first layer of the Blazing Abyss Secret Realm, breaking Ji Fuyao's record. Chapter 15, Lu Xian makes a stunning entrance. Next, countless Xianhuang realm geniuses are wildly slaughtering flame beasts in the first layer of the Blazing Abyss Secret Realm. The onlooking inner sect disciples were utterly shocked. The powerful fire beasts they encountered daily had unexpectedly become pathetically weak. In just one day, someone had slaughtered over 30,000 fire beasts. Numerous prodigious disciples had gone completely berserk with killing. The first layer's fire beasts couldn't even fully materialize before being slain. The will of the fire abyss intervened, declaring, "Too many fire beasts have been consumed. No new fire beasts shall spawn in the first layer for 3 days." Countless disciples were utterly shocked. Inspired by junior sister Ji Fuyao's madness, all these geniuses had completely lost their minds. Killing spree. Meanwhile, top disciples like Fang Yan, Luo Lingkong, and Lu Xian stepped into the second layer of the fire abyss. Time to break Ji Fuyao's record. The guardian fire beast at the entrance of the second layer curled its lips in frustration, watching the slaughter of countless fire beasts with great annoyance. Because these fire beasts were all condensed from its power, usually when many disciples engaged in slaughter, it could maintain a balance of power. But now, with too many disciples gone mad, its vital energy has weakened, and it will likely need some time to recuperate before recovering. Have they all gone mad? Was this really necessary? Soon, a disciple from the Sword Peak arrived by sword flight, looking down at the guardian fire beast before stating calmly, "I shall strike." The guardian fire beast lay sprawled on the ground, its massive head like a small hill, bursts of terrifying spiritual flames radiating from its body. Its eyes, large as bronze bells, slowly opened as it spoke. "Make your move. TCH. Suddenly, a surge of sword chi transformed into a rainbow streak and shot forth. Seeing this, the massive form of the guardian fire beast rose up, swinging a claw towards Luo Lingkong with crushing force. The next instant, the guardian fire beast was instantly sliced in half by the sword chi. Instant kill. A faint smile appeared on the swordsman disciple's face. Has the guardian fire beast weakened, or have I grown stronger? I believe it's the latter. With that, he stepped directly into the second layer of the flame abyss. After the swordsman had left, boom! The guardian fire beast once again condensed a massive body, drawing upon the willpower of the flame abyss. At this moment, the woman from Misty Peak descended gracefully, her white gown fluttering as her jade-like feet trod upon radiant blossoms. Without allowing the fire guardian beast a moment to speak, her delicate hand extended, releasing a surge of divine brilliance. Damn it! Before the fire guardian beast could react, an invisible force imprisoned it from within, transforming its body into drifting petals of spiritual flame. It sought to resist, but it was useless. Dead. The woman from Misty Peak smiled faintly, stepping onto the extinguished body of the fire beast with her jade-like feet as she entered the second layer of the flame abyss. After dozens of breaths, the guardian fire beast's body reformed once more. It was furious. What the hell? Because the fire beast had dissipated too much, its current strength had not recovered, amounting to less than half of its usual power. Hence, on normal days, it could easily overpower these Xianhuang realm geniuses, but now it was the one being overpowered. The guardian fire beast snorted flames from its nostrils and was about to send a message to the sect master, hoping the sect master would stop these disciples. Yet, another male figure came charging over madly. It's a disciple from the body refinement peak. The young man stood completely bare, his body shimmering with dazzling golden light. With each step he took, the ordinary fire beasts pouncing from all sides were instantly shattered by the mere shockwaves. He approached the guardian fire beast and abruptly clenched his fist. Clickety-clack. A faint smile curved the young man's lips as he threw a direct punch toward the guardian fire beast. Boom! With the might of a single fist, the guardian fire beast burst into scattered embers and vanished. The young man's face remained expressionless as he strode directly into the second layer of the fire abyss. Above, the guardian fire beast rematerialized, its voice filled with resentment. Damn your ancestors' wooden tablets. Who the hell did I offend this time? Everyone's using me as practice material now, huh? Moments later, several more figures descended. It saw many more elite core disciples queuing up behind them, eager to take it down. These disciples didn't even bother with greetings, they attacked immediately. The guardian fire beast, annihilated, annihilated, annihilated. It didn't even maintain its form for a single breath before its figure was shattered. The frontier fire beast was on the verge of tears. It completely broke down. Now, it wore an utterly bewildered expression. In the end, the frontier fire beast simply fled, abandoning the entrance to the second layer of the fire abyss. I'm not guarding this damn entrance anymore. Whoever wants to can take it. The disciples were completely stunned. The guardian fire beast actually ran away? When the sect master and others heard about this, they all burst out laughing. This was truly the first time such a thing had happened. Meanwhile, on the second level of the fire abyss, Fang Yan, Lu Xian, Luo Lingkong, and the others shattered Ji Fuyao's Xuanzong realm record. From that moment on, Ji Fuyao's name was pushed down from both the Xian Emperor and Xuanzong rankings. Every single one of Ji Fuyao's records had been broken. The sect leader and others nodded mildly upon hearing the news. It seems the inner sect trial is as good as secured. Fang Yan made a bold declaration. I wonder if junior sister Fuya can breach my defense? Luo Lingkong remained utterly composed, saying, I possess a single sword unsheathed, it knows no equal. The title of inner sect's foremost disciple is mine by right. Lu Xian gave a charming smile. It's been a while since I've made a move. I'm actually quite looking forward to this. The sect master, feeling confident, sent another message to Lu Xian, informing him about what had happened in the Blazing Abyss secret realm. Upon hearing about the events in the Blazing Abyss secret realm, Lu Xian couldn't stop grinning. That guardian flame beast has been dealt such a miserable hand. When it was time to eat, Lu Xian told Ji Fuyao about this matter. Put. Ji Fuyao suppressed a giggle. Those top-tier true disciples who can break my mystic sect realm record must be quite formidable. Lu Xian curled his lips and said, but my disciple is stronger. One should know that these past few days since returning from the Fire Abyss secret realm, Ji Fuyao had been cultivating non-stop except when preparing meals. Last night, she had already stepped into the mid-stage of the profound sovereign realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xian directly advanced to the first level of the profound venerable realm. And it's only been a month. His realm has skyrocketed from the qi refining stage all the way to the profound venerable realm, the mysterious sovereign realm, where one can tap into the power of heaven and earth, allowing practitioners to barely grasp a trace of this cosmic energy. For other cultivators, upon entering the mysterious sovereign realm, attentiveness to enlightenment becomes crucial. Pure cultivation progress alone will lead to a bottleneck, making it impossible to advance to the sacred sovereign realm. What defines holiness? Know your own path. Thus at the Xuanzuan realm, enlightenment is even more important than cultivation. It builds the foundation of insights for the Xuanzuan realm. In truth, the instant Lu Xian broke through to the Xuanzuan realm last night, he felt a faint chill at the crown of his head. He had touched upon a wisp of the power of heaven and earth. But Lu Xian didn't continue his contemplation. Why bother with all this tedious effort? Doesn't he have disciples for this? With this thought in mind, Lu Xian looked at Ji Fuyao with admiration. Disciple, you've performed exceptionally well on Qingxian Peak during this time. I'm very pleased. Ji Fuyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she gave a faint smile, warmth blossoming in her heart. Her master gave her an indescribable warmth, simple yet profound. In her past life, she had fought through bloodshed all alone, never experiencing such pure and tender affection. The month on Qingxian Peak passed quickly. This place had become like home to her, bringing clarity and serenity to her state of mind. She remained diligent in her cultivation, but no longer carried the same impatience she once had. Yet this very state of mind, one she had desperately sought but never attained in her previous life, now came naturally to her. I never expected this could be achieved at Qingxian Peak. Ji Fuyao's star-like eyes shimmered as she gave Lu Xian a radiant smile, feeling increasingly that her master was shrouded in mystery. She murmured inwardly, "There's so much about master that I still need to learn." Lu Xian smiled faintly. What wild imaginings is this disciple Fuyao entertaining now? He knew that particular expression on Fuyao's face all too well. Ah, this foolish girl. Evening. Ji Fuyao cast countless sealing arrays throughout the cavern residence, their dazzling spiritual patterns flowing in an utterly mysterious display. She took out the Fuyao token. Directly activating an ancient secret technique, she began contacting the Imperial Dragon Guards. Wang Man, Qing Yan, have you gathered any information about the other two factions? Soon, a rough voice responded. Your Majesty, we have made contact with one of the factions. The other faction is too far from the Black Flame Mountains and hasn't responded to us yet. The speaker was none other than Longwei Commander Wang Man. Ji Fuyao nodded slightly and said, "Continue." Wang Man reported, "The faction we've contacted is from Qingcheng, the Yi family. Over these 3,000 years, they've become the dominant force in Qingcheng, though they've always maintained an exceptionally low profile. We've already tested them. Their loyalty to Her Majesty the Empress is absolute. Moreover, we've informed the Yi family patriarch of your reincarnated return. They're already preparing to welcome your arrival." Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly, divine light swirling in her eyes. Well done. At this moment, another Dragon Guard commander, Xing Yan, asked, "Your Majesty, when will you descend upon the Black Flame Mountains?" Ji Fuyao said, "Within these few days. The inner sect trial will be held tomorrow. After the inner sect trial concludes, she will receive a sect mission, using this opportunity to head to the Black Flame Mountains." Xing Yan and Wang Man were both extremely excited. "I'll be able to meet Her Majesty the Empress soon." Their voices trembled slightly. 3,000 years of perseverance all for this very moment. Ji Fuyao said, "That's enough. I'll contact you when the time comes." The two leaders said in unison, "At your command." The next day, the inner sect trial of the Great Tao sect has begun. The entire sect was thrown into an uproar. Above countless spiritual peaks, dazzling Tao patterns interweaved and flowed, as resplendent as the Milky Way. Above the void, numerous auspicious sacred rank beast monsters soared through the skies, their wings spread wide, emitting waves of auspicious sounds as they roamed the heavens. Wherever they passed, divine brilliance surged forth, creating an incredibly majestic spectacle. Numerous elders and disciples rose into the air, beams of divine light shooting across the sky, dazzling and radiant. At the training grounds, disciples from Lingfeng had already arrived in small numbers. Regarding this inner sect trial, the crowd buzzed with animated discussions. Who do you think will come in first, senior brother Fang Yan or senior brother Luo Lingkong? Senior sister Lu Xian is incredibly strong too. What about junior Ji Fuyao? If she manages to crack the top 30 in the trials, that would be terrifying enough. At this moment, a gray-robed young man descended from the sky, his body radiating an oppressive aura of blood and vital energy. A faint golden glow shimmered around him, and with every step he took, the sound of roaring tides echoed from within his inner world. A disciple exclaimed in astonishment, "It's senior brother Fang Yan from the body refining peak." Fang Yan, referred to as the Great Tao sect's indestructible force beneath the Xuanzuan realm. The next instant, clang! The air resonated with the ringing of swords as hundreds of figures streaked like meteors toward the martial arena. Disciples of Sword Peak, all of them soared through the air on their flying swords, appearing ethereal and untethered from worldly cares, which set many female disciples' hearts aflutter. At their head was none other than the genius swordsman, Luo Lingkong. Luo Lingkong gave a faint smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Everyone, long time no see." Many disciples responded, "Senior brother Luo Lingkong." A moment later, Lu Xian of Miao Miao Peak descended onto the training ground, her feet treading upon countless shimmering petals, exuding an ethereal immortal aura. This made numerous male disciples' eyes gleam with excitement. Soon, the sect master and numerous peak lords also arrived. The sect master scanned the surroundings with his gaze. "Where's Lu Xian? Still not here?" The peak master of Dan Peak chuckled, failing at everything he does. After a long while, in the distance, a wisp of mist drifted gracefully, and atop that mist stood Ji Fuyao and Lu Xian. Ji Fuyao wore a fiery red gown, her face exquisitely beautiful, her figure forming an utterly perfect curve that made numerous disciples' hearts tremble involuntarily. Lu Xian also stood lazily, dressed in white robes, smiling as he looked at the elders and disciples below. "Everyone, long time no see." The crowd froze in stunned silence. No response. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. The sect master's face twitched. Lu Xian, hurry up, we're all waiting for you. Lu Xian replied, alright. Soon, Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao landed in the training arena. Everyone looked at Ji Fuyao, their expressions filled with shock. Had Ji Fuyao broken through again in just a few days? She had already reached the mid-stage of the profound sovereign realm. The sect master thought to himself, just how many elixirs has Lu Xian been feeding Fuyao? Just forcibly pile up realms, huh? Sigh. Chapter 16, Ji Fuyao defeats with a single move. For a moment, the sect master and the peak lords furrowed their brows tightly, glaring fiercely at Lu Xian. Advancing from the great profound king realm to the intermediate stage of the profound sovereign realm in just 1 month, this cultivation speed is too fast. Sometimes, being too fast can actually be a bad thing. That guy Lu Xian must have fed Ji Fuyao so many pills for this inner sect trial. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Xian flashed a brilliant smile toward the sect master and the others. At this, the sect master's face twitched, thinking to himself, this kid really. Before long, the sect master stepped into the air with a wave of his sleeve and began announcing the rules for the inner sect trial. This inner sect trial will be divided across 10 platforms. You will be split into 10 groups for the competition. The top 10 will receive 1,900,000 down to 100,000 contribution points. The top 3 will be rewarded with a holy weapon for battle. The first place will be awarded a quasi-emperor tier technique. The voice fell silent. Many disciples became excited. The rewards for this inner sect trial have increased dramatically compared to previous years. Especially the first prize, it's simply irresistible. Core disciples like Lu Xian and Luo Lingkong all felt their hearts stirred, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Boom! In the distance, with a thunderous crash, the 10 battle platforms descended, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The sect master issued an order for the numerous disciples to collect their identity tags. The crowd surged forth like a tidal wave. Ji Fuyao received her number tag, Combat Platform 1, number 9527. Lu Xian gave it a glance. There are too many powerful disciples on the first arena. Body Refinement Peak, Fang Yan. Sword Peak, Luo Lingkong. Misty Peak, Lu Xian. It could be said that most of the demons were gathered at the first combat platform. Lu Xian had no strength to complain. The sect leader must have done this on purpose. Many disciples were somewhat shocked. This allocation seems to be filled with gunpowder tension. So many top-ranked inner disciples are gathered at Arena 1, it's like gods battling each other. The other disciples at Arena 1 all shook their heads. Some were even ready to withdraw outright. What bullshit is this? After all the disciples had received their numbered tokens, the sect master solemnly declared, his voice like thunder that shook the heavens. The inner sect trials now officially begin. The battles across the 10 great arenas were all fiercely contested, especially at the first dueling platform, where too many top-ranked disciples were gathered. Each strike was an ultimate display of skill. Soon, it was Ji Fuyao's turn. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in excitement. This was Ji Fuyao's debut battle. Everyone wanted to see Ji Fuyao's true combat ability. Boom! A young man landed heavily on the dueling platform, smiling as he looked at Ji Fuyao. Junior sister, I seek your guidance, he said. Someone exclaimed in shock, that's Situ Kong, the top-ranked inner sect disciple. He's already reached the late-stage profound realm, and it said he'll be promoted to a true heir disciple after this inner sect trial. Some disciples shook their heads. Junior sister Fuyo has such bad luck. Right in her first duel, she encountered a formidable opponent. At this moment, Lu Xian glanced at Ji Fuyo and smiled faintly, saying, go on. Ji Fuyo tilted her snow-white neck slightly in acknowledgement, then gracefully stepped into the air and landed on the fighting platform. Begin, the elder declared. Ji Fuyao struck immediately. Situ Kong hadn't even registered what was happening. Ji Fuyo extended her jade-like hand, releasing a wave of concussive force. Si Kong's complexion changed dramatically as he tried to defend himself, but it was too late. He was directly blasted off the dueling platform, crashing heavily to the ground where he spat out a mouthful of vital blood before losing consciousness. At this sight, the entire arena fell into deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned. One move to instantly defeat Situ Kong. Everyone thought there would be an intense battle, yet Situ Kong lost so quickly. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Good job, my disciple. Everyone curled their lips silently, their minds filled with unspoken complaints. No, why are you acting so smug now? Not far away, Lu Xian, Fang Yan, and others looked toward Ji Fuyo with blazing battle spirits. Junior sister, I'm looking forward to crossing swords with you, they said. Ji Fuyo nodded lightly. Very well. The competition continued. On the first duel platform, the swordsmanship genius Luo Lingkong took the stage. A wave of gasps erupted from the female disciples. Dressed in a blue robe with his hands clasped behind his back, an aura of sword intent slowly swirled around him. Luo Lingkong's opponent was a youth in grey robes, also a disciple of Sword Peak. The grey-robed youth's scalp tingled as he cupped his hands respectfully and said, Senior brother Lingkong, I know I'm no match for you, but I wish to understand the gap between us. Luo Lingkong nodded slightly and said indifferently, make your move. The gray-robed youth bowed respectfully and immediately began drawing his sword. The next instant, he froze. He couldn't draw his spirit sword. Facing the sword intent unleashed by Luo Lingkong, he couldn't even pull his sword free. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was utterly shocked. Is this the disparity between sword cultivators? Facing such a formidable sword cultivator, they didn't even have the qualification to draw their swords. All the disciples couldn't help but sigh in awe. Luo Lingkong is too powerful. The young man in gray robes wore a bitter expression. Senior brother, I admit defeat, he said. After that, the fierce battles on the first dueling platform continued unabated. The strength of the top true disciples was overwhelming, their victories came effortlessly. Lu Xian's illusionary techniques, Luo Lingkong's sword intent, Fang Yan's ultimate defense. The disciples marveled, are these truly the elite core disciples? Horrifying beyond words. Half a day later, the most anticipated battle of all had commenced. Lu Xian faced off against Ji Fuyao. Instantly, countless gazes locked onto the first dueling platform. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The question on everyone's mind, how many rounds could Ji Fuyao withstand against Lu Xian's illusionary techniques? Boom! Ji Fuyao, clad in a fiery red gown, emanated a faint spiritual flame as she stepped into the air, her slender jade-like legs resembling pillars as she directly landed on the fighting platform. On the other side, Lu Xian's delicate feet alighted upon dazzling petals as she gracefully descended. The two women exchanged glances, both flashing enchanting smiles. Their peerless elegance and curvaceous figures, perfectly proportioned front and back, seemed to have stepped out of a painting, eliciting cheers of admiration from numerous disciples. No need to even fight. They could watch it all day. The sect leader turned to Lu Xian and asked, Lu Xian, how many breaths do you think Fuyao can last? Lu Xian replied calmly, Fuyao has already won. The sect master shook his head. Lu Xian's illusion techniques are formidable. Even Luo Lingkong has to take them seriously. Lu Xian smiled without speaking. At that moment, the presiding elder of the first arena declared, the duel begins. Lu Xian smiled enchantingly, her eyes flashing with a peculiar light. Junior sister Yao Yao, be careful with my illusions. Ji Fuyao nodded in agreement. Lu Xian extended her pale hand, unleashing an enigmatic and obscure force that instantly enveloped Ji Fuyao. Without resisting, Ji Fuyao willingly stepped into the illusion. With a thunderous boom, the power of the illusion began to condense. Lu Xian's technique could manifest corresponding illusions based on the opponent's thoughts. Once their mind conceived an idea, they would inevitably fall into the illusion. As long as one is human, they would have distractions, or even obsessions. This is the flaw of the soul essence. Vaguely, it seemed as though an invisible force was guiding Ji Fuyao, compelling her to reveal her obsessions voluntarily. Ji Fuyao's delicate lips parted slightly as she offered a faint smile. Obsession? Ha, I do indeed have my obsessions. Thwip! When the slightest hint of Ji Fuyao's obsessions surfaced, Lu Xian immediately sensed it. Our junior sister has lost, Lu Xian murmured to herself. But in the next instant, Lu Xian's expression changed drastically, her pupils trembling violently. Put! Lu Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Fuyao's lingering obsession was as deep as the abyss and vast as the sea, utterly boundless. Lu Xian's illusion art simply couldn't construct a dreamscape to contain Ji Fuyao's obsession. Lu Xian's divine soul suffered a violent backlash, severely injured. In an instant, the power of the illusion realm collapsed continuously, like countless mirrors shattering simultaneously. The dazzling radiance surrounding them surged wildly in all directions. Ji Fuyao's figure suddenly vanished from where she stood. The next instant, she appeared directly by Lu Xian's side, catching hold of her. Lu Xian's eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. Junior sister, I've lost. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Lu Xian was actually defeated by Ji Fuyao. How could this be? Ji Fuyao took her down in a single move again. It must be noted that Lu Xian's techniques are extremely mysterious. Even Luo Lingkong would find them troublesome to deal with. How did Ji Fuyao break the illusion so effortlessly? The sect leader and the others narrowed their eyes. The fight just now was too brief, even he couldn't discern any clues. Could it be that Ji Fuyao had some hidden trump card specifically effective against Lu Xian? At that moment, Ji Fuyao helped Lu Xian walk down from the dueling platform. Lu Xian smiled coquettishly, revealing teeth as white as snow. Junior sister Fuyao, with your talent you really shouldn't stay at Qingxian Peak anymore. That place will only bury your potential. Ji Fuyao said with utter seriousness, my master is quite good. I won't leave my master's side. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Had Ji Fuyao still not seen through Lu Xian's true nature after all this time? It's been a whole month already. He's just a total loser. What could Lu Xian possibly teach? The sect master stared at Lu Xian in disbelief. Lu Xian responded to the sect master with a radiant smile. The sect master's face darkened. Lu Xian, don't you dare renege on that bet when the time comes. Lu Xian nodded and said, Sect master, you should remember these words too. Under my guidance, my disciple's performance has been outstanding. First place is practically secured. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lu Xian with contempt. What does Ji Fuyao's performance have to do with you? Was it you who taught him? The sect master's face twitched. Never expected Lu Xian to actually put on such a show. The battle on Arena 1 continued. Soon, it was Ji Fuyao's turn again. Ji Fuyao versus Fang Yan. This was yet another highly anticipated battle. Fang Yan of the Body Refinement Peak was reputed to be indestructible below the Xuanzuan realm. Ji Fuyao is the dark horse this time, having yet to reveal her true strength. Can Ji Fuyao continue her undefeated legend? All the disciples were utterly thrilled. Ji Fuyao's performance is truly breathtaking. She faced genuine monsters, yet emerged victorious in both battles, utterly crushing them. Senior brother Fang Yan's physical cultivation has reached its peak. I bet Ji Fuyao couldn't possibly break through his defense. Boom! Fang Yan stomped hard on the ground and shot onto the combat platform like a cannonball. Golden rays shimmered around his body, dazzling beyond compare. Fang Yan clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles with a crisp sound, quietly awaiting Ji Fuyao's entrance onto the stage. Ji Fuyao then stepped onto the high platform. Fang Yan looked earnestly at Ji Fuyao. Junior sister, I've watched your fights. You're incredibly strong. I'll go all out. But if you can't handle it, you must surrender in advance. Ji Fuyao smiled charmingly. I return the same words to you, senior brother. Fang Yan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. The path of body refinement he walked was not one of turtle-like defense, but of a fierce tiger pouncing forth. The strongest defense was merely his trump card. The sect master and the others felt somewhat worried. Fang Yan's offensive prowess was exceptionally formidable. His combat style was grand and unrestrained, displaying peerless might. I hope Ji Fuyao doesn't get injured. At that moment, the elder announced, the duel begins. As the voice fell, Fang Yan charged forward recklessly, trailing a golden divine rainbow behind him. With a single direct punch, the force was fierce and domineering, overwhelmingly powerful. The air exploded with a sonic boom as Fang Yan's fist turned golden. Ji Fuyao also moved. Her delicate jade-like hand reached out, directly channeling the power of the blazing heaven technique. Fierce spiritual flames surged and gathered in her palm. She met Fang Yan head-on. Fist and palm collided with devastating force. The crimson glow of spiritual fire clashed with golden vital energy. Boom! Fang Yan was directly sent flying backward. Chapter 17. The Empress's identity is exposed. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. What? Ji Fuyao sent Fang Yan flying with a single strike of her palm? The next instant, everyone was even more dumbstruck. Ji Fuyao's figure moved gracefully like a startled swan in flight. With every palm strike that landed, Fang Yan kept staggering backward uncontrollably. 10 zhang, 20 feet, 30 feet. Fang Yan's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He actually couldn't block it. At this thought, Fang Yan acted decisively and activated his trump card. Solid as a rock. With a resounding boom, the silhouette of a mountain peak materialized above the dual platform. Standing firm in his position, Fang Yan became as immovable as a towering peak. Fang Yan wore a solemn expression as he spoke with unwavering confidence. Junior martial sister, I never expected your offensive power to be so formidable. I have no choice but to reveal my trump card. None below the profound venerable realm can break through. If you fail to breach my defense within 3 moves, you must admit defeat. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Fuyao took action without hesitation. Burning Heaven Decree. Ji Fuyao's body surged with boundless spiritual energy, the power of spiritual flames raging fiercely, as scorching radiance cascaded in all directions. The perfected realm's spiritual flame power, combined with the offensive might of an emperor-grade technique. In the span of a breath, the overwhelming spiritual flames engulfed the entire arena, submerging the phenomena summoned by Fang Yan. Click, click. Fang Yan's massive mountain phantom continuously shattered and disintegrated. His body flew off the arena like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Severely injured, Fang Yan defeated. At this sight, the arena fell into complete silence. All eyes were fixed on Ji Fuyao with shock. How could this be? Fang Yan's body-refining secret art was immensely powerful, hailed as unbreakable beneath the Xuanzuan realm. Yet today, he had actually lost to Ji Fuyao. Moreover, there were 2 minor realms separating Ji Fuyao and Fang Yan. overcoming the higher realm with sheer domination. A tidal wave of shock surged through everyone's hearts. Ji Fuyao's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. The sect master looked at Fang Yan, who had been burned black on the ground, and immediately ordered, "Quickly take Fang Yan back to the body refining peak for treatment." Soon, several disciples carried Fang Yan away on a stretcher. At this moment, Ji Fuyao undoubtedly became the most dazzling presence in the venue. Many turned their gazes toward Lu Xian. Lu Xian remained composed, as if everything was within his expectations. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable anger arose in everyone's hearts. Yet again, Lu Xian got to put on his act. At this moment, Luo Lingkong stepped out from the crowd. "Senior sister Fuyao, take a rest first. Next battle will be between you and me." Ji Fuyao said, "No need to rest." The crowd was slightly startled. Did the fight with Fang Yan really not consume much energy? Luo Lingkong was somewhat surprised but said no more. He drifted effortlessly through the air, landing gracefully on the dueling platform with an air of elegance. "Junior sister, I shall only strike once. If you can block it, I'll concede defeat." As the words fell, a ripple of unrest spread through the disciples of Sword Peak. Is senior brother Luo Lingkong about to strike with that sword? That strike could be called the ultimate sword strike, but it would consume all of Luo Lingkong's sword energy. Once unleashed, it cannot be taken back. The Sword Peak sage suddenly spoke, "Lingkong, don't. Fuyao likely cannot withstand that strike." The sect master frowned, also wanting to stop this battle. Fuyao, concede this match. He knew the terror of Luo Lingkong's sword technique. The sword art was called Instant Void Strike. A single slash could decide life or death. Luo Lingkong looked at Ji Fuyao, wondering if she would take up the challenge. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly, "Senior brother, make your move." The sect master frowned, sighed lightly, then turned his gaze to Lu Xian. Lu Xian remained utterly composed, his expression unreadable. The sect leader's heart skipped a beat. Was Luo Lingkong actually going to lose? Meanwhile, on the dueling platform, clang! Luo Lingkong drew his sword. The sword chi surged like river currents, vast and unceasing, while terrifying sword intent swirled around his body, forming a whirlpool. The ninth layer sword sect realm, just one step away from sword venerable. In that instant, the swords carried by all the sword cultivators present began to tremble. All swords submit. TCH. Luo Lingkong swung that sword toward Ji Fuyao. The sword chi transformed into a towering rainbow, vast and mighty as if piercing through heaven and earth, shooting forth with unstoppable force. This sword illuminated the heavens and split the firmament asunder. Ji Fuyao extended her delicate jade-like hand and instantly activated the annihilation art. Boom! A terrifying surge of spirit flame energy erupted wildly, forming a swirling storm of flames. Ji Fuyao's figure gradually rose into the air, standing within the endless domain of fire like the sovereign of spiritual flames. In that instant, the sword chi arrived. The sword chi slashed into the sea of flames, vanishing without a trace like clay oxen entering the ocean utterly silent. There wasn't the slightest ripple of disturbance. Ji Fuyao ascended into the void, looking down at Luo Lingkong, but did not press the attack, because after delivering that single sword strike, Luo Lingkong had been left utterly drained. At this moment, he had lost all the composure befitting a swordsman. His supreme sword strike unexpectedly didn't create even the slightest ripple. Luo Lingkong raised his head to look at Ji Fuyao. "Why?" Ji Fuyao said indifferently, "The way of sword cultivation is to regard life and death lightly. If you're not convinced, then strike. Your sword technique possesses formidable killing power, but when you executed this strike, you lack the unwavering conviction of a decisive life or death sword." With these words, buzz, Luo Lingkong's mind was utterly blank. This sword strike, he hadn't poured everything into it. He held no obsession. "Thank you, I've lost." Luo Lingkong bowed to Ji Fuyao and slowly descended from the dueling platform. He appeared utterly devastated. Seeing this scene, the arena fell into complete silence. The sect leader and others were so shocked they couldn't find words to speak. They all underestimated Ji Fuyao. Even Luo Lingkong, the prodigy from Lianjian Peak, was defeated. None of the other true disciples are likely a match for Ji Fuyao. In the arena, all the disciples quietly watched Ji Fuyao, their minds filled with countless thoughts. Who could have imagined that the inner sect trials would become Ji Fuyao's solo stage? Her performance was utterly breathtaking. Like the brilliance of the sun and moon, she completely overshadowed all other geniuses. From then on, Ji Fuyao continued her undefeated streak. No one could rival her. Ji Fuyao claimed first place in the inner sect trials. Ji Fuyao returned to Lu Xian's side and said with a smile, "Master, I've lived up to your expectations." Lu Xian responded with a faint smile, "Keep striving." Half a day later, the inner sect trials came to an end. Everyone waited for the sect master to announce the results, but at this moment, the sect master found himself in a dilemma. That bet, Lu Xian actually won. Ji Fuyao took first place in the inner sect competition. He found it hard to accept this result. Such heaven-defying talent made the sect lord uneasy about letting Lu Xian continue teaching. Over this past month, Lu Xian had employed some forced growth methods to artificially boost Ji Fuyao's cultivation realm. There's no telling what else he might do next. Yet the fact remained, Ji Fuyao had secured first place. The sect master found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. At this moment, Lu Xian said calmly, "Sect master, announce the results of the inner disciples trial." The sect master felt complicated emotions as he looked at Lu Xian. "Fuyao took first place, but that has little to do with you." Lu Xian retorted, "Nonsense. Clearly, I taught well." As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of boos echoed through the venue. Whoa! Everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Xian. I don't know where he got the nerve to say such words. The faces of the many peak masters darkened. Over the past month, they had scouted Qingxian Peak several times. Each time they found Lu Xian either lying down or fast asleep. Teaching disciples, my ass. It was a sheer stroke of luck. Lu Xian froze, judging by the sect leader's demeanor. Was he about to welch on the deal? He frowned. Sect leader, make the announcement already. Hearing this, the crowd turned to Lu Xian with mixed expressions. Ji Fuyao's talent is heaven-defying, and her strength is formidable, that's undeniable. But advancing from the great Xian King realm to the Xian Emperor realm in barely a month? Clearly, she's relying on elixirs for that. This is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Otherwise, why would Ji Fuyao head to the Fire Abyss secret realm to stabilize her cultivation? At this moment, several true disciples stepped forward, their expressions grave as they spoke. "Fuyao, we advise you to change masters. We've seen your cultivation talent and strength. The path of cultivation is not a matter of days or months, it should progress step by step, not through swallowing pills, forcibly raising realms, and exhausting your innate gifts. But Lu Xian is harming you by making you reach first place this way." Lu Xian stood frozen in shock. Holy shit? That remark. How could he harm his beloved disciple? Thinking of this, Lu Xian wore a wounded expression. "Ah, you wouldn't understand." Several inner disciples were furious as they scolded, "Lu Xian, Elder Lu, what qualifications do you have to teach Fuyao shimmy?" As their voices faded, Ji Fuyao suddenly sprang into action. She descended gracefully before several true disciples, her gaze icy, unleashing the full oppressive might of her mid-stage mysterious sovereign realm cultivation. Boom! She suppressed them instantly. Ji Fuyao said coldly, "You're unworthy to criticize my master." Several true disciples were pressed to the ground as if crushed by a towering mountain, utterly unable to speak. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone looked thoroughly puzzled. Why was Ji Fuyao so fiercely protective of her useless master? Why? The sect master hurried over and waved his sleeve dismissively, dispersing the oppressive pressure. His expression was complicated. He hadn't anticipated things would turn out like this. He was caught in a dilemma. Stop Lu Xian from continuing to teach? But Lu Xian had won the bet. Let Lu Xian continue teaching? What the hell could he teach? At this moment, boom! An overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanated from afar, the oppressive might of a quasi-emperor realm cascading toward the training grounds like boundless depths. A grey-robed phantom materialized. Projection of a quasi-emperor realm expert. The sect master and others respectfully said, "Ancestor." They were somewhat shocked. To think even the ancestor was stirred into action. The grey-robed ancestor nodded slightly, looking at Ji Fuyao with an appreciative gaze. "Fuyao, your performance this time has exceeded my expectations. Well done." Ji Fuyao bowed respectfully. "Thank you, ancestor." The grey-robed ancestor glanced at Lu Xian again but remained silent. Right then, the grey-robed ancestor swept his gaze across the surroundings and spoke slowly, announced the results of the inner sect assessment. The sect master said bitterly, "But," the grey-robed elder said, "having Fuyao train under Lu Xian wouldn't be entirely unacceptable." The sect master froze momentarily, then had no choice but to announce the results. "I declare the inner sect trials concluded. First place goes to Ji Fuyao of Qingxian Peak. Second place, Jin Feng, Luo Lingkong. Third place." At this moment, the voice of the grey-robed elder echoed in Ji Fuyao's mind. "Fuyao, you remind me of someone." Ji Fuyao was slightly startled. "Senior Patriarch, what do you mean?" The grey-robed patriarch replied, "Regarding the path of spirit fire." "Ji Fuyao, this name seems connected to someone from thousands of years ago." Chapter 18, Master, why are you so kind to me? Hearing the patriarch's words, Ji Fuyao fell silent. No affirmation, nor denial. It's likely the ancestor had already noticed some clues. She wondered what the ancestor had discerned about her. Her identity as Empress Fuyao was secondary. The fall of the Fuyao dynasty, in the eyes of a major power like the Great Tao sect, was merely a ripple in the vast river of the southern waste's countless lives. However, the secret art of reincarnation involves supreme mysteries. Once exposed, it might cause tremors across the southern wasteland, and even the emperors of the forbidden zones might take action. At this thought, her heart stirred with waves of unrest as she asked, "What has the ancestor noticed?" The grey-robed ancestor smiled faintly. "Fuyao, you need not worry. If I'm not mistaken, you have some connection to the Fuyao dynasty from 3,000 years ago. Our great Tao sect has stood tall in the southern wilderness for countless epochs. If we cannot even protect our own disciples, What claim do we have to speak of enduring permanence? You are now a member of our Great Tao sect. Outside these walls, you may have other identities, but within the Great Tao sect, you shall forever remain its disciple. Hearing this, Ji Fuyao finally understood and breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely felt that she shared some connection with the Fuyao imperial dynasty. Moreover, the Great Tao sect will protect her. She bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, ancestor." The gray-robed ancestor smiled and said, "Very well. I will remind the sect master of this matter." Before long, the sect master finished announcing the results of the inner disciples trial. Tomorrow, the top 10 disciples from the inner sect trial may proceed to the Great Tao Hall to receive their rewards. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd of disciples. This inner sect trial had been utterly unpredictable. Who could have imagined that a newly recruited disciple would actually claim first place in the inner sect trial? This has never happened in the history of the Great Tao sect. Moreover, during this inner sect trial, even someone as formidable as Luo Lingkong failed to push Ji Fuyao to reveal her true strength. Where are her limits? A moment later, the gray-robed quasi-emperor ancestor did not linger, departing immediately. Lu Xian smiled as he looked at Ji Fuyao. "Fuyao, let's head back." Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly and looped her arm through Lu Xian's. "Understood, master." Her delicate jade-like hand extended, summoning a swirl of mist. Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao stepped onto the mist and drifted toward Qingxian Peak. Seeing this, everyone let out a faint sigh in their hearts. Lu Xian would still be Ji Fuyao's master. No one knew why the ancestor had agreed to continue serving as master just now. Ridiculous. Although Lu Xian had won the bet, but they refused to accept it. Absolutely refused. At Qingxian Peak, Ji Fuyao arrived at Lu Xian's cave abode. With a solemn expression, she looked at him and said, "Master, tomorrow, I might take on a mission requiring me to train outside the sect." Lu Xian nodded, "Sure." Ji Fuyau's face flushed slightly. "Master has probably already guessed that I have some secrets. When the time is right, I'll tell you." Lu Xian replied casually, "No problem. Just follow your plan. But before you leave, I'll go with you to the Grand Tao Hall to redeem some treasures. That way you'll have the means to protect yourself outside the sect." Ji Fuyao nodded. "All right, thank you, master." The next day, Lu Xian woke up to find his cultivation level had significantly increased again. It seemed Ji Fuyao had been practicing through the night once more. He stepped out of his cave dwelling and went to the mountain stream to wash his face. Then, he reclined on the lounge chair in front of the thatched hut, basking in the sunlight. Before long, a fiery red figure soared across the sky on a divine rainbow, approaching Qingxian Peak from afar. Even from a great distance, a melodious voice rang out. "Good morning, master. I just went to the Great Tao Hall to collect the rewards for this inner sect trial, as well as for the sect entrance assessment." Lu Xian nodded and said, "Good." Ji Fuyao landed gracefully on Qingxian Peak, and with a radiant smile, walked toward Lu Xian. "My identity token now holds 1 million contribution points. Besides that, there's also an attack-type saint artifact, the Flame Shadow Spear. I've chosen a saint-tier cultivation technique called Profound Fire Triple Transformation." Lu Xian nodded approvingly. "Excellent. From now on, you may proceed with your cultivation according to your own plans." Ji Fuyao inclined her snowy neck slightly in agreement before returning to her personal cave abode. She began sorting through the gains from this period. In 1 month, she had advanced from the Great Mystic King realm to the Mystic Sovereign realm. Her Tao foundation had been fully restored. The path of spiritual fire was now mastered. She even obtained a 6-star Emperor tier technique manual. What a tremendous harvest! Unfortunately, the contribution points she needed to exchange for the Great Tao Scripture were still far from sufficient. The Great Tao Scripture consisted of 3 levels in total. The first level alone requires 8 million contribution points. She still needed to accumulate for a while longer. However, she was already quite satisfied for now. Next, she could take on a mission, then head to the Black Flame Mountains to contact the Imperial Dragon Guards and the Yi family of Qingcheng. Right then, Ji Fuyao unleashed countless sealing restrictions within her cave abode. She produced the Fuyao command token, activating an ancient secret technique to contact the Imperial Dragon Guards. An eerie and obscure force began circulating. From the Fuyao command token came the voices of Commander Wang Man and Xingyan. "Your Majesty, the Empress," Ji Fuyao said, "today, I will set off for the Black Flame Mountains. From what I checked, the journey will take several days." Wang Man exclaimed excitedly, "Your Majesty, we should send scouts to patrol the outskirts of the Black Flame Mountains. When you arrive, send us a message immediately, we'll come to your aid. We've already contacted the Yi family of Qingcheng. However, they've made a request. They'll only swear the heavenly oath to continue their loyalty upon seeing both the Fuyao token and your presence in person. Another faction under your command has yet to respond to us. Once we settle matters here, we will go there personally to handle this situation." Ji Fuyao said, "Good." Qingyan added, "Your Majesty, the Black Flame Mountains can indeed be considered our territory. If you choose to descend, we will activate the ancient formations, no rumors will leak. Ji Fuyao nodded. Understood. After a moment, Ji Fuyao put away the Fuya token. In a few more days, she would be able to reunite with her former subordinates. Her heart still held a glimmer of anticipation. Before long, Lu Xian sent a voice transmission to Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, since you're leaving, let's first visit the Grand Dao Palace to exchange some treasures for you. Ji Fuyao said, thank you, master. She immediately stepped out of the cave abode. Lu Xian smiled and said, let's go. Ji Fuyao linked her arm with Lu Xian's, and a divine rainbow appeared beneath their feet as they flew towards the direction of the Grand Dao Hall. Outside the Hall of Great Dao, Ji Fuyao and Lu Xian landed with a thud. Some nearby disciples looked at Lu Xian in astonishment. Lu Xian actually came to the Hall of Great Dao? In their recollection, Lu Xian hadn't moved from Qingxian Peak for 6 or 7 years except during disciple recruitment ceremonies. Lu Xian walked through the crowd. Some disciples steeled themselves and bowed in greeting. Peak Master Lu. Peak Master Lu. Their hearts were complicated. The former good-for-nothing Peak Master now saw his status rising because of Ji Fuyao. A teacher gains honor through his disciple. They used to frequently mock Lu Xian, but now they didn't dare, because if discovered by Ji Fuyao, they'd likely be suppressed on the spot. This must be hard for them to accept. Soon, Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao stepped into the Great Dao Hall and went straight to Elder Mu. Elder Mu, I'd like to exchange for some items. Elder Mu was about to ask, do you even have contribution points? Upon second thought, when Lu Xian's master perished, he left behind nearly tens of millions of contribution points for Lu Xian. Elder Mu furrowed his brows, his murky gaze fixed on Lu Xian as he produced an ancient jade slip. What do you wish to exchange for? Look it up in the jade slip yourself. Lu Xian took the jade slip but didn't bother checking it. Instead, he stated directly, the first volume of the Great Dao Scripture. The voice fell silent. Old Mu froze in place. Ji Fuyao trembled slightly. Could Lu Xian be exchanging it for her? A momentary silence fell. Mu Lao looked at Lu Xian and asked, are you sure you want to exchange for the first volume of the Great Dao Scripture? 8 million contribution points. Lu Xian took out his identity token, which still contained over 20 million contribution points. You could say it's downright domineering. Lu Xiandao said, Elder Mu, just buckle it directly. Elder Mu took the token, feeling an obscure and ancient power swirling in his hand. In an instant, a divine glow emerged. It was the jade slip containing the first volume of the Dao Scripture technique. With a solemn expression, Elder Mu said, this Dao Scripture technique jade slip can only be viewed by one person, and it will self-destruct after being read. The law must not be lightly imparted. This technique bears the imprint of an emperor's realm, making it impossible for the practitioner to pass it on to another. Lu Xian nodded and accepted the jade slip containing the cultivation technique. All right. Mu Lao also knew that Lu Xian was exchanging the Great Dao Scripture for Ji Fuyao. At this moment, Lu Xian turned to Ji Fuyao and said, Fuyao, this jade slip contains treasures that can be exchanged. Choose for yourself. As he spoke, Lu Xian placed the jade slip for exchanging supreme treasures into Ji Fuyao's palm. Ji Fuyao extended his divine sense and immediately beheld an incomparably magnificent illusory space. Within it were countless spiritual artifacts, spirit herbs, saintly weapons, and talismans. There were even imperial weapons. However, the contribution value of imperial weapons is somewhat exaggerated. It requires tens of millions of contribution points at the very least. Ji Fuyao selected several talismans, all at the saint level, which cost 1 million contribution points. Lu Xian shook his head and said, too few. Ji Fuyao felt too embarrassed to keep picking. Lu Xian directly exchanged Saint King grade and Semi-Emperor grade talismans for Ji Fuyao, along with some supreme defensive treasures. Elder Mu was completely dumbfounded. Is this meant to outfit Ji Fuyao from head to toe? Before long, Lu Xian handed a spatial ring to Ji Fuyao. These should be enough. Ji Fuyao froze for a moment, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. Lu Xian had bought far too many life-preserving items. Another 6 million contribution points spent in one go. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Her master had truly been too good to her. Lu Xian smiled and said, all right, Fuyao, let's head back now. At this moment, Old Mu suddenly asked in confusion, hey, Lu Xian, what happened to your cultivation level? Lu Xian froze for a moment. He had used the system to conceal his cultivation. Unless he revealed it himself, no one else could see it. Lu Xian said, I concealed myself. Old Mu's wrinkled face twitched. What's the damn use of hiding your cultivation level when you're only at Qi refinement stage? Trying to pose as an expert? Old Mu suddenly realized it must be the concealment technique Ji Fuyao had taught Lu Xian, something of such high grade that even he couldn't see through it. The family ancestor had already told him that Ji Fuyao had some connection to the 3,000-year-old Fuyao dynasty. They now speculated that Lu Xian probably also had ties to the Fuyao dynasty. Otherwise, why would Ji Fuyao go so far to protect Lu Xian? Thinking of this, Mu Lao waved his hand. Lu Xian, go, go. With an impatient expression, Lu Xian had no choice but to leave with Ji Fuyao. But at this moment, Ji Fuyao's heart was stirred by overwhelming waves. Even Elder Mu couldn't detect Lu Xian's cultivation level just now. Keep in mind that Elder Mu is already a quasi-emperor realm expert. Clearly, his master Lu Xian must be a true great emperor. Ji Fuyao's delicate lips parted slightly as she offered a faint smile, linking arms with Lu Xian while thinking to herself, "Master, you've been keeping secrets quite well." Soon, Ji Fuya and Lu Xian returned to Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian directly handed over the cultivation jade slip containing the first volume of the Great Tao scripture to Ji Fuya. Ji Fuya's jade-like hands trembled slightly as she stood in stunned silence. This was the first volume of the Great Tao scripture. Hadn't she joined the Great Tao sect precisely for the sake of this scripture? Never had she imagined she would obtain the first volume within just 1 month. That's 8 million contribution points. Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Fuyao, take it. If you can comprehend the mysteries within the Great Tao scripture, your future achievements will be immeasurable." Ji Fuyao's heart was deeply moved, her voice trembling as she asked, "Master, why are you so kind to me?" Chapter 19, Hunt Ji Fuya. "Master, why are you so kind to me?" Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled faintly, "Because you're my disciple." This was truly an investment with boundless returns. Being good to his disciple was being good to himself. Why not go for it then? He could grow stronger just by lying down. All he needed to do was give all his cultivation resources to his disciple. One could say he reaped the benefits without lifting a finger. But Ji Fuya shuddered slightly and murmured, "Because I'm your disciple." Was that the only reason? Her eyes moistened slightly. In her past life, she had been a reigning empress of the Fuyao dynasty, yet never experienced such emotions. In this lifetime, having someone treat her so kindly, this feeling was truly wonderful. Her heart was touched. Lu Xian smiled. "Actually, going out to train outside the sect is quite good. You should go, don't worry about me." Ji Fuyao's face was radiant and strikingly beautiful as she nodded in agreement. At the thought of leaving with no one left to cook for Lu Xian, a pang of guilt tugged at her heart. This departure would likely keep her away for quite some time. Thinking of this, Ji Fuyao approached the thatched cottage. "Master, I'll cook for you before I leave." Lu Xian nodded and said, "All right." This time, Ji Fuyao put her heart into cooking. Smoke curled up from the thatched cottage. Lu Xian lay on a recliner, basking leisurely in the sun. Life couldn't be better. Before long, Ji Fuyao tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and brought out the steaming hot dishes. "Master, time to eat." Lu Xian nodded and walked to the stone table. "This time it tastes quite good." After taking a bite, Lu Xian commented. Ji Fuyao smiled gently and said, "All right." She remembered that when she cooked for Lu Xian for the first time, his evaluation was passable. At that time, she still held deep resentment towards Lu Xian in her heart. But now, she conceded defeat. In her previous life, she had never experienced such a feeling. Ji Fuyao had already made up her mind. Beyond Qingxian Peak, she was the Empress Fuyao, but before her master Lu Xian, she would always remain his disciple. Ji Fuyao began eating too. It was definitely much tastier than in previous days. Her heart felt warm. Watching Lu Xian eat with such relish, Ji Fuyao thought to herself, "Master, I'd love to stay at Qingxian Peak and cook for you, but I still have my own matters to attend to. Once I've settled everything, I'll definitely return." Before long, Lu Xian had already finished eating and was lounging on the recliner again. Ji Fuyao smiled brilliantly, radiant as the stars. She ate very slowly, because she wanted to stay a little longer at Qingxian Peak. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ji Fuyao walked out of the thatched cottage, casting a reluctant glance at Lu Xian. "Master, I must take my leave now. I've accepted a mission and will be away for a month to gain experience." Lu Xian smiled and waved his hand. "Even when you're away, don't forget to keep cultivating." A wave of warmth washed over Ji Fuyao's heart. Even at a time like this, her master still cared about her cultivation progress. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten. "Master, I won't slack off during cultivation practice." Ji Fuyao smoothed her hair, eyes shimmering, and spoke with utmost sincerity. Right then, without hesitation, Ji Fuya turned around. A divine rainbow appeared beneath her feet as she stepped into the sky, flying directly toward the mission hall's direction. Watching Ji Fuyao's departing figure, Lu Xian thought to himself, given Ji Fuyao's personality, she shouldn't have neglected her cultivation practice. Besides, he had already reminded her just now. Soon, Ji Fuyao arrived at the mission hall. The place was packed with a massive crowd. Not only were there disciples, but also several elders. You must understand, in the Great Tao sect, contribution points were the universal currency. Whether redeeming supreme techniques and treasures, purchasing elixirs, or issuing missions, all required contribution points. Among these, the sect missions at the mission hall offered the fastest way to earn contribution points. At this moment, Ji Fuyao's arrival caused quite a stir among the disciples. Let it be known that just yesterday, Ji Fuyao had taken first place in the intersect trials. Isn't she going to take even a moment's rest before going out? Sister Fuyao, have you also come to accept a mission? So fast. Shouldn't Sister Fuyao consolidate her cultivation first? May I team up with junior sister Fuyao? Several true disciples approached Ji Fuyao. Junior sister Fuyao, this is your first mission, isn't it? Why not join us for a team assignment? Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. Thank you, senior brother, but I prefer to complete tasks alone. She was using the mission as an excuse to go to the Black Flame Mountains this time. How could she possibly travel with others? She needed to take on a mission farther away from the Great Tao sect. Seeing Ji Fuyao refuse, the core disciples left in disappointment. They couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Junior sister Ji Fuyao is truly an ice-cold beauty, so near yet so far. Ji Fuyao turned her gaze toward a massive stone wall, its surface shimmering with radiant brilliance. Here are missions issued by the sect, as well as some posted by elders and fellow disciples. There's a wide variety of types. There are tasks for gathering spiritual herbs. There are tasks for hunting spiritual beasts. And there are even tasks to explore secret realms together. Soon, Ji Fuyao chose a mission to hunt down a spirit beast. Slay the mystic emperor realm spirit beast, Blaze Drake. Quantity, 3. Contribution points, 6,000 to 10,000. To be determined based on the flaming beast's level at that time. Nearby, many disciples were watching Ji Fuyao. Seeing Ji Fuyao accept this mission, the crowd was somewhat surprised. A true disciple came over and said, Junior sister Fuyao, I suggest you not take this mission. You might not understand the flame beast. This mission requires 3, but flame beasts like to gather in groups. To hunt them, you'd face dozens, even hundreds. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. In her previous life, she had achieved emperorhood through the path of spiritual flames, making her extremely familiar with fire attribute spirit beasts. The flare beast was practically an old acquaintance to her. Killing it would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. The core disciple sighed faintly, finding nothing more to say. Ji Fuyao had departed. She went straight to the sect's teleportation array. After spending 2,000 contribution points, Ji Fuyao stepped into the long-distance teleportation array. This time, she would pass through many places before finally reaching the Black Flame Mountains. Boom! A surge of divine brilliance erupted as the teleportation array's power poured out in all directions. Ji Fuyao's figure vanished from the Great Tao sect. She had already secretly contacted the Imperial Dragon Guards, who were now positioned near the Black Flame Mountain range awaiting her arrival. She was about to reunite with her old comrades once more. Imperial Dragon Guards. Qingcheng, the Yi family. Ji Fuyao's heart swelled with countless emotions. 3,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, fleeting as a white colt crossing a crevice. How are they doing? Qingxian Peak. Lu Shen lay on the recliner, leisurely gazing at the distant scenery. Without the system's voice reminding him of cultivation progress, he suddenly felt an emptiness. Having grown accustomed to another presence at Qingxian Peak during this period, the departure of Ji Fuyao left the place feeling somewhat desolate. At this moment, the sound of the system came through. Ding! The host's eldest disciple is cultivating, synchronizing cultivation progress. In an instant, the cultivation levels within his body began increasing again. Lu Xian was somewhat surprised. Even while going out, Fuyao doesn't forget to cultivate. Before long, gulp! Lu Xian rubbed his belly, feeling hungry as he glanced at the sun's position. It's mealtime. Muttering to himself, Lu Xian approached the thatched hut. With Fuyao gone, there's no one to cook for me. The sound fell. Ding! Disciple recruitment mission triggered. Lu Xian froze. Finally, the second disciple was about to arrive. When the time comes, both disciples will simultaneously reflect their cultivation back to him, doubling his own cultivation progress. But he's still far from invincibility, better lay low for now. Ding! Host is requested to proceed to Qing City and recruit a disciple from the Yi family. Time-limited mission. Within 1 month, take Yi Chen, the Yi family's heir, as your second disciple. Upon accepting a disciple, system rewards will be issued. Lu Xian asked curiously, do you have any information about Yi Chen? A momentary silence fell. The system's voice rang out. Yi Chen, heir of the Yi family in Qingcheng, 16 years old. 6 years ago, his cultivation regressed and fell to the 3rd level of qi refining stage. Yi Chen was betrothed to Bai Shui of the Nangong family before he was even born, in an arranged marriage set by the ancestors of the Yi and Nangong families. The voice fell. Lu Xian stood frozen on the spot. Holy shit, isn't this the perfect protagonist template? Yi family, cultivation level inexplicably plummeted. Arranged marriage, the buffs are already stacked to the max. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Xian's lips. He could already smell the familiar scent of a classic setup. Ha. Yet he was genuinely curious. How would this story unfold next? Would Nangong Baishui choose to break off the engagement, or would she take the broader path? For the first time in a while, Lu Xian actually felt a thrill, an eagerness to rush straight to Qingcheng. He wanted to see his second disciple, Yi Chen. However, since things have come to this, let's eat first. Lu Xian was in high spirits and had a hearty meal. He could take on another disciple now. At that time, the speed of cultivation improvement will double. His heart swelled with joy. At this moment, a divine rainbow streaked across the horizon from afar, emitting overwhelming pressure from the Saint King realm as vast as an abyss and boundless as the sea. Boom! The sect master, clad in a grey robe with a grave expression, landed on Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian was somewhat surprised. Why is the sect leader here again? Seeing Lu Xian leisurely eating his meal, the sect leader felt a surge of anger rise within him. The only idle person in the Great Tao sect, Ji Fuyao, practiced cultivation without stopping for a moment, and now she has taken on a mission and left the Great Tao sect. But Lu Xian remained the same as always. The sect master looked somewhat displeased. Lu Xian, Patriarch Songxuan wants to see you. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Patriarch Songxuan? For so many years, he had no connection with Patriarch Songxuan. The sect master didn't give Lu Xian any time to think before directly seizing him. A divine rainbow appeared beneath his feet, carrying Lu Xian toward a hidden location within the Great Tao sect. Here, Tao patterns surged, and formidable auras continuously circulated, appearing extremely mysterious. Passing through a magically sealed barrier, the sect master brought Lu Xian down to solid ground. Before them stretched lofty verdant mountains, with a small river flowing leisurely by. A grey-robed elder sat fishing by the riverside. Lu Xian, you've arrived. The grey-robed elder spoke indifferently without turning his head. The sect leader said to Lu Xian, this is Patriarch Songxian. You saw him after the inner sect trial that day. Lu Xian stepped forward slowly and said, greetings, Ancestor Songxuan. The grey-robed elder said to the sect leader, you leave first, let the two of us have a proper talk. The sect master bowed respectfully and then departed. Elder Songxuan narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head, and scrutinized Lu Xian carefully. After a while, he smiled and spoke. Lu Xian, why bother concealing your cultivation realm? Everyone knows you're at the qi refining stage. Chapter 20, The Second Disciple Yi Chen. Lu Xian, why must you conceal your cultivation level? The whole world knows you're at the qi refinement stage. Lu Xian. Patriarch Songxian gave a faint smile and shook his head. A momentary silence fell. Patriarch Songxian sighed softly. Your master, Sage Qingxian, had great expectations for you. Do you know that? Lu Xian nodded, unable to help but recall some past events. His master, Sage Qingxian, could be said to have exhausted himself caring for the original host. Ancestor Songxuan spoke again. The sect master previously mentioned your circumstances to me. I have no demands of you. I only hope you will not interfere with Ji Fuyao's cultivation. Can you promise me that? Lu Xian thought to himself that he had always followed the principle of non-interference in teaching. He did nothing at all. It could hardly be called interference. Patriarch Songxuan chuckled. I heard Yao prepared a meal for you? Lu Xian said, a few times. Grand Elder Songxian nodded slightly. It seems there is some connection between you two. The ways of heaven and earth have their own hidden destiny. Perhaps Ji Fuyao was meant to become your disciple. Lu Xian nodded, though he only half understood. At that moment, a spiritual fish took the bait. The ancient sage Songxuan released the spirit fish back into the creek. If my guess is correct, Ji Fuyao must have some connection to the Fuyao royal dynasty that was annihilated 3,000 years ago. Ancient sage Songxuan said leisurely. Lu Xian replied, Fuyao never mentioned this matter to me. The eyes of Elder Songxuan grew distant. 3,000 years ago, the Celestial Net Temple set forth on a campaign, annihilating the Fuyao dynasty. In a single night, the empire crumbled, and its mighty empress, Empress Fuyao, fell. Since then, for 3 millennia, there has been no further word of the Fuyao dynasty. Lu Xian frowned slightly. The Celestial Net Hall? The ancestor of Songxuan nodded and said, the Celestial Net Hall has quite an infamous reputation in the southern barons. None of their targets have escaped unscathed. Lu Xian asked, how does the Heavenly Net Palace compare to the Great Tao sect in terms of strength? Grand Elder Songxian replied, 3,000 years ago, they were indeed inferior to the Great Tao sect. But over these 3 millennia, the Heavenly Net Palace has grown significantly stronger. Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. That is to say, the Heavenly Net Hall already possesses the strength to wage war against the Great Tao sect. Lu Xian asked, if the Heavenly Net Hall finds out about Fuyao's existence, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? The Patriarch Songxuan chuckled lightly. If our Great Tao sect cannot even protect its own disciples, how can we claim to stand firm in the southern barren lands? However, he did not inform Lu Xian that the figure before him was merely a quasi-emperor avatar. The Great Tao sect had many emperor realm powerhouses, but most of them were in deep seclusion or hibernation. Even if the Heavenly Net Hall's main temple and all its branches launched a full-scale assault, the Great Tao sect would utterly stand unperturbed. For these 1,000 years, it has been his and Elder Mu's turn to protect the sect, which is more than enough to handle minor disturbances in the southern wastelands. The Great Tao sect is by no means as simple as it appears on the surface. It's just that the Great Era has yet to arrive, and the Great Tao sect has always remained aloof from worldly affairs, avoiding conflicts among southern wasteland forces. Thus, there's no need for so many Imperial Realm elders to emerge. Elder Xingshuan continued, Lu Xian, rest assured, our great Dao sect will never abandon any disciple. Lu Xian nodded slightly. He now understood the ancestor's stance regarding Empress Fuyao. But Sanchuan ancestor looked at Lu Xian. Hold out your hand. Lu Xian froze momentarily. Is the ancestor trying to probe his background? However, due to the system, his cultivation level has long been concealed. As long as he doesn't reveal it, no one can detect it. With this in mind, Lu Xian extended his right hand. A wisp of divine sense from the ancestor Song Xian shot out and entered Lu Xian's palm. A moment later, ancestor Song Xian shook his head faintly. Your aptitude is still this poor. No wonder you haven't been able to reach the Xian scholar realm all these years. Poor innate talent is part of the reason, but laziness is the main cause. Lu Xian's face twitched. The venerable Sanchuan said, all right, that's all. I just thought, regarding Ji Fuyao's matter, as her master, you should know the sect's stance on this. Lu Xian replied, many thanks, venerable one. The venerable Sanchuan nodded. From now on in the great Dao sect, do as you wish. There's no need for any reservations. Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. What did this mean? The patriarch of Sangshuan chuckled and said, anyway, as a mere qi refining cultivator, you can't cause much trouble. Now that you've become Fuyao's master, you should also exercise some privileges as a peak lord. Lu Xian nodded and replied, thank you, patriarch. Before long, the sect master descended once more. The ancient sage Sangshuan waved his sleeve lightly, take Lu Xian back. From now on, do not restrict him anymore. The sect master paused slightly before nodding, understood, ancient sage. Soon after returning Lu Xian to Qingxian Peak, the sect master came back to stand beside the ancient sage. The sect master couldn't help but ask curiously, Ancestor, did you find anything unusual about Lu Xian? The ancestor of Song Xian shook his head. Nothing yet, still just a worthless waste. The sect leader couldn't help but smirk. Who knows why Lu Xian bothers hiding his cultivation level? The ancestor of Song Xian didn't want to dwell on it. Let him be. At this moment, the communication jade slip trembled in the sect master's embrace. He retrieved the jade slip and extended his divine sense into it. A frantic voice emerged. Sect master, Ji Fuyao, we've lost track of her. The sect master slightly furrowed his brows. A sage realm expert like you lost track of someone at the mysterious sect realm? This time, upon learning that Ji Fuyao was set to embark on a mission, he deliberately dispatched a Xian Sage Realm Elder to provide covert protection. But who would have thought we'd actually lose track of them? The voice fell silent for a moment. Ancestor Sanchuan said indifferently, leave it be. Let Ji Fuyao handle it. She's not as simple as she appears. The sect master put away the voice transmission jade slip, a doubt forming in his mind. The female emperor of the Fuyao dynasty, known as Empress Fuyao, attained imperial status through the path of spiritual fire. The name Ji Fuyao is strikingly similar to hers, and she possesses a spiritual fire constitution. What exactly is the connection between them? Patriarch Sangshuan said, from now on, give Fuyao more freedom. She knows what she wants to do. The sect master nodded. Understood. Mount Qingxian. Lu Xian made some brief preparations before descending the mountain. He couldn't wait to visit the Yi family in Qingqing to see his second disciple, Yi Chen. Lu Xian headed straight for the teleportation array of the Great Dao sect. Seeing Lu Xian appear, many elders and disciples were somewhat shocked. Lu Xian actually wants to go out? This is absurd. What can he, a mere qi refining cultivator, accomplish by leaving the Great Dao sect? This is absolutely unprecedented. Everyone was utterly shocked. Someone reported the matter to the sect leader. The sect leader waved it off. Let him be. The ancestor Sanchuan has already said there's no need to restrain Lu Xian anymore. As for Lu Xian's safety, he isn't the slightest bit worried. That kid's downright cowardly, yet he's carrying the entire fortune of Sage Qingxian, be it talismans or powerful puppets. He's perfectly equipped to handle even a profound saint. And so, Lu Xian's departure from the Great Dao sect merely stirred a small ripple. Then no one paid any further attention. This was Lu Xian's first time riding a teleportation array. There is some dizziness. The terrifying spatial forces continuously weaved and flowed, making Lu Xian feel an eerie sense of mystery. His heart stirred with slight excitement, eager to lay eyes on his second disciple, Yi Chen. Though they had never met, he had already caught a familiar scent lingering around Yi Chen. Yi Chen, come quickly into your master's bowl. Several days later, Ji Fuyao traveled through several teleportation arrays before finally arriving at the nearest city to the Black Flame Mountain Range, Luoshui City. She sensed the presence of a mysterious sage secretly following her along the way. She guessed it was probably an elder from the Great Tao sect. Most likely, the sect leader had sent a sage to protect her, concerned about her safety. But this time she was heading to the Black Flame Mountains to rendezvous with the Imperial Dragon Guards, so naturally she couldn't risk exposure. Thus, Ji Fuyao secretly activated an esoteric technique to shake off that Great Dao sect saint. For several days, she paused only briefly before hastening non-stop toward the Black Flame Mountains. Yet even during her brief rests, she never neglected her cultivation. I wonder how Master is doing now, Ji Fuyao murmured to herself. She walked through Luoshui City, heading towards the outskirts. Here, countless cultivators bustled about, an endless stream of coming and going. There's some bustle indeed. These cultivators all carried the scent of spirit beasts on them. It seemed most were frequent hunters within the Black Flame Mountains. The moment Ji Fuyao appeared in Luoshui City, she became like a star in the night sky, instantly drawing countless gazes. Never had anyone seen such a peerlessly beautiful woman. Her fiery red dress fluttered as she moved, her stunningly beautiful features captivating all who beheld her. The swaying fabric of her gown outlined her perfect, alluring curves, her delicate, fair skin as smooth as fine jade, with long, slender legs like polished marble columns, enough to enchant all who gazed upon her. Yet, there was an icy detachment in her eyes, transcending the mortal world. In the shadows, a scar-faced man scrutinized Ji Fuyao, realizing she had no protector accompanying her. His eyes gleaming with a sinister lust, he licked his lips greedily and muttered, "This Xuanzong-level maiden is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. It's been too long since I've had a woman, she'll do just fine." Another burly man with a wild beard smirked coldly, eyeing Ji Fuyao's flawless silhouette from behind. This woman clearly lacks experience in the ways of the world. How dare she venture alone into a perilous place like the Black Flame Mountains? Someone mocked, "These so-called genius prodigies from major powers have never experienced life and death dangers. They're treating the southern wilderness like some paradise." Soon, Ji Fuyao stepped out of Luoshui City, heading toward the Black Flame Mountains. She had already activated the Fuyao token. The two Imperial Dragon Guard commanders, Wang Man and Qin Yan, had already responded. "Your Majesty the Empress, we are coming to assist you immediately." At the entrance to the Black Flame Mountain range, there was a trading market. Many cultivators gathered here, trading their harvests from the Black Flame Mountains. Ji Fuyao walked through the area, her fiery red dress like a blazing spiritual flame. Divine radiance faintly swirled around her, resembling the first blooming of a sacred lotus, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her presence stood in stark contrast to the numerous battle-hardened cultivators who lived by the blade in the Black Flame Mountains. Countless gazes were instantly drawn in. Such a beautiful woman. Several men immediately approached Ji Fuyao, their eyes gleaming with intensity. "Miss, this must be your first time venturing into the Black Flame Mountains. It's quite dangerous here, why not team up with us?" Ji Fuyao completely ignored them, walking straight past the group without a glance. Seeing this scene, several men grew furious. A mere mid-Xuanzong realm cultivator, alone and unaided, dares to act with such insolence. Thinking of this, several men rushed over, lust gleaming in their eyes, attempting to forcibly team up with Ji Fuyao. "Miss, if you don't speak, we'll take it as consent," they said. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators let out faint sighs. What a shame for this girl. These men are from the Black Wolf mercenary group. Once targeted by them, misfortune is inevitable. I'm afraid it was rape followed by murder, then rape and murder again. The end will be utterly tragic. Suddenly, Ji Fai's delicate jade-like hand stretched out, her face revealing a trace of distaste. Whoosh! A terrifying spiritual flame suddenly surged forth like a storm, sweeping towards several men and engulfing them in an instant. Instantly, several men let out agonized screams. "No, you vile wretch!" In the span of a breath, several men were burned to ashes. Flash sale. Ji Fuyao didn't even turn his head as he stepped directly into the entrance of Black Flame Mountains. At this sight, the trading market fell into a deafening silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at Ji Fuyao's receding figure. Horror! At the same profound sovereign realm, this woman effortlessly obliterated those troublemaking men with a mere wave of her hand. And she didn't even bat an eyelid. At this moment, not far away, several cultivators who had followed them out of Luoshui City came to a halt. Witnessing the scene that had just unfolded, some chose to retreat, but some scoffed. The scarred man's face twisted fiercely as he glared at the cowering figure, growling, "Pathetic fool. No matter how strong this woman is, she's only at the profound mystic realm while we've reached the profound venerable realm. To die under the peony flower is to be a romantic ghost even in death. Such a breathtaking beauty, if you miss this chance, there won't be another like it." With that, he glanced at a nearby stall and tossed out a spatial ring. "Give me 10 Earth-ranked dragon summoning pills. This old man's gonna battle for 3 days and nights." Hearing this, the stall owner took out a bottle of elixirs and said with a smile, "Once you take this bottle of dragon attraction pills, you won't be able to stop doing those pleasurable things. What a blessing for you. I see your forehead glowing crimson with vigorous energy. Are you about to break through to the mysterious sage realm?" The scarred man burst into laughter. "Excellent. My right eyelid was twitching today. Sure enough, a good omen. Something fortunate was bound to happen. And now this woman has descended upon us, a grand gift bestowed by the heavens. Truly, this marks a double stroke of luck. Today, I will make sure she bleeds." The sound falls. Someone gave a slight start. They had recognized the scarred man. He was the infamous lecher of Black Flame Mountain, whose hands had claimed the virtue of countless women over the years. A moment later, the scarred man led several others as they stealthily followed Ji Fuyao. Licking his lips, his eyes gleamed with lust as he muttered to himself, "I love a fiery woman the most. Only then is it fun to conquer her." Chapter 21, Those who threaten the Empress shall perish. Before long, at the outskirts of the Black Flame Mountains, Ji Fuyao suddenly came to a halt. Her gaze was icy as she looked towards the dense forest behind her, speaking coldly, "Come out, all of you." The sound falls. The scar-faced man and his companions leered with lustful glints in their eyes, licking their lips as they stepped forward with chilling smirks. "Pretty lady, rather than dying in the belly of a savage spirit beast, why not satisfy the few of us brothers first? How does that sound? Don't worry, we'll be very gentle with a beauty like you, won't hurt you at all. Hee hee hee." Ji Fuyao's face twisted in disgust as she reached for the sacred grade talisman. This time, Lu Xian had equipped her to the teeth before the trip. Even if a half-emperor came to ambush her, they would still die here. Ji Fuyao was about to strike when suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged from the void above. Quasi-Emperor Realm Pressure. Half-Step Emperor Realm Aura. The immense and majestic pressure surged forth like an abyssal sea, overwhelming the very fabric of this realm. In that moment, time itself seemed to stand still. The scar-faced man and his companions were utterly shocked, raising their heads to gaze into the distance. What's going on? How could such a powerful figure appear in the outskirts of the Black Flame Mountains? Put! A bloodied axe flickered through the void, its savage aura piercing the heavens as it howled directly toward the scar-faced man and his companions. The blood axe howled like a guillotine. In an instant, the scarred man and his companions' heads went flying. Thud, thud, thud. Blood sprayed in violent bursts. "Dare to covet her imperial majesty, and you shall die." An icy voice rang out. The next instant, several figures landed abruptly before Ji Fuyao. Thud, thud. These figures immediately knelt before Ji Fuyao. Ji Fuyao tilted her snowy neck slightly, her eyes shimmering with divine light as she carefully examined the figures before her. "Get up, Wang Man, Qingyan, you've come." Her voice trembled with emotion. 3,000 years had passed, she had finally been reunited with her dragon guards. Hearing this, Dragon Guard Commander Wang Man and Qingyan trembled uncontrollably, while the others stared at Ji Fuyao with overwhelming excitement. "It's undoubtedly Her Majesty the Empress's aura. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The group choked with emotion, their countless unspoken words transforming into two clear streaks of tears rolling down their faces. When the Fuyao dynasty fell, it was the Fuyao Empress alone who stood against the three great emperors of the Tianluo Hall, buying time for the three major factions to escape. As for that ancient reincarnation technique, they knew the Empress had no certainty of its success. After 3,000 years of bitter waiting, the Empress has finally returned. She succeeded. At this moment, Qingyan wiped away her tears and said, "Your Majesty, let's return to the Black Flame Mountain territory first." Ji Fuyao nodded. Wang Man gripped his blood-stained axe, wiping off the crimson stains before turning to a black-robed semi-emperor beside him. His voice dripped with murderous intent as he uttered coldly, "Go deal with those insects from earlier." The black-robed quasi-emperor nodded. "As you command." Ji Fuyao, Qingyan, and the others took to the skies, flying toward the depths of the Black Flame Mountains. The cloaked half-step emperor concealed his form and stepped out of the Black Flame Mountains. Killing intent. Dare to covet the Crimson Phoenix Empress? Die. He quickly figured out what had just happened. The black-robed demigod arrived directly at the territory of the Black Wolf mercenary group. Boom! With a mere raise of his hand, a terrifying palm imprint descended, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Countless cultivators were reduced to bloody mist. Screams of agony rose and fell incessantly. The oppressive aura of a half-emperor realm expert surged like an overturned ocean, sweeping through the surroundings as effortlessly as autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Life and death at his mercy. In the field, desperate cries for help roared like thunder. "Captain, save us. A powerful enemy has invaded our Black Wolf territory. We can't hold them off at all." Deep within the Black Wolf mercenary group's territory, a middle-aged man with graying temples appeared, his face icy as he stared at the black-robed quasi-emperor. "Who might you be, sir? Could there be some misunderstanding between our Black Wolf mercenary group and yourself?" The middle-aged man looked extremely upset. The black-robed semi-emperor said coldly, "You've offended someone you shouldn't have." The middle-aged man frowned deeply. The Black Wolf mercenary group had far too many enemies. Which damned bastard had the nerve to provoke this half-emperor powerhouse? Damn it! The middle-aged man forced an awkward smile. "Mighty one, I'm willing to offer half the resources of my Black Wolf mercenary corps." Before he could finish speaking, the black-robed semi-emperor struck again. Another palm strike descended. The might of a demi-emperor was unstoppable. The heavens and earth instantly darkened as terrifying spiritual energy formed a vortex storm, crashing down upon the Black Wolf mercenary corps' territory. Boom! The Black Wolf mercenary corps was annihilated. The black-robed demi-emperor coldly declared, "Those who dare covet Her Majesty the Empress shall die." Dare to covet the forces of Her Majesty the Empress? Annihilated. The terrifying energy fluctuations from this place immediately alarmed all cultivators near Luoshui City. They stared in utter shock towards the direction of the Black Wolf mercenary group's territory. An imperial half-steps might. What kind of being have they provoked? At this moment, the black-robed quasi-emperor stepped directly into Luoshui City. The Wang family annihilated with a mere wave of the hand. The Li family annihilated with a mere wave of the hand. Why? They were precisely the faction that the scarred man belonged to. The black-robed quasi-emperor sneered and vanished in an instant. Upon Her Majesty the Empress's return, she actually encountered these insignificant insects. To think such a thing could happen in the Black Flame Mountains, their imperial dynasty's Dragon Guard territory. At this moment, the lord of Luoshui City was so terrified that he hid in his mansion, not daring to show his face at all. He knew it was that force from the Black Flame Mountains acting out. In this region, only a very few people like the city lord knew that within the Black Flame Mountains lurked a forbidden power. Just how many people did they have? And how formidable were they truly? They knew nothing of all this. Only after the black-robed quasi-emperor left the city did the Lord Mayor dare to show himself. He knew a storm was likely brewing in the Black Flame Mountains. Black Flame Mountains. Imperial Dynasty's Dragon Guard territory. Dragon Guard Commander Wang Man directly triggered the beast tide from the Black Flame Mountains. Instantly, spirit beasts below the half-emperor realm erupted into frenzied turmoil, surging toward the Black Flame Mountains like tidal waves. Like wolves charging and boars stampeding. Cultivators exploring the Black Flame Mountains at this moment all chose to flee. Truly terrifying. Never had they seen such a terrifying beast tide. Even spirit beasts at the Earth Saint realm were gripped by fear, losing all sense of direction as they frantically scrambled to escape. This was a cleansing of the area. You must understand that Empress Fuyao's return this time is of utmost importance. There must be absolutely no mishaps. Soon, the black-robed quasi-emperor returned and said to Wang Man, "Commander, everything has been properly handled." Wang Man nodded faintly. The cyan smoke directly activated the sealing restraints covering this stretch of land. All Imperial Dragon Guards had already assembled before the altar. Ji Fuyao, clad in fiery phoenix robes of regal magnificence, swept her sovereign gaze across the gathered crowd with unmatched elegance, her face radiating imperial majesty. 3,000 years had passed. These dragon guards have all grown old over the years. Commander Wang Man now has graying temples, with wrinkles appearing on his face. Commander Qin Yan has become an elderly woman, her skin no longer delicate, bearing the marks of time. To think she was once a goddess of war in her youth. As for the other dragon guards, he recognized many familiar faces among them. 3,000 years is truly far too long, even for a sacred king or demi-emperor, but her dragon guard has been waiting all this time for her return. Thinking of this, Ji Fuyao's heart rippled slightly as she spoke slowly. "All these years, you've worked hard." Hearing this, Wang Man, Qin Yan, and the others immediately understood what she meant. Wang Man let out a hearty laugh and thumped his chest. "Your Majesty, a few gray hairs mean nothing. Now that you've returned, our soaring sovereign dynasty can rise again and reclaim its glory." The haze in Qin Yan's eyes had long cleared. With a focused thought, her withered skin began to shed continuously. A second youth bloomed forth. She practiced the withered wood technique, and the prolonged wait had left her somewhat despairing, causing her condition to deteriorate day by day. But now that the Empress had returned, her obsession instantly dissipated. Boom! A surge of terrifying aura erupted from Qin Yan's body, and her cultivation unexpectedly advanced directly. And at this moment, the other dragon guards erupted in earth-shaking battle cries. Battle aura! Mighty battle aura began converging like the hands of a river. The imposing aura of the Imperial Dragon Guards abruptly transformed. Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly, divine light surging in her eyes as she murmured these words. "They're back. They've all returned." Commander Qin Yan and Commander Wang Man began reporting on the situation of the Yi family in Qingcheng. "Your Majesty the Empress, the Yi family of Qingcheng has maintained a low profile over the past 1,000 years while developing steadily. Yet unfortunately, their potential is limited. Some quasi-emperors and half-emperors have already fallen. However, the Yi family still has 3 quasi-emperors." Hearing this, Ji Fuyao nodded. "This situation is already quite good. 3,000 years is simply far too long. Those quasi-emperors and semi-emperors in their twilight years wouldn't last through it at all. The undying dynasty of Fuya, but gradually fading away." Commander Wang Man's expression shifted slightly as he continued. "As for the other faction, we have no idea what's going on. None of our summons during this period have received any response." As the voice fell, a terrifying killing intent erupted from the group of dragon guards. "Should this organization dare betray Her Majesty the Empress, kill without mercy." Ji Fuyao frowned slightly with her beautiful eyes and said slowly, "Continue the contact." The Blue Smoke Commander respectfully said, "The ancestor of the Yi family in Qingcheng wishes to meet you in person before swearing continued loyalty." Ji Fuyao said, "Good, I'll cultivate in the Black Flame Mountains for a while first, then I'll personally visit Qingcheng, the Yi family. Commander Wang Man solemnly stated, Your Majesty, some unusual circumstances have recently emerged regarding the Yi family. Ji Fuyao frowned slightly with her beautiful eyes. Oh? Commander Wang Man said with a grave expression, In a few days, it will be the Yi family's clan gathering. The original heir, Yi Chen, suddenly lost his cultivation 7 years ago, and even the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Beichen, was powerless to help. This time, his position as heir will be challenged. Suddenly lost his cultivation? Even a quasi-emperor like Yi Beichen couldn't solve it? Ji Fuyao pondered for a moment. However, my master would definitely have a way, but he remains aloof from worldly affairs. Who knows if he'd be willing to intervene? Commander Wang Man continued, There's another matter concerning the Yi family that also involves Yi Chen. Yi Chen's fiancé, Nangong Baishui, is planning to break off their engagement at the Yi family during this period. Ji Fuyao's expression softened slightly, her eyes gleaming with light. After the Yi family surrenders, I'll find an opportunity to ask my master. Perhaps my master will be willing to intervene. Everyone nodded in agreement. Before long, Ji Fuyao, Qingyan, Wang Man, and the others stepped into a pavilion. The group took their seats. Qingyan asked curiously, Your Majesty the Empress, how have you been living at the Great Tao sect? Everyone's gaze turned toward Ji Fuyao. It should be known that the Great Tao sect is a hegemon-level force in the southern wastelands, far surpassing even the Fuyao dynasty at its peak. Now, with Empress Fuyao joining the Great Tao sect, it's definitely good news. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. The Great Tao sect is indeed as rumored aloof from the conflicts of the southern wastelands. I've already met one of its patriarchs, and he might have caught a faint clue, but he also made his stance clear. The Great Tao sect would not concern itself with a disciple's background. Hearing this, Wang Man and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their enemy, the celestial Nethal, was far too powerful. For these 3,000 years, the Fuyao dynasty stagnated, even declining significantly. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Net sect had devoured several major powers, their strength multiplying several times over. The mere thought of the Heavenly Nethal sent Wang Man and his companions into a frenzy, their faces twisted with malice and bloodlust surging like raging tides. The grudge against the fall of the Fuyao dynasty has never been forgotten through 3,000 years. Hatred burns like raging fire for 3 millennia. Revenge. This has become an obsession etched into their very souls. However, Wang Man and the others still maintained their rationality and said in a deep voice, Empress, we must proceed with caution. The Tianluo Palace has risen too swiftly over these 3,000 years. They are no longer what they used to be. Ji Fuxiao's eyes blazed with fervent flames as she nodded, Rest assured, in this life, I will go even further. The crowd grew excited. Empress, have you gained some new opportunities at the Great Tao sect? Ji Fuxiao nodded. I have already been accepted into the Qingxian Peak. Qingyan was somewhat shocked. Your Majesty, who is your master? Chapter 22. The Yi family is actually under Ji Fuyao's command. Your Majesty, who is your master? Ji Fuyao's eyes reflected the image of Lu Xian as she slowly replied, Lu Xian. Wang Man and Qingyan were momentarily stunned. Lu Xian? What a familiar name. They nearly blurted it out but restrained themselves. Isn't that the useless peak lord from the southern wastelands? The name of Lu Xian echoed throughout the southern wilderness states, even deep in the Black Flame Mountains. They had heard whispers of it. Now, the Empress herself had taken Lu Xian as her master, and her reverence and admiration for him were unmistakable. Could it be that Lu Xian was, in truth, a peerless powerhouse? At this moment, Ji Fuyao's flawless, porcelain-like face broke into a faint smile as memories of certain events on Qingxian Peak resurfaced. To this day, she still couldn't see through Lu Xian, but she could sense that Lu Xian was practically teaching her everything he knew without holding back. At this thought, Ji Fuyao looked gravely at the crowd and said, My master, I cannot comprehend him. From now on, when you see my master Lu Xian, treat him as you would treat me. You must show him not an ounce of disrespect. At your command. The crowd engraved these words in their hearts. Imperial tutor. Wang Mang, Qingyan, and the others felt a surge of astonishment in their hearts. They glimpsed a look of reverence and respect on the Empress's face. When had they ever seen such an expression on the Empress before? Clearly, Her Majesty the Empress's master is incredibly powerful. For a moment, they all felt eager to see the master of Empress Fuyao. They were all wondering just how strong Lu Xian was. How many stars did his great emperor realm possess? Ji Fuyao smiled faintly and reminded them, by the way, my master Lu Xian prefers to keep a low profile. To outsiders, he appears to be a useless good-for-nothing, but he doesn't mind this reputation at all. A month ago, I was at the great Xian King realm, but after cultivating with Lu Xian for just 1 month, I've stepped into the Xian sovereign realm. When you meet them, you mustn't forget your manners. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more curious. Could such beings truly exist in the cultivation world, detached from mundane affairs, not delighted by material gains, nor saddened by personal losses? Moreover, she enabled Her Imperial Majesty to reach the mystic sovereign realm within just 1 month. The crowd grew even more eager to witness Lu Xian's extraordinary bearing. Ji Fuyao smiled and said, there will be opportunities in the future. I've accepted a mission from the Great Tao sect to hunt spirit beasts, which will last for a month. For now, I'll be cultivating in the Black Flame Mountains. After some time, I'll head to Qingcheng, to the Yi family. The crowd responded in unison, as you command. A moment later, Wang Man and the others slowly withdrew from the pavilion. Within the pavilion, begin cultivation. Ji Fuyao sat cross-legged, her curvaceous figure wrapped in a fiery red gown. In her jade-like hands appeared a jade slip containing cultivation techniques. The Great Tao Scripture, Volume 1. Ji Fuyao extended her divine sense, beginning to examine the spiritual incantations within the Great Tao Scripture. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Heaven and earth are without bounds, all things are without limits. Her delicate hands continuously shifted through spiritual seals, and for a moment, an incredibly profound and esoteric aura flowed around her. Ji Fuya entered an extraordinarily peculiar state. An aura of Tao and rhythm swirled around her, flowing like water, seemingly intangible, gradually expanding from the pavilion outward. Soon, the pavilion where Ji Fuya resided emanated an arcane energy, giving rise to resplendent divine radiance. Numerous dragon guards were instantly startled into action. What technique is Her Majesty the Empress practicing? This aura carries a hint of harmony with the heavenly principles, as if returning to one's origins, utterly astonishing. Could it be the legendary technique canon of the Great Tao from the Great Tao sect? For a moment, all the dragon guards stared at the pavilion in utter astonishment. That aura surpassed the quasi-emperor level. Strictly speaking, it wasn't about cultivation realm, but rather a kind of momentum, a fusion of Tao and principle. Xingyan slightly furrowed her brows and remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, this must be the Great Tao sect's foundational scripture, the canon of Great Tao." The crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Has Her Majesty the Empress only been with the Great Tao sect for a mere month and already qualified to cultivate the sect's ultimate technique? This is utterly earth-shattering. You must understand, techniques of this caliber are closely guarded secrets. The crowd grew extremely agitated. Now with the Great Tao scripture, Empress Fuyao might just reach the legendary supreme realm. 3 days in a row, Ji Fuyao is immersed in comprehending the profound mysteries of the Great Tao scripture. The cultivation method is too abstruse so far. She has only grasped an infinitesimal portion of it, yet even this minor comprehension has brought her immense benefits. Her body exuded a faint divine aura, making her appear even more ethereal and transcendent. Upon her Tao foundation, dazzling Tao patterns fatally emerged. These were the imprints of the Great Tao scripture. Her cultivation talent had improved by another trace. Ji Fuyao murmured to herself, truly worthy of being the Great Tao sect's foundational cultivation technique. Next, she began cultivating the Blazing Heaven scripture. She directly activated the full potential of her Blazing Heaven sacred body. For a moment, vast amounts of spiritual energy poured into her body, and her aura surged continuously. His cultivation speed increased several times over. Her goal was to reach the peak of the late-stage profound realm within this month. Lu Xian spent several days constantly traveling back and forth. Ding! Host's first disciple has gained insights from the Great Tao scripture. Synchronization in progress. The system's voice rang out. Lu Xian froze momentarily. Ji Fuyao is cultivating the Great Tao scripture. Soon, Lu Xian felt an extraordinary clarity within, as if he had achieved harmony between heaven and man. A faint chill emanated from the top of his head, as though someone were imparting profound wisdom to him. It was an indescribably mysterious sensation. He faintly sensed an additional wisp of Tao and rhythm emanating from within himself. For the first time, he felt an intimate connection to this fragment of heaven and earth. Lu Xian murmured to himself, could this be the Great Tao scripture? The Tao imitates heaven and earth, subtly aligning with the heavenly way. For the next few days, Lu Xian seemed to undergo a kind of baptism. His entire being became ethereal. He took stock of his innate talents, still utterly worthless. Yet, there was something else about him now, something indescribable. Keep striving, my disciple. Lu Xian's mood was excellent as he continued his journey toward Qingcheng. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding! The host's first disciple's cultivation level is advancing. Synchronization commencing. Ding! Synchronizing insights into spiritual fire. Ding! Synchronizing insights into the Great Tao scriptures. Boom! An extraordinarily pure surge of spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's body, converging like a raging storm. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. This time, the speed of his cultivation breakthrough was even faster than when he was at Qingxian Peak. Several times faster, no less. The raging surges of spiritual energy continuously impacted Lu Xian's entire body, sending waves of electrifying pleasure coursing through his limbs like lightning. Lu Xian shuddered violently. This sensation was absolutely divine. Lu Xian pondered that perhaps when they were at Qingxian Peak, Ji Fuyao had held back and hadn't unleashed the full potential of her Blazing Heaven sacred physique. And now, the Blazing Heaven physique is unleashed at full power. Cultivation truly feels as natural as eating and drinking. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh in admiration, truly worthy of being a renowned physique in the cultivation world, the blazing heaven physique. Several days later, Lu Xian arrived at Qingcheng. Qingcheng was an extraordinarily massive city, its ancient and majestic walls towering high into the sky. From a distance, it resembled a colossal domain crouching upon the earth, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Countless cultivators streamed in and out. Qingcheng was remarkably prosperous. Lu Xian spotted several saint-level figures and even a few saint kings. Clearly, Qingcheng's power is formidable. Lu Xian handed over 100 low-grade spirit stones and stepped into Qingcheng. Within Qingcheng, towers and pavilions stood in great numbers, presenting a scene of thriving prosperity. The streets were exceptionally wide, flanked by buildings housing pill shops, technique halls, and numerous Yichuan houses. Lu Xian was in no hurry to head to the Yi family in Qingcheng. He went first to gather information about the Yi family. Before long, Lu Xian arrived at a noodle shop, Divine Iron Ox Beef Noodles. The place was filled with cultivators. It was said that the shop's noodles were infused with spiritual energy, and the broth was simmered from top-tier spirit chickens. Not only is the spiritual energy abundant, but the flavor is absolutely exceptional. As a food lover, Lu Xian naturally wanted to give it a try. He took his seat. A serving disciple approached and asked, "Hello, what kind of noodles would you like?" Lu Xian glanced at it and said, "How special beef noodles, remember, no scallions." The attending disciple responded, "Got it." Before long, a steaming bowl of beef noodles was served. True to the request, there wasn't a single scallion in sight. There's plenty of spirit beef. Lu Xian ate while listening to the discussions around him. Have you heard? The Yi family is about to face a huge incident. What? The Yi family's clan gathering is in 7 days. Yi Liangchen, the eldest elder's son, has challenged Yi Chen, the Yi family heir. What? How can this be? Yi Chen was originally the genius of Qingcheng, but his cultivation suddenly plummeted 7 years ago and hasn't recovered to this day, remaining stuck at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, Yi Liangchen has risen rapidly these past few years, his cultivation already reaching the great mystic king realm. According to the Yi family's ancestral rules, the heir cannot refuse a challenge. How is this even a fair fight? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian nearly spat out his drink. Holy shit! He smelled the familiar stench of a plotted scheme. Still the same old flavor. Lu Xian looked at the people who were speaking and asked, "Do any of you have news about Yi Chen's fiancé, Nangong Shuabai?" The group glanced at Lu Xian, smiled, and then slowly replied, "Of course we do. Yi Chen's fiancé, Nangong Shuabai, is coming to break off the engagement at the clan assembly 7 days from now." Breaking off the engagement. Lu Xian was dumbfounded. Nangong Baiwei's choice was to break off the engagement. She's narrowed her own path. Someone asked, "Is the news about the annulment of the engagement reliable?" The person replied, "Absolutely reliable. The elders of the Nangong family have already stepped into the Yi family to announce this matter. However, at the clan gathering 7 days from now, Nangong Baishui herself will personally arrive with the engagement contract in hand." Lu Xian took a deep breath. Ouch, that hits the spot. I suppose Yi Chen must be feeling quite disheartened right now. Will he utter those words? Why do I feel this inexplicable sense of anticipation? Afterward, Lu Xian subtly probed to learn more about the strength of the Yi family members. The patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Chen's father, was a 1-star profound saint. Lu Xian made his decision. When night fell, he would quietly infiltrate the Yi family to find Yi Chen. Within his spatial ring, there was a black cloak left behind by his master. Wearing this cloak, those below the Saint King realm wouldn't be able to detect it at all. As for the Yi family's ancestor, it said he's secluded in a hidden place for closed-door cultivation. Thinking about reuniting with his second disciple, Yi Chen, that evening, Lu Xian felt a twinge of excitement. Yi family residence. The Yi family was located in the northeastern part of Qingcheng, spanning hundreds of miles with countless pavilions towering like a forest. Dazzling spirit patterns surged covertly while divine brilliance billowed endlessly in the distance, a sight truly majestic and awe-inspiring, truly worthy of being the dominant force in Qingcheng. At this moment, within one of the Yi family's mansions, a young man sat cross-legged, a jade pendant hanging from his chest, with a pile of spirit stones placed before him. His face bore a troubled expression. He is none other than the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chen. A moment later, Yi Chen opened his eyes angrily and said furiously, "What the hell is going on? Why hasn't my cultivation increased at all? Damn it!" Chapter 23, Yi Chen's Mother. Two flames burned fiercely in Yi Chen's eyes as he seethed with resentment. He was originally a genius from the Yi family of Qingcheng. 7 years ago, he stepped into the Xianling realm, becoming an unattainable presence in the eyes of countless cultivators in Qingcheng, unmatched in his glory at that time. But suddenly, his cultivation regressed drastically overnight. A strange power had taken root in Yi Chen's body, swirling like a vortex that devoured spiritual energy. The ancestor once examined Yi Chen's condition, but even he was at a complete loss. Yi Chen's body was tainted by a trace of eerie energy, a power that even the ancestor found deeply unsettling. Yi Chen's body seemed to have become a bottomless abyss. The ancestor attempted to infuse spiritual energy, but not even quasi-emperor level power could fill it. The energy within Yi Chen's body inspired profound reverence even in the ancestor himself. You must know that the Yi family's ancestor was a quasi-emperor realm expert. Even he couldn't resolve this matter, what chance would others have? Perhaps there is one last option. Unless a true great emperor is willing to intervene for Yi Chen. Yet, the combined resources of the Yi family couldn't possibly attract the attention of a great emperor. Even if they could, the ancestor would never agree. How could the fate of the Yi family be gambled on such an uncertain future? At these thoughts, Yi Chen let out a silent sigh. Where does this bizarre power even come from? Why did it suddenly erupt 7 years ago? He murmured, twin flames flickering in his eyes. 7 years already. Once his cultivation speed had been astonishingly fast, breaking through a minor realm every month, but for the past 7 years, he had remained stagnant at the third layer of the qi refining stage. Will my entire life be like this from now on? Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms until blood oozed out. He refused to accept such a life. This was not how his life should be spent. Since childhood, he had made a grand vow to stand atop the pinnacle of cultivation, overlooking all living beings. But who would have thought such a blow would come before even stepping into the profound king realm? All these years, the cold stares and mockery never eroded his faith. Instead, they ignited blazing flames in his heart. He would surely recover. Yi Chen raised his gaze to the heavens, his eyes burning with determination. Keep cultivating. In 7 days, it will be the Yi family's clan assembly, and the Grand Elder's son, Yi Liangchen, has issued a successor challenge against him. According to the Yi family's rules, he cannot refuse. You must know that Yi Liangchen has already reached the great mysterious king realm, yet he's merely at the qi refining stage. But he refuses to lose, nor can he afford to. Yi Chen knew that during these 7 years, his father, as the clan leader, had withstood tremendous pressure for him. But as time went on, many elders began pressuring him collectively. Even his father could no longer hold out. Mocking and jeering voices echoed in Yi Chen's mind. My Yi family's heir cannot be left to a good-for-nothing. Times have changed. If Yi Chen weren't the clan leader's son but from a collateral branch, he would have long been expelled from the Yi family. Everyone has their glorious moments, but don't mistake the past for permanence. 7 years have passed, yet Yi Chen still hasn't awakened, still believing himself to be a genius? These words pierced his heart, lingering relentlessly in Yi Chen's ears. A moment later, Yi Chen gathered his scattered thoughts. 7 days, time is running out for him. He took out a pile of mid-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and placed them in front of himself. Continuously circulating the spirit technique, he began his cultivation session. But it was useless. The spirit stones are being consumed, but his spiritual power isn't increasing. Damn it! At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. A man in a gray robe slowly walked in without disturbing Yi Chen. He eyed Yi Chen with a bitter expression and shook his head slightly. He was none other than Yi Chen's father, the patriarch of the Yi family. Over these years, he had witnessed every bit of Yi Chen's performance. It pained him deeply, yet there was nothing he could do. Before long, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, the spiritual power within him hadn't increased at all. The clan leader gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, a pang of pain flickering through his heart. Yi Chen noticed the expression on his father's face, and waves of emotion rose within him. When had it begun? Even his father seemed to have doubts about his recovery. Yi Chen pocketed the spirit stones, then looked steadily at his father. Father, I still have time. 7 days from now, at the air challenge, I will win. Hearing this, the clan leader forced out a bitter smile. Currently, Yi Chen was only at the qi cultivation stage, but Yi Liangchen had already reached the late stage of the Great Profound King Realm. Reaching the Great Profound King Realm in 7 days? Not to mention that the eerie power within Yi Chen's body remained unresolved. Even if it were resolved, surpassing Yi Liangchen in 7 days would be nothing short of a fairy tale. The clan leader was unwilling to burden Yi Chen with even greater pressure. Perhaps after losing his position as the heir in 7 days, Yi Chen might actually find some relief. With this thought in mind, the clan leader hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether to bring up the matter of Nangong Shua Bai. Who would have thought that at this critical juncture, Yi Chen's fiancé, Nangong Baishua, would choose this exact moment, the family assembly, to publicly break off their engagement? One couldn't help but wonder if Yi Chen could endure such a humiliation. Yi Chen frowned slightly, knowing exactly what his father wished to say. Father, if Nangong Baishua wants to dissolve the engagement, let her do so. Breaking off the engagement. If the young master's challenge was the first mountain crushing down on him, then this broken engagement was undoubtedly the second. It truly showed how once a man loses power, even dogs fare better than him. Back when he hadn't yet fallen from grace, Nangong Baishua would often visit the Yi family to cultivate together with him. At that time, Nangong Baishua was frail and sickly. He would sneak into her room every night to temper her body, not leaving until she was drenched in sweat, exhausted himself. I never expected. When it was confirmed that Yechen could not recover, Nangong Baishue was the first to abandon him. As for her, Yechen had long since lost any feelings in his heart. What remained was mostly hatred. At this moment, Yechen asked, "Father, will Nangong Baishue definitely come to the family meeting 7 days from now?" The patriarch nodded. "The Nangong family will likely come. Nangong Baishue will come too, but they'll arrive after the clan assembly." Ha! Yechen showed a hint of a self-deprecating smile. Does Nangong Baishue think I'm bound to lose? She doesn't even want to watch my battle. The arena fell into a frozen stillness. For a moment, father and son stood speechless, gazing at each other. This was the most agonizing moment. Silence spoke louder than words. Yechen suddenly declared, "Father, if I lose the air challenge 7 days from now, I'll leave the Yi family." The clan leader was somewhat shocked. "Shun'er, why is this?" Yechen smiled bitterly. "I wish to venture out and train, to seek opportunities. I refuse to believe that in the vastness of the southern wastelands, there isn't a single person who can resolve this strange energy." The clan leader's eyes grew slightly moist. Yet, he allowed Yechen, a mere chi-refining realm cultivator, to leave the Yi family. How could he possibly rest easy? But he understood Yechen. Once Yechen made a decision, there was no stopping him. Thinking this way, the clan leader gently patted Yichen's shoulder. "All right, Shun'er, it's been so long since we've shared a meal. Let's eat together today." Yichen pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, soon." The clan leader ordered the servants to prepare an abundant feast. Spirit chicken, spirit rabbit, roasted spirit potatoes. The table was laden with dishes. What a pity. Yet, Yechen had little appetite. The clan leader didn't insist. He drank cup after cup of spiritual wine by himself. Yechen couldn't dissuade him no matter how he tried. "Father, please stop drinking." But the clan leader drank cup after cup. By the end, the clan leader was actually so drunk that he choked up and began to cry. Yichen's heart suddenly ached. He had never seen his father cry. At this moment, he finally understood the pressure his father had been bearing. Because of him, his father had faced rejection from many branch families. At this thought, Yichen's body trembled slightly, 2 clear streaks of tears flowing down his face. "Father." His voice quivered, choked with sobs. All these years he had been too selfish, never considering his father's feelings. In his mind, some vague images gradually came into focus. For 7 years, at every annual family gathering, his father would pretend to be at ease. Looking at his father now, he suddenly realized with shock. At some point unnoticed, his father's temples had turned gray, and many white hairs had appeared on his head. Yichen's heart ached with sorrow. He knew his father had done countless things for him behind the scenes, but what could he possibly do for his father in return? Perhaps leading the Yi family would make things easier for father. At this moment, the clan leader lifted his head in a daze and grasped Yichen's hand, gently stroking it. "Shun'er, no matter when, you will always be my pride." Tears streamed down Yichen's face as he struggled to find words. The clan leader sighed deeply, as if remembering something, and slowly said, "Shun'er, all these years, I never mentioned your mother. Now I shall tell you." Yichen's mind went completely blank. His mother, the clan leader said, "Your mother comes from the medicine clan, a dominant force in the southern wastelands." Yichen frowned slightly. The medicine clan. A look of reminiscence appeared in the patriarch's eyes. "Your mother was the holy maiden of the Yao family. We once met in a secret realm and shared unforgettable moments together there. Later, your mother left," he continued. "A year later, a mysterious figure in black robes brought over a baby. That baby was you. That jade pendant on your chest was given to you by your mother." Hearing this, Yichen was stunned. Who would have thought his mother actually came from the Yao family? He stroked the jade pendant on his chest, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. The clan leader continued, "But that mysterious person warned me never to go to the Yao family to find your mother. Otherwise, not only you, but our entire Yi clan might face annihilation." Yichen was astonished. The clan leader shook his head. "I originally wanted to ask the mysterious man for more details, but he seemed to be severely wounded. After giving me these instructions, he simply dissipated into the vast expanse between heaven and earth." Yichen was utterly dumbfounded. His heart was overwhelmed by towering waves of emotion. To think there was such a hidden truth. All this time, not just him, but the entire Yi family had believed his mother to have perished. Even when the patriarch punished his father had never breathed a word about his mother's affairs. Having said all this, the clan leader seemed to have finally put his worries to rest. He collapsed onto the table immediately, completely unconscious. Looking at his drunken father, Yichen wore a bitter expression as he lifted his father up and guided him toward his quarters. Before he realized it, night had already fallen. On the road, he encountered the great elder's son, Yi Liangchen. Dozens of brocade-clad youths followed behind Yi Liangchen, all looking at Yichen with disdain. Yi Liangchen sneered coldly, "Time is running out for you, Yichen. In 7 days, I will break through to the Xianhuang realm. As the voice fell, the youths behind Yi Liangchen started mocking. Had ha! At the family assembly 7 days from now, someone's going to make a fool of themselves. Thank goodness Nangong Shuabai won't witness this trash fight personally, or else this good-for-nothing would utterly disgrace our Yi family's reputation. TSK. The once genius is now inferior to even the menial disciples of the Yi family. If I were him, I'd rather find a block of tofu to smash my head against. Hearing these mocking voices, Yi Chen's breathing became rapid, his pain as if 10,000 insects were gnawing at his body. He desperately wanted to rush over and fight these disciples, but he restrained himself. Without looking back, Yi Chen supported his father as they walked farther and farther away. Yi Liangchen watched Yi Chen's retreating figure and sneered coldly, thinking to himself, this useless Yi Chen won't live much longer. Is he still fantasizing about how to defeat me? Little did he know that at the young master's assembly, he would kill Yi Chen and wipe out Yi Chen's entire bloodline. All because the powerful backer behind the Yi family was finally about to descend. He wouldn't leave Yi Chen any chance for a comeback. Under the night sky, outside the Yi family's main gate, Lu Xian wrapped himself in a mysterious black cloak, his body flowing with obscure power as if invisible. He stepped directly through the Yi family's entrance. The guards at the gate remained completely unaware. Lu Xian's aura had completely vanished from detection. Unless the Yi family ancestor descends, there's no way they could discover his presence. Lu Xian murmured, the treasure master left behind is truly remarkable. Chapter 24. Taking in a second disciple. The treasure master left behind is truly remarkable. Upon entering the Yi family, Lu Xian discovered how vast it was. As a quasi-emperor-grade faction, it occupied a territory spanning hundreds of miles. In the distance, mountain peaks rose and fell, and rivers surged forward. Nearby, towers stood in clusters, and mansions were scattered everywhere. Under the night sky, the towering pavilion emanated brilliant spirit patterns, with an invisible aura of might continuously swirling about. Lu Xian felt rather excited. Where is his precious disciple? He couldn't wait any longer. As for how to win Yi Chen's trust, Lu Xian had already made arrangements. Soon, he found a mansion. Prince's Mansion. A massive plaque hung above the grand entrance, its gilded characters exuding majestic grandeur. The mansion's architecture was magnificent and splendid, yet pitifully few figures moved within, lending the place an air of desolation. Lu Xian could understand why. After all, he is a fallen heir apparent. Lu Xian looked around and stepped directly into Yi Chen's room. Staring at the lavish feast spread across the table, Lu Xian froze. Spirit chicken, spirit rabbit, roasted spirit potatoes. Not a single chopstick had been touched. Only a wine cup and a few bottles of spiritual liquor sat nearby. Lu Xian smiled faintly. It seems fate indeed connects me with Yi Chen. He knew I was coming and prepared a meal for me. He happened to be hungry and started eating right away. While eating, Lu Xian commented, "This spirit chicken is good, and this spirit rabbit is excellent. The spirit potatoes are simply amazing." Before long, creak, the door gently swung open as Yi Chen slowly stepped inside. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Xian, Yi Chen froze. Then he stepped back out again. Wrong room? The next instant, Yi Chen walked back in. This was indeed his room. No mistake about it. Yet, who is this man in white? He was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura that was profoundly mystical. He seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding world, like a divine sun descending to the mortal realm, ethereal and transcendent. Yi Chen slightly furrowed his brows. He closed the door. Who are you? Lu Xian wiped his mouth and cut straight to the point, saying, Yi Chen, I'm a peak master of the Great Tao sect, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Yi Chen was stunned. You must be some kind of fraud, aren't you? A peak master of the Great Tao sect? Why would such a person come to the Yi family in person to recruit a disciple? The Great Tao sect was a renowned overlord-level force in the southern wilderness. Even if a peak master from the Great Tao sect came to recruit disciples, they would contact the ancestor personally. How could they suddenly appear in his room, feasting and drinking? With this thought in mind, Yi Chen's expression turned slightly icy. I'll give you 3 sentences to explain. If I'm not satisfied, the experts of my Yi family can descend at any moment. Lu Xian chuckled lightly and spoke leisurely. Yi Chen, you're actually quite excited deep down. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Chen's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Ever since this bizarre incident befell him, he'd been like a drowning man desperately grasping for straws. Fortuitous encounter. His heart certainly yearned for some sort of wondrous encounter, perhaps even a stroke of fate descending from the heavens. Yet now that such so-called fortune stood before him, he found it hard to believe. At this moment, Lu Xian directly tossed out a command token. The Great Tao Decree. It was none other than the Peak Master's token of the Great Tao sect. Whoosh! An ancient token of incomparable antiquity materialized before Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen slightly furrowed his brows, fixing his gaze intently on the token. Engraved upon it were 3 characters, Cheng Xian Peak, An obscure and ancient power emanated from the token, unfathomably mysterious. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Channel your spiritual energy and try it. Yi Chen hesitated briefly before clenching his teeth. Gathering his courage, he gripped the great Tao token and infused a wisp of spiritual energy into it. Boom! Before Yi Chen's eyes unfolded a terrifyingly illusory world, a miniature manifestation of the vast territories spanning tens of thousands of miles around the great Tao sect. This condensed realm had been imprinted through some profound technique as a form of Tao-patterned power. Between heaven and earth, countless mountain peaks rose and fell, with innumerable cave abodes standing tall amidst radiating rays of light. Surging divine brilliance continuously emerged as endless dazzling Tao patterns intertwined and flowed. One supreme treasure after another from the great Tao sect manifested: the Trial Tower, the fiery abyss secret realm. Suddenly, an ancient voice of immeasurable antiquity echoed. Tao, 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 Tao. The great Tao bell tolled with a resounding boom. 6 thunderous utterances of the word Tao echoed with profound and indescribable mystery, as if manifesting transcendent power, ultimate force, and the hidden harmony of heaven and earth, transforming into a raging torrent that surged toward Yi Chen. It relentlessly battered Yi Chen's body. Mystical. How profound. It was like enlightenment pouring over me. Yi Chen was instantly shocked into a cold sweat. In an instant, he withdrew from the illusory vision of the great Tao token. His body was already drenched in sweat. Shocking. He stared at the white-robed man before him in utter shock, now almost 80% certain that Lu Xian was one of the peak masters of the great Tao sect. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly as he respectfully returned the great Tao token. He couldn't discern the cultivation level of the white-robed man before him, but he knew that if this man in white wanted to kill him, it might only take a single thought. However, confusion welled in his heart. Why had he been chosen? At this moment, Lu Xian slowly opened his right palm, and a trace of the great Tao scripture's power quietly emerged. The mysterious aura began to drift towards Yi Chen, swirling and misting around him. Yi Chen stood stunned. This aura transcended beyond comprehension. Not even from the ancestral elder had he ever sensed such power. Senior, what kind of power is this? Yi Chen asked reverently, feeling that this power brought him immense physical and mental comfort. In an instant, he even sensed a wisp of spiritual energy flowing into his body. Unprecedented. Could this power actually suppress the sinister force within his body? Lu Xian smiled. This is precisely the great Tao sect's foundational scripture, the Canon of Grand Tao. Yi Chen exclaimed in astonishment, the Canon of Grand Tao. It must be known that in the southern wilderness, the reputation of the Canon of Grand Tao was thunderous, ranking among the top 10 emperor-grade techniques. Legend has it that comprehending its profound mysteries could allow one to step into the fabled ultimate realm. As the young master of the Yi family, he naturally had some understanding of the major powers in the southern wilderness. His heart was already wavering slightly. This white-robed man before him had actually come specifically to take him as a disciple? Right then, Yi Chen's expression turned respectful as he clasped his fists and offered a bitter smile. Senior, 7 years ago a strange power suddenly manifested within me, and now my cultivation has deteriorated. Even our clan's quasi-emperor ancestor couldn't find a solution. How could I possibly be worthy to become your disciple? Yi Chen had already confirmed it. This white-robed man before him was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the great Tao sect. This opportunity certainly excited him, but he wanted to know the reason. Lu Xian smiled faintly, saying without blushing, accepting disciples is solely a matter of fate. I happened to be traveling through the southern wilds and passing by Qincheng when I heard about you. You and I are fated, so I shall take you as my disciple. You must know, besides you, I've only taken on one other disciple. As the voice fell, Yi Chen stood frozen in place, journeying through the southern wastelands. Accepting disciples depends entirely on fate and destiny. This is absolutely the way of a true master, and he's only taken on one disciple in his lifetime. Just how impossibly high must his standards for accepting disciples be? And he would be the second disciple. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. He considered one possibility: perhaps the white-clad man before him had grown curious about the bizarre power emanating from his own body. After all, even the quasi-emperor ancestor of the Yi family had been helpless against this strange power. His father guessed that only a true great emperor could resolve this. Yi Chen cautiously asked, Senior, could it be that you're a true emperor realm powerhouse? Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled faintly. I am not at the divine realm level. A faint sense of disappointment arose in Yi Chen's heart. If it's just a quasi-emperor, they probably wouldn't be able to completely resolve this eerie power. But at this moment, Lu Xian said leisurely, but the great emperor is my disciple. Yi Chen was instantly stunned. He understood. The man in white before him was merely being modest. Even the great emperor was his disciple. How could he not be at the emperor realm? And to think he had only taken one disciple in all these years. At this moment, Lu Xian saw that the time was ripe. He slowly rose to his feet, his eyes shimmering with a profound light as he gazed intently at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, become my disciple, and the Emperor realm will be merely the beginning. In 7 days at the family gathering, do you really want the entire Yi clan to witness your defeat? Can you bear to let Nangong Baishua come to the Yi family and humiliate you by terminating the engagement? Become my disciple. At the family gathering in 7 days, you can easily defeat Yi Liangchen. Crushing Nangong Baishua won't be a problem either. Hearing this, a tempestuous surge of emotions raged within Yi Chen's heart. Could he surpass Yi Liangchen in just 7 days? Crushing Nangong Baishue was something he dared not even contemplate now. After all, Nangong Baishue had already reached the early stage of the mystic emperor realm. This sounds almost like a tale from the Arabian Nights, yet there's no denying the white-robed man's formidable strength. Now, with such a terrifying opportunity lying right before him, how could he not cherish it? This is the only lifeline he can grasp right now. At this thought, thud, Yi Chen immediately knelt before Lu Xian, performing a formal bow of apprenticeship with utmost reverence. Disciple Yi Chen respectfully greets his master. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Good. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. Get up. Yi Chen slowly rose to his feet, his gaze burning intently as he looked at Lu Xian. At this moment, the sound of the system came through. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited disciple recruitment mission, taking Yi Chen as your disciple. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the disciple gift package. Yi Chen felt somewhat eager. What could the apprentice gift package contain? Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring immense cultivation foundations. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 1-star Emperor's weapon, Great Dao Chain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for attaining the 6-star Emperor tier, the seed of Heaven-Earth Strange Fire, Bone-Chilling Nether Flame. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the Heaven tier Marrow Cleansing Pill. As the voice fell, boom! An incredibly pure surge of spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's body, relentlessly battering his limbs and bones like crashing tidal waves. A wave of euphoric sensation washed over him. Lu Xian's cultivation level skyrocketed, leaving him just one step away from reaching the second-level Mystic Sovereign realm. Feeling exhilarated, Lu Xian sat down and began examining the system's other rewards. Beside him, Yi Chen stood respectfully. He could tell that his master was experiencing some emotional fluctuations and dared not disturb him. Lu Xian began reviewing the system rewards. What exactly is this Great Dao Lock? Lu Xian muttered to himself. The system immediately provided a prompt. The Great Dao Lock, the Dao follows nature, using the power of the Great Dao to seal away the power of the bizarre and the ominous. However, the current Great Dao Lock is only at the 1-star Emperor tier, and can only seal a small amount of bizarre and ominous power. Lu Xian understood. This was tailor-made for Yi Chen, because Yi Chen's body harbors eerie power. Then, Lu Xian began to examine the bone-chilling phantom flame. He murmured, such a familiar name. Chapter 25, The Medicine Family, Yao Yan. With a mere thought from Lu Xian, a chilling white flame materialized in his palm, its surface swirling with terrifying spirit pattern seals. The bone-chilling ghost flame, the seed of a mystical fire. Although this is merely a strange fire seed, the power it contains is overwhelmingly terrifying. Breaking its seal would likely unleash violent shockwaves. Beside them, Yi Chen stood in astonishment. What a formidable spiritual flame! He saw mysterious seals covering the spiritual flames, yet despite this, he still felt a chilling force that gripped his heart. Next, Lu Xian withdrew the cold bone ghost fire, revealing a pill in the palm of his hand. A Heaven-tier marrow cleansing pill. It purges impurities and refines one's marrow, elevating innate talent, allowing a person to undergo a complete rebirth. Yi Chen was shocked once again as he noticed several layers of medicinal halos shimmering upon this pill's surface. Judging by the faint aura emanating from the pill, its grade was likely extraordinarily high. He swallowed hard. Lu Xian put away the heavenly tier marrow cleansing pill and nodded in agreement. Not bad, the rewards for taking on this disciple are quite generous. Lu Xian was quite satisfied. The system said, "Call me daddy, Lu Xian?" A moment later, Lu Xian composed himself and summoned Yi Chen over, saying with a smile, "Yi Chen, you are my second disciple. Now I shall give you the ceremonial gift for apprenticeship." Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Lu Xian had already taken out the heaven-ranked marrow cleansing pill. This is the marrow cleansing pill. In a moment, you'll take it, and I'll cleanse your marrow and rebuild your bones to improve your constitution. Lu Xian placed the pill in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen stared dumbfounded, looking at the pill in shock. 1 halo, 2 halos, 9 pill halos. Master, what rank is this marrow cleansing pill? Lu Xian casually replied, just heaven rank, nothing special. Yi Chen wore an expression of utter disbelief. Celestial grade elixir. 9 pill halos, that makes it a 9th grade celestial elixir. Holy shit, the entire wealth of their Yi family probably couldn't even buy this single medicinal pill. At this thought, Yi Chen declined respectfully. Master, this this is far too precious. I can't accept it. Lu Xian chuckled. I gave your senior sister the same pill. It wouldn't be fair to show favoritism. Yi Chen's body stiffened slightly. Eldest Marshal's sister? Eldest Marshal's sister is actually a great emperor. His heart was overwhelmed by towering waves of shock. Yi Chen's face showed hesitation. Master, but, Lu Xian interrupted, take it. There'll be plenty more where that came from. Yi Chen swallowed hard. Plenty more? Could his master possibly be someone at the level of the great Tao sect's founding ancestor? Truly terrifying. Yi Chen had no choice but to accept the Heaven-tier marrow cleansing pill. Next, Lu Xian took out the bone-chilling nether flame. Screech! A frigid aura instantly flooded the entire room, a cold so piercing it seeped into the marrow. Just one glance at it made Yi Chen's heart tremor with fear. As if my entire body, from blood to soul, were about to freeze solid. Lu Xian said with a smile, this is my second gift to you. The seed of a heaven-earth strange flame, the bone-chilling ghost flame. Yi Chen was utterly dumbfounded. A seed of a heaven-earth strange flame. The preciousness of this object was something he had only heard about from the elder's mouth. Rumor had it that several great emperors had unleashed devastating wars over heavenly and earthly exotic flames. Lu Xian explained, this is merely a seed of an exotic flame. It can accompany you as you grow. As he spoke, Lu Xian flicked his finger, and the bone-chilling abyssal flame floated gently before Yi Chen. Yi Chen observed this strange fire seed with immense curiosity. Now it was completely covered with sealing restrictions. Lu Xian said, put it away in your spatial ring first. When the time comes, I'll help you subdue it. Yi Chen nodded excitedly, his entire being thrilled beyond measure. Treasure. Everything his master gave him now was treasure. Even an emperor would covet these things. He rubbed his eyes, this all felt like a dream. But it truly happened. Lu Xian smiled faintly and directly took out the Great Dao Lock. The divine weapon, Great Dao Lock. As nature wills it, sealing the power of the anomalous, sealing the power of the ominous. This is an iron chain several zhang in length, its surface flowing with mysterious and profound Taoist patterns. Though currently in a sealed state, it still leaks faint wisps of terrifying energy. Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of supreme treasure is this? The emanating energy from this chain completely surpassed his realm of understanding. Even the ancestral quasi-emperor's weapon wasn't this powerful? Yi Chen murmured, could this be the legendary emperor's weapon? His body trembled with excitement. At this moment, the system's voice prompted. Host's second disciple, Yi Chen, harbors a strange energy within him. Within his jade pendant resides a remnant soul at the quasi-emperor level, constantly resisting this sinister force. That remnant soul has been battling the dark energy all along, but 7 years ago, it had already burned low like spent oil. Consequently, 7 years back, Yi Chen's cultivation was mysteriously degraded due to the influence of that eerie power. Yet that remnant soul still lingers within the jade pendant, secretly protecting Yi Chen, though it can only sustain itself by absorbing the young man's spiritual energy. As the voice fell, Lu Xian suddenly understood. He understood. No wonder Yi Chen's cultivation had suddenly declined over these 7 years. The old mentor within the jade pendant had no other choice either. He had been silently protecting Yi Chen all along. Lu Xian asked, is this remnant soul from Yi Chen's maternal family? The system replied, how did you know? The corners of Lu Xian's lips curled slightly upward. No explanation. Lu Xian turned his gaze toward Yi Chen and said with a smile, disciple, are you ready? I'm about to use this spiritual artifact to extract the eerie energy from within you. At these words, Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian in disbelief, his voice trembling uncontrollably, Master, is this really true? Eerie energy. That was a force even the quasi-emperor ancestor of the Yi family had been powerless against. Is it finally going to be resolved now? Can he cultivate again? Heavens! Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen's excited expression and nodded. But commotion might be a bit intense next. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xian placed an ancient black array disc around the room. Boom! With a flick of his will, Lu Xian materialized the ceiling formation directly within Yi Chen's room. This was one of the foundational treasures his master had left for Lu Xian. The next instant, Lu Xian loosened a single thread of the Great Dao Lock's seal. Since the sinister energy within Yi Chen's body wasn't substantial, unraveling just a thread would suffice. Screech! Lu Xian channeled his spiritual energy and silently recited the incantation. In an instant, a torrent of divine radiance erupted from the Great Dao Lock. In that very moment, the Great Dao Lock locked onto Yi Chen, swiftly binding his body. Yi Chen was slightly startled. Then, a mysterious and profound force emanated from within the Great Dao Lock, immediately beginning to devour the strange energy lurking within Yi Chen's body. Black gas floated out from Yi Chen's body. For a moment, Yi Chen felt his mind become crystal clear, and all the meridians throughout his body seemed able to circulate spiritual energy again. Is this recovery? Yi Chen was stunned. Was this black gas the reason my cultivation had declined? The black gas was incredibly eerie, constantly morphing into terrifying ghostly faces and other sinister shapes. It seemed like something that should not exist in this world. The great Tao lock flickered with an obscure fluctuation, emitting a profound resonance of the great Tao that purified one's heart, directly suppressed the power of the anomalous. Within several dozen breaths, the great Tao lock continuously absorbed the eerie power within Yi Chen's body. In that moment, Yi Chen felt nothing but relief coursing through his body and mind, as the familiar flow of spiritual energy began circulating through his limbs and meridians once more. His voice trembled as he murmured, "I'm back. They've all returned." At this moment, Lu Xian reached out and with a mere touch, the great Tao lock returned to his hand. Smiling, he turned his gaze toward Yi Chen. "Disciple, the mysterious energy within your body has already been purged. This chain is called the Great Tao Lock, and I shall gift it to you." Yi Chen was utterly shocked. Was this supreme treasure also going to be given to him? Yi Chen asked, "Master, is this an emperor's weapon?" Lu Xian said indifferently, "A one-star emperor's weapon, passable. The Great Tao Lock happens to restrain airy forces and ominous powers." As he spoke, Lu Xian gave a gentle push, and the Great Tao Lock landed directly in Yi Chen's hand. Divine light surged in Yi Chen's eyes as he caressed the Great Tao Lock, feeling as if in a dreamlike trance. Did he just acquire an imperial weapon? Even the Yi family's ancestor doesn't possess an imperial weapon. This is merely a quasi-imperial weapon. Seeing Yi Chen's hesitation, Lu Xian smiled and said, "Take it. But the Great Tao Lock's power is too immense. I've already placed seals on it for you. As your strength grows, the lock's seals will gradually release." Yi Chen accepted the Great Tao Lock and nodded, saying, "Yes, master." Thud. Suddenly, Yi Chen knelt respectfully before Lu Xian once more. Lu Xian was taken aback. "Disciple, what are you doing now? Get up quickly." Yi Chen kowtowed 3 times to Lu Xian. "Master, accept your disciple's bow. You have given me the gift of rebirth. I never imagined such a day would come, that I could receive such a blessing." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "This is but a small matter. Since you are my disciple, how could I possibly treat you poorly?" As he spoke, Lu Xian stepped forward to help Yi Chen up. Suddenly, an anomaly suddenly erupted. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from the ancient jade pendant around Yi Chen's neck. Then, an elderly voice asked in confusion, as if awakening from a deep dream, "What happened? That hint of eerie power actually vanished?" The ancient cyan jade pendant trembled slightly, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying ripple. Yi Chen was utterly astonished. "Holy shit? What the hell was that? There's actually a person inside the jade pendant around his neck." Yi Chen was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this pendant left to him by his mother? How could there be such a sinister thing inside it? The next instant, a sinister black mist emerged from the jade pendant, gradually coalescing into the form of an elderly man in gray robes. Yi Chen instinctively prepared to summon the Great Tao chains. Lu Xian gave a faint smile. "He is no sinister entity." Yi Chen glared fixedly at the gray-robed elder, demanding angrily, "Who are you?" The gray-robed elder lightly tapped his own head. "Who am I? Oh, I remember now. I'm the elder of the medicine family, Medicine Flame." Chapter 26 covered in airy and ominous signs. I'm the elder of the medicine family, Medicine Flame. Hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. The medicine family? His father had said that his mother hailed from the medicine family, a dominant force in the southern wilderness. The black-robed elder's face revealed a trace of bitterness. "Young one, there's something I must tell you. All these years, the decline in your cultivation has also had something to do with me." Yi Chen frowned. "What do you mean?" The old man in black robes said, 7 years ago, I could already absorb the spiritual power within you. That's why your power hasn't been progressing." "What?" Yi Chen suddenly leapt up like a madman, glaring at the old man in black robes with a ferocious expression. To think this old man in black robes was the reason all along. In an instant, 7 years of pent-up rage and resentment exploded within Yi Chen as he glared viciously at the black-robed elder, his voice dripping with venom. "Fuck your mother." The elder's face twitched as he hastily protested. "Let me explain, I haven't finished speaking yet." A ghost of a smile played across Lu Xian's lips as he silently observed the unfolding drama. Yi Chen's hair instantly billowed as if caught in a gale. His eyes burned crimson with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at the black-robed elder and unleashed a torrent of enraged curses. 7 years. Do you know how I've managed to survive these 7 years? Do you know what I've endured? And what my father has suffered because of me? Because of you, the elder's son challenged me for the heir position. Because of you, Nengon Shuebai wants to break off our engagement. Yi Chen spat angrily, venting his rage with wild abandon. A momentary silence fell. The black-robed elder's expression shifted uncertainly as he spoke slowly. "Yi Chen, I know you're furious, but hear me out." Yi Chen stared coldly at the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder sighed and began to recount slowly. "Yi Chen, 16 years ago, your mother gave birth to you. But because of you, according to the medicine family's rules, your mother had to be punished, and you were seen as an error and targeted by other branches. To keep you alive, your mother asked me to take you in hiding to find your father. I never expected the news to leak, and our group walked straight into an ambush. The enemies had laid down a fragment of an ancient emperor's array formation at our only passage, sending us into the desolate forbidden zone, where you became tainted by a strand of an eerie power. To save you, I burned my flesh and soul, only then managing to bring you out of the desolate forbidden zone. I expended every last ounce of my strength to suppress the eerie energy within your body. By the time I reached the Yi family in Qingcheng, my lamp had run dry of oil. I was on my last breath. After delivering you to your father, I was on the verge of dissipating into the void between heaven and earth. But suddenly, the jade pendant your mother left behind erupted with a surge of power that I inadvertently absorbed. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Chen was completely stunned. That meant Yao Yan was the black-robed man his father had mentioned. It was he who had saved him. At that moment, Yao Yan raised his hand and with a wave, a surge of divine brilliance poured forth. A fragmented scene slowly unfolds before the eyes. Within the terrifying ancient forbidden zone, mysterious Tao patterns swirl continuously, evolving into bone-chilling shapes and symbols. This desolate wasteland exudes an eerie desolation that sends shivers down one's spine. The landscape is littered with broken mountain peaks and severed rivers, dotted with bizarre terrain formations that seem to concentrate an atmosphere of heaven and earth reversing power. Here, the bones of ancient saints scatter with the wind, while aging saint kings cling perilously to life. Faint glimpses of withered quasi-emperors can be seen, standing before rows of sorrowful ancient tombs that stretch into the distance. An elderly man in black robes walked through this terrifying power while carrying an infant. The black-robed elder was a 3-star quasi-emperor. Yet even someone as powerful as a 3-star quasi-emperor was like a man trapped in quicksand when caught in the terrain of this desolate forbidden zone, each step twisted and unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. Beside the black-robed old man stood several other quasi-emperors and half-emperors. The black-robed elder said through gritted teeth, "I must take Yi Chen away from here. He's his mother's obsession." Hearing this, the others gazed resolutely at the swaddled infant in the black-robed elder's arms and declared decisively, "Then let us ignite our mortal forms." Without hesitation, the remaining figures immediately set their physical bodies ablaze. Sacrifice. The power of sacrifice formed an imperial barrier, shielding the black-robed elder and the infant. Not long after, several individuals burned their life essence and spiritual souls. In the end, their bodies dissipated and their paths extinguished, turning to dust as they fell in this desolate terrain. Seeing this, the black-robed elder's face turned ashen. He directly ignited his physical body. Thwip! The quasi-emperor's body burned, transforming into overwhelming might that swept through the surroundings. Yet within the desolate ancient forbidden zone, everywhere was interlaced with obscure and inverted strands of Tao and power. The force generated by a quasi-emperor's self-immolation was utterly insignificant here. Before long, the black-robed elder immediately began burning his lifespan, then ignite the divine soul. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist drifted over, prompting the old man in black robes to immediately tighten his embrace around the infant. Yet despite his efforts, a faint tendril of the dark vapor slipped through, seeping into Yi Chen's body. The screen abruptly blurred at this point. Yi Chen was profoundly astonished. This place looks utterly hopeless. Even within the memory projection of the black-robed elder, it brought him endless shock and impact. Here, even mighty saint kings could only turn into withered bones. Even powerful quasi-emperors actually couldn't resist the power of this forbidden zone. Absolutely terrifying. Yi Chen felt a tingling sensation crawl across his scalp. "Senior Yao, what kind of place is this? Why is it so terrifying?" A trace of lingering fear flashed in Yao Yan's eyes as he replied, "The ancient wilderness forbidden zone, one of the most notorious death traps in the southern wastelands." At this moment, Lu Xian asked, "Yao Yan, how did you manage to escape the ancient wilderness forbidden zone? With your quasi-emperor physique, there shouldn't have been any chance." A distant, reminiscent look surfaced once more in Yao Yan's eyes. A moment later, a divine brilliance once again appeared in his hand. "I remember now, someone saved us." Then, another painful memory surfaced. In the depths of a collapsed mountain range, a figure in grey robes sat cross-legged. The howling winds and eerie mist intertwined around them, obscuring any distinction of gender in their silhouette. Boundless desolation surrounded them as they bore the momentum of heaven and earth, appearing utterly lonely and forlorn. And around this grey-robed figure, the terrifying forces of the bizarre and the ominous swirled like mist. Two absolutely horrifying powers. Yao Yan was utterly shocked. There was actually someone capable of contending against these two legendary forbidden forces. Know this, though Emperor Realm is mighty, there exist two forbidden powers in this world that completely counter great emperors. One is called the power of the bizarre, the other is called the power of ominousness. At this moment, Yao Yan was utterly stunned. Someone actually possessed two forbidden powers simultaneously. The grey-robed man was a high-star great emperor. Yet even so, amidst the storm of these two forbidden powers, this mighty figure wavered incessantly like a candle flickering in the wind. Yao Yan couldn't help but feel moved, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Senior, I wonder if you could save this child." As the voice fell, the gray-robed emperor suddenly turned his head, his gaze like the sun and moon, radiant as the stars, piercing straight through the mist of the two forbidden powers. Tao rhythm, imperial might. The gray-robed emperor erupted with supreme power, a force that surpassed even Yao Yan's understanding. Witnessing this scene, Yao Yan was utterly shocked. The strength of this gray-robed great emperor was actually terrifying to such an extent. With just a single glance, he tore apart the power sealing this ancient forbidden zone. His power even surpassed that of the Yao family's strongest ancestor. At this moment, the Grey Emperor's gaze fell upon the infant in Yao Yan's arms. His eyes slightly narrowed. The Grey Emperor asked, "What is his name?" Yao Yan replied respectfully, "Yi Chen." The grey-cloaked emperor fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his voice immeasurably prolonged. "I detect a whiff of karma in the air." Yao Yan was slightly taken aback. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" The grey-cloaked emperor's voice grew distant and fluctuating. "Today's cause, tomorrow's effect. My being is tainted by the eerie and ominous. I hope." The words that followed were completely lost on Yao Yan. He stood dumbfounded. The power of karma? What did this mean? In an instant, all Yao Yan saw was the grey-robed sovereign flicking his sleeve, a force that seemed to bridge time itself, reversing the very Tao and momentum of that realm, sending both Yao Yan and Yi Chen flying out of the ancient barrens. But only a few breaths of time had passed. Yao Yan already stood at the edge of the ancient barren lands. He was frozen in profound shock. Just who was this emperor in grey robes? Could it be an ancient great emperor? The cultivation of ancient great emperors reaches the heavens, far beyond what the imperial realm of this era could compare to. According to ancient records, some ancient great emperors in their twilight years encountered ominous fates, tainted by sinister forces. But now, despite the surge of excitement in Yao Yan's heart, he had no time whatsoever to consider these matters. His soul still retained a shred of power. In the end, he handed Yi Chen over to his father, the patriarch of the Yi clan. The scene ended once again at this point. Yi Chen froze in place as a storm raged through his mind. The Great Emperor. Is this the Great Emperor? To think it's this terrifying. Not to mention the legendary desolate ancient forbidden zone, and that grey-robed great emperor whose cultivation defies the heavens. This is too overwhelming. But now that the master has absorbed the sinister energy within his body, he can cultivate again. A flame ignited in his heart. Training. Without reaching the emperor realm, one remains but an ant. Yi Chen could rise again now. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled how casually his master had produced an emperor's weapon capable of suppressing that eerie force. Didn't this mean his master was as powerful as the grey-robed emperor from the desolate ancient forbidden zone? Or even stronger? At this thought, Yi Chen stared at Lu Xian in utter astonishment. Lu Xian smiled faintly. He seemed to detect a trace of admiration in Yi Chen's eyes. What's this kid thinking about now? At this moment, Yi Chen scrutinized Lu Xian's figure closely. No, compared to that grey-robed great emperor, his master exuded an extraordinary aura, ethereal and profound, like a celestial descended to the mortal realm, untouched by worldly dust. Not a trace of eerie or ominous power could be seen. At this thought, Yi Chen's heart was again overwhelmed by towering waves. He could be certain his master was even more powerful than the grey-robed emperor. Master. Yi Chen couldn't help but tremble in his voice as he gazed at Lu Xian with overwhelming admiration. Lu Xian smiled and walked over to Yi Chen, lightly patting his shoulder. Yi Chen's body was shivering uncontrollably. Lu Xian said with a laugh, "Yi Chen, actually you should thank Elder Yao Yan. He was the one who brought you out of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, and all these years, it was him who helped you resist the eerie power within your body." Yi Chen gave an awkward smile. Chapter 27, Marrow Cleansing. Yi Chen's ears turned red. That was rash. Yi Chen immediately turned around and bowed respectfully to Yao Yan with an apologetic expression. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Sorry," he spoke loudly. When Senior Yao Yan emerged from the jade pendant on his chest earlier, he scolded Yao Yan without distinguishing right from wrong. Now that he thought about it, perhaps Yao Yan was connected to his mother. Yi Chen clasped his hands and said, "I was too reckless." Yao Yan stroked his beard and smiled indifferently. "Scolding is scolding. You've endured too much ridicule and verbal abuse over the years, you needed to vent. To have persevered till now is no small feat." As he spoke, Yao Yan's eyes gleamed with unmistakable admiration. He had witnessed Yi Chen's growth over these 16 years within the jade pendant. During these 7 years of declining cultivation, though Yi Chen often wanted to give up, he never actually did. At this thought, Yao Yan spoke earnestly. "Yi Chen, truth be told, it was only by absorbing your spiritual energy these past 7 years that I could barely help you resist the sinister force. Unfortunately, my power had already been exhausted 7 years ago, so I could only manage a feeble resistance. I'm sorry." Yet it's precisely because you never gave up on cultivation that you survived. Have you ever considered how much your experiences over these 7 years have matured your state of mind? As the voice fell, Yi Chen froze momentarily. Elder Yao Yan's words rang true. What is lost in the sunrise is gained in the sunset. These 16 years, he has stood atop the summit and also plunged into the abyss. Both have benefited him greatly. At this thought, Yi Chen bowed respectfully to Yao Yan. Thank you, Elder Yao Yan. For all these years, thank you. Rest assured, one day I will help you reconstitute your physical form. Yao Yan smiled faintly. It's alright, I'm nothing more than a wisp of a remnant soul now. Seeing you recovered, my lingering obsession has dissipated. The task your mother, Yao Lioli, entrusted to me is finally complete. Yi Chen silently repeated the name Yao Lioli, murmuring to himself. So that's my mother's name? Yao Yan nodded. Your mother was the divine maiden of our southern desolate Yao clan. Her talent defied the heavens, and her brilliance was unparalleled. She was a genius our Yao clan hadn't seen in 10,000 years. Yi Chen was stunned. Now that he knew about his mother's affairs, a faint longing arose in his heart, a longing to see his mother. A momentary silence fell. Yi Chen looked at Yao Yan, realizing that Senior Yao Yan must have had a deep relationship with his mother. Senior Yao Yan, how should I address you? Yao Yan smiled slightly. I'm one of the ancestors of your mother's lineage. You may call me Elder Yao. Elder Yao. Yi Chen nodded silently. Lu Xian thought of something, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. At this moment, Yao Yan turned his gaze towards Lu Xian, his expression tinged with wariness and curiosity. He attempted to probe Lu Xian's depths, but he simply couldn't see through him. Clearly, Lu Xian's strength far surpassed his own. Yi Chen had already taken on a master. The young man in white before him could actually attract the legendary Eerie Force. It was practically defying the heavens. Never had anyone heard of someone capable of absorbing Eerie Force. Could this white-robed youth be even more formidable than the gray-robed great emperor he encountered in the ancient desolate restricted zone? At this thought, Yao Yan smiled as he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, introduce us to your master. Hearing this, Yi Chen froze. He felt extremely awkward. He realized that until now, he still didn't know his master's name, only that he was the peak master of Qingxian Peak from the Great Tao sect, and so on. Qingxian Peak? Why does it sound somewhat familiar? His father had once mentioned it, but having been too long ago, he couldn't recall the specifics. Yi Chen wore an awkward expression as he respectfully bowed to Lu Xian, then scratched his head. Master, I never asked for your name? Yao Yan's smile froze on his face. Lu Xian gave a faint smile. My name is Lu Xian. Lu Xian. A flash of lightning crossed Yi Chen's mind. He remembered now. No wonder he felt like he'd heard the name earlier when thinking about Qingxian Peak. Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian, and the Great Tao sect. These three keywords immediately reminded him of the Yi family sage's warning to numerous geniuses. If you ever go to the Great Tao sect, you must never become a disciple under Lu Xian of Qingxian Peak. If you take Lu Xian as your master, your entire life will be ruined. Lu Xian is a good-for-nothing. At these thoughts, Yi Chen's face flushed red. Lu Xian saw through Yi Chen's thoughts. Disciple, what is it you wish to ask? Yi Chen rubbed his nose, unable to hold back his question any longer. Master, are you really the same Lu Xian from the rumors outside? Lu Xian smiled faintly. It is indeed me. Yi Chen. He was stunned. How could his master, so formidable, possibly be a useless waste? The rumors were wrong. Yao Yan noticed Yi Chen's expression and asked, what's going on? Yi Chen told Yao Yan some rumors about Lu Xian. Yao Yan slightly furrowed his brows and kept shaking his head. Even I couldn't see through your master. He's even mastered the method to absorb eerie energy. To me, he's an insurmountable mountain. Senior Lu Xian must be a high-star great emperor. Lu Xian responded with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. At this sight, Yi Chen and Yao Yan grew even more certain. Is this what a peerless powerhouse is like? Long past caring about the world's opinions, transcending the worldly affairs. Suddenly, Yao Yan was shocked in his heart. Could it be related to the desolate ancient forbidden zone? A terrifying thought occurred to him. Because in the desolate ancient forbidden zone, the gray-robed great emperor was contaminated by sinister and ominous forces. He once mentioned the power of karma. Wait, thinking about this, Yao Yan did not speak it aloud. For the karma of heavens will is an unseen force in the universe. If he were to reveal it, perhaps it would break the chain of causality. He was shocked. Swiftly, Yao Yan suppressed the suspicions in his heart, knowing full well that such secrets concerning the emperor, or even ancient emperors, were beyond his capacity to bear. Unspeakable. Do not touch. At this moment, Yi Chen inquired about his mother. Yao Yan faintly shook his head. Regarding your mother, Yao Lioli, I will tell you in the future. You are not yet qualified to know. Yi Chen froze. Elder Yao. What do you mean? Yao Yan closed his eyes. When you reach the profound saint realm, I'll tell you. Yi Chen's body stiffened slightly as he refrained from further questions. Lu Xian patted Yi Chen's shoulder. don't dwell on this now. Your mother's affairs are still beyond your reach. What you must face is the 7-day counts challenge and breaking off the engagement. Yi Chen snapped out of his daze. Master, please lend me your aid. Yao Yan nodded. Your master is right. These days you should focus on improving your strength. Once this storm passes, I'll teach you the art of alchemy. The art of alchemy. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned. You must know that in the southern wastelands, alchemists hold an extraordinary status. High-level alchemists are highly revered, and they can even command a major power. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Sure enough. Yao Yan looked at Yi Chen with admiration and said, Yi Chen, your veins flow with the blood of my Yao clan. Our Yao family rose to prominence in the southern wastelands through the art of alchemy. When the time comes, I'll assess your alchemy talent, though I believe your aptitude will be extraordinary. Hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. As the saying goes, one can never have too many skills, but for now, let's rise swiftly under the master's guidance. Put! Yao Yan instantly transformed into a streak of light and penetrated into the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Disciple training mission issued. Within 7 days, have your second disciple Yi Chen reach the profound emperor realm. Task rewards will be issued based on completion. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. The cultivation mission arrives fashionably late. Good. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen and said, Alright, now stop thinking about other matters. For the remaining time, I will help you break through to the profound emperor realm. Yi Chen was somewhat excited as he took out a sound transmission jade slip from his spatial ring. He told his father not to come looking for him for the remaining time. He had already laid down a ceiling restriction. Time for bitter cultivation. After finishing these preparations, Yi Chen calmed his mind and turned to Lu Xian. Master, what should I do next? Lu Xian nodded slightly and flicked his finger, sending a divine radiance flowing into Yi Chen's body. It circulated through his meridians in one complete cycle. He discovered the issue within Yi Chen's body. For 7 long years without cultivation, Yi Chen's inner world had not been baptized or impacted by spiritual energy. It had already grown somewhat stagnant, just like a blocked river channel. Muds and impurities piled up everywhere. Lu Xian checked Yi Chen's control panel. Second disciple, Yi Chen. Qualification, Emperor tier potential. Alchemy heaven tier talent. Cultivation technique, earth tier, 6 extremities shatter. Others, meridians severely blocked and stagnant. Recommend consuming heaven tier marrow cleansing pill. Seeing this, Lu Xian murmured, if only we could give Yi Chen an emperor tier cultivation technique, then it would be perfect. The system replied, there will be later. Lu Xian nodded and said to Yi Chen, first take the marrow cleansing pill, I'll guard you during the process. Hearing this, Yi Chen sat cross-legged. Regulating his breath, he retrieved a pile of mid-grade spirit stones and took out that Heaven's Path bone cleansing pill. Gazing at the 9 medicinal halos shimmering on the pill's surface, Yi Chen felt momentarily dazed. This was a heaven-rank 9-tier bone cleansing pill. He was about to swallow it. Yi Chen's hand trembled slightly as he swallowed the marrow cleansing pill without hesitation. Boom! A thunderous explosion seemed to reverberate through Yi Chen's inner world. The power of the pill surged like lightning through his body, while an aura of profound transcendence continuously emanated from him. For a moment, his entire body shimmered with radiant light. Mysterious and enigmatic Tao markings endlessly intertwined within Yi Chen's inner world, floating in his blood, flowing through his marrow, and connecting along his meridians. Bone cleansing and marrow refining. This is a transcendent force. One might say it approaches infinitely close to the principles of heaven and earth. Yi Chen's breathing grew rapid. He felt his comprehension seemingly increasing, as if he could perceive the resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Mysterious truths shimmered upon his form, while an incomparably terrifying treasure image vied for brilliance. Soon, Yi Chen's body was soaked as sweat continuously seeped out. It was black. Gradually, besides black sweat, large amounts of black impurities emerged. Chapter 28, The Backing Behind the Yi Family. Yi Chen looked as if his entire body had been smeared with a layer of black mud, appearing somewhat eerie. Lu Xian occasionally intervened to suppress the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Chen. One must understand that this was a heaven-grade marrow cleansing pill. If not for the control method Lu Xian had mastered through his system, Yi Chen would likely have exploded upon consuming such a pill. After all, he was merely at the qi refining realm. How could he possibly withstand such terrifying power? At this moment, within the jade pendant, Yao Yan sensed everything happening and was utterly shocked. A 9th-grade heavenly tier pill. The power contained within it was absolutely terrifying. Yet Yi Chen's master was manipulating it with such effortless ease. For a moment, Yao Yan's reverence for Lu Xian grew even deeper. For Yi Chen to become Lu Xian's disciple, what incredible fortune! He was stunned that the great Tao sect concealed such a supreme existence within its ranks. At the same time, Yi Chen had already entered an utterly extraordinary state. This bone cleansing pill is of heaven rank 9th grade. Beyond refining essence and cleansing marrow, it also contains the essence of Tao and rhyme. Although Yi Chen had never encountered such profound mysteries before, the Tao and rhyme actively carved Tao patterns and imprints into his body. Yi Chen drifted in and out of consciousness. The power of the heavenly rank pill far exceeded what his body could withstand, he could only passively absorb it. Shi refinement stage, 3rd layer. Shi refinement stage, 7th layer. Early stage Xianshi realm. Xianling realm. Merely by absorbing the power of the marrow cleansing pill, Yi Chen's cultivation directly ascended to the Xianling realm. Ding! The cultivation of the host's second disciple is increasing. Synchronization initiated. The system's voice sounded. Lu Xian smiled faintly, savoring the exhilaration of cultivation essence surging through his body. Familiar feeling. Refreshing. At this very moment, Ji Fuya was also continuously channeling back her cultivation. Ding! Host's eldest disciple's cultivation is improving. Beginning synchronization. Lu Xian's cultivation speed increased dramatically. Not bad, not bad. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Xian's mouth. He had planted the seeds. The harvest has now begun. Before long, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that his body had undergone a dramatic transformation. His bones had become crystal clear, radiating a holy glow. His dantian resembled a starry sky, vast as a celestial domain. His internal world was flawless, even his hair strands had transformed into radiant purity. This is the effect of the marrow cleansing pill's potency. Moreover, he felt an extraordinary clarity in the crown of his head. As if communing with the heavens, he could now grasp the profound mysteries of any technique at any moment. Lu Xian said calmly, "Don't rush to get up just yet. Take some more time to digest the pill's power." Hearing this, Yi Chen continued to circulate his spiritual technique while sensing the lingering potency of the body refining pill flowing through his body. His mind became utterly clear. His Tao heart shone with purity. Yi Chen felt as if he were standing in a crystal-clear river, his entire body being continually bathed by sacred water as he entered a state of serene transcendence. Another half-day passed. The radiance on Yi Chen's body dimmed. It did not vanish. Instead, it became more subtly concealed. By now, Yi Chen had been completely transformed. Lu Xian nodded subtly. At this moment, everything was ready. Yi Chen could finally begin his cultivation. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with deep gratitude and said, "Thank you, master." Lu Xian nodded subtly. He was quite curious to see if Yi Chen's cultivation speed could surpass that of Ji Fuya. At this moment, the sound-transmitting jade slip in Yi Chen's bosom kept vibrating. He took out the sound-transmitting jade slip, channeled his spiritual energy into it, and heard his father's voice. The voice sounded somewhat hurried. "Shen'er, I've tried contacting you many times, but you haven't responded." Hearing this, Yi Chen responded somewhat sheepishly, "Father, I was just practicing my cultivation." The clan leader let out an almost imperceptible sigh, unsure of what to say. "Shen'er, I came to your room several times but found you had set up ceiling restrictions, so I didn't disturb you." Understanding the worry in his father's tone, Yi Chen quickly reassured him, "Father, don't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine." The clan leader let out a relieved sigh. "Shen'er, if anything happens, you must tell me." Yi Chen replied, "Don't worry, father. I won't act recklessly." The clan leader added, "Oh, by the way, I might need to visit the ancestral grounds these next few days. The ancestor has summoned me, saying there's something of utmost importance." Yi Chen frowned and repeated, "Utmost importance." The clan leader's tone grew extremely grave, even lowering his voice considerably. "This concerns a secret of our Yi family. The reason our Yi family exists is because of a powerful individual. Our Yi family is pledged to serve this mighty figure." Yi Chen was somewhat shocked. How had he never heard of this before? The clan leader whispered secretly, "However, this matter has nothing to do with you. Right now, our Yi family's higher-ups are all making preparations for this powerful figure's arrival. However, Yi Liangchen's challenge against your crown prince will continue. Even the broken engagement with Nangong Shuabai hasn't been cancelled by our Yi family. But as for when that powerful figure will descend, our patriarch is still negotiating." Yi Chen froze. "Just who is that powerful figure?" The clan leader smiled faintly and said, "Shen'er, you don't need to worry about this for now. Perhaps when that powerful figure arrives, fortune may favor you." Yi Chen curled the corners of his lips slightly, eager to tell his father he had already taken a master. But he restrained himself. When the clan assembly came, he would astonish everyone in a single stroke. The clan elder said, "All right, I'll head to the ancestral grounds first." Yi Chen replied, "Understood." He put away the voice transmission jade slip and informed Lu Xian about the matter. Lu Xian frowned slightly. A powerful figure is about to arrive? To prompt such a reaction from the Yi family's quasi-emperor ancestor, it must surely be an emperor-level existence. But Lu Xian wasn't panicked at all. He still had a one-star Great Emperor trial card in his hand. At this moment, Yi Chen spoke with confident assurance, "Master, even if that powerful expert comes, they probably wouldn't be your match." Lu Xian gave a faint nod. Yi Chen said, "Master, I'll continue my cultivation." Lu Xian took out several bottles of medicinal pills. "You may consume these elixirs." Yi Chen took the elixir, examined it carefully, and was somewhat shocked. These were all earth-grade elixirs. The grade is too high. These elixirs are all for enhancing cultivation foundation. At the family assembly, Yi Liangchen will most likely step into the Xianhuang realm, so he must also break through to the Xianhuang realm. At this thought, Yi Chen swallowed several medicinal pills. He began circulating his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing the medium-grade spirit stones before him. Soon, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Synchronizing the cultivation level of your second disciple, Yi Chen." "Ding! Synchronizing the cultivation level of your first disciple, Ji Fuyao." "Ding! Synchronizing the insights of your first disciple, Ji Fuyao." A surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's body, relentlessly impacting every fiber of his being. Tingly numb, Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen with great admiration. Yi Chen's cultivation speed was no less than Ji Fuyao's. If he were to later complement it with an emperor-grade cultivation technique, he would simply become unstoppable. Now with 2 disciples, his cultivation speed has already improved so quickly. In the future, if he had 3 disciples, or even 4, just thinking about it gets him excited. Beside, while Yi Chen was diligently cultivating, Lu Xian simply lay down on Yi Chen's bed and started resting. Not a trace of guilt lingered. Ding! Ding! Beautiful sounds continuously arose. The ancestral land of the Yi clan. Ancient towering columns rose toward the heavens, each inscribed with majestic coiling dragons radiating overwhelming might. These colossal pillars formed an enormous formation, drawing terrifying concentrations of spiritual energy toward their gathering place. The air was thick with eerie Tao patterns, the majestic aura of a quasi-emperor slowly emanating in all directions. The ancestral land stretched vast and boundless, already transformed by the Yi family ancestor with his creation-defying hands. Now permeated with grand and majestic spiritual rhythms, it appeared supremely sacred. On this day, the Yi family patriarch, the Grand Elder, and other key elders were all summoned here. Boom, 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 boom. Deep within the Yi family territory, several terrifying figures slowly emerged from the swirling mist. They are all the ancestors of the Yi family, led by 3 quasi-emperor ancestors. Their ranks include semi-emperor ancestors and numerous Saint King ancestors. This is the pinnacle of the Yi family's hidden strength. At this very moment, they have all chosen to emerge into the world. The clan leader and others were utterly shocked by the scene before them. The quasi-emperor ancestors and half-step emperor ancestors of the Yi family emerged. Though they had deliberately suppressed their aura, traces of quasi-emperor power still inadvertently leaked out. Facing 3 quasi-emperor ancestors directly, the clan leader and his companions trembled uncontrollably, as if standing in the midst of a violent storm. The other half-emperor ancestors and Saint King ancestors silently followed behind the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors, their gazes filled with reverence. The eyes of the 3 great ancestors, no longer hazy as in previous days, swept over the clan leader and others. Their pupils burned like 2 colossal suns, causing the souls of the clan leader and his party to tingle with pain. The clan leader and his group were astonished. They had, after all, met these 3 quasi-emperor ancestors before. At that time, the 3 great ancestors seemed on the verge of death, their aura decaying like a candle flame flickering in the wind. But today, it's completely different. Even the imposing aura about them has transformed as if withered wood meeting spring, rising once again. The clan leader and others looked at the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors in shock, immediately dropping to their knees in worship. Thud! Thud! Like a tidal wave, the clan leader and the others knelt down in unison. Congratulations to our ancestors for achieving mastery in their cultivation techniques. This calls for celebration. Congratulations to our ancestors for achieving mastery in their cultivation techniques. This calls for celebration. The 3 great ancestors smiled faintly. It's not a matter of cultivation attainment, it's that the true dragon our Yi family worships is about to return to its rightful place. Hearing this, the clan leader and the elder council exchanged glances. They were speaking of that supreme expert who stood above the Yi family. The ancestors had once mentioned that once that mighty figure returned, the Yi family would undoubtedly establish a heavenly oath and pledge allegiance as its vassals. 3,000 years had passed in waiting. The 3 great ancestors flicked their sleeves and unleashed a heaven-reaching force that instantly swept upward, sealing off the small domain. In an instant, the void above froze, shimmering with dazzling divine light. The ancestral land had been completely cut off from the outside world. Even after this, the ancestors remained uneasy. With a wave of their hands, they scattered several beams of divine radiance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He also immediately placed restrictive spells within the bodies of the clan leader and others present. Seeing this, the clan leader and the others' expressions drastically changed. At that moment, the gazes of the 3 grand elders swept over the crowd. Descendants of the Yi family, What I am about to say next concerns the family's secrets. Previously, we might have mentioned the Yi family's background in fragments, but never in complete detail, nor had we revealed our true backer. Everyone was shocked. The patriarch of the Yi family wore a grave expression, his majestic emperor's aura surging as he continued. Behind our Yi family stands a true great emperor. Her name is Empress Fuyao. Her power is known as the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 29, under Ji Fuyao's command, the Yi family of Qingcheng, the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty. Hearing this news, the clan leader and the great elder were all struck with shock. They had heard whispers of it before, but never imagined their backing was actually the now fallen Fuyao dynasty. 3,000 years ago, our Yi clan was a faction under Empress Yao's command. The final battle saw the Fuyao dynasty besieged by the celestial net hall, compounded by betrayal from within. That battle nearly brought the Fuyao dynasty to its knees. Yet, the empress single-handedly held off 3 great emperors of the celestial net hall, dividing her elite forces into 3 groups and commanding their escape. Our Yi clan was one of those groups. Later, the empress, through an ancient secret technique, found a sliver of hope and has now returned to rebuild. 3,000 years have passed. Our Yi clan has lost several quasi-emperors and half-emperors, but at last, we have awaited the empress's return. The 3 of us have already made contact with the empress. She will descend upon our Yi clan on the day of our family assembly. The voice fell like rolling thunder, resounding through the ancestral land. Everyone was utterly stunned. A glimmer of inspiration flashed through the clan leader's mind as he respectfully said, "Ancestor, if Her Majesty the Empress were to descend, could we request her assistance in suppressing the eerie power within Chun'er?" Hearing this, a grey-robed elder shook his head faintly. "Impossible." The clan leader was slightly taken aback. "Why not?" The grey-robed elder sighed and explained, "It's not that I'm unwilling to ask Her Majesty the Empress. The truth is, she is currently cultivating anew, and her cultivation has not yet reached the sage realm. Not even a saint." The clan leader's hope was shattered once again. At that moment, an elder frowned and asked, "Ancestor, the Empress is no longer at her peak. Is she still qualified to lead our Yi family?" "Ha!" The grey-robed ancestor smiled faintly and spoke slowly. "First, we have all taken an oath. If Her Majesty the Empress returns and summons us, we shall answer without fail. Second, Her Majesty the Empress's foremost force, the Imperial Dragon Guards, still exists. If our Yi family chooses betrayal, destruction will be our only fate." As the voice fell, the faces of the Yi family elders grew grim. Since things had come to this, they had no choice but to follow the ancestors' arrangements. The crowd buzzed with discussion. If supporting Empress Fuyao could allow our Yi family to rise again, there would be no shame in pledging allegiance to Her Majesty. But our foe would be the heavenly Nether Temple. Over this millennium, the temple has grown increasingly powerful. Numerous cases of sect and clan exterminations across the southern barrens were their doing, yet no one has been able to bring them to justice. Our Yi clan is merely a quasi-emperor level force. We have little room for choice. A moment later, the 3 grand elders waved their sleeves, silencing the crowd's discussion. "In the coming days, I shall impart to you some supreme secret techniques of the Soaring Sky Imperial Dynasty. Your combat prowess will all be elevated. Her Majesty the Empress will surely be most pleased to see it." The many saints of the Yi family were all somewhat excited. A supreme secret technique. At this moment, the elder frowned and asked, "Ancestor, the family assembly will begin in a few days, and the Nangong family might descend as well. Could this cause a conflict?" The grey-robed old man chuckled lightly. "Are you worried about the young master's challenge and that annulment business? Ha, those are just trivial matters. The position of heir is inherently a competition among the younger generation. Let them fight it out. As for the Nangong family breaking off the engagement, my Yi family will soon realign ourselves under the Empress's banner again. The defection of a mere Nangong clan is of no consequence." Hearing this, the crowd understood. Right now, the Yi family's top priority is awaiting the descent of Empress Fuyao. Things like the heir challenges or Nangong by Shui's cancelled engagement are trivial matters. The ancestor didn't take it to heart. Next, the 3 great ancestors sat cross-legged, floating in the void, their bodies shimmering with radiant quasi-emperor Dao patterns. They slowly opened their mouths and revealed the supreme secret technique of the Fuyao Imperial Dynasty, sealed away for millennia. As the 3 great ancestors imparted the Dao, it was like the divine hymns of the great Tao. Within this stretch of heaven and earth, Tao and rhyme intertwined, while profound and mysterious energy continuously flowed through the space. The many saint-level experts of the Yi clan began to listen intently. All sat cross-legged, circulating spiritual mantras. For a time, radiant divine brilliance intertwined endlessly within the Yi family ancestral grounds, resembling a celestial galaxy, akin to a flowing river. Black Flame Mountains. Ji Fuyao had been cultivating for over 10 days. Within the pavilion, Ji Fuyao wore a fiery red dress, her curvaceous figure shrouded in dazzling light. Mysterious patterns emerged on her skin, resembling flawless jade, as pristine as untouched snow, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. She slowly opened her eyes. She had already stepped into the late-stage great perfection of the profound sovereign realm. The path of spiritual fire was just one step away from reaching perfection. Not only that, she had used the scripture of the great Tao to continuously purify her Tao foundation. Now, her Tao foundation had become incomparably crystalline, with faint Tao patterns emerging on its surface, gradually transforming toward the direction of a flawless Tao altar. Thanks to Master exchanging the great Tao scripture for her, before her eyes, the image of Lu Xian involuntarily surfaced. I wonder how Master is doing now. Ji Fuyao murmured, Master, wait for me to settle the Yi family affairs, then I'll return to Qingxian Peak. A moment later, she slowly rose to her feet, retracting the aura around her, and stepped out of the pavilion. Outside, Wang Man, Qing Yan, and the others were already standing by. Their faces were filled with joy, having long known of Ji Fuyao's dramatic increase in cultivation. They smiled and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on bringing your cultivation one step closer to its former peak. Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly and asked, Are there any profound fire beasts at the Black Flame Mountains reaching the Xuanzong realm? Qing Yan immediately retrieved a map jade slip from her bosom, channeling her divine sense into it. After a moment, she smiled and reported, Your Majesty, there happens to be a territory of profound fire beasts here, though their leader has cultivated to the Xuanzuan realm. Ji Fuyao nodded slightly. Merely Xuanzuan realm? Wait here while I hunt these beasts. Upon my return, we'll depart for the Yi family in Qingcheng. Wang Man and Qing Yan bowed respectfully. As you command. We've already established contact with the Yi family. Coincidentally, their clan assembly occurs in a few days. We may observe the proceedings. Ji Fuyao said indifferently, All right. Before long, Ji Fuyao stepped into the air, a divine rainbow appearing beneath her feet as she soared directly toward the flaming beast's territory. Half a day later, Ji Fuyao descended upon the flaming beast's domain. Here, countless flaming beasts roamed, their bodies engulfed in terrifying flames, burning like giant suns. Each flaming beast was enormous in size, like a small mountain, far more powerful than the guardian fire beasts of the first level of the Flame Abyss secret realm. Ji Fuyao said with an air of nonchalance, This battle comes just in time for me to achieve perfection in the path of spiritual flames. A divine radiance surged faintly around her as an utterly terrifying aura erupted violently, and she charged straight into battle. Like a gale scattering lingering clouds, like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, wherever her fearsome attacks landed, swarms of flame beasts fell dead in waves. It was an absolute massacre. In just a few hundred breaths, all the flaming beasts were slaughtered. Ji Fuyao sensed something within and stood firm amidst the spiritual firestorm. She immediately activated the Blazing Heaven Sutra and began to comprehend the Tao of spiritual flames. In that instant, her aura surged explosively. Qingcheng, Yi family, Yi Chen was still cultivating. 4 days had already passed. Now, Yi Chen had directly reached the mid-stage of the Great Xian King realm. Breaking through to the profound Emperor realm is only a matter of time. Lu Xian watched Yi Chen's intense cultivation with great satisfaction. A genius is indeed a genius. Yi Chen's cultivation talent rivals Ji Fuyao's. Both possess the demeanor of future great emperors, with cultivation speeds that defy all natural laws. Now both disciples are undergoing rigorous cultivation, and Lu Xian's foundational cultivation is progressing rapidly. In recent days, Lu Xian has directly advanced to the 3rd level of the profound venerable realm. He had been lying on Yi Chen's bed for several days. Meanwhile, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the floor in deep cultivation, with Elder Yao occasionally offering guidance and sometimes seeking Lu Xian's opinion. Lu Xian often replied with simple words like okay, or right. Such behavior, observed by Yao Yan, made Lu Xian appear even more mysterious in his eyes. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is comprehending the power of spiritual fire. Sync initiated. Chapter 30, The Supreme Secret Art of the Fuyao Empire. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is comprehending the power of spiritual fire. Sync initiated. In an instant, an overwhelming comprehension of spiritual fire flooded into Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian had never seen so much spiritual fire enlightenment before. Is Fuyao about to achieve perfection in the path of spiritual fire? Lu Xian checked the system. Indeed, Ji Fuyao had already attained perfection in the path of spiritual fire. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Ji Fuyao's spiritual fire talent is truly extraordinary, truly worthy of one who attained the rank of emperor through the path of spirit fire in their past life. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The cultivation level of your eldest disciple is rising. Synchronization initiated. Lu Xian once again sensed a surging surge of spiritual energy impacting the meridians within his body. This wave of spiritual energy was several times more potent than ever before. On Ji Fuyao's status panel, her realm directly leaped from the peak perfection of the Mystic Sovereign realm to the 1st level of the Mystic Venerable realm. Meanwhile, Lu Xian directly stepped into the 4th level of the Mystic Venerable realm. Feeling the vast and surging spiritual energy within his body, Lu Xian felt a trace of excitement. In less than 2 months, he had directly stepped into the mysterious sovereign realm. And he hadn't done a thing, he had just been lying around. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Before long, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, looking at Lu Xian with immense joy. Master, I've stepped into the mid-stage of the great mystic king realm. He examined his own body with an expression of disbelief, overflowing with excitement. Lu Xian smiled faintly. There are still 3 days left. From now on, stop consuming pills and absorbing spirit stones. I'll help you devour the strange fire seed. Yi Chen's face was filled with shock. Is it the seed of Frostbone Ghost Flame? At this moment, thwip! From the jade pendant hanging on Yi Chen's chest, Yao Yan abruptly emerged. He, devouring a flame seed? That happens to be this old man's area of expertise. Without being invited, Yao Yan offered to help Yi Chen devour the Frostbone Ghost Flame, making the proposal directly to Lu Xian. Lu Xian gave a faint smile and said, since Elder Yao is so confident, then it's your turn. Yi Chen immediately took out the bone-chilling flame from his storage ring. Whoosh! Though the bone-chilling flame was covered in ceiling restrictions, when it reappeared in the room, a terrifying aura immediately began to spread in all directions. Bone-chilling cold. Yi Chen could sense the terrifying power contained within this unique seed of alien flames. Witnessing this, Yao Yan became visibly excited. As an alchemist, he spent his days working tirelessly with spiritual flames. Yet it was the first time he'd seen a heaven and earth strange fire up close. With such an opportunity presenting itself, he naturally proposed to Lu Xian that he assist Yi Chen in devouring it. After all, this was merely a strange fire seed, not a fully matured heaven and earth strange fire. Yao Yan remained quite confident in his ability to suppress this bone-chilling ghost flame. He extended his right hand, and the bone-chilling ghost fire instantly flew before him. Yao Yan began carefully observing this unique fire seed, murmuring, Yi Chen, let this old man prepare. Devouring a unique fire is simple, but this particular flame contains terrifying power. I can't let it harm your foundation. Give me some time. Oh, one more thing, once this unique fire seed seal is broken, it will definitely trigger celestial phenomena. I'll help you suppress it. Yi Chen said respectfully, thank you, Master Medicine. Yao Yan nodded slightly, emitting a faint divine glow as he began gradually dismantling the sealing power enveloping the bone-chilling ghost flame. His mastery of spiritual fire had reached the transcendent realm, making subduing this particular spiritual fire relatively effortless for him. Perfection, great perfection, transcendence. At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, the figures of the 3 great ancestors sat cross-legged in the depths of the void, slowly imparting their teachings. What they passed down was none other than the supreme secret art of the Fuyao dynasty. This was also the very foundation that allowed their Yi family to stand unshaken. Once, by leveraging this supreme secret art bestowed by the empress, they became one of the 3 great underlords of the Fuyao dynasty. As the 3 great ancestors of the Yi family imparted their teachings, the mysteries of this supreme secret art surged like the verification of the great Tao, condensing resplendent divine splendor within this stretch of heaven and earth. The void was suffused with divine radiance, as if a galaxy had descended. The 3 great ancestors stood amidst a realm of stars, appearing incomparably profound and lofty. They looked down at Patriarch Yi and the others. These were the most talented cultivators of the Yi family, who had already stepped into the saint realm. According to the speculations of the 3 great ancestors, when they passed down this supreme secret technique, quite a few should be able to comprehend some of its mysteries. At this thought, the 3 great ancestors waited quietly. In the arena, the clan leader and the grand elder erupted with radiant treasures, their battle intent faintly coalescing as their murderous might soared to the heavens, directly manifesting numerous celestial phenomena in the void. Across the firmament, the murderous power continuously converged, transforming into overwhelming visions of immense momentum. The clan leader's cultivation had borne fruit. Above his head materialized a celestial spear that pierced the heavens. The spear shot forth like a dragon roaming freely across the seas, boiling oceans and splitting mountains, shattering rocks and piercing clouds. Horrifying. The Grand Elder followed closely behind, comprehending it all. Above his head directly condensed a sea of spiritual flames, a celestial blaze resembling an abyss of fire continuously surging, with towering waves of heat reaching straight for the heavens, a magnificent sight. Next, several sage elders also gained enlightenment. Above each of their heads, extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth manifested in turn. It's simply because the 3 supreme elders jointly cast the heaven sealing array within the clan's territory, preventing these celestial phenomena from manifesting over the Yi family's domain. Outside the Yi family's lands, others remain unaware of these unfolding events. The 3 supreme elders nodded in approval. Good. To comprehend it so thoroughly proves your talents are exceptional. The great elder asked with astonishment, honored ancestors, does this supreme secret art awaken our personal path? My cultivation follows the path of spirit fire, so my offensive power has multiplied. I can actually conjure celestial phenomena during attacks. The gray-robed elder nodded. That's indeed the case. This supreme secret technique can activate a cultivator's potential. Continue your cultivation. The celestial phenomenon is just the beginning. You'll experience many more benefits later. Hearing this, the Yi family elders were visibly excited. The supreme secret technique of the Fuyao imperial dynasty is truly profound and marvelous. This is the foundation of an emperor-level power. Witnessing this scene, the three great ancestors of the Yi clan felt a slight tinge of regret in their hearts. For individuals like the clan chief and the great elder possessed rather decent talents, pitifully, their cultivation time hadn't yet reached a millennium, barely stepping into the profound saint realm. Yet with the support of this supreme secret technique, reaching the Saint King realm would only be a matter of time. More importantly, their combat power would skyrocket several-fold. Within the same realm, unless encountering those monstrous prodigies, he could be considered invincible. At this moment, the Grand Elder inquired, "Ancestor, may I pass down this supreme secret art to my son Liangchen?" The grey-robed quasi-emperor nodded slightly. "Naturally, you may. Now that our Yi family is about to return under the command of the empress, it is imperative that we enhance our family's overall strength." The clan leader sighed faintly in his heart. He also wanted to pass this supreme technique to Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's current issue wasn't his combat prowess, but rather the strange energy within him that made cultivation impossible. At this thought, the clan leader turned to glance at the elder. The empress might have a solution. If only the air challenge could be cancelled. The great elder noticed the clan leader's gaze, saw through the thoughts in his heart, and spoke indifferently. "As the esteemed Yi family, it is rather inappropriate for us to now submit to the empress's rule while having an untalented waste who can't cultivate as our heir. I hope the clan leader will prioritize the greater good. Currently, the empress's strength has yet to fully recover, and this is her first visit to our Yi clan in 3,000 years. I urge the clan leader not to make any unreasonable demands. Offending Her Majesty would be a minor offense, but if her strength were compromised, the clan leader likely couldn't bear the consequences." The clan leader's face turned icy cold. During the clan leader's succession struggle, he had a falling out with the elder, and conflicts between them persisted ever since. Especially in the years after Yi Chen's cultivation had declined, the Grand Elder had continuously targeted him. This time, as the Empress descended, a glimmer of hope arose in the clan leader's heart. If he could get the Empress to help Yi Chen remove the strange power within him, he would willingly give up his position as clan leader. At this moment, the grey-robed quasi-emperor ancestor looked at the clan leader and said slowly, "Chanfeng, for now, don't mention the matter of the strange power within Chener. When the time is right, I will personally seek an audience with Her Majesty the Empress." The clan leader's face turned extremely ugly. He gave the elder a cold glance but could only reply respectfully, "As you command." The elder let out a light chuckle but remained silent. Right then, the three grand ancestors waved their sleeves, speaking with grave expressions. "Calculating the time, Her Majesty the Empress should arrive at our Yi family within 3 to 4 days. I just communicated with Commander Wang Man of the Imperial Dragon Guard, and Her Majesty may not necessarily arrive by the time of the clan assembly. Go and prepare now. Remember one thing, keep this matter low-key. When the time comes, our Yi family will activate the clan's guardian formation. The Empress's arrival is of utmost importance, not a single whisper of it must leak out. For now, let us retreat into seclusion here in the ancestral land. We will naturally emerge when the Empress descends." As the voice fell, the clan leader and the grand elders responded loudly, "As you command." With a flick of their sleeves, the three grand elders lifted the ancestral land's spatial restrictions. The clan leader and others slowly departed from the Yi family ancestral grounds. The great elder approached the clan leader and said, "Clan leader, I must remind you once again to prioritize the greater good. On the path of the Yi family's rise, some trash should be sacrificed. 7 years have passed, and yet you still cling to illusions about certain useless individuals?" Upon hearing these words, the clan leader's expression twisted with fury, his killing intent surging to the heavens. The great elder's voice was low and hoarse as he said, "Clan leader, at the heir apparent conference, I will present you with a grand gift." With that, the grand elder left directly. He was in an excellent mood. He could hardly wait to see his son, Yi Liangchen. The ancestor imparting the supreme secrets of the Fuyao dynasty to them was truly timely. By the time Empress Fuyao descends, he would have Yi Liangchen demonstrate his skills. Although Yi Liangchen's talent couldn't compare to Yi Chen's peak performance back in the day, he was still considered the second genius of the Yi family. Of course, now he's indisputably the top genius. This time, with Empress Fuyao's arrival, it presented an astronomical opportunity for Yi Liangchen. The elder murmured, "If my son Liangchen can also manifest celestial phenomena, it would surely astonish the Empress. Perhaps Her Majesty might even take him as her disciple." Ha ha ha. As for the clan leader's lineage, the day of the successor competition will mark their doom. Once Yi Liangchen kills Yi Chen, the clan leader will surely intervene. That will be the moment to eliminate him. The clan leader's bloodline has no reason to continue existing. Not far away, the clan leader observed the grand elder's agitated demeanor, his own expression darkening with fury. On the day of the family gathering, how will Yi Chen confront the situation? Who will save Yi Chen? Chapter 31, I will topple Empress Fuyao. The clan leader was deeply unsettled in his heart. His feud with the grand elder had been long-standing, and now it had become irreconcilable. The previous struggle for clan leadership had never truly ended, it had merely transformed into a battle for the heir's position. Yi Chen suffered an undeserved calamity. At this thought, the clan leader quickly headed toward Yi Chen's room. He was slightly startled. The ceiling restrictions in Yi Chen's room were still in place. He sent a voice transmission to Yi Chen. There was no response. However, there were several voice messages from Yi Chen stored in his communication ring. Father, I won't leave my room until the family conference. Believe me, when the family conference comes, I'll give you an utterly enormous surprise. Hearing this, the clan leader slightly frowned and shook his head gently. He had heard these same words far too many times. In previous years, several days before the clan assembly commenced, Yi Chen would also shut himself in his room, attempting to create a miracle. But even the quasi-emperor patriarch couldn't resolve that sinister power. How could Yi Chen possibly overcome it alone? Yet, a flicker of warmth still arose in his heart. Chener, you're truly remarkable. You're your father's pride. 7 years, you've never given up. Tell me, who else could do that? Your mother would surely be overjoyed if she knew. But, with these thoughts, the clan leader departed from Yi Chen's residence. On the other side, the Grand Elder had arrived at his son Yi Liangchen's residence. Ah! Hurry up, brother Liangchen. From outside the room came the delicate panting of a woman. Ahem, ahem. The Grand Elder's face twitched. Clenching his fists, he feigned a cough. He knew his son well, one who habitually sought pleasure among flowers and willows. The elder didn't consider this a flaw. After all, as the current top genius of the Yi family, there were simply too many stunning women willingly throwing themselves at him. His son had always been physical rather than emotional in these matters. Thus, he saw no harm in it. Instead, he believed it aided cultivation, relaxing the mind, balancing work and rest. If it were any other day, knowing his son was engaged in intimate activities, he would have voluntarily left. But not now. He was in a hurry. He had to make his son Yi Liangchen cultivate the supreme secret technique of the Fuyao imperial dynasty as soon as possible. Their time is running out. To pass on this supreme secret technique to Yi Liangchen immediately, letting him gain insight, preferably triggering celestial phenomena, would serve as bragging rights when reporting to the empress. Yet, the soft moans in the room showed no signs of stopping. The great elder's expression darkened slightly as he began knocking on the door without hesitation. Bang bang bang! The room instantly erupted with voices of complaint. Father, is something the matter? Yi Liangchen wrapped himself in a robe and walked out barefoot. Crunch! The door opened. The elder's face was full of excitement. Liangchen, let me in, I have wonderful news for you. This might be the opportunity of a lifetime. In the room, two exceptionally beautiful women with delicate pink skin huddled together, clutching each other tightly as they hid on the bed. Their charms were inadvertently revealed, presenting an alluring sight. When they saw the Grand Elder enter, they trembled in fear. With a slight frown, the Grand Elder glanced casually at the two women and said indifferently, "Leave now." Soon, the two stunning women scrambled to grab their clothes, barely covering their delicate bodies as they fled the room. The Grand Elder closed the door. He directly raised his hand to cast a saint-grade sealing ward throughout the room. Instantly, brilliant spiritual patterns emerged, isolating the chamber completely. Yi Liangchen stared at his father in shock. It seems father's sudden intrusion must mean something major has happened. The Grand Elder immediately informed Yi Liangchen about Empress Fuyao's impending arrival. Yi Liangchen froze in shock. What? Our Yi family was actually a subordinate force of the former Fuyao Empire back then? Now the Empress actually returns, wanting to take over our Yi family? His heart surged with monstrous waves. She's a genuine great Empress. Imperial realm. At this moment, the Grand Elder said with a solemn expression, "The Empress's arrival this time presents an excellent opportunity for you to shine. As the top prodigy among the younger generation of the Yi family, you might even receive her guidance, perhaps she'll take you as her disciple." Yi Liangchen was slightly startled, two flames flickering in his eyes. If he could become the Empress's disciple, his future would be limitless. Yi Liangchen said, "Father, I understand the importance of this matter. It is even more crucial than the heirship itself." The Grand Elder nodded, "Indeed it is so." As he spoke, the Grand Elder tapped Yi Liangchen's forehead with a finger. "I impart unto you the supreme mystic art of the Soaring Sky Imperial Dynasty. You have but 3 days. If you can comprehend something, all the better. Should you stir celestial phenomena, you will undoubtedly gain the favor of Her Majesty the Empress." Screech! A divine brilliance surged into Yi Liangchen's mind. It was precisely the sacred knowledge passed down by the Yi family's ancestral progenitor. A torrent of information exploded like a detonation within Yi Liangchen's consciousness. He realized with shock the terrifying power of this supreme secret technique. The Grand Elder spoke, "My son, both you and I cultivate the path of spiritual flame. I have already triggered celestial phenomena within our ancestral lands. I can impart my insights to you as reference. May you too stir the heavens and earth with celestial phenomena." Yi Liangchen nodded, visibly excited. The Grand Elder continued, when the young master challenges him, kill Yi Chen directly. This boy schemes too deeply. Despite 7 years of mockery and ridicule, he still hasn't given up. He must not be allowed to live. Yi Liangchen scoffed, he's just a good for nothing. The Grand Elder's expression darkened as he shook his head. No, no, no. The situation has changed now. Don't forget Her Majesty the Empress is coming. What if she has a way to resolve the power of the Eldritch? Hearing this, Yi Liangchen's face darkened considerably. Father, you're absolutely right. Pluck the weed and not uproot it. The spring wind blows and it revives. Yi Chen, I will surely kill him. The elder nodded in satisfaction with his son's response. Exactly. If you kill Yi Chen, his father Yi Changfeng will surely seek vengeance against you. That will give me the perfect opportunity to intervene and kill the clan chief. Then I can rightfully take his place as the new chief. The voice fell. Yi Liangchen was stunned. Father, this plan is brilliant. It's a masterstroke. It seems I still have much to learn from your wisdom. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, clearly pleased by Yi Liangchen's flattery. My son, one day you will surpass me. A momentary silence fell. Yi Liangchen suddenly asked, Father, I just remembered something. The Grand Elder asked, What is it? Yi Liangchen inquired. You said Empress Fuyo has returned. Does she no longer possess her imperial realm cultivation? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, though the ancestor said anyone below Saint Realm is acceptable, but decorum must not be neglected. The authority of Her Majesty the Empress cannot be questioned. At this moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Liangchen's lips. Father, it seems Empress Fuya must have suffered severe injuries during that battle all those years ago. Perhaps her wounds haven't fully healed even now? Could it be that her mental faculties haven't completely recovered either? The Grand Elder asked in confusion. What do you mean? Yi Liangchen lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Father, what if I could make Empress Yao Yao fall for me and submit obediently? The elder was stunned. What? Was Yi Liangchen planning to court Empress Yao Yao? Holy shit! How could he have such bold ambitions? How could he not think of that? But what if it really comes true? The female emperor is the female emperor, but she hasn't reached emperor realm yet. Yi Liangchen suddenly brimmed with confidence. Father, I've betted no less than 800 women by now, if not 1,000. I've mastered the art of manipulating women, whether they're heaven's proud daughters or common maidens, it's all within my grasp. Do you think I can conquer Her Majesty the Empress? Just thinking about it gets Yi Liangchen all excited. He's dripping with anticipation. She's the Empress, after all. If only I could knock it down, and then, just the thought of it brings me to climax. At this thought, Yi Liangchen's heart ignited with flames. Father, I will master this supreme secret technique. When the time comes, I will surely dazzle Her Majesty the Empress. The Grand Elder nodded and cautioned, Liangchen, don't rush too recklessly. If you truly wish to win the Empress, you must proceed gradually and cautiously. Never let Her Majesty discover your intentions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Liangchen smiled faintly. Father, I know. The Empress is also human, she has emotions and desires too. I've conquered hundreds of women over the years, and all of it is experience I'll use to win her over. The elder said, Alright, now begin comprehending that supreme secret art. This is the first step to approaching Her Majesty. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen sat cross-legged and began circulating his spiritual technique. Boom! A terrifyingly powerful spiritual flame surged from within him, condensing into a swirling storm that spiraled upward. Yi Liangchen then started reviewing the insights the elder had imparted to him. The radiant spirit patterns on his body flickered continuously, his aura growing increasingly profound. Seeing this, the Grand Elder slowly withdrew from the room, not wishing to disturb further. He murmured quietly, My son, may you manifest celestial phenomena. We both walk the path of spiritual flames, and your talent is no less than mine. You can do this, my boy. Yi Chen's chamber. Lu Xian watched from the side. If Yao Yan wanted to help Yi Chen devour the strange fire, then let him handle it. It was clear that Yao Yan's mastery of spiritual fire was extraordinary, as he meticulously handled this bone-chilling cold flame with utmost concentration. Yi Chen wasn't idle either, staying busy nearby. Yao Yan transmitted some insights about spiritual fire, allowing Yi Chen to contemplate them first in preparation for devouring the bone-chill ghost flame. While Yi Chen was immersed in comprehending the path of spiritual fire, Lu Xian's ears suddenly rang with the voice of the system. Host's second disciple, Yi Chen, has gained enlightenment in spiritual fire, synchronizing now. Lu Xian smiled faintly. With Yao Yan, the old grandpa figure, accompanying Yi Chen from now on, his mastery of spiritual fire would surely advance at an astonishing speed. How wonderful! At this moment, Yao Yan asked, Yi Chen, how much have you comprehended? Yi Chen wore a bitter expression, the spiritual fire in his palm flickering erratically and unstable. Elder Yao, I find it quite obscure. There are some aspects I don't fully grasp. Yao Yan chuckled lightly, no matter. For now, just memorize the knowledge of spiritual fire I've imparted to you. Once you devour the bone shell nether fire later, enlightenment will naturally come. Yi Chen nodded with a dawning but incomplete understanding. Chapter 32. I, Yi Liangchen, am a genius. An hour later. Click, click. The seals atop the bone shell ghost fire began continuously shattering. Yao Yan mobilized his quasi-emperor power to suppress the bone shell ghost fire's energy, carefully suspending it before him as he meticulously examined the flames. His heart pounded with exhilaration. This is the heavenly earth alien flame. He had once searched for the heavenly earth alien flame, but lacking the right opportunity, had never encountered it. Now, with the bone-chilling nether flame right before his eyes, Yao Yan's breathing grew rapid. A moment later, gathering his focus, he began to examine this extraordinary flame. You must understand that Yi Chen was merely at the mid-stage mysterious king realm. He couldn't directly endure the power of this strange flame. Not only did he have to warn Yi Chen about the necessary precautions in advance, but he also had to stand guard beside him during the process. Soon, with his extraordinary mastery of spiritual flames, he had noticed several crucial points to consider when devouring a strange flame. Yao Yan would explain each of them one by one to Yi Chen. Next, although I'll be guarding you from the sidelines, the process of devouring this exotic flame will be extremely painful. If you endure, you'll successfully consume this flame. But if you fail to persevere, you'll be utterly incinerated here. The bone-chilling ghost flame may appear icy cold, but it actually possesses a second layer of blazing power. So when you attempt to consume it later, you'll experience two distinct transformations. The first transformation will be the bone-chilling ghost flame's surface layer of freezing energy. You'll plunge into boundless cold. The second change is the raging fire within the bone-chilling nether flame. You will be consumed by endless burning. If you can endure these two transformations, you will completely devour this strange fire, and it will fuse with your body. Yi Chen listened attentively, committing everything to memory. Are you ready, Yi Chen? Yao Yan asked with a grave expression. Yi Chen said, I'm ready. With a mere thought from Yao Yan, the bone-chilling dark flame slowly drifted towards Yi Chen. Screech! Yao Yan flicked his sleeve, his hand seals shifting rapidly as the seed of the bone-chilling ghost fire plunged directly into Yi Chen's dantian. In an instant, a frigid origin erupted from his dantian and surged wildly through his limbs and meridians, like torrents of white flooding the inner landscape of his body. In just a few breaths, frost formed on Yi Chen's body, his hair, eyebrows, and face all frozen stiff. The room felt like an ice cellar, bone-chillingly cold. Yi Chen clenched his teeth, his consciousness steadily freezing along with the terrifying icy force. The flesh is already frozen. The spirit is already frozen. Yi Chen was left with only stubborn willpower barely holding on. Yao Yan frowned deeply, for at this critical moment, he could offer no assistance at all. Whether Yi Chen can achieve the second transformation entirely depends on his own destiny. Beside him, Lu Xian remained completely calm, showing no trace of concern. After all, Yi Chen possesses the bearing of an emperor. He's practically molded from the protagonist template. How could one stumble at such a small challenge as crossing the strange fire? Yao Yan was somewhat astonished. Peak Master Lu, aren't you worried? Lu Xian chuckled faintly. If my disciple can't even devour the seed of the strange fire, then I've misjudged him. Yao Yan's face twitched as he turned his gaze toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's body trembled. The cold force seemed to invade his very memories. Images flooded Yi Chen's mind. 7 years passed. Trash of the Yi family, how dare you still show your face here? To restore this worthless cripple, our ancestors squandered countless cultivation resources with nothing to show for it. What could Yi Chen possibly repay with? Yi Chen deserves to be expelled from the Yi family. Yet these words weren't what pained him most. Deep within his heart, there still lingered a sealed-away affection. Nangong Baixue. Legend has it that during an expedition into a secret realm, the ancestors of the Yi and Nangong families survived against all odds together, forging an unbreakable bond. Hence, when Yi Chen was still an infant, a marriage contract was established between him and Nangong Baixue. During those years, Nangong Baixue had lived with the Yi family for several seasons. They played together and cultivated together. Yi Chen once thought Nangong Baixue was his destined cultivation partner. Brother Yi Chen, your cultivation speed is so fast. Brother Yi Chen, I can't quite understand this cultivation technique again. Could you teach me? Nangong Baixue always looked at him with admiration in her eyes and often insisted on being punished by him. The so-called punishment was pouting her lips, giving him a peck on the cheek, and then running away. Yi Chen would always lovingly stroke Nangong Shuebai's silky hair, his heart filled with serenity in those moments. Until 7 years ago, his cultivation regressed, and despite his father exhausting all means, the problem remained unresolved. The ancestor also expended a great amount of treasures, but to no avail. Nangong Bai Shui vanished. At that moment, Yi Chen's heart ached slightly. Gradually, the mockery of the Yi family members became incessant. Until one day, Nangong Bai Shui appeared before him once again. Her gaze was filled with pity and sorrow. Click! Yi Chen's heart shattered. Yi Chen, I spent the best years of my life with you, and you've disappointed me so much. With that, Nangong Shui Bai left, as if resolved to something. Then the scene shifts to an earlier time. In his room, his father was crying. Yi Chen suddenly realized his father had aged, his hair had turned white. His father wept for him. Yi Chen's heart was wrenched with pain once again, tearing through his very soul. A man may encounter two great sorrows in his lifetime. The first is the betrayal of the woman he loves. Once, it was a tear shed by his father. This agonizing obsession burned incessantly within Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen roared inwardly, "Is this really all my life amounts to? No! I refuse to accept this." The power of obsession transformed into a raging sea, surging toward the inner world within Yi Chen, like a mighty river in full flood. At the same time, the flame comprehension passed to Yi Chen by Yao Yan was silently taking effect. Pushed to his absolute limit, Yi Chen summoned it forth. In an instant, a raging spiritual flame erupted within Yi Chen's inner world, immediately beginning to reverse the icy power of the bone-chilling nether flame. Click! Click! The frost covering Yi Chen's body shattered completely. Seeing this scene, Yao Yan breathed a slow sigh of relief. A whole day has passed. Yi Chen has finally survived the first transformation of the bone-chilling nether fire. After that, it was the second transformation of the bone-chilling ghost fire. In an instant, the icy and scorching forces reversed their polarity, setting Yi Chen's body ablaze. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead as his frame trembled uncontrollably, as if he could collapse at any moment. In stark contrast to the icy force that had sealed away all his senses, this blazing energy relentlessly assaulted every nerve and pore of his being, as if his entire body was burning from the inside out. Even two flames seemed to ignite within his pupils. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. A day passed. Yi Chen was still hanging on. Yao Yan was extremely nervous. With every breath Yi Chen took now, he might collapse. If he couldn't hold on, all efforts would be in vain, and Yi Chen would be reduced to ashes right here. He muttered, "Obsession is a cultivator's final weapon." For Yi Chen now, this is a battle of willpower. Lu Xian nodded subtly. He could also see that Yi Chen had given his all, leaving only the power of sheer determination. The obsession remains unyielding. Though formidable, the bone-chilling nether flame remains but a lifeless thing. Meanwhile, within Yi Chen's inner world, his relentless will continues to resist the bone-chilling nether flame's ferocity and defiance. Gradually, he's devouring the infernal flames. Yi Chen senses immense benefits flowing through his body as he consumes the bone-chilling nether flame. His bones and blood, even his meridians, and indeed his very essence, from inside out, were as though placed within a terrifying furnace of raging flames, constantly scorched, roasted, and tempered. A vigorous and overwhelming force surged ceaselessly from his dantian. The spiritual energy within his body had transformed into a searing crimson, endlessly boiling, with impurities continuously collapsing upon themselves, battering against his divine treasury. An unknowable amount of time passed. The spiritual flame insights imparted by Yao Yan to Yi Chen began to take effect. Yi Chen naturally began to control the spiritual flames within his body. Slowly, outlines of spiritual flames started to appear around Yi Chen. Like an invisible domain, they illuminated this small space. If it weren't for the arrays Lu Xian had set up, they would have surely burst out of the room, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. Another half-day passed. Suddenly, an incredibly intense divine radiance erupted from Yi Chen's body, the power of the bone-chilling abyssal flame, like a union of ice and fire, with blazing crimson and icy white intertwining as it shot straight toward the heavens. Witnessing this, Yao Yan was instantly shocked and immediately took action, attempting to suppress this anomalous phenomenon soaring into the sky. But it was already too late. The overwhelming phenomenon directly broke through the formation laid by Lu Xian. Yao Yan was greatly alarmed. The matter of Yi Chen devouring this heaven and earth extraordinary fire was immensely significant, and now was not the time for it to be exposed. Peak Master Lu, what should we do now? The heavens and earth are manifesting strange phenomena. Lu Xian smiled faintly, no need to worry. In his hand was a 1-star Great Emperor experience card. Even if the Yi family ancestor appeared, so what? Yao Yan's heart settled slightly as he raised his gaze toward the void. His hands swiftly formed spirit seals, directly channeling quasi-emperor level power to conceal the origin of this celestial phenomenon. Boom! Above the Yi family's void, an overwhelmingly vast sea of spiritual flames suddenly condensed. The chilling white spiritual fire and the crimson spiritual fire formed clearly distinct boundaries, continuously evolving into terrifying patterns. For a moment, even the sun seemed somewhat eclipsed. The two forces continuously merged together, like two converging rivers, erupting with earth-shattering power, the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. In an instant, the entire Qingcheng was shaken instantly. Heaven and earth anomaly. What's happening in the Yi family? Is someone cultivating peerless techniques? Or has someone attained sudden enlightenment? And at this moment, coincidentally, Yi Liangchen had his own epiphany. Excitedly, he sent a mental message to the Grand Elder. Father, I've realized it. I've realized it. The Grand Elder was shocked and immediately fell into a frenzy of joy. What? My son, Liang Chen, do you realize you've triggered a celestial phenomenon? Yi Liangchen froze momentarily. Celestial phenomenon? How could he possibly feel that he hadn't triggered any celestial phenomenon at all? Was it really him who caused it? The Grand Elder smiled. Truly worthy of being my son. Just now I observed an intense spiritual flame bursting from your room, and never thought that in the blink of an eye, it would manifest extraordinary phenomena in the void. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen burst into laughter. Ha, got it. Other than him, are there any other geniuses in the Yi family? This is the celestial phenomenon he manifested. He never expected that simply meditating casually would trigger celestial phenomena. I, Yi Liangchen, am a natural-born genius. Chapter 33. Being pushed down by Empress Fuyao. I, Yi Liangchen, am a natural-born genius. Yi Liangchen said excitedly. For a moment, his heart surged with emotion, and his mind vividly imagined the scene after meeting Empress Fuyao. Upon meeting Empress Fuyao, the Empress, stunned by his cultivation talent, offered to take him as her disciple. In the days that followed, he practiced cultivation alongside Empress Fuyao. Empress Fuyao grew increasingly astonished by his talent. Liang Chen, your cultivation aptitude is the strongest I've ever seen, she exclaimed. With each passing day, he grew closer to Empress Fuyao. Finally, one day, he sensed that Empress Fuyao's fondness for him had reached a significant level. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Slowly, as if by accident, he gently brushed against Empress Fuyao's skin, then shyly apologized. Master, I'm sorry. Empress Fuyao's face flushed slightly. It's all right, my disciple. Later, he grew bolder and took Empress Fuyao's delicate hand, pretending to let her sense his spiritual energy. Empress Fuyao gazed at her with affectionate eyes, her delicate and breathtakingly beautiful face drawing closer. Yet he dodged away. This move is called playing hard to get. Empress Fuyao let out a faint sigh, somewhat disappointed. One day, while Empress Fuyao was bathing, Yi Liangchen pretended to seek guidance and unintentionally barged into her abode. Yi Liangchen immediately covered his eyes and apologized. Master, I'm sorry. I'll leave right away. Empress Fuyao blushed and said, Liangchen, come join me. Yi Liangchen feigned reluctance as he approached. Master, are you sure this is all right? Empress Fuyao directly took Yi Liangchen's hand and placed it upon her peaks. Liangchen, if it's you, I'm willing. As she spoke, Empress Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly, her delicate lips meeting Yi Liangchen's in a kiss. He was instantly pushed down. Afterward, he and Empress Fuyao lived happily ever after. At this thought, Yi Liangchen roared furiously, veins bulging as his mighty arms suddenly exerted force. He bellowed, he moaned. His body trembled. A moment later, Yi Liangchen felt somewhat hollow inside. It was as if he had lost something. Damn it! It was all his imagination. He had even come up with names for the children he and Empress Fuyao might have together. I swear I will overthrow Empress Fuyao, Yi Liangchen vowed silently. At this moment, the Yi family was thrown into an uproar. 3 quasi-emperor ancestors extended their divine senses from the ancestral lands, seeking to identify who in the Yi family had triggered the celestial phenomenon. What a pity! Nothing gained. Seeing this, the 3 great ancestors ceased their investigation and began expelling the spiritual probes from other factions within Qingcheng. An elder murmured, it seems the one who stirred the celestial phenomenon doesn't wish to be known, but since they're from the Yi family, the truth will reveal itself in time. Another elder nodded in agreement, that stands to reason. The 3 elders quickly withdrew their divine senses back to their ancestral grounds, ceasing further observation. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder had already begun sending mental transmissions to the numerous elders of the Yi family. Congratulations! My son Liangchen has comprehended the supreme secret art, causing celestial phenomena. The elders exclaimed in astonishment. Elder, is it truly Yi Liangchen? The elder chuckled. You may ask the Yi family, who else besides my son Yi Liangchen could have mastered that supreme secret art? The elders exchanged glances and all shook their heads in disbelief. In the distance, the clan leader watched all this, sighing deeply. Was it really Yi Liangchen who triggered this celestial phenomenon? This commotion is far too astonishing. If only it were Chener, the clan leader murmured wistfully. On the other side, numerous elders began offering their congratulations to the elder. Elder, when Liang Chen gains Her Majesty the Empress's favor, you must have him look after our branch of the family. I've always said there's only one peerless genius in the Yi family, and that's Yi Liangchen. Heaven blesses our Yi family. Soon, the celestial phenomenon disappeared. Inside Yi Chen's room, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with spiritual energy. With a mere thought, a pale white flame manifested in his palm, resembling a perfect work of art as it slowly rotated, emitting a faint yet oppressive aura. Now, Yi Chen could summon and retract it at will. He had mastered control over this bone-chilling abyssal flame. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian and Yao Yan with immense excitement. Master, Elder Yao, I've succeeded. He had completely subdued the bone-chill nether flame. Within 2 days, he had fallen from heaven to hell, and then risen from hell back to the mortal world. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Well done, my disciple. A cold sweat had long broken out on Yao Yan's body, and now he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking again at Lu Xian, who had remained perfectly composed these past 2 days, Yao Yan lamented inwardly. This is the difference between me and Peak Master Lu. I lack the mindset of a true powerhouse. At this thought, Yao Yan cast a gaze of reverence toward Lu Xian. At this moment, boom! A surge of immensely powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted within Yi Chen's body, coursing through his limbs and bones like a raging river. His cultivation was explosively rising. Mid-stage Great Xian King Realm, late-stage Great Xian King Realm, early-stage Mystic Emperor Realm, ultimately halted at mid-stage Mystic Emperor Realm. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with astonishment. Master, what's going on? Yao Yan explained. The bone-chilling netherfire seed contains terrifying power. Now that you've subdued it, it's reciprocating by enhancing your cultivation foundation. Yi Chen was astonished. Lu Xian smiled faintly. The system's voice sounded. Host's second disciple Yi Chen's cultivation has surged dramatically, initiating cultivation synchronization, synchronizing second disciple Yi Chen's insights into spiritual flames. Boom! Lu Xian's body trembled slightly. An incredibly vast surge of spiritual energy poured out, rushing directly into his dantian. Lu Xian directly stepped into the 5th-level mysterious sovereign realm. Not only that, his mastery of spiritual flames had reached absolute perfection in one leap. It should be noted that this time, while Yi Chen was devouring the bone-chilling ghost flame, he continuously cycled through the spiritual flame insights given to him by Elder Yao. This brought him tremendous benefits. Yi Chen's proficiency in spiritual flames soared dramatically. This transformation occurred entirely within his subconscious. With a flick of Yi Chen's will, the bone-chilling netherfire before him began incessantly shifting, gradually coating the surrounding space with frost as the void itself showed signs of distortion. Truly worthy of being a celestial oddity flame, Yao Yan couldn't help marveling. Its might is already terrifying even before reaching full maturity. Lu Xian smiled and said, Yi Chen, first try to familiarize yourself with this alien flame. Yi Chen nodded, his hand seals shifting as he began to control the bone-chilling ghost flame. Yao Yan looked at Yi Chen with great satisfaction. You're truly blessed with great fortune, kid. Not only did your master help you resolve the dangerous anomaly, but also allowed you to devour an alien flame. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and looked gratefully towards Lu Xian. In the depths of his heart, Lu Xian had long held the highest position. This was the grace of rebirth. Lu Xian said with a smile, tomorrow is the Yi family assembly. You're sure to amaze everyone. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. Exactly. Tomorrow is the family gathering. Now he had navigated countless trials, his body and mind incomparably at ease. He even felt Yi Liangchen's challenge was somewhat ridiculous. As for Nangong Shui, his heart held not a ripple of emotion. Most importantly, Father can finally rest assured. Tomorrow's family gathering will be his stage to shine. Beside him, Lu Xian had already laid down on the bed, preparing to rest. The system's task was complete. Just wait to receive the reward tomorrow. Yi Liangchen's room. The Grand Elder watched Yi Liangchen with great admiration, waiting for him to finish his enlightenment. This time, Yi Liangchen shook the entire Qingqing city. That celestial phenomenon still shakes his heart to this day. This matter must be reported to Her Majesty the Empress. With such heaven-defying cultivation talent, he is naturally worthy of Her Majesty's favor. Before long, Yi Liangchen slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his aura. Father, thank you. The elder nodded. When the clan assembly begins tomorrow, challenge Yi Chen immediately. There's no need to wait for other procedures. Coincidentally, our patriarch and the others won't appear until after Empress Fuyao descends. So during this time gap, you can kill Yi Chen. Otherwise, when Her Majesty the Empress descends and the patriarch appears, if you try to kill Yi Chen, I fear the patriarch might stop you. Yi Liangchen nodded slightly. Understood, Father, once I kill Yi Chen, you will strike down the clan leader. By the time the ancestral elder arrives, it will be too late for him to do anything about it. The grand elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Excellent. The clan leader is no match for me. I can kill him before the patriarch descends. As for the other elders, I've already made arrangements. They won't interfere. Yi Liangchen laughed heartily. Very well. The elder patted Yi Liangchen's shoulder and said, Alright, you should get some rest now. With that said, the grand elder departed. The moment the grand elder vanished from sight, Yi Liangchen immediately produced a communication jade slip. Whispered messages. Soon, several stunning beauties entered Yi Liangchen's room with graceful steps. Young Master Yi, your servant misses you so much. Yi Liangchen patted the plump honey hips of the beautiful women and said, You naughty minxes. Several women twisted their bodies, their gauzy garments sliding off instantly like cicada wings, revealing an utterly enchanting sight. Yi Liangchen felt the heat rising within him. He had been fantasizing about Empress Fuyao all along, building up a raging fire inside his heart. Climb up, all of you, Yi Liangchen commanded. Several women trembled, their delicate figures undulating like waves. Yi Liangchen leaned close to one woman's ear. I want you to call yourself emperor, and I'll address you as Your Majesty. When I call you, you answer, do you understand? The woman giggled coquettishly. Young Master Yi, are we playing roleplay? Yi Liangchen immediately called out, Your Majesty, the Empress. The woman immediately swayed her body seductively and said, This emperor desires. Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth and growled. This is the feeling. In the room, waves surge, waves flow. The next day, Lu Xian stretched lazily and climbed out of bed. He saw Yi Chen still immersed in cultivation, having not rested all night. Yi Chen smiled. Good morning, master. Lu Xian nodded subtly. Ding! Synchronizing Yi Chen's cultivation level. The system's voice sounded. Boom! A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Lu Xian's body, and his cultivation level advanced once more. Sheer bliss. Lu Xian asked, System, where's my reward for the timed mission? The system replied, Here it comes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited disciple nurturing mission. Chapter 34 I am the desolate heavenly emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 6-star emperor rank cultivation technique, desolate heavenly scripture. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring immense cultivation foundations. Ding! Mission overfulfilled. Host has acquired peerless bearing. The voice fell. Lu Xian's cultivation foundation within his body grew once more, stepping directly into the sixfold mystic sovereign realm. Next, Lu Xian began examining the desolate heaven decree. I am the desolate heaven emperor, destined to suppress all enemies in this world. A domineering voice that spanned across the river of time echoed through Lu Xian's mind, as if transcending the ages. Just by glancing at the martial technique, a terrifying and unparalleled martial intent surged forth like an unending torrent, assaulting Lu Xian's consciousness. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Could it be that man? This technique is overpowering, merely its intent force is extraordinarily heaven-defying. Once mastered to perfection, its offensive power would likely be equally unstoppable. Lu Xian murmured to himself, after the Yi family's assembly, I'll pass this technique to Yi Chen. He naturally wouldn't cultivate. It's unnecessary. Next, Lu Xian began examining invincible stance. The system immediately prompted, the so-called invincible stance means the host can directly ignore one major realm boundary and instantly kill opponents above their level. Lu Xian asked, Currently I'm at the 6th level of Xuanzuan realm. Does that mean I can instantly kill a 1-star Xianqing realm opponent? The system said, yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian grew excited. As a Xuanzuan realm cultivator, he could actually rival a sage directly. Everyone knew the Xianzhang realm was a watershed moment. As the saying goes, all below sages are mere ants. The mysterious reverence realm merely bows to the power of heaven and earth, barely touching the veil of the Tao's essence. But the mysterious sage realm means taking that first step toward one's own Tao. Now, having crossed the chasm of the mysterious sage realm, he could instantly annihilate even a 1-star mysterious sage. And the Yi family's patriarch and grand elders were precisely 1-star mysterious sages. Unknowingly, his combat prowess had actually surpassed theirs. At this thought, Lu Xian felt rather excited. Bear in mind, besides possessing invincible bearing, he also had impervious to all laws. He was outright unbeatable. A moment later, Lu Xian gathered his thoughts, then looked at Yi Chen and said, after the family assembly concludes, come with me back to the Great Tao sect. I'll have another gift for you then. Yi Chen froze momentarily. Yet another gift. The previous great gifts were all things that defied the heavens. What could it be this time? Yi Chen felt extremely excited inside in admiration. Master's generosity is simply too extravagant. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, You are my disciple, after all. At this moment, the voice transmission jade slip in Yi Chen's bosom began to vibrate. The clan leader's voice came through. Chener, the family assembly is about to begin. Yi Chen replied, Father, I'm already prepared. The clan leader paused slightly. Later, when Yi Liangchen challenges you, forfeit immediately, otherwise he might go for the kill. Yi Chen smiled. Don't worry, father, I've got it under control. The clan leader replied, good, come as soon as possible then. Understood, father, Yi Chen answered. He put away the voice-transmitting jade slip, a cunning glint flashing across his face. Master, could you help me conceal my cultivation level? Lu Xian chuckled, sure. Yi Chen is clearly trying to play the pig to eat the tiger. With a flick of his finger, he instantly concealed Yi Chen's cultivation aura. To outsiders, Yi Chen still appeared to be only at the third level of qi refining. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Xian's lips. Since you've chosen to conceal yourself, my disciple, I shall obscure my presence as well. As he spoke, Lu Xian shrouded himself within a black cloak. In an instant, Yi Chen could no longer sense Lu Xian's presence. Lu Xian raised his hand to break the ceiling restriction of the room, and both he and Yi Chen walked out of the heir's residence. At this moment, the Yi family was bustling with excitement. The family assembly was a grand annual event for the Yi family. All main and branch lineages of the Yi family would return to participate in this grand occasion. The Yi family was bustling with people, who surged like a tide toward the main hall of the mansion. Boom! The clan leader and others joined forces to activate the Yi family's ancestral protective formation. In an instant, dazzling spiritual patterns erupted endlessly, forming a massive dome that enveloped the entire region. Radiant divine brilliance spread across the land, resembling a colossal pearl buried within the earth. Several major factions in Xinjiang extended their divine senses, their gazes fixed intently on the Yi family's direction. They found it very strange that the Yi family's clan meeting this year hadn't invited them. Ridiculous. At this moment, before the main hall of the Yi residence, numerous elders and disciples surged forward. The plaza in front of the main hall was practically packed with people. Today was the stage for the younger generation of the Yi family branches. Many young disciples were dressed in brocade robes, their faces glowing with excitement as they eagerly awaited the start of the clan meeting. Yi Liangchen stood among the cluster of Yi family prodigies, dressed in a dark blue robe with a folding fan in hand and an ancient jade pendant hanging at his waist. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he kept completely to himself, not interacting with any of them. Today, he had carefully dressed in these fine clothes. He must be hoping to catch the attention of Empress Fuya. A disciple in gray robes frowned and asked, why hasn't that good-for-nothing Yi Chen arrived yet? The voice fell. Yi Chen slowly appeared in the distance. Some disciples sneered, speak of the trash, and here it comes. Yi Liangchen shot a glance at Yi Chen, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He sneered inwardly, that fool Yi Chen probably has no idea he's about to die. Yi Chen walked through the crowd, catching snippets of hushed whispers. It was all ridicule and mockery. This moment is exactly like that moment in the past. But what's different is that today he has already been completely transformed. Yi Chen followed the direction of the clan leader. The clan leader soon smiled at him and sent a voice transmission. Chener, remember, when the young master's challenge begins later, you must forfeit immediately. Yi Chen said, I understand, father. Soon, all the pulses have arrived together. The ancestors and others had yet to appear in the ancestral land, as they were waiting for Empress Fuyao's arrival. As for the people of the Nangong family, they hadn't arrived yet. Nangong Baixue had already informed the clan leader that she would only appear after the family assembly concluded. The clan leader sighed inwardly, knowing that the relationship between Nangong Baixue and Yi Chen had deteriorated to the point where she couldn't even bear to watch his battles. He cast a glance toward Yi Chen, feeling slightly worried for him. First the heir's challenge, then the broken engagement. Yi Chen is just a child. Can he bear it? The patriarch blamed himself deeply, feeling he had failed in his responsibilities as a father. A moment later, the clan leader composed himself and looked at the assembled crowd before solemnly declaring, the Yi family assembly commences now. The first order of business remains the martial competition among disciples from all branches of the Yi family. Before he could finish, Yi Liangchen suddenly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the clan leader. Elder, he proposed, given this assembly's special nature, why not move up my heir challenge against Yi Chen as the opening event? Let it set the stage for what follows. The clan leader's expression darkened considerably. I agree. A voice rang out. Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward. The clan leader quickly signaled Yi Chen, urging him to go back. But Yi Chen had already walked toward the dual platform. The Yi family members erupted in uproar. Yi Chen showed admirable courage, but this battle was utterly one-sided. Yi Liangchen had already broken through to the Xianhuang realm. How could Yi Chen, still in the qi refining stage, possibly fight back? It was like throwing an egg against a rock. At this moment, the Grand Elder stepped forward. Actually, moving up the competition for the heir position wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, this is the duel everyone wants to see. The Yi family members all grew rather excited. Yi Chen had remained in the heir position for 7 years after his cultivation declined, which had long stirred dissatisfaction among the Yi family members. The clan leader rose to his feet, about to speak, but Yi Chen had already stepped onto the dueling platform. Yi Liangchen, I'm ready. For this air challenge, I choose a life or death duel. A life or death duel. Upon hearing these words, the arena fell into deadly silence. Everyone stared at Yi Chen in utter disbelief. Did they hear correctly? A duel to the death. Is Yi Chen actively seeking his own demise? Boom! Yi Liangchen immediately leaped into the air and landed on the dueling platform, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Everyone heard it clearly. Yi Chen proposed a deathmatch, and I certainly won't refuse. The clan leader's face turned extremely grim as he spoke to the elder. We're all part of the same family. Settling the outcome is enough. Why insist on a fight to the death? Don't push things to the extreme. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen flashed a cold smirk at the clan leader. Clan leader, in my opinion, a worthless piece of trash doesn't deserve to be called family. The elder chuckled. Liangchen is right. Our Yi clan doesn't support idle hands. Either the trash is expelled from the Yi clan or he dies. Let's not waste our resources. As the voice fell, the clan leader's expression twisted into something ferocious as he sneered, Elder, are you really so eager to see Chener dead? The great elder sneered, he's not Chener, he's trash. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Many elders looked shocked as they watched the great elder and clan leader. They knew the two had deep-seated grievances between them. Is the grand elder revealing his hand today? The grand elder wore a mocking expression, seeing Yi Chen and his father as nothing more than dead men already. Yi Liangchen kills Yi Chen, and he'll kill the clan leader. At this thought, the grand elder said solemnly, Liangchen, kill Chen Yi. The challenge from the young master began immediately. Yi Liangchen charged straight at Yi Chen, unleashing a terrifying spiritual flame attack. He was going all out. Not only did he intend to kill Yi Chen, but he also wanted to demonstrate the peerless secret technique he had comprehended just 2 days prior to the entire Yi family. In an instant, terrifying spiritual flame roared to life, transforming into a sea of fire. The scorching spiritual energy surged like an abyss, with the oppressive might of the mystic emperor realm bearing down mercilessly upon Yi Chen. The members of the Yi family were all startled. Why use a poleaxe to kill a chicken? With this strike from Yi Liangchen, it's likely Yi Chen would be smashed to dust. But in the very next moment, the crowd was stunned frozen. Yi Chen gave a faint smile, casually raised his hand, and with a single punch instantly obliterated Yi Liangchen's attack. Yi Liangchen stood utterly dumbfounded. Before he could react, Yi Chen was already standing before him. Yi Liangchen gazed at Yi Chen in utter shock, his mouth hanging open. How did a useless trash like you become so strong? With a mere flick of his hand, Yi Chen had effortlessly obliterated his attack. How could this be? That was his ultimate technique, his strongest strike. The next instant, Yi Chen threw a punch straight at Yi Liangchen's chest. Click! A bloody hole appeared instantly in Yi Liangchen's chest. Blood sprayed in violent bursts. Yi Liangchen stared at Yi Chen in disbelief, his voice trembling. Brother Chen, spare me. Brother Chen, I was wrong. Chapter 35, Lu Xian battles a quasi-emperor. Brother Chen, I was wrong. Yi Liangchen was scared out of his wits, his scalp tingling with terror. He must not die. He must not die. He hasn't yet won the favor of Empress Fuyao. As long as he can meet Empress Fuyao, there's still hope. He triggered celestial phenomena. The Empress would surely protect him. Your Majesty the Empress, when will you descend? Yi Liangchen still fantasized about Empress Fuyao coming to his rescue. At this thought, Yi Liangchen pleaded frantically for mercy. Brother Chen, it's me, don't you remember? I've always been your little brother since we were kids. Brother Chen, I was wrong, please spare me. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately grabbed Yi Liangchen by the throat, lifting him into midair. Yi Chen's eyes blazed with overwhelming killing intent. Witnessing this scene, all members of the Yi family stood frozen in shock. How could this be? Yi Chen/S cultivation had not declined at all. He was at the mid-stage profound emperor realm. Yi Liangchen stood no chance against Yi Chen in battle. What's going on here? The strange power within Yi Chen, wasn't it something even the patriarch found utterly baffling? The crowd turned to the clan leader, who wore a dumbfounded expression, equally stunned. At this moment, the grand elder immediately shouted, Yi Chen, let's talk this through. We're all family here. Yi Chen laughed coldly. That's not what you were saying earlier, trash. I'm trash. The voice fell. Yi Chen crushed Yi Liangchen's throat with bare hands. Crack! Yi Liangchen stared at Yi Chen in disbelief before instantly breathing his last. Yi Chen unceremoniously hurled Yi Liangchen's corpse off the dueling platform, then turned an icy gaze toward the elder. The elder's face twisted into a terrifying snarl as he madly charged toward the platform, snarling, I'll kill you, you damned whelp. Boom! The great elder unleashed his profound saint realm pressure directly, with terrifying and overwhelming energy like an abyssal sea, as if 10,000 mountains were bearing down on Yi Chen. Seeing this, the clan leader's killing intent surged to the heavens. Who dares touch my son? Boom! The clan leader also released his profound saint realm pressure without hesitation, stepping into the air to confront the great elder head-on. Both were one-star profound saints. Instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in overwhelming momentum as terrifying spiritual energy transformed into a storm that swept violently in all directions. In the blink of an eye, both the clan leader and the Grand Elder held nothing back. The battle between two mystic saints caused winds and clouds to surge with mere gestures, while sweeping sleeves filled heaven and earth with devastating offensive power. Dazzling divine brilliance erupted like towering waves. Terrifying fluctuations spread outward in rippling waves. Both figures unleashed lethal techniques with every move. The Great Elder summoned a fire element sacred weapon in his hand. With a mere thought, the sacred weapon erupted with blazing radiance, striking violently toward the clan chief. In that instant, surging spiritual flames transformed into a vast ocean, sweeping through the expanse above the main hall, as if capable of scorching heavens and boiling seas. The clan chief, in turn, summoned a sacred rank spear. A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by a dragon-like thrust of the lance. Boom! 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 Witnessing this, the members of the Yi family were utterly astonished. How did things come to this? No one expected Yi Liangchen to be instantly defeated by Yi Chen. When exactly did Yi Chen recover his strength? Even the clan leader was unaware. This child has been biding his time all along? Some Yi family disciples began trembling uncontrollably as they recalled how they'd mocked Yi Chen just days earlier. The realization sent chills crawling across their scalps. At this moment, several Yi family elders shouted into the void, "This is the clan assembly, cease your fighting at once." Hearing this, the Great Elder snarled, "Yi Chen must die today. Only one of us, the clan leader or I, shall remain alive in the Yi family." The crowd shuddered inwardly. The accumulated grievances had erupted beyond redemption. The battle between the two saints shook heaven and earth, brimming with divine splendor, a true life or death struggle. Both the clan leader and the Great Elder deployed all their trump cards, for this clash would decide not only superiority but survival itself. On the dueling platform, a trace of worry flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. To think his father was no match for the elder, completely overpowered. Before long, the elder let out a sinister laugh and struck out with a palm. The clan leader was sent flying hundreds of feet, spewing a mouthful of vital blood before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! A massive pit suddenly appeared right on the ground. "Father!" Yi Chen immediately screamed in shock. The Grand Elder instantly descended from midair, stomping his foot onto the clan leader's chest. "Die!" Witnessing this, Yi Chen roared, "Master!" The next instant, Lu Xian's figure suddenly appeared before the Grand Elder, throwing a punch directly. The Grand Elder was sent flying hundreds of feet before crashing heavily to the ground. Click! The ground beneath the elder shattered like a spiderweb. Clutching his chest, he tried to rise, but found his body limp and powerless, utterly unable to get up. The elder snarled viciously, Who are you?" Lu Xian replied calmly, "I am Yi Chen's master." Hearing this, the Yi family members froze in shock. Yi Chen's master? When did Yi Chen take on a master? This person is incredibly powerful. Just a random punch nearly instantly killed the Grand Elder. At that moment, the clan leader climbed up from the ground, looking at Lu Xian in utter astonishment. He then turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Chener, who exactly is your master?" Yi Chen immediately approached the clan leader. "Father, my master is Lu Xian, the peak master of Qingxian Peak from the Great Tao sect." The voice fell. The arena fell into complete silence. The peak master of Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian? Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't Lu Xian that useless peak master from the Great Tao sect? To think he possessed such terrifying power. What on earth is happening? Yi Chen explained, "The rumors circulating outside are false. It's just that my master prefers to keep a low profile and never cares about others' opinions, which led people to mistakenly believe he was worthless." The clan leader was stunned. The Yi family members stood frozen in astonishment. They wanted to probe Lu Xian's cultivation level, but came up empty-handed. The crowd was stunned. Was he concealing his cultivation, or was his realm simply far beyond theirs? At this moment, the elder's face twisted viciously as he glared at Lu Xian. "This is a private matter of the Yi family. Do you have any idea what day this is? Are you seeking death?" The crowd was momentarily stunned as they remembered today wasn't just the Yi family assembly, but also the day Empress Fuya would descend. The family assembly was trivial compared to the monumental significance of Empress Fuya's arrival. After all, everyone present except Lu Xian was a member of the Yi family. Empress Fuya's descent involved secrets dating back 3,000 years. How could such matters be revealed to an outsider? The Great Elder grinned ferociously, about to activate the jade tablet in his hand. "Once my Yi family's ancestor descends, you will die." Before he could finish, Lu Xian directly slammed down with his palm. Boom! A colossal palm spanning the heavens materialized, vast beyond measure like a small mountain, its palm lines even clearly visible as it crushed down ruthlessly toward the Great Elder. In an instant, the Great Elder turned to dust without even uttering a scream. Everyone was utterly stunned, frozen like wooden chickens. Instant kill. Suddenly, several saint-level experts from the Great Elder's faction charged forward. "Lu Xian, you're courting death. You're just a worthless elder from the Great Tao sect. Yet you dare kill someone in our Yi family. You're seeking your own demise." In a flash, several one-star saints surrounded Lu Xian completely. The oppressive power of the mystic saint realm surged like vast rivers condensing in the void, with its overwhelming killing intent nearly materializing. Several mystic saints, their bodies shimmering with dazzling spiritual runes, directly summoned their saintly weapons to annihilate Lu Xian. The clan leader looked at Yi Chen. "Your master." Yi Chen whispered, "Don't worry, father. My master could slay even an emperor with just a flick of his finger." The clan leader was shocked. Is Lu Xian's strength truly this terrifying? At this moment, Lu Xian was already surrounded by several mystic saints, yet he remained utterly composed, his face completely calm. One must understand, currently at the 6th heaven mystic venerable realm, his invincible bearing allows him to instantly kill enemies an entire major realm above him. That is to say, he could instantly kill a 1-star profound saint. Not to mention just these few profound saints. Even if 100 1-star profound saints came, Lu Xian would annihilate them all in an instant. Lu Xian remained composed and casually took action. In the span of a breath, his massive hand shot out and crushed a saint's head like an eggshell. Put! Blood spurted violently. Then, the bodies of several saints in the void burst apart one after another. A scarlet rain of blood billowed through the air. Killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Witnessing this scene, the entire Yi family was struck by overwhelming shock. Just how powerful is Lu Xian? That was a sage-level expert. And yet he was eliminated without even a whisper of resistance? All those rumors calling Lu Xian a good-for-nothing are completely false. The elders of the Great Elders faction immediately cried out in alarm. "Quick! Summon the ancestor!" They instantly crushed their communication jade talismans. Click! The shattered jade talismans transformed into resplendent divine light. From the Yi family ancestral grounds, 3 overwhelmingly terrifying auras seemed to awaken, spreading toward the location of the main hall. The Yi clansmen were astonished. This meant the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors were about to take action. For a time, within a 1,000-mile radius of the Yi family, dazzling Dao patterns flowed endlessly, making it seem as if the entire landscape was about to ignite. Spiritual peaks, rivers, and the earth itself all appeared to boil with energy. The Dao patterns flowed and rotated as the terrifying quasi-emperor's might poured into this realm like an abyssal sea. An overwhelmingly dreadful figure gradually rose between heaven and earth, causing the members of the Yi family to tremble uncontrollably, their bodies instinctively bowing in reverence. And such terrifying auras numbered no less than 3. In an instant, the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors of the Yi family had manifested their quasi-emperor dharma forms. Towering dozens of zhang high, these colossal dharma forms stood between heaven and earth, majestic upon the void, vast and boundless like towering sacred mountains, like falling stars, their presence overwhelming. The entire Yi family was struck with awe. Lu Xian slightly furrowed his brows. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? The 3 Yi family ancestors gazed down at Lu Xian, their eyes burning brilliantly like colossal suns, their ashen-white hair cascading like waterfalls as they slowly spoke. "Honored guest, unless you can give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm afraid you won't leave the Yi family alive." A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Xian's lips. An explanation? Mere quasi-emperors, nothing more. The Yi family elder frowned. The reason they hadn't made a move was because they couldn't see through Lu Xian's background. They couldn't detect Lu Xian's cultivation level. What's more, though Lu Xian appeared full of openings to them, they harbored an ominous premonition, as if the moment they struck, they would die by Lu Xian's hand. A standoff ensued within the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of auras awakened once more within the Yi family's ancestral grounds. These were precisely the Yi clan's half-emperors and saint kings. In an instant, hundreds of terrifying energy torrents transformed into raging currents, crushing toward the main hall. Behind the 3 great ancestors, hundreds of half-emperors and saint kings immediately stood at the ready. They were putting pressure on Lu Xian. Lu Xian remained utterly composed. Because of his disciple Yi Chen, he didn't want to sour relations with the Yi family too much. But if the Yi family's ancestors didn't know their place, he wouldn't mind sending them straight to the cycle of reincarnation. After all, the 1-star Great Emperor trial card in his hand could be activated anytime. At this moment, the group aligned with the Great Elder shouted at the Yi family ancestor, "Ancestor, we beg you to uphold justice for us. This Lu Xian is simply putting on an act. If he were truly stronger than the ancestor, he would have already taken action." Chapter 36, Master, why are you here? We beseech the ancestor to slay Lu Xian. The voice fell. Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he hastily stepped forward, saying, "Ancestor, do not act. My master's power is unfathomable. If you attack, you may risk annihilation." In Yi Chen's eyes, Lu Xian was nothing less than a high-star great emperor. In their master's gaze, even the ancestral patriarchs of the Yi family were probably mere ants. He absolutely didn't want their ancestral patriarch to perish here. A momentary silence fell. The 3 great ancestral patriarchs of the Yi family finally decided to make their move. Boom! A terrifying imperial aura erupted with overwhelming might. Above the 100-meter-tall Dharma forms of the 3 great ancestors, dazzling Dao patterns surged, transforming into boundless starry rivers. Before them, the spiritual flames of heaven and earth raged like a furious ocean. The three great ancestors of the Yi family directly prepared their killing moves, intending to obliterate Yi Chen in one strike. Lu Xian said indifferently, "You've made a wrong decision." He was about to crush the one-star Great Emperor experience card. Suddenly, the Yi family's protective formation rippled as its dazzling array patterns were activated. The next instant, a crimson-red gown fluttered as she descended gracefully. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, shimmering faintly with divine splendor. Her curvaceous figure traced a perfect silhouette as she cast a slightly furrowed gaze downward at the Yi family members below. The newcomer was none other than Ji Fuya. Close behind her followed two dragon guards, Wang Man and Cheng Yan, each exuding the faint pressure of a quasi-emperor. Beyond them, dozens more quasi-emperors and semi-emperors stood in solemn formation. Ji Fuya's delicate jade-like hand unfolded, instantly activating the aura of the Fuya order. Glorious Tao patterns radiated outward, filling the surroundings with an ancient, primordial energy. In that instant, the three great ancestors of the Yi family trembled as they gazed into the void. "Your Majesty the Empress, you have returned." Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly, nodding faintly in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the three Yi family ancestors solemnly declared, "The Yi family respectfully welcomes the return of Her Majesty the Empress." The words fell. The three great ancestors of the Yi family immediately knelt before Ji Fuyao. Thud, thud. Witnessing this, the rest of the Yi family members followed suit, kneeling like a tidal wave. "Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress. Welcome the return of Her Majesty the Empress." Yi Chen's knees slightly bent, but suddenly, Lu Xian appeared by his side, grasping his arm with a faint smile. "You don't need to kneel." Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. At that moment, only Lu Xian and Yi Chen remained standing in the entire gathering. The Yi family ancestor bellowed, "Shuner, kneel down." Yi Chen turned to look at Lu Xian, who gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. He then shifted his gaze to the void above and slowly spoke. "Fuyao, you actually came." As soon as these words were spoken, the Yi family members were completely stunned. What's going on? Does Lu Xian know Empress Fuyao? How was this possible? At this moment, Ji Fuyao shuddered slightly, finally noticing Lu Xian. The quasi-emperor aura of the Yi family ancestor had been so overpowering that Lu Xian had been completely obscured within it, making him escape her notice. In an instant, Ji Fuyao stepped through the air toward Lu Xian and smiled charmingly. "Master, what brings you to the Yi family as well?" Everyone was stunned. Master? How did Ji Fuyao address Lu Xian as master? Had they heard correctly? Old Ancestor Yi felt his scalp go numb, his face twitching as he stared at Lu Xian in disbelief. His voice trembled as he asked, "Your Majesty, is Lu Xian truly your master?" Ji Fuyao nodded with a smile, her gaze resting tenderly on Lu Xian. The arena fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned. After all this time, Lu Xian turned out to be Empress Fuyao's master. Okay. Just now, Yi Chen said that Lu Xian was his master. This can't be such a coincidence, can it? Lu Xian smiled as he looked at Ji Fuyao. "Fuyao, your cultivation has improved significantly this month." Ji Fuyao nodded softly, her gaze gentle. Seeing this, Wang Man, the commander of the Dragon Guard, and Cheng Yan immediately descended from the sky, landing beside Lu Xian. They stared at Lu Xian with utter astonishment. "This is Her Majesty the Empress's master. Never thought we'd meet so soon." Remembering Ji Fuyao's warning, they immediately bowed respectfully toward Lu Xian. "We pay our respects to Peak Master Lu." Lu Xian nodded slightly and looked at Ji Fuyao. "Are these all your subordinates?" Ji Fuyao's starry eyes flickered with a hint of apology. "Forgive me, Master. I haven't had the chance yet to tell you about my secret." Lu Xian smiled. "No matter. Attend to your own affairs first. It was by sheer coincidence that I came to the Yi family to take on disciples." As he spoke, Lu Xian pointed at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, quickly greet your senior sister." Yi Chen froze momentarily, sizing up Ji Fuyao before exclaiming, "Senior sister." He was somewhat taken aback. The backer behind the Yi family had actually become his senior sect sister? It felt somewhat like a dream. At this moment, ahem. Not far away, the three ancestors of the Yi family knelt on the ground, coughing dryly. The Yi family serves under Empress Fuyao. Now Yi Chen has actually become Her Majesty the Empress's junior brother? The hierarchy is completely messed up. Yi Chen turned to look at the ancestor. "Ancestor, is there anything inappropriate about this?" The patriarch of the Yi family twitched his face and said, "It's nothing." Nothing. Ji Fuyao sized up Yi Chen and remarked, "Junior brother, your talent is remarkable. The master indeed has a sharp eye." Yi Chen's face flushed red with slight embarrassment. "This is all thanks to Master's help. I was contaminated by a strand of eerie power, my cultivation regressed, and even the patriarch could do nothing about it. But Master helped suppress it for me." Ji Fuyao's expression changed slightly. "Eerie power?" She stared at Lu Xian in shock. This was one of the forbidden powers of the cultivation world. The first is the ominous power, the second is the eerie power. Even top-tier great emperors would suffer greatly if tainted by such forbidden powers, finding themselves powerless against them. Who would have thought that his master, Lu Xian, possessed such unfathomable abilities? At this moment, old ancestor Yi took a sharp breath of cold air. Hiss! Just moments ago, they actually dared to think of attacking Lu Xian. Who gave them the nerve? This man could even suppress the sinister power. A ruthless character like him. Fortunately, Her Majesty the Empress arrived just in time, and thankfully, they were all her allies, otherwise, they might have been wiped out by Lu Xian. A truly terrifying thought. At that moment, Lu Xian smiled faintly, saying, Fuyao, take care of your matters first. We'll talk later. Ji Fuyao nodded and shifted her gaze to the members of the Yi family, speaking, all of you, rise. The Yi family members slowly rose to their feet. Xingyan looked at the three Great Leaf Yi family quasi-emperors. Now that Her Majesty the Empress has descended, it's time for you to make your heavenly Tao oath. The Yi family patriarch nodded and glanced at the elders of the first elders faction. Your Majesty, before your arrival at the Yi family, some matters occurred here. Chener, explain them to Her Majesty. Hearing this, Yi Chen told Ji Fuyao about the Yi family's affairs. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. I never expected such a thing to happen in the Yi family. The struggle for the heir position. If not for Lu Xian's arrival, helping Yi Chen rise to power, what you would have witnessed upon her descent today might well have been the corpses of Yi Chen and his father. The Yi family's ancestor wore a bitter expression as he explained, Your Majesty the Empress, I am guilty. I indulged the Grand Elders faction, thinking that since you were to descend upon our house, the heir dispute was merely trivial and unworthy of intervention. Never did I imagine matters would spiral to this extent. Ji Fuyao looked at Yi Chen, junior brother, you decide. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. In an instant, everyone from the Great Elders faction knelt before Yi Chen like a receding tide. Thud, thud. They knew that Yi Chen now completely held control over their lives. If Yi Chen willed them dead, they would surely perish. The crowd began begging for mercy from Yi Chen. Chener, all of this was the elders' scheme to target you and the clan leader. We had nothing to do with it. Chener, let us pledge allegiance to Her Majesty the Empress. Yet, Yi Chen's face remained ice-cold. He knew exactly what the elder and his lineage had done to him and his father over these years. It wasn't just the elder and Yi Liangchen. The enmity between the two lineages had festered for too long. Reconciliation was utterly impossible now. At this thought, Yi Chen turned to the ancestor, exterminate them. Even if they swear heavenly oaths, I could never trust them. If they live, I fear their vengeance. Hearing this, a grey-robed elder nodded and immediately raised his hand to strike down upon the members of the elders faction. Boom! A terrifying palm strike descended. The elders faction was completely exterminated, roots and all. In that moment, the other branches of the Yi clan were thrown into panic. You must understand that although they weren't like the Grand Elder faction openly opposing the clan leader, their younger generation had all mocked Yi Chen before. Now with Yi Chen's meteoric rise, what if he decides to settle scores? The elders from various branch families looked at Yi Chen in panic. Chener, we admit we've neglected and even ridiculed you these years, but in all fairness, everything we did was for the Yi family. Today, we apologize to you. We shouldn't have given up on you before. Hearing this, Yi Chen sighed lightly, elders, I understand. Let's leave it at that. He chose not to pursue further reckoning. There were no life and death grudges between these branch families. It's just an internal conflict within the Yi family over interests. If we really start purging people for abandoning him, barely 1 in 10 Yi family members would survive. This isn't what he wants to see. He's also a member of the Yi family. Seeing this, the Yi family ancestor let out a sigh of relief. He had truly feared that Yi Chen would demand the annihilation of these branch families. Had that happened, the Yi family might have soon existed in name only. The 3 Yi family ancestors, seeing the matter settled satisfactorily, immediately led the assembled clansmen in swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao. One great-robed ancestor drew the spirit sword from his waist. Clang! A sword's cry rang out, its aura crisscrossing to form a vast ocean as the chilling sword intent poured forth in all directions. Xingyan gazed at this spirit sword, recalling some memories from years past. With a sigh, she said, Yi Beichen, back then you wielded this very spirit sword to slay 2 quasi-emperors of the heavenly net hall, yet you suffered grievous wounds yourself. The grey-robed patriarch lamented. Indeed, we owe our survival to Her Majesty the Empress. Had she not single-handedly held off all the heavenly net hall's experts in the end, how could we possibly have escaped? As he spoke, all the Yi clan's experts at Sacred King Realm and above had reddened eyes. They survived that battle. How tragic. Empress Fuyao single-handedly fought against 3 great emperors, while simultaneously blocking other quasi-emperor experts, allowing them to flee the Fuyao dynasty in 3 separate forces. These memories, undying and unceasing. How many of their Fuyao dynasty's people had the heavenly net temple slaughtered? Back in the day, the faction affiliated with the Yi family suffered countless casualties. The Yi family has endured till now, all for awaiting the return of Empress Fuyao. The vengeance from those years remains unavenged. When will this hatred in our hearts be extinguished? At this thought, the ancestral sword in old ancestor Yi's hand resonated, erupting into a blazing cold radiance. Killing intent. Before the Empress, the ancient blade gleamed anew, its frosty glare as piercing as in bygone years. In that instant, old ancestor Yi's heart surged with emotion, and he immediately led all members of the Yi clan in swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao. The Yi clan pledges to brave fire and water for her imperial majesty, sparing no sacrifice. Chapter 37, Ji Fuyao subdues the Yi family. The Nangong family breaks off the engagement. The Yi family is willing to go through fire and water for her majesty the empress, sparing no sacrifice. Boom! A ripple of disturbance appeared in the void above. The heavenly oath was sealed. Soon, an almost imperceptible mark emerged within the bodies of the Yi family members. This is the heavenly Tao oath contract. Breaking it would result in immediate execution by the heavenly Tao itself. Seeing this, Ji Fuyao gave a slight nod. Now, 2 out of the 3 former vassals of the Fuyao dynasty had been reclaimed. The imperial dragon guards and the Yi family of Qingcheng. Ji Fuyao turned her gaze to Yi Beichen, saying, "For now, you must remain in hiding. The time is not yet ripe." Yi Beichen's voice trembled as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the other quasi-emperors and semi-emperors of the Yi clan carried unfulfilled determination when they faded away. They longed for your return to lead them in battle once more. Alas, they did not live to see this day." Ji Fuyao was visibly moved. "Rest assured," she declared fiercely, "I will bring ruin to the Heaven's Loom Palace." Yi Beichen's eyes turned crimson. "In this final battle, even if I have to burn my lifespan and soul, I'll slaughter a few more damned scoundrels from the heavenly net hall." Xing Yan and Wang Man said, "Now that Her Majesty the Empress has returned, we only need to await her arrangements." Yi Beichen replied, "As you command." At that moment, Ji Fuyao turned to Lu Xian with a smile. "Master, I apologize for keeping secrets from you before." Lu Xian smiled slightly. "No matter." Ji Fuyao spoke slowly to Lu Xian. "Back then, I attained the rank of emperor through the path of spiritual fire, earning the title Empress Fuyao. I single-handedly established the Fuyao dynasty, but before it could reach its true pinnacle, the Heavenly Net Hall annihilated it." Lu Xian asked, "The Heavenly Net Hall has quite a notorious reputation in the southern wastes over the past millennia. They've destroyed many factions." Ji Fuyao whispered secretly via voice transmission to Lu Xian, "Master, the reason I'm still alive is that I used an ancient forbidden art to reincarnate and be reborn. Only my most loyal subordinates know of this matter." Lu Xian nodded slightly. "Reincarnation is too shocking to the world. This matter must never be exposed. To know that reincarnation involves the power of samsara, this holds an irresistible allure for even the most supreme great emperors. Especially those emperors tainted by the bizarre and the ominous, they suffered deeply, powerless to reverse their fates. If they were to learn of Ji Fuyao's secret technique of reincarnation and rebirth, they would likely march straight to the Great Tao sect and forcefully demand it. After all, this method is far too heaven-defying." Ji Fuyao was slightly surprised. When she mentioned the reincarnation technique just now, there wasn't the slightest ripple of shock on her master's face. Did master know about this beforehand? Or perhaps the master simply couldn't care less about this reincarnation secret technique. Master, she couldn't see through him. At this moment, the patriarch of the Yi family asked, "Peak Master Lu, are you currently a high-star great emperor?" Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao, Yi Chen, and the rest of the Yi family turned their gaze toward Lu Xian. They all wanted to know exactly what realm Lu Xian had reached. Lu Xian shook his head faintly. The Yi family ancestor's expression changed dramatically. Could it be beyond the emperor realm? Lu Xian smiled. "Damn, since when did this Yi family ancestor start jumping to conclusions?" Seeing Lu Xian's expression, the Yi family ancestor reached a judgment, "Just as I thought." Lu Xian sighed in speechless frustration. The Yi family patriarch asked in confusion, "But why would a supreme expert like Peak Master Lu continue bearing the disgraceful title of good-for-nothing?" Lu Xian's face twitched. That remark, because he genuinely was a good-for-nothing before. At this moment, the Yi family clan leader let out a faint groan. Yi Chen immediately turned to the elder, "Could you please help heal my father? He's severely injured." The Yi family elder nodded and approached the clan leader. A medicinal pill for healing appeared in his palm. "Take this, Changfeng." The clan leader quickly swallowed the pill. Soon, a surge of pure energy flowed through his body, soothing his injuries like a spring breeze. Before long, The clan leader's injuries had improved significantly. He bowed respectfully and said, "Many thanks, ancestor." The Yi family ancestor gave a faint nod, then extended an invitation to Ji Fuyao. "Your Majesty the Empress, shall we adjourn to the main hall?" Ji Fuyao nodded in agreement and entered the main hall alongside Lu Xian and the others. The Yi family ancestor inquired, "Your Majesty the Empress, how fares the other major power within our imperial domain now?" Upon hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Qing Yin's face. Another faction has now emerged, forming an organization called Drunken Immortal Pavilion. They've learned of Her Majesty the Empress's return, yet they refuse to take a clear stance. The Yi family patriarch roared in fury, "How dare they?" Qing Yan replied, "The Drunken Immortal Pavilion's current attitude is ambiguous, they refuse to give us a definite answer." The Yi family patriarch's expression turned icy. "Utter insolence." When the Drunken Immortal Pavilion fled back then, they took with them vast cultivation resources from our Fuyao dynasty. It was our dynasty's foundation that enabled their rise as auctioneers and dealers of rare treasures. On what grounds do they dare refuse to submit once more to Her Majesty the Empress? Ji Fuyao's eyes glittered with divine radiance as she said, "In a while, let's pay a visit to the headquarters of Drunken Immortal Tower." Wang Man's face was etched with murderous intent as he growled, "If Drunken Immortal Tower doesn't know what's good for them, I wouldn't mind wiping them from existence." Ji Fuyao nodded. For a moment, fury surged across the faces of everyone from the Fuyao dynasty. Back then, if Empress Fuyao hadn't intercepted the assault from Heavenly Net Hall, how could they have possibly escaped? Empress Fuyao could have abandoned them and fled alone, yet she chose not to. Their lives were given by Empress Fuyao herself. If the Drunken Immortal Pavilion refuses submission, let it be destroyed. A moment later, the communication jade slip in the clan leader's arms vibrated incessantly. He took out the communication jade slip and channeled spiritual energy into it. A haughty voice came through, "Yi Changfeng will arrive at Qingcheng in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. I trust the Yi clan is prepared? My daughter, Nangong Shuabai, will also be gracing you with her presence." The speaker was none other than Nangong Shuabai's father, Nangong Baiqiu. The clan leader slightly furrowed his brows. Understood. He slowly put away the voice-transmitting jade slip and looked at Yi Chen. "Shener, Nangong Baishui has come to break off the engagement." Breaking off the engagement. The expressions of the Yi family members turned extremely grim. The Yi family ancestor glanced at the crowd. "Prepare to open the protective clan array and welcome the Nangong family." Boom! Several elders flicked their sleeves and retrieved a black array plate. With swift hand seals transforming between their fingers, spiritual patterns instantly flowed across the massive clan protection array. The dazzling divine radiance gradually dimmed, and the void returned to its pristine azure clarity. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the members of the Nangong family descended upon the main hall of the Yi family. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Baiqiu, wore an arrogant expression as he glanced at the several quasi-emperor patriarchs of the Yi family. He strode directly toward the guest seat as if entering his own grand hall, saying, "Esteemed guests, let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point." Though furious, the Yi family patriarchs restrained themselves from acting out, as Ji Fuyao was present. Behind Nangong Baiqiu stood an exceptionally beautiful young woman, radiant as a newly bloomed flower. Her long dress swayed gently, her delicate face fresh as spring buds, skin flawless and fair. Her tall, graceful figure boasted perfect curves, with full, ample breasts and long, flowing hair cascading like a waterfall of silver silk. It was none other than Nangong Baishui. Nangong Baishui looked down her nose at Yechen, a mocking and pitiful smile playing on her lips. Yichen let out a cold laugh. The members of the Nangong family took their seats without ceremony. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, as if enemies had come face to face. Nangong Shuabai looked at Yi Changfeng without rising, her face as cold as frost, and spoke icily, "Shifi, I have now become a disciple of the Supreme Profound Sect. Yi Chen and I are as different as clouds and mud. Today, I've come specifically to annul our engagement." Hearing this, Lu Xian's lips curled slightly upward. "Nangong Shuabai, you're making a very poor choice." Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent, his heart utterly unperturbed. He turned to glance at Lu Xian and transmitted a secret voice message, "Master, sorry you had to witness that." Lu Xian nodded at Yi Chen with a smile, "No problem." At this moment, the clan leader, Yi Chongfeng's face turned extremely grim. Though he had anticipated this psychologically, witnessing it firsthand still made him feel utterly humiliated. This was a blatant slap in the face, especially the attitude of the Nangong family. Though they are supposed to be on equal footing with the Yi family as quasi-emperor tier powers, they now act as if they stand above them. How utterly unreasonable. Nangong Baishui turned her head to glare at Yi Chen, her voice dripping with contempt. "Yi Chen, you're nothing but a fleeting waste, a frog at the bottom of a well dreaming of feasting on swan meat. You're not even worthy of looking up at me." Yi Chen let out a derisive chuckle. "Ah, looking up, you say?" Yi Changfeng desperately wanted to roar, "My son Yi Chen is no waste. He has risen anew." But with just one look from the Yi family's ancestral elder, Yi Changfeng checked his temper. At this moment, Nangong Shuabai opened her fair hand, revealing a pill in her palm. She said coldly, Yi Chen, I'm giving you this Shin grade Qi gathering pill. I hope you know what's best for you. Oh, and by the way, I'm now an alchemist. As she spoke, Nangong Shuabai tilted her proud, ample chest forward and stared down at Yi Chen through her nostrils once more. With a casual flick of her fair hand, she tossed the Qi-gathering pill directly at his feet. A Shen-grade pill, with 3 pill halos. At this moment, Nangong Baichio smirked coldly and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, take it. This pill was specially refined by my daughter for you. From now on, you and my daughter shall go your separate ways, each on your own path. Yi Chongfeng's eyes turned icy, feeling endless humiliation. In the past, Chener gifted Nangong Baishui several sacred king-tier treasures, along with vast amounts of spirit stones, talismans, and formation plates. And now you think a mere profound-tier pill is enough to placate our Yi family? Nangong Baishui's face revealed a disdainful expression as she sneered. It was only because Yi Chen begged me that I even accepted those things. If your Yi family is so desperate for such garbage, I'll have my master, the Southern Sun alchemy sage, send them back to your doorstep someday. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the Yi family members turned icy cold. Nanyang Dan Saint, that was the heaven-ranked alchemist of the Supreme Profound sect. Their Yi family was as insignificant as ants before the Supreme Profound sect, utterly unworthy of mention. Nangong Baichio's face revealed a hint of self-satisfaction. Yi Changfeng, my daughter Shuebai joined the Supreme Profound sect half a year ago, becoming a direct disciple under the tutelage of Dan Saint Yunyang. In just half a year, she has already ascended to the rank of an Earth-tier first-grade alchemist. The voice fell. The Yi family members were all startled. And Xian rank Tier 1 alchemist. It must be known that the path of alchemy is divided into Huang rank, Run rank, Yu rank, Xian rank, Wang rank, Di rank, and Tian rank, with each rank further segmented into 9 tiers. Nandong Baishue actually reached the level of an Xian rank alchemist in just half a year. With such talent, her future achievements on the path of alchemy are immeasurable. You should know that Nangong Baishue has enrolled in the Supreme Profound sect. The Supreme Profound sect is a renowned overlord-level force in the southern wastelands. Moreover, Nangong Baishue's master is the long-famed Cloud Sun alchemy sage of the southern wastelands, which suggests the Nangong family might rise to prominence through alchemy in the future. At this moment, Yi Chen glared at the elixir before him and crushed it in his grip without hesitation. Watching the powdered remains of the elixir float in the air, Nangong Shuebai sneered with contempt. Yi Chen, this is an elixir you could never refine in your entire lifetime. Yi Chen clenched his fists. For the first time, the desire to become an alchemist sparked within him. An alchemist. At this moment, Yayan's voice slowly echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Shener, there's no need to envy her. Your veins flow with the blood of my Yao clan saintess. Our Yao clan is a renowned alchemy family. That insignificant Nangong Baishue isn't even worthy of tying your shoes. Chapter 38, Beating Up Nangong Baishue. Shener, there's no need to envy her. Your veins flow with the blood of my Yao clan saintess. Our Yao clan is a renowned alchemy family. That insignificant Nangong Baishue isn't even worthy of tying your shoes. Yi Chen was slightly startled. Is Master Yao's alchemy skill really that advanced? Yi Chen quickly composed himself and turned to Nangong Baishue. You want to annul the engagement? Do you really think I'll let you have your way? Nangong Baishue frowned and abruptly stood up, her face flushed with anger. Yi Chen, I knew it. You're still going to cling shamelessly to me. Yi Chen scoffed. Cling to you? You've got it all wrong. Even if you stood naked before me, I wouldn't have the slightest interest in you. Nangong Baishue gritted her teeth and said, You worthless trash, are you courting death? Yi Chen sneered viciously. The decree of our ancestral patriarchs is no child's play. The marriage contract is sealed, witnessed by heaven and earth. But I've long wanted to sever ties with you. As he spoke, brilliant divine light surged in Yi Chen's hand as he directly inscribed a single character onto the marriage contract. Repudiated. With a thunderous roar, the pressure emanating from the profound emperor realm left a glaring mark. A marriage certificate instantly transformed into a letter of divorce. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. From now on, you take your broad road, and I'll cross my single log bridge. Nangong Shuebai's delicate frame trembled slightly as she stared disbelievingly at the divorce letter before her. Yi Chen actually dared to divorce her. Flames flickered in her eyes. What right does a worthless piece of trash like you have to divorce me? Yi Chen snorted coldly. You can get lost now. At this moment, Nangong Baichio turned to Yi Changfeng with shock. Yi Changfeng, when did Yi Chen become capable of cultivation? The elders of the Nangong family were all dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that good-for-nothing Yi Chen would suddenly recover? And now he had even reached the mid-stage of the Xian Huang realm. Could it be that Yi Chen was about to rise again? Yi Changfeng said coldly, since Nangong Baishue has already broken off the engagement with Shener, there's no need for her to know these things. The Nangong family members momentarily froze. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Nangong Baishue's dark hair fluttered as she smiled mockingly at Yi Chen. So what if you're at the Xianhuang realm? You're still trash. I've already become a disciple of the Supreme Profound Sect, the gap between you and me will only grow wider. Yi Chen sneered in disdain, refusing to dignify her with a response. Nangong Baishui extended her fair hand, and in her palm appeared a crystal-clear treasure orb, its divine brilliance surging, swirling with dazzling radiance as a terrifying aura spread in all directions. A Saint King-tier treasure. Nangong Baiqiu revealed a haughty smile on his face. Baishui, explain to them the origins of this object. Nangong Baishui fixed her gaze on Yi Chen, her eyes flashing with disdainful brilliance. This is the Cloud Sea Pearl, a betrothal gift given to me by Qin Shao, the heir of the ancient Qin family. Hearing this, the hearts of the Yi family members trembled once more. The ancient Qin family was a dominant force in the southern wasteland, powerful enough to crush the Yi family with ease. Who would have thought Nangong Shuebai would become the fiancé of the ancient Qin family? No wonder the Nangong family dared to act so insolently today. At this moment, Yi Chen shrugged, his eyes devoid of any emotion. So, what's that got to do with me? Nangong Baishue smiled faintly. Yi Chen, you can deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. You say you don't care, but deep down you do. Don't think I don't know. I just want to tell you, even if you regain your cultivation, I've already become Dao companions with Qin Shao, and Qin Shao has also joined the Taishang Xin sect. Before she could finish, Yi Chen closed his eyes and remarked flatly, not interested. Nangong Baishue scoffed, humph. So what if you can cultivate now, Yi Chen? You'll never be a match for me, let alone my destined partner, Qin Shao. Yi Chen retorted, Qin Shao? Never heard of him, but if I ever see him, I'll crush him beneath my feet. The voice fell. In a flash, Nangong Baishue vanished from her spot, stepping through the air toward Yi Chen. Her face was ice cold as she declared, Qin Shao is my future husband, the one destined to become the divine son of the Supreme Profound Sect. I'll give you 10 breaths to apologize to him. Yi Chen glanced at Nangong Shuebai and said indifferently, fool. Boom! Nangong Shuebai raised her delicate hand and struck directly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'm just one step away from reaching the Profound Sect realm. Today, I'll show you the gap between us. With a resounding boom, Nangong Shuebai unleashed the aura of late-stage great perfection in the Profound Emperor realm. Like a raging ocean, the terrifying energy surged violently through the main hall. He struck directly at Yi Chen with full force, unleashing a palm strike. Seeing this, Nangong Baiqiu did not stop him but instead smiled at Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng, let the younger generation resolve their own conflicts. Yi Chen teasing Baishui is one thing, but mocking Qin Shao is clearly his fault. If the ancient Qin family pursues this matter, they could easily wipe out the Yi clan. Before he could finish, Nangong Baiqiu froze in stunned silence. Slap! Yi Chen effortlessly dissipated Nangong Baishue's attack and appeared before her in an instant, delivering a resounding slap. A clear voice rang through the hall. Put! Nangong Shui was sent flying dozens of feet, her left cheek instantly swelling as a mouthful of blood sprayed from her lips. Boom! She fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Nangong family were astonished. How was this possible? Yi Chen was only at the mid-stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. Nangong Baishue had already reached the peak perfection of the late-stage Mystic Emperor realm. How could she not be Yi Chen's match? The next instant, Yi Chen's figure abruptly vanished from his original spot, appearing right in front of Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui was just about to get up from the ground. Slap! Yi Chen swung a slap straight toward Nangong Shui's right cheek. With a ferocious expression, Nangong Shui growled, You. Click! Yi Chen slapped again. She cursed, I. Click! Another slap. Nangong Baishue's face was swollen into a pig's head. At this moment, Nangong Baiqiu immediately growled, Chunner, stop! Yi Changfeng merely smiled faintly and stopped Nangong Baiqiu. Matters of the younger generation should be left for them to resolve themselves. Nangong Baiqiu's expression turned extremely gloomy. Could Yi Chen have fully recovered? This was leaping over 2 minor realms, utterly crushing Nangong Baishue. At this moment, Ji Fuyao whispered softly to Lu Xian, Junior brother, your skills are impressive. Lu Xian teased, Well, you should consider whose junior brother I am. Ji Fuyao couldn't help but giggle. At the center of the scene, Nangong Shuebai's originally delicate and fair face was now swollen high like a small mountain, looking utterly pitiful. She stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. He actually dared to hit her? Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Yi Chen, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Yi Chen, do you really think you're invincible? Yi Chen scoffed but remained silent. Nangong Baishue spat out a mouthful of thick blood and ground her teeth. My Dao companion, Qin Shao, is 10,000 times stronger than you. He's already at the peak of the Profound realm now. Once he becomes the divine son of the Supreme Profound Sect, you won't stand a chance against him. Yi Chen smiled. Nangong Baishue couldn't defeat him, so she actually resorted to bringing up Qin Shao. Yi Chen punched Nangong Baishue in the eye. You despicable woman. Qin Shao trained you well, didn't he? Bang! Nangong Baishui covered her eye and rolled around on the ground in pain. A moment later, Nangong Baishui, disheveled and wild-haired, let out a mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha, Yi Chen, perhaps you don't understand the gap between the Yi family and the Qin family. The Qin family is a dominant force in the southern wilderness. Now Qin Shao has even entered the Taishang mystic sect. He possesses the bearing of an emperor-to-be. With what qualifications do you dare compare yourself to Qin Shao? Bang! No sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Chen landed another punch on Nangong Baishui. Her eyes turned black and blue, making her look utterly miserable. At this moment, Nangong Baiqiu could no longer hold back and turned toward the Yi family's patriarch. Grand Elder, hasn't Yi Chen hit enough? Every punch he throws is inviting disaster for the Yi family. Do you want the Yi family to be wiped out? The voice fell. A terrifying quasi-emperor's power erupted from the Yi family ancestor, surging toward the members of the Nangong family like an endless ocean tide. Do you take this as a threat to my Yi family? Nangong Baiqiu gritted his teeth against the overwhelming pressure of the quasi-emperor's might, a streak of blood seeping from the corner of his lips as he snarled, "Ancestor, don't push this to the point of no return." As soon as these words were spoken, the arena fell into complete silence. The Yi family ancestor's expression darkened with extreme displeasure. The Qin family is a dominant force in the southern wastelands, boasting the presence of a great emperor within their clan. The Yi family is no match for them at all. If the Qin family sets their sights on the Yi family, their destruction is inevitable. At this thought, the Yi family's patriarch withdrew his quasi-emperor pressure and calmly said, "Shuner, let this end here." Hearing this, Yi Chen directly hurled Nangong Baishui several zhang away. She crashed heavily onto the ground, letting out a piercing scream. "Yi Chen, you'll die a terrible death." Nangong Baishui climbed up from the ground and returned to Nangong Baiqiu's side. With a frosty expression, Nangong Baiqiu took out a medicinal pill and made Nangong Baishui swallow it. Before long, Nangong Baishui's face had completely healed. Nangong Baiqiu shot a glance at Yi Changfeng and said, "Today, I might as well tell you this. My daughter has awakened the primordial Yin body. The Qin family has already made arrangements with our Nangong family. Once Qin Shao reaches the Saint Realm, he will marry Baishui." Primordial lunar physique. The Yi family ancestor was slightly startled. This was a rare female constitution that could refine cultivation through dual cultivation with a partner, reciprocating cultivation power to the other party. Moreover, the first dual cultivation would bestow an immense surge of cultivation power. No wonder the Qin family took a liking to Nangong Baishui. She's merely a cultivation vessel after all. At this moment, Nangong Baishui turned her gaze toward Yi Chen. Her voice was bone-chilling, her teeth clenched with venomous hatred like a vindictive hag's. "Yi Chen, I won't forget this." Chapter 39. Without Lu Xian beneath the heavens, eternity would remain as endless night. "Yi Chen, I won't forget this. Today I may have lost to you, but the gap between us will only grow wider. You will eventually be trampled beneath my feet. Even if the entire Yi family pours all their resources into you, you'll never be my match. Behind me stands the Qin family and the Supreme Profound sect. And what do you have besides the Yi family?" Yi Chen turned to look behind him, offering a respectful bow to Lu Xian. "I have my master." The gazes of the Nangong family all turned toward Lu Xian. "Master? This young man is your master? Which faction does he belong to?" Yi Chen's eyes burned with intensity. "The Great Tao sect." Hearing this, Nangong Baiqiu's face stiffened. The Great Tao sect. The Great Tao sect is a dominant force in the southern wastelands that has stood unshaken through several epochs, comparable to the Supreme Profound sect. How could a useless trash like Yi Chen possibly become a disciple of the Great Tao sect? The expressions of the Nangong family members instantly turned respectful as they bowed to Lu Xian and asked, "May we inquire which esteemed elder of the Great Tao sect you are, honored senior?" Yi Chen puffed out his chest and introduced, "Great Tao sect, Xingxian Peak, Lu Xian." The Nangong family members were completely stunned. And so on. Why does that name sound vaguely familiar? Suddenly, they remembered. Lu Xian. Wasn't this the notoriously useless peak master from the Great Tao sect? Over these years, whenever major events occurred in the southern wastelands and powerful factions gathered, they would always joke about Lu Xian of the Great Tao sect. After all, it was truly rare for a qi refining cultivator to serve as the peak master of a hegemon-level force. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the members of the Nangong family couldn't help but chuckle, their expressions of reverence vanishing completely. Nangong Baishui burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you really found yourself a fine master. I always wondered how a good-for-nothing like you could catch the Great Tao sect. Now it all makes sense." The Nangong family members felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, each breathing a sigh of relief. A notorious saying spread throughout the southern wilds: if you become Lu Xian's disciple, your life is as good as ruined. Yi Chen was ruined, thus accomplishing the transition from one waste to another. Seeing this, Yi Chen clenched his fists in fury and said, "You don't understand my master's strength. He is invincible." Nangong Baishui couldn't contain her amusement. clutching her stomach as she burst into laughter. Strength? Invincible? Yi Chen's expression turned utterly serious. When saints behold my master, it's like a frog peering at the sky from a well. When emperors see my master, it's like mayflies gazing upon the vast sea. The voice fell. The entire Nangong family stood stunned. Ha! Is this saying that Lu Xian is more powerful than the founding patriarch of the Great Tao sect? They really wanted to laugh. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Oh dear. Does Yi Chen have some misunderstanding about his own strength? But, if you're gonna talk, keep it coming. He loved to hear it. Yi Chen continued, had my master not been born, the southern wastes would remain in eternal darkness. Who stands supreme at the pinnacle of the imperial realm? Upon seeing my master, all paths dissolve into nothingness. The Nangong family members, their inner sect remained utterly unimpressed, even struggling not to laugh. Yi Chen spoke with utter seriousness. Yet the Nangong family members simply thought they'd heard a joke. If Lu Xian were truly that powerful, how could he have borne the title of Waste Peak Lord for so many years, becoming the laughingstock of southern wastelands? Nangong Shuabai sneered, Yi Chen, are you this desperate to prove your future? I'll never change my mind. Just give it up. Yi Chen snorted coldly, one cannot discuss ice with a summer insect. The crowd from the Nangong family wore mocking smiles on their faces. Yet, the Yi family members, Ji Fuyao, and the rest believed every word Yi Chen said without a doubt. Lu Xian's power is absolutely terrifying. Ji Fuyao looked at Lu Xian, who appeared utterly composed and unperturbed, as calm as a gentle breeze. She let out a slight sigh. Her master was too low-key. No wonder he had been misunderstood for so many years. Back at Qingxian Peak, she hadn't understood it at first, but now she understood. Lu Xian stood aloof from worldly affairs, utterly indifferent to all living beings. This was her master Lu Xian, an absolutely powerful figure who remained low-key and restrained. Beside, Lu Xian noticed the trace of reverence and awe in Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen's eyes and paused in surprise. What were these two disciples pondering again? At this moment, Nangong Baiqiu suddenly flicked his sleeve without greeting the Yi clan members, rising directly and walking toward the palace entrance. Let's go. The Yi family is already finished. The Yi family members' expressions turned icy. Too insolent. Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen. Do you need me to step in and stop them? Yi Chen shook his head. Master, leave this to me. He couldn't rely on his master for everything. Otherwise, wouldn't he become the mountain-relying king? High above in the void, Nangong Bai Shui sent a voice transmission to Yi Chen, her tone icy. Yi Chen, in a while, I'll prepare a surprise for you. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Watching the retreating figures of the Nangong family members, the Yi family ancestor sighed deeply. No one expected things to turn out this way. With today's parting, the Nangong family and the Yi family have become sworn enemies. The Nangong family is too arrogant. Do they think that because they've aligned themselves with the overlord of the southern wilderness, the Qin family, they can look down on the Yi family like this? If it weren't for Emperor Fuyao and if it weren't for Peak Master Lu, they would naturally bow their heads. But with Emperor Fuyao present, and more importantly, with the incomparably powerful Peak Master Lu here, the Yi family also had confidence. A moment later, clan leader Yi Changfeng looked at the ancestral elder and said, now that Yi Chun has already offended Nangong Shuabai, if she reports this matter to Qin Shao, and the Qin family in their fury descends upon Qingqing to annihilate our Yi family, what shall we do? Several Yi family elders chuckled lightly and turned their gazes towards Lu Xian. If the Qin family dares to come, Peak Master Lu could annihilate them with a mere flick of his fingers. They're feeling full of themselves now. Master Lu is someone who can even suppress supernatural forces. Why would he fear the Qin family? What does being the overlord of the southern wasteland matter? The Qin family may have a few great emperors, but in front of Lu Xian, they're nothing but trash. At this moment, Lu Xian asked, how strong are the Qin family's great emperors? The Yi family's ancestor pondered before replying. The most powerful great emperor currently active from the Qin family is likely the 7-star great emperor. Besides that, the Qin family has several lower-star great emperors. Lu Xian's brow furrowed slightly. If the 7-star emperor of the Qin family were to descend, he truly wouldn't be a match. He only holds a 1-star emperor trial card in his hand. An invincible stance can disregard one major realm, instantly killing enemies. Above the emperor realm, each star level of the emperor realm is divided into 3 minor stages, early, middle, and late phases. So, ignoring a major realm, he could instantly kill a 2-star emperor. But in the emperor realm, each star is a world apart. The difference between stars is like heaven and earth. He definitely isn't a match for a 7-star emperor. Seeing Lu Xian's frown, the Yi family ancestor smiled and asked, Peak Master Lu, do you think this Qin family ancestor is too weak? Hearing this, everyone in the Yi family burst into laughter. The 7-star emperor was nothing but an ant before Lu Xian. Yi Chen declared, when my master takes action, the ancient Qin family will be utterly annihilated. Lu Xian was completely stunned. Holy shit? Who told them they were this powerful? Don't make trouble. He's totally dumbfounded. How come everyone thinks they're invincible, capable of crushing everything in sight. He doesn't recall ever claiming to be invincible, does he? Ji Fuyao's eyes gleamed with divine radiance as her delicate lips parted slightly. Master prefers to maintain a low profile, but that doesn't mean he'll tolerate everything in silence. The Yi family members recalled how Lu Xian had dominated the clan assembly, effortlessly defeating over a dozen elders from the Grand Elder faction in mere moments. This was none other than Lu Xian, not one to stir up trouble, but never afraid of trouble. At this moment, Yi Chen leisurely asked, "Master, if that day truly comes, will you strike?" Lu Xian could only steel himself and say, "It doesn't matter, I'll strike." With those words, the Yi family fell into ecstatic joy. Yi Chen has now become Lu Xian's disciple, clinging tightly to an incredibly powerful backer. The Yi family is destined to rise in the southern wasteland and become a dominant force. Lu Xian watched the excited expressions of the Yi family members, feeling speechless. Had he gone overboard with his boasting? But since the act's already this far along, I'll just have to keep up the pretense. The path you've chosen, you've got to keep up appearances even if you have to fake it. After all, the identity you project to the world is entirely of your own making. At this moment, Xingyan smiled and said, "However, I don't think the Qin family will move against the Yi family. At least not openly." The patriarch of the Yi family frowned and said, "Oh?" Xingyan explained, "First, the Qin family and the Yi family are not even remotely comparable in strength. Even if the Yi family were destroyed, what of it? The entire southern barons knows that Nan Gongshui was divorced. For a dominant level force, the loss of face would be too great. Second, Yi Chen is now a disciple of the Great Tao sect. The Great Tao sect is renowned throughout the southern barons for protecting its disciples. The sect's foundation is profound, with countless emperor-level giants slumbering within. If the Qin family dared to bully the weak, the Great Tao sect would never stand by idly." Hearing this, the Yi family patriarch nodded. "That makes sense. More importantly, we have Peak Master Lu. Even if the Qin family attacks, or even the Supreme Profound sect comes knocking, so what?" Xingyan smiled and said, "So I think even if Nangong Baishua wants to tell Qin Shao about this matter, the Nangong family will stop her. This whole thing is just a joke. It would bring shame to the Qin family." The Yi family members nodded in agreement. That was certainly true. The Yi family's ancestor sighed faintly. "What a pity we won't get to see Peak Master Lu take action. Just imagining Peak Master Lu raising his hand to slay an emperor, the thought alone excites me." Lu Xian's face darkened. He wants to as well, but his current strength doesn't allow it. What's wrong with these people? Ji Fuyao's starry eyes flashed as she calmly said, "My master prefers to remain low-key. As for his true power, you must not reveal it to others." The Yi family members nodded in unison, "As you command." For a moment, they felt Lu Xian's stature grow even more imposing in their eyes. Is this what a peerless powerhouse is like? Lu Xian glanced at Ji Fuyao with considerable satisfaction. "Ah, it's good to have an eldest disciple who truly understands me. He's not even fully developed yet. What's there to boast about? Wait until he takes on a high-star great emperor as his disciple before talking big." But if he had a high-star great emperor disciple, would he even need to lift a finger himself? He seemed to be able to take it easy again. How full of anticipation for the future I am. At this moment, Ji Fuyao looked at Yi Chen and said, "The higher-ups of the Qin family might not make a move against you, but their younger generation will undoubtedly target you." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Senior sister, I'll crush them all beneath my feet. I won't let our master down." Yi Changfeng clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent, splendid, truly worthy of being my son. So what if Qin Shao possesses the bearing of an emperor? My son too has the bearing of an emperor." Yi Chen's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Next, Ji Fuyao then relayed some additional matters to the Yi family's ancestor. As for the matters of the drunken immortal pavilion, Xingyan and Wang Man would handle the arrangements. Soon, she would be returning to the Great Tao sect with Lu Xian. However, before leaving, Ji Fuyao looked at Lu Xian and said, "Master, it's been so long since I last cooked for you. Shall we eat before we go?" Cooking. The members of the Yi family, including Wang Man and the other dragon guards, were utterly stunned. Is a powerhouse like Lu Xian still not beyond mundane needs like eating? They were utterly dumbfounded. But then it occurred to them, how could ordinary folk like them presume to fathom the ways of such a mighty cultivator as Lu Xian? Ji Fuyao laughed softly. "Actually, back at Qingxian Peak, I often cooked meals for my master. Everyone stood frozen like wooden chickens." This was Her Majesty the Empress. Since when would she stoop to cooking for others? Only a supreme expert like Peak Master Lu could make Her Majesty Yao lower her dignity like this. Soon, Ji Fuyao approached the kitchen. The Yi family ancestor, Xingyan, Wang Man, and others rushed to assist Ji Fuyao as sous chefs. "Empress, let me wash the spirit vegetables." "Empress, allow me to cut the meat." But all were refused by Ji Fuyao, who directly drove them out of the kitchen. "You all leave, I'll do it myself." A crowd gathered at the kitchen door, secretly observing. Inside the kitchen, there were only Yi Chen and Ji Fuyao. "Where's Lu Xian?" "He went back to Yi Chen's room to catch some Z's long ago. He couldn't understand it, just making a meal had mobilized dozens of quasi-emperors and half-emperors. Was that really necessary? Does it make the food taste better or something? At this moment, the crowd watched Ji Fuyao's movements as she chopped vegetables and heated the wok, her practiced motions making one ache with sympathy. Yi Chen observed carefully from the side and whispered, "Master, what do you usually do at Qingxian Peak?" Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. "Eat meals, lie around, maybe occasionally compose some poetry or do a little painting." Yi Chen was astonished. "Master, don't you practice cultivation?" Ji Fuyao replied, "No, I don't." Yi Chen scratched his head in confusion. Ji Fuyao continued, "But your master loves eating. You could study that instead. Let me tell you, cooking is an intricate art. It's also a form of cultivation in itself." Chapter 40, The Wild Heavenly Emperor. However, since master enjoys eating, you could also study cooking. And let me tell you, cooking is quite intricate. It's actually a form of cultivation. Yi Chen seemed partially enlightened. This too is a form of cultivation? Ji Fuyao patiently explained. Cultivation is like cooking small dishes. It requires not just techniques, but also the right state of mind, including following the natural Tao. All of this is reflected in cooking. Yi Chen suddenly understood. Is this the alternative cultivation method our master devised? And it's relaxing too. Ji Fuyao said with a smile, "Let me give another example. When cooking, don't you use spirit fire? That's also improving your fire Tao. As for other aspects, you'll have to explore them yourself." Yi Chen had an epiphany. Ji Fuyao cautioned, "From now on, pay attention, you must carefully ponder every word master says. There's always profound meaning behind them. Our master enjoys giving guidance in seemingly casual remarks. If you fail to grasp it, you'll miss the opportunity." Yi Chen firmly committed Ji Fuyao's words to memory, saying gratefully, "Thank you, senior sister." He mused to himself, "Indeed, our master is a true master." He couldn't help but look forward to the life awaiting him after stepping into Qingxian Peak. An hour later, Ji Fuyao had finally completed the feast. She immediately sent a voice transmission to Lu Xian, "Master, dinner's ready." Lu Xian slowly awoke and arrived at a grand hall. There, a lavish banquet table was already set, with the Yi family ancestor, Wang Man, and others standing by, waiting for Lu Xian to take his seat. The crowd felt a wave of emotion. This time, they actually benefited from Lu Xian's fortune. They got to taste the dishes personally cooked by Empress Fuyao. This was none other than Her Majesty the Empress. How could they ever deserve such an extraordinary honor? Lu Xian was invited to the main seat, with Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen sitting on either side of him, before the others took their seats one by one. The dishes on the table were a dazzling array. There was braised flame beast, spicy spirit chicken, boiled koan fish, smacked spirit cucumber. The table also held several bottles of spirit wine. Lu Xian nodded and looked at Ji Fuyao. "You've put thought into this, my disciple." It was evident that Ji Fuyao had studied the jade slip containing the recipe he had given her. The others watched Lu Xian, somewhat reserved. Lu Xian waved his hand, "Eat. There's no need for such formality." But no one moved their chopsticks. Lu Xian took a small sip of the fire beast meat and nodded appreciatively, "Not bad." Only then did the others begin to eat. The Yi family patriarch picked up the wine bottle from the table and said to Lu Xian, "Elder Lu, this is a spiritual wine I purchased that's aged 820 years. I've never had the chance to open it until now. Let me pour you a cup." Ji Fuyao smiled faintly, "Pour me some too." The Yi family's patriarch was momentarily stunned. "Your Majesty the Empress, you." Ji Fuyao said, "Since we're all gathered here today, I'll have a few sips too." Everyone burst into hearty laughter. Then, the Yi family ancestors and Wang Man began to rave about the dishes prepared by Ji Fuyao. "Your Majesty, this is absolutely delicious. Your Majesty, you are truly the culinary god of the southern wastelands. It's an honor to taste your Majesty's cooking just once in 3 lifetimes." The atmosphere at the gathering was lively and joyous. The Yi family ancestor looked at Yi Chen and said, "Chener, after we return to Qingxian Peak, you must seek more guidance from Her Majesty the Goddess Emperor and also consult with Peak Master Lu." Yi Chen nodded in agreement, understood. Before long, with the wine finished and the feast concluded, the crowd moved towards the main hall. The Yi family members knew that Empress Fuyao and Yi Chen would soon depart. With a thought, the Yi family ancestor retrieved an ancient artifact from his storage ring. The artifact resembled an ink treasure, pitch black in its entirety and exuding an eerie aura. As the Yi family ancestor gave it a light tap, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending dazzling Tao patterns rippling through the main hall, filling the space with a mighty quasi-emperor's pressure. "This is a quasi-emperor weapon." The Yi family's ancestral elder smiled at Yi Chen, saying, "Chener, this is the Yi family's priceless treasure, the quasi-emperor weapon Tian Yuan ink box. I obtained it from an ancient secret realm long ago. Since you're about to leave the Yi family now, take this quasi-emperor weapon with you." Yi Chen shook his head. "Ancestral elder, I don't need it." The Yi family's ancestral elder insisted, "Take it. You've already offended Qin Shao. If the Qin family targets you, this quasi-emperor weapon can at least buy you some time enough for Peak Master Lu to arrive and save you." Yi Chen said, "Ancestor, I don't need it. because Master has already given me a better treasure. The Yi family ancestor was slightly surprised. What is it? Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian, who nodded faintly, and then Yi Chen took out the heavenly Dao chains of the Emperor's weapon. Ancestor, this is the Emperor's weapon Master gave me, the heavenly Dao chains. The great Dao lock shimmered with dazzling Dao patterns, profoundly obscure and ancient in their complexity. Amidst these intricate patterns, it seemed the lock was sealing an unimaginably terrifying power. As the crowd focused their gaze, it sent shivers down their spines. In an instant, a wisp of Imperial realm pressure poured through the main hall, its overwhelming force pressing down on everyone's hearts like tidal waves crashing against mountains. All present felt their souls tremble. An Imperial weapon. Lu Xian had actually given Yi Chen an Imperial weapon. The elders of the Yi family felt a tinge of envy in their hearts as they looked at Yi Chen. Shen'er, may I take a look at it? Yi Chen presented the great Dao lock to the Yi family patriarchs, who immediately extended their divine senses to carefully examine it. The moment a strand of divine sense probed into the great Dao lock, it was instantly devoured by a mysterious black force. This power sent shivers down the spines of the Yi family's 3 quasi-emperor ancestors, making their scalps tingle with dread. Eerie power. The Yi family ancestor trembled in shock, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Shen'er, could this power sealed within these chains actually be the eerie power within your body? Yi Chen nodded in confirmation. Everyone stared at the great Dao chains with utter astonishment. This is the power of the eerie. Once, the 3 great ancestors of the Yi family exhausted countless ancestral resources yet failed to suppress it, but now, Lu Xian has actually sealed it within the great Dao lock. Ji Fuyao also grew intrigued, her starry eyes gleaming. So this is the power of the eerie, she murmured. The Yi family ancestor reverently presented the great Dao lock to Ji Fuyao. Wang Man, Xingyan, and other dragon guards also gathered around. Ji Fuyao picked up the great Dao lock, gazing at the trace of eerie power sealed within. That mysterious force swirled inside the lock like a wisp of black smoke, causing her heart and mind to tremble slightly. It was a primal fear. So this was the legendary forbidden power. Even the invincible emperor felt a chill at the sight of it. Once corrupted by the eerie force, it's nearly impossible to eradicate. After examining the great Dao chains, everyone present felt a surge of relief. If not for Lu Xian's timely intervention, that eerie force might have remained entrenched in Yi Chen's body. The Yi family ancestors said with lingering fear, Your Majesty, the Empress, we originally intended to await your arrival and seek your help in purging this eerie force. Who would have imagined that sect master Lu would grace our Yi family with his presence instead? Ji Fuyao shook her head. Even at my peak, I would have been powerless. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Lu Xian, their hearts growing increasingly astonished. Just how strong is peak master Lu? The emperor's weapon he casually bestowed upon Yi Chen effortlessly suppressed this eerie force. A moment later, Yi Chen put away the great Dao lock. The Yi family ancestor took out several ancient jade slips once more. Since your master gifted you an emperor's weapon, your cultivation techniques shouldn't fall short either. These are quasi-emperor tier techniques I've collected over thousands of years, containing sword skills, fist techniques, and blade manuals. You may browse through them and choose one to cultivate. Yi Chen grew somewhat excited. Quasi-emperor tier techniques. Just as Yi Chen was about to step forward, Lu Xian remarked indifferently, no need. Quasi-emperor tier techniques are somewhat trash grade. The Yi family ancestor was stunned. What? A quasi-emperor level technique considered trash? Lu Xian turned to Yi Chen and took out a jade slip containing a cultivation technique. Yi Chen, do you remember I told you I'd give you another gift upon returning to Qingxian Peak? Yi Chen nodded, having recalled the promise. Lu Xian smiled. I'll give it to you now, you're missing a high-tier cultivation technique. As he spoke, Lu Xian flicked his finger, sending the jade slip containing the technique flying toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen caught the jade slip with visible excitement. He was eager to know, what grade would this cultivation technique be? The master just said that quasi-emperor rank techniques are somewhat trash. Then this must be an emperor rank technique. An emperor rank technique. He's already ahead at the starting line. Soon, Yi Chen extended his divine sense to examine this cultivation technique. Primordial, heavenly, law. In an instant, Yi Chen felt the surroundings transform before his eyes, abruptly transporting him into an illusory space. Boom! A majestic figure in blue robes slowly ascended from the void. Against the backdrop of starry heavens, his divine radiance surged wildly, illuminating the cosmos. His jet black hair cascaded down as Dao patterns flickered across his form. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, thunderbolts crisscrossed the space, shaking heaven and earth. Yi Chen was utterly shocked. What manner of supreme being is this? The azure-robed man cradled a vast expanse of worlds in one hand while facing endless hordes of alien enemies before him, each a sovereign emperor. The might of imperial beings ran deep as oceans and high as heavens, capable of annihilating stars, piercing the firmament, and tearing apart heaven and earth itself. With a gaze that scorned all creation, the azure-robed man swept his eyes across the alien emperors before him and slowly spoke. Even while holding up the vast world with one hand, I remain invincible. I am the heavenly emperor of the barren lands, destined to suppress all enemies in this world. The words fell. The man in the azure robe vanished abruptly. With each step covering millions of zhang, he tread upon stars, walking across the cosmos. Boom! With a single punch, like a shattered universe, like falling star domains, an overwhelmingly violent force erupted across the heavens in an instant. This fist imprint revealed an invincible stance. Wherever it reached, everything was annihilated. Radiant Tao patterns continuously condensed into illusory forms, descending with crushing force upon the hordes of alien foes. The next instant, countless alien foes were utterly annihilated, leaving not even a grave behind. Yi Chen felt a sudden daze, instantly emerging from the bizarre vision he had just witnessed. Through this shocking scene, the complete legacy of the desolate heaven art was transmitted to him. Yi Chen stood frozen in place, drenched in sweat, completely immersed in the lingering imagery, powerless to shake off its grip on his mind. Who is this powerhouse? So domineering it pierces through ages, as if stepping into the void, annihilating countless supreme emperors with a single fist. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with some astonishment. Only after his gaze returned to normal did they finally speak up, asking, "Shunner, could that technique you just displayed be incomparably powerful?" Yi Chen nodded emphatically. "Master bestowed upon me the 6-star emperor-ranked cultivation manual, the primordial heaven scripture. Contained within this manual is a terrifying convergence of Tao and momentum, infused with an indomitable willpower." The Yi family stood frozen in shock. Chapter 41. We want Yi Chen dead right now. 6-star emperor tier technique. The heavenly desolation technique. Their gazes shifted to Lu Xian, their teeth chattering with excitement. How profound are Peak Master Lu's reserves? He casually produced a 6-star emperor grade technique. Meanwhile, Lu Xian remained utterly composed, his expression calm as he leisurely remarked, "This is nothing. I have plenty of good stuff here." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was even more astonished. The Yi family ancestor licked his lips. He now even wants to bow to Lu Xian as his master. Damn, though it feels a bit shameless. But if he could obtain emperor-grade weapons and emperor-level cultivation techniques, what use would this old face of his be? Yet when the words reached his lips, he couldn't speak them out. He could ask to become a disciple, but there was no guarantee Lu Xian would accept. If Lu Xian refused, wouldn't he be so embarrassed he could dig his toes into the ground? After all, Lu Xian had come to the Yi family in person for Yi Chen's sake. After some thought, the Yi family patriarch gave up. At this moment, as a quasi-emperor ancestor, he was truly deeply envious. Yi Chen then restrained his aura and bowed respectfully to Lu Xian, saying, "Master, thank you." Lu Xian smiled and said, "Just remember to cultivate diligently, that's my only demand of you. Oh, and one more thing, you could try learning to cook." Hearing this, Yi Chen was so moved he nearly burst into tears. This is exactly what a master should be. Despite giving so much, he demands nothing in return. This savage heaven technique is extraordinarily powerful. He's absolutely confident that with this technique, he could sweep aside all prodigies, rising to prominence by crushing them beneath his feet. Suddenly, Yi Chen realized, since his master had given him this technique so casually, doesn't that mean he's even stronger than that blue-robed man? Shocking. Yi Chen's heart was engulfed by towering waves of shock. Just how powerful is Master exactly? Could it be that he's already transcended beyond the Emperor realm? Just as Yi Chen was lost in thought, the Yi family patriarch asked excitedly, "Shunner, did Peak Master Lu give you anything else?" It wasn't that he was greedy. He simply longed to feast his eyes on more treasures. Never in his life had he seen so many priceless treasures up close like this. Yi Chen smiled lightly, "Ancestor, my master also gifted me a seed of heaven-earth mystical fire, the bone-chilling ghost flame." As he spoke, Yi Chen willed it with a thought. A wisp of pale gray flame coiled around his fingertip, dancing slowly. In an instant, the temperature in the main hall plummeted drastically, as if plunged into an ice cavern. The Yi family members were astonished once again. A seed of a heaven-earth strange flame. This was something countless emperors fervently desired. Should this treasure appear in the world, even emperors would fight over it until blood flowed. Lu Xian had actually gifted this treasure to Yi Chen. What's more, this rare flame seed can grow continuously alongside Yi Chen, with practically no upper limit. The Yi family patriarch patted his chest, unable to calm down for a long while. He solemnly warned, "Shunner, these treasures might mean nothing to Peak Master Lu, but if they're discovered by other quasi-emperor or emperor realm powers in the southern wastelands, they'll bring fatal disaster upon you. A common man's only crime is owning a priceless treasure. You must never casually reveal this heaven and earth rare flame seed." Yi Chen stored away the bone-chilling nether flame and nodded. "I understand, ancestor." The Yi family ancestor licked his lips and asked with excitement, "Any more?" Yi Chen said, "Elder ancestor, there's another secret. My cultivation level soared from the Qi refining realm to the mysterious emperor realm in just 7 days. My master gave me a heaven-grade marrow cleansing pill." What? All members of the Yi family immediately rose from their seats, their faces flushed red with overwhelming excitement. A heaven-tier marrow cleansing pill. Even if they sold off their entire Yi family, they couldn't afford a single heaven-grade marrow cleansing pill. How profound are Lu Xian's hidden reserves? How could he casually produce treasures so astonishing they shake the heavens and earth? It's not that they lacked knowledge, but these supreme treasures were simply too extraordinary to comprehend. Even overlord-level powers such as the Qin family or the Supreme Profound Sect probably couldn't equip their disciples with so many supreme treasures. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards Peak Master Lu. They were convinced, truly convinced. On the other side, Ji Fuyao and the numerous Imperial Dragon Guards were utterly stunned. Who could have imagined each item Lu Xian presented would be more unbelievable than the last? These treasures are simply too heaven-defying. Ji Fuyao gazed thoughtfully at Lu Xian, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. Back at Qingxian Peak, Lu Xian had given her a heaven-grade Supreme Tao Foundation pill, followed by a 6-star Emperor-grade cultivation technique, the Blazing Heaven Scripture. She had thought this was already a heaven-defying opportunity. She was completely satisfied. To think that Master had given junior brother Yi Chen so many treasures all at once. For some reason, there was a tiny thread of envy creeping into her heart. Compared to Yi Chen, the treasures Master had given her were indeed rather meager. At this moment, the three great ancestors of the Yi family, flushed with excitement, continued to ask eagerly, "Shuner, is there more? Is there more?" Yi Chen's face twitched. There isn't any more. This was already too much. What else do you want? He was feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Who said there isn't? When we return to Qingxian Peak, I'll give you one more thing. After all, he still had a devouring heaven furnace stored in his system space. This was an alchemy cauldron that could also serve as a weapon of imperial slaughter. If Yi Chen returns to Qingxian Peak and passes Yan Yao's test, proving he truly has talent in alchemy, then there's no harm in letting him walk the path of pill refining simultaneously. By then, Yi Chen would be treading two paths at once, a dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts. At this moment, the many ancestral elders of the Yi family cried out in astonishment. Oh my god, they could no longer care about their own impropriety. Lu Xian was going to gift another treasured artifact? Yi Chen spoke somewhat awkwardly. Master, isn't this too much? Maybe give it to eldest senior sister instead. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliance as she struggled to contain her emotions. Just now, when Yi Chen mentioned he would also gift her another treasure, her mindset shifted slightly. Was she perhaps giving too much to her junior brother Yi Chen? Master must not favor one over the other. Though she was a supreme sovereign in her past life, every treasure Lu Xian bestowed was peerless. Even she couldn't remain indifferent. In her previous life she'd only been a one-star sovereign, but Lu Xian's treasures were all supreme-grade artifacts worthy of high-ranking sovereigns. Seeing Ji Fuyao's expression, Lu Xian smiled. It suddenly occurred to him that compared to what he'd given Yi Chen, he seemed to have gifted Ji Fuyao too little. But it didn't matter, there would be more opportunities later. Lu Xian gave a faint smile. Fuyao, Yi Chen, don't worry, these are just small tokens. As long as you cultivate diligently, I have plenty of rare treasures here. He started making grand promises. Upon hearing this, Ji Fuyao slightly inclined her snow-white neck and said, Master, I will. Yi Chen also clenched his fist and declared, Master, I will definitely strive to cultivate harder. Lu Xian nodded repeatedly, all right. Before long, Ji Fuyao briefed the Yi family ancestor on some matters before bidding farewell to the elder. Qing Yan and Wang Man, along with the other Imperial Dragon Guards, set off for the headquarters of the Drunken Immortal Tower in Sangzhou. Wang Man's eyes blazed with fire as he declared, Your Majesty the Empress, we will ascertain the Drunken Immortal Tower's stance without fail. Should they refuse, we won't hesitate to erase the Drunken Immortal Tower from Sangzhou. Ji Fuyao nodded. As he was leaving, Yi Changfeng patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said, Shuner, when you go to the Great Tao Sect, you must strive hard in your cultivation and listen to your master's teachings. Yi Chen nodded firmly and murmured, Father, I will train with all my might. One day, I will enter the medicine family and rescue Mother. Yi Changfeng's body trembled suddenly, his voice shaking as he replied, Good. Now that Yi Chen had taken Lu Xian as his master, and with Lu Xian being so powerful, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The Yao family was truly a hegemon-level power in the southern wastes. The gap between them and the Yi family was immense. But with Lu Xian present, both he and Yi Chen now had the leverage to negotiate with the Yao family. He firmly believed that under Lu Xian's guidance, Yi Chen would one day rescue his mother, bringing their family together again. At this thought, Yi Changfeng smiled slightly. Shuner, go ahead. Yi Chen nodded and left the Yi family together with Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao. Lu Xian and the other two immediately headed to the teleportation formation near Qingcheng, preparing to leave the city and return to the Great Tao Sect. Boom! As the three stepped out of the teleportation formation, Yi Chen stared at Qingcheng fading from view, his eyes filled with a fleeting sense of bewilderment. The events of these past few days have been utterly surreal. After stepping into the Great Tao Sect, he must cultivate with all his might. The Nangong family. Upon returning to their clan, Nangong Beiqiu immediately brought Nangong Baishui to their ancestral land. The ancestral land stretched vast and indistinct, with resplendent Tao patterns swirling continuously, presenting an exceedingly mysterious sight. Within several cave abodes, the terrifying pressure of quasi-emperor realm permeated the air. Here, several quasi-emperor ancestors lay in deep slumber. Nangong Baichio bowed respectfully toward the ancestral land and said, "Esteemed ancestors, a grave matter has occurred." Instantly, the quasi-emperor aura within one cave abode receded, and an aged voice emerged, "Has Bai Shui returned? Come in." Hearing this, Nangong Baichio and his daughter stepped into the quasi-emperor ancestor's cave dwelling. Inside the cave dwelling, a gray-robed elder sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. His hands shifted through esoteric seals as an obscure, archaic power gradually withdrew, the profound aura slowly fading into nothingness. Nangong Baishue recounted the events that had occurred at the Yi family to the ancestor. The gray-robed ancestor slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing tightly. Could this be true? He was somewhat shocked. Yi Chen could actually cultivate now, and had even advanced to the Xianhuang realm. Even Nangong Baishue was no match for him? At this moment, Nangong Baishue burst into tears, two clear streams flowing down her face as she threw herself into the patriarch's arms and sobbed pitifully. "Ancestor, you must stand up for me. How dare that good-for-nothing treat me this way? I've lived till now, and this is the first time I've ever been hit." Gray-robed ancestor gently patted Nangong Shuabai's back. There. We'll need to carefully consider this matter." Nangong Shuabai frowned and said, "Ancestor, I can tell Qin Shao and have the Qin family directly take action to wipe out the Yi family." The gray-robed patriarch shook his head and stopped them, saying, "No." Nangong Baishue asked, "Why?" The gray-robed patriarch replied, "Yi Chen is no longer the Yi Chen of the past. Firstly, he has now joined the Great Tao sect. Although that Lu Xian is a notorious good-for-nothing, this is still the Great Tao sect we're talking about. Our Nangong family cannot afford to provoke them. Secondly, if you let Qin Shao know of this, even if the Qin family intervenes, they would lose face over it. After all, your engagement with Yi Chen is known to many major factions, and now that you've been humiliated by the Yi family, even if the Yi family is wiped out, Qin will still be criticized by the other great powers for this." Nangong Baishue gritted her teeth and said, "Then what should we do? I want that good-for-nothing Yi Chen dead right now." Chapter 42, Come up here and do it yourself. The gray-robed elder chuckled lightly. The Qin family and the Yi family aren't even on the same level. There will be plenty of opportunities. As for you being beaten by Yi Chen, don't mention this to Qin Shao. If you do, the Qin family might think our Nangong family is incompetent. Nangong Baishue asked, "But if we don't say anything, what if the Yi family spreads the word everywhere?" The gray-robed elder sneered, "Impossible. The Yi family elder isn't a fool. If they let this matter come to light, the Qin family will undoubtedly intervene." At this moment, Nangong Baichio frowned and asked, "Elder, has the Yi family found some powerful backing? When I entered their territory this time, I could clearly sense they've changed." The gray-robed elder pondered for a moment. 9 times out of 10. Not even the Yi family elder could resolve that power within Yi Chen. Someone extraordinary must have intervened. Nangong Baishue's face grew frigid. That damn trash Yi Chen actually obtained such fortune. Her fists clenched tightly, her anger rising like towering peaks. She truly wished she could kill Yi Chen right this instant. The gray-robed elder sighed. "All things in this world are governed by unseen fate. The karma between you and Yi Chen, having risen, must also fall, now it is severed. But the Yi family has already invoked their own destruction. By Shui, rest assured, the Yi family shall surely be annihilated. That Yi Baichen fellow, I did indeed share some history with him in an ancient mystic realm. But now he just stood by watching as Yi Chen delivered that divorce letter. From this day forward, all ties between us are severed." Nangong Suju frowned and said, "Elder ancestor, you shouldn't have made that marriage pact between me and Yi Chen with that old fool back then." The gray-robed elder ancestor's expression darkened. "This matter is indeed my fault. Back then, after narrowly escaping death in that ancient mystic realm, we were overcome with joy and began discussing our family's prodigies. Without much thought, we arranged your engagement." Nangong Suju pouted resentfully. "Even though that trash Yi Chen can cultivate again now, he's nothing compared to my husband Qin Shao. No, even mentioning that waste in the same breath as Qin Shao is an insult to my husband." The gray-robed elder nodded, gazing at Nangong Shuabai with eyes full of boundless expectation. "Shuabai, the future of our Nangong family now rests entirely on you. Don't concern yourself too much with Yi Chen or the Yi family. Yi Chen will surely die, and the Yi family will undoubtedly be destroyed. What you must do now is firmly control Qin Shao while securing your position in the Supreme Profound sect." Nangong Shuabai nodded in response. "Understood, Elder." At this moment, the voice transmission jade slip within Nangong Baishue's storage ring vibrated faintly. She retrieved the voice transmission jade slip and channeled spiritual energy into it. A middle-aged man's voice gradually came through. "Baishue, how was the matter regarding breaking off the engagement with the Yi family handled?" The speaker was none other than Nangong Baishue's master, alchemy Saint Yun Yang. Nangong Baishue hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, everything has been dealt with." Saint Yun Yang Dan responded indifferently, "Good, then let's return to the sect as soon as possible. For the next 3 months, I will give you specialized training. Nangong Baixue was taken aback. Specialized training? Master, is there something happening? Saint Yunyang Dan smiled faintly and said, the once-in-a-century alchemy exchange conference is set to begin in 3 months. This time, it will be held at the Dan Peak of the Great Tao Sect. I'll take you there when the time comes. Great Tao Sect, Alchemy Peak. At the mention of the Great Tao Sect, Nangong Shuebai's heart instantly tightened. Yi Chen is also in the Great Tao Sect. What a pity that good-for-nothing doesn't know the first thing about alchemy. Otherwise she would mercilessly trample Yi Chen underfoot. What a pity. The Cloud Yang alchemy sage spoke. Bai Shui returned to the sect within 3 days. Nangong Bai Shui nodded respectfully, as my master commands. Putting away the voice transmission jade slip, Nangong Bai Shui reported these matters to the clan elder and her father. The gray-robed patriarch's eyes grew dim and cloudy. What an unlikely coincidence. Nangong Shuebai's face twisted in disgust. Patriarch, I truly never want to see that good-for-nothing again. He makes me sick. If we must meet, I hope what I see is the trash Yi Chen's corpse. The grey-cloaked ancestor said in a deep voice, don't dwell on these thoughts anymore. Yi Chen is already a dead man walking. For the next 3 months, you shall diligently study the art of alchemy under your master's guidance. Then, when you go to the Great Tao Sect, you will astonish all the other geniuses there. Nangong Shuebai nodded, understood, ancestor. Before long, Nangong Baixue left her family and headed to the Supreme Profound Sect via teleportation array. Great Tao Sect. At Qingxian Peak, the sect leader, clad in a grey robe, descended with a thunderous presence. Where are they? Why aren't they back yet? Both Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao's cave dwellings were empty. The sect leader knew that Ji Fuyao had taken on a sect mission and left. But what about Lu Xian? What has he been up to? The sect leader truly couldn't fathom why a qi condensation cultivator would venture outside the sect. What could he possibly be doing? It's been nearly a month now. Fortunately, in the Hall of Great Path, the soul tablets of Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao remain undisturbed. This indicates they are both safe. The sect master came to inspect the thatched cottage. Inside the thatched cottage, numerous bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. The sight filled him with inexplicable irritation. What's the point of cultivation if one can't even achieve abstinence from food? While consuming the meat of spiritual beasts might be somewhat acceptable, Lu Xian's daily insistence on ordinary meals was simply intolerable. The trick was to lead Ji Fuyao astray. At this thought, the sect master sighed deeply. However, because of Ji Fuyao's influence, Patriarch Sangchuan had already issued an order to no longer restrict Lu Xian. Therefore, he could no longer use this matter to reprimand Lu Xian either. The sect master shook his head and prepared to leave Qingxian Peak. Suddenly, outside the Qingxian Peak, a dazzling divine radiance shot up into the sky, flying toward the direction of the Qingxian Peak. The sect master's divine sense swept over it, and he froze in astonishment. Lu Xian has returned. Ji Fuyao has returned as well. They actually came back together. The sect master frowned slightly and murmured, could that Lu Xian have gone to find Ji Fuyao? And so on. Who is that other young man? Boom! A moment later, Lu Xian, Ji Fuyao, and Yi Chen descended together upon Qingxian Peak. Seeing the sect leader, Lu Xian was somewhat surprised. The sect leader wanted to probe Lu Xian's cultivation level but found it blocked by a mysterious force. His face twitched. Did this Lu Xian really take a liking to this whole business of concealing his cultivation level? Then he turned his gaze to Ji Fuyao, asking with pleasant surprise, Fuyao, your cultivation has actually broken through to the first level of mysterious venerate realm. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. During this outing, I obtained some fortuitous encounters. The sect master nodded repeatedly, visibly pleased. Excellent, excellent. This time, your aura has become more restrained. It seems your gains were substantial. Beside him, Yi Chen observed the sect leader. He was somewhat stunned. Was the sect leader merely at the Saint King realm? Judging by the sect leader's attitude, it seemed he favored the eldest senior sister more. The sect leader was rather indifferent toward his master. At this moment, the sect leader looked at Lu Xian with great confusion. What have you been doing for the past month? Lu Xian replied casually, I just went out for a walk, enjoying the scenery and such. The sect leader's face was full of question marks. A momentary silence fell. The sect leader said solemnly, Lu Xian, you're only at the qi refining realm. Don't wander around without reason. The southern wasteland is vast and chaotic. With your current cultivation, you're in danger wherever you go. Lu Xian replied, got it. Yi Chen's face twitched. Holy shit! His master is a top-tier powerhouse of the southern wastelands. The master's power had far exceeded his comprehension. But the sect leader actually didn't know? At this moment, Yi Chen finally understood why for so many years, Lu Xian had been slandered and disparaged by the Great Tao sect in many major factions. Master is simply too low-key. Despite being this powerful, he refuses to reveal his true cultivation. Sure enough, The master's realm was too profound for him to comprehend. The sect leader extended a wisp of divine consciousness to observe Yi Chen. Moments later, he was utterly astonished. Yi Chen's body was flawless and pure, his Tao foundation absolutely perfect. Though his bone age was merely 16, he had already reached the mid-stage Xianhuang realm, with an exceptionally condensed cultivation foundation. Yi Chen's body also exuded a trace of mysterious energy and aura that even the sect leader found utterly unfathomable. Where did this genius come from? The sect master looked at Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, is this the genius you brought back? Lu Xian froze for a moment. Holy shit, shouldn't we ask him? Ji Fuyao smiled sweetly. Sect master, this is my master's newly accepted disciple. The sect leader furrowed his brows, looking at Lu Xian with disbelief. What, Lu Xian? You took on a disciple? Lu Xian replied, indeed. Yi Chen stepped forward slowly and bowed to the sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. My name is Yi Chen. I am my master's second disciple. The sect leader let out a faint "oh." He simply couldn't believe Lu Xian would bring someone like this back. After all, Lu Xian was just at the qi refinement stage. What could he possibly offer to attract such a genius? After a brief investigation just now, he had initially concluded that this young man named Yi Chen possessed cultivation talent comparable to Ji Fuyao. Such extraordinary talent, even if Lu Xian were to lay bare all the hidden treasures of the sage Qing Xian, he probably still couldn't entice him to become his disciple. Thus, there must be something more to this story. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed the sect master's mind. This time, after Ji Fuyao departed, Lu Xian followed shortly after. It must be understood that Ji Fuyao was somehow connected to the Fuyao imperial dynasty, but she didn't want to reveal this. Thus, she persuaded Lu Xian to leave the sect as well. This Yi Chen must have significant ties to Ji Fuyao. His recent return, pretending to become Lu Xian's disciple by claiming to be his student. At this thought, the sect leader suddenly found it all too plausible. No wonder that Lu Xian fled the sect. No wonder Ji Fuyao managed to evade that saint-level guardian's pursuit. It turned out Ji Fuyao had gone to recruit this genius. The sect master smiled faintly, truly worthy of him, immediately deducing the whole story. However, since Ji Fuyao claimed Lu Xian had brought the youth back, he saw no need to expose the truth. Now the great Tao sect had gained another gifted disciple. This is great news. As for Lu Xian, he was merely providing cover for Ji Fuyao. The sect master said with a smile, Lu Xian, you've done well. This time you've brought back a talented disciple. Shortly, have Yi Chen go to the Great Tao Hall to find Elder Mu for a cultivation aptitude test, then collect his identity token for our Great Tao sect. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Xian, who nodded and said, go shortly. The sect master looked at Ji Fuyao with great satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Ji Fuyao frowned slightly with her beautiful eyes, not quite understanding what the sect leader meant by not bad. The sect leader patted Lu Xian on the shoulder. Lu Xian, Ancestor Sangchuan has instructed that I'm no longer to interfere with your affairs. At the Great Tao sect, you may do as you please. Lu Xian asked, I can go wherever I want. Go wherever you like, replied the sect leader. Do whatever you want. After all, you're just at the qi refining stage. Even if you stir up trouble, how much damage could you possibly do? Lu Xian. A momentary silence fell. Lu Xian shrugged his shoulders. Forget it, I'd rather stay on Qingxian Peak. The sect master smiled faintly, having already seen through Lu Xian's true nature. A certified slacker. Would rather sit than stand any day. He'd rather lie down than sit if he could. Even making love, Lu Xian would probably say, get on top and do the work yourself. No ambition whatsoever. Just embrace the art of lying flat. However, this time Ji Fuyao brought back a peerless genius, putting the sect master in an excellent mood. He smiled at Yi Chen and said, all right, I'll be waiting for you in the Great Tao Hall. Your senior sister actually managed to resonate with our Great Tao sect's treasure, the Great Tao Bell. I'm eager to see just how far your cultivation talent can reach. Chapter 43, Forcibly Taking Yi Chen Away. I'm eager to see just how far your cultivation talent can reach. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt somewhat uneasy. What if his cultivation talent wasn't exceptional? Wouldn't that embarrass his master? After all, the senior sister had actually resonated with the Great Tao Bell, the treasured artifact of the Great Tao sect. Soon, the sect leader stepped into the air as a divine rainbow appeared beneath his feet, gracefully drifting away. Ji Fuyao said, Master, then I'll head to the mission hall to submit the mission first. Lu Xian nodded. Go ahead. After Ji Fuyao left, Lu Xian spoke, all right, Yi Chen, pick a cave residence and make some preparations before heading to the Tao Hall. Yi Chen nodded. Master, where did you and the senior sister choose your cave residences? Lu Xian pointed. Yi Chen chose a cave dwelling next to Lu Xian's. Before long, Yi Chen stepped out of the cave dwelling and bowed to Lu Xian, who then tossed a jade slip to him, saying, go ahead. This is the map of the Great Tao sect. Yi Chen took it, channeled his spiritual energy into it, and immediately soared into the air. A divine rainbow appeared beneath his feet as he flew towards the direction of the Great Tao Hall. He gazed into the distance and saw the Great Tao sect, sprawling across tens of thousands of miles. Towering spirit peaks rose from the earth, dense with spiritual energy and enveloped in violet mist. Auspicious spirit beasts soared through the sky, their melodious calls filling the air, while countless cave dwellings nestled among the peaks, shrouded in drifting clouds like a celestial paradise on earth. In the distance, towering palaces shimmered with radiant Tao patterns, glowing like stars. The entire Great Tao sect exuded an awe-inspiring aura, bathed in crimson light, magnificent and resplendent beyond measure. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. So this is the Great Tao sect, one of the overlord forces of the southern wastelands? Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the Great Tao Hall. Deep within the Great Tao Hall, Elder Mu, draped in a gray robe with an aura of quiet dignity, sat solemnly behind a wooden table. Beside him, the sect master observed Yi Chen with a smile. Yi Chen, you've arrived. This is Elder Mu. Yi Chen bowed respectfully to both. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, Elder Mu. Elder Mu extended his right hand, releasing a wisp of divine light that shot swiftly toward Yi Chen. After a moment, Elder Mu's turbid gaze cleared, a trace of astonishment flickering across his face. Yi Chen's foundation was flawless, his cultivation profound, his bones translucent, his inner world immaculate without blemish. How could someone so young possess such a perfect physical form? Noticing Elder Mu's expression, the sect master chuckled. It seems even Elder Mu was shocked by this. The sect master asked, Yi Chen, which faction do you hail from? Yi Chen replied, Xingzhou, Xing City, the Yi family. The sect master frowned slightly and murmured, Xingzhou? A jade slip of ancient vintage materialized in his palm, and with a single thought, dazzling spirit patterns surged forth, instantly projecting an illusory map of the boundless southern wastelands. Countless provinces flickered like stars across the vast expanse, their numbers beyond reckoning in the infinite southern wastelands. Moments later, the sect leader's focus landed on the location of Azure Province. Compared to other provinces, Azure Province appeared pitifully small, marking it as relatively remote among these lands. The sect master continued scanning the map, but unfortunately, none of the major powers marked on it bore the name of the Yi family. It seemed the Yi family wasn't considered a significant force in Xingzhou at all. A trace of bitterness appeared on Yi Chen's face as he admitted, Sect Master, while my Yi family holds sway in Qingcheng, we're hardly noteworthy when it comes to the entire Qingzhou region. After all, every major province typically has emperor-level powers, and Qingzhou is no exception. The Yi family was merely a quasi-emperor-level force, insignificant within Qingzhou. The sect master nodded and stored away the ancient jade slip. So that's how it is. Elder Mu took out a token and handed it to Yi Chen. This is my Great Tao Sect's identity token. You can activate it after returning to Qingxian Peak. During activation, you must swear an oath to the Heavenly Tao. Once the Heavenly Oath is established, you will formally become a disciple of our Great Tao Sect. Yi Chen accepted the identity token. Thank you, Elder Mu. Elder Mu said, this identity token contains information about our sect's technique pavilion, secret realms, trial towers, and many other locations. It also records your contribution points. You can study it when you return. Yi Chen nodded. The sect master said with a smile, all right, Yi Chen, come with me to the Talent Stone Tablet. The Talent Stone Tablet. This is a supreme treasure for testing the innate talents of disciples in the Great Tao Hall. A moment later, the sovereign and Elder Mu took Yi Chen soaring through the air, their feet trailing divine radiance as they flew toward the Heavenly Talent Monument. On the way, the sect leader informed the other peak masters. Upon hearing this news, numerous peak masters began to murmur and grumble with discontent. What? Qingxian Peak has welcomed another peerless genius, brought back by Ji Fuyo? I'm heading to the Talent Monument right now. In an instant, luminous streaks flashed across numerous spiritual peaks, Dan Peak, Ethereal Peak, Body Refinement Peak, and more, as numerous saint kings and saints soared through the skies toward the Talent Monument. Boom! Elder Mu and the sect master brought Yi Chen before the Talent Monument. Yi Chen was slightly startled. The Talent Monument loomed before him like a towering mountain, rising abruptly from the ground and disappearing into the clouds. Weather-beaten and immensely ancient, it exuded an obscure aura radiating profound antiquity. It stood a full 100 zhang tall. In the southern wastelands, talent potential was classified into 7 tiers: yellow tier, human tier, jade tier, mysterious tier, king tier, earth tier, and heaven tier. Only when one's talent reaches the earth tier will this talent steel be activated, radiating a brilliant light. The height of the light represents the level of one's talent. Elder Mu smiled and said, Yi Chen, just place your hand on the talent steel and channel your spiritual energy. The steel will emit a light in response. Yi Chen nodded and walked toward the talent steel. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of saint kings and sages released their auras from nearby, transforming divine brilliance into starry streams, their terrifying pressure as deep as the abyss and vast as the sea, pouring forth across the void. In an instant, numerous peak lords descended. Yi Chen froze momentarily. What's going on? Why have so many people arrived suddenly? The peak lord of the alchemy peak examined Yi Chen carefully and remarked, is this the disciple Ji Fuyo brought back? His talent and foundation seemed quite impressive. The sword peak sage's eyes flashed with brilliance, this lad should join my sword peak to cultivate the supreme path of swordsmanship. The body refinement sage shook his head. No, no, no. Such a perfect physique should walk the path of body refinement and restore the glory of our legacy. Before Yi Chen could even test his talents, numerous peak masters had already begun fighting over him. Elder Mu waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Let Yi Chen test his talents first. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt somewhat nervous. Wasn't this just a simple test of cultivation aptitude? How could it have alarmed so many saint kings and saints? Soon, Yi Chen approached the talent stone tablet, channeled his spiritual energy, and struck it with a single palm strike. Screech! A chilling sensation seeped in, and Yi Chen immediately felt a wave of dizziness. The talent steel erupted with an incomparably intense divine radiance. Yi Chen's eyes momentarily glazed over, the brilliance nearly blinded him as it shot straight into the heavens. 10 zhang, 20 feet, 90 zhang, 100 zhang. The terrifying divine brilliance surged directly into the depths of the void, its dazzling radiance illuminating the sky like a colossal sun rising from the horizon. A towering beam of light pierced through the heavens. Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in shock. 100 zhang of radiant light. This indicated that Yi Chen's talent was monstrously prodigious. The next instant, boom! The Great Tao sect's supreme treasure, the Great Tao Bell, suddenly manifested in the void. A resonating chime echoed throughout the entire sect. In that moment, the entire Great Tao sect was startled into action. Countless divine senses and spiritual perceptions probed toward the heavens, where they beheld an incomparably ancient bell emerging. Vast and boundless, the archaic bell loomed like a small mountain, its surface etched with marks of time while obscure, primordial Tao patterns shimmered faintly. The Great Tao Bell rang out with a single chime, its sound profound and enigmatic, filling everyone's hearts with clarity and tranquility. All were utterly astonished. What is happening here? Could it have truly triggered the manifestation of the Great Tao Bell? Someone exclaimed in awe. Look! Over at the talent stone tablet, a radiant glow 100 zhang high illuminates the void. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Had the Great Tao sect produced another peerless monster talent? Horrifying! At this moment, at the sight of the talent steel, the onlookers gazed at Yi Chen, their hearts stirring with tumultuous waves once more. Yi Chen's talent had actually triggered the resonance of the Great Tao Bell. Just like Ji Fuyao. Among the many peak masters' gazes, a fervent flame emerged, as if they wished to peel Yi Chen apart layer by layer. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. The sect master's voice faltered slightly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yi Chen, your talent rivals Ji Fuyao's, and Ji Fuyao also resonated with the Great Tao Bell. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't disgrace my master's name. That's good enough. He raised his head to gaze at the Great Tao Bell in the depths of the void, feeling both body and soul tremble. Clearly, this was an emperor's weapon, and one of exceptionally high grade at that. After several breaths, the Great Tao Bell slowly faded into the void. Suddenly, a majestic quasi-emperor aura silently emanated from a hidden place within the Great Tao sect, swiftly surging toward the direction of the talent steel. Witnessing this, the sect master and others bowed respectfully and exclaimed, Patriarch Sanchuan. Boom! A ethereal figure materialized, revealing a spirited old man in gray robes standing before Yi Chen. Quasi-emperor projection. Patriarch Sanchuan stroked his beard with a faint smile, giving Yi Chen a thorough once-over from head to toe. Excellent! Truly excellent! My Great Tao sect has gained another peerless prodigy. At this moment, the Peak Master of Alchemy Peak stepped forward. Yi Chen, would you be willing to join my Alchemy Peak and become my disciple? Before he could finish, the Peak Master of Sword Peak shoved the Alchemy Peak Master aside. Yi Chen, I sense a trace of martial intent upon you. You should cultivate the Sword Dao and join my Sword Peak. Your future achievements would be limitless. The Battle Peak Master said with a joyful smile. Battle Peak has nurtured numerous great emperors and possesses profound heritage. Join Battle Peak. For a moment, the scene became somewhat chaotic. Everyone was vying to take Yi Chen as their disciple. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and bowed respectfully to the many peak masters. Esteemed seniors, my apologies, but I already have a master. I will not leave my master, Lu Xian. The voice fell. The arena instantly fell silent. Everyone frowned slightly. Lu Xian is merely at the qi refining stage. What could he possibly teach you? Talent like yours must never be wasted under his guidance. Ji Fuyao has already remained at Qingxian Peak. We can't let Lu Xian ruin you as well. Yi Chen's face twitched. It seems the seniors of the Great Tao sect have deeply misunderstood our master. Our master is far too low-key. He never explains himself either. No wonder Lu Xian's reputation as the useless peak master has spread so widely all these years. The sect leader chuckled, grabbing Yi Chen by the collar. Yi Chen, come with me to the other spiritual peaks. A disciple like you can no longer remain on Qingxian Peak. Chapter 44, clutching Lu Xian's thigh tight. A disciple like you can no longer remain on Qingxian Peak. Hearing this, the various peak lords nodded in agreement. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the crowd soared into the air, with countless divine rainbows surging skyward, streaking toward the direction of Qingxian Peak. Dazzling streams of divine brilliance swept past numerous spiritual peaks. Many elders and disciples were startled awake by the commotion. That's the sect master, Elder Mu, Patriarch Sanxuan, and the various peak lords. Which spiritual peak are they heading to? Look carefully, could that young man be the genius who resonated with the Great Tao Bell? Oh my! In just a few months, two extraordinary talents have appeared. One is Ji Fuyao, but who is this other genius? At this moment, Lu Xian was lying in front of the thatched cottage, basking in the sun. Ji Fuyao had just returned from handing over a mission. Master, the mission has been completed. I earned 10,000 contribution points. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Well done. Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly, her eyes gleaming brilliantly. Junior brother has resonated with the Great Tao Bell, which is rather expected. Lu Xian nodded. Both of you possess remarkable talent. Gurgle. Lu Xian's stomach suddenly growled. With a radiant smile, Ji Fuyao stepped into the thatched cottage. Master, I'll prepare the meal right away. Lu Xian nodded. All right. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, divine radiance surged towering waves toward Qingxian Peak, its overwhelming might cascading like the relentless force of mountains and seas. Soon after, the sect master descended upon Qingxian Peak with Yi Chen and the others in tow. Lu Xian slowly rose from his reclining chair. The group faintly furrowed their brows. As soon as they arrived at Qingxian Peak, they saw Lu Xian lying down. This guy had completely given up on himself and abandoned cultivation. For some reason, an inexplicable irritation rose in everyone's hearts. Lu Xian asked leisurely, Sect Master, isn't Yi Chen's talent decent? I heard he even triggered the Great Tao Bell. The sect master nodded with blazing eyes. That's precisely why we're here. Lu Xian looked puzzled. What do you mean? Wait. The Pill Peak master frowned deeply. Is Fuyao preparing a meal? Lu Xian chuckled. Indeed. It's mealtime. The various peak masters stared at Lu Xian in disbelief. No. He's a peerless genius. You're making Ji Fuyao cook? What kind of master is this? Teaching is out of the question, but bossing people around that they do with gusto. The chests of many peak masters burned with a fiery rage. That's too much. The sect leader's face twitched as he looked at the crowd. Actually, I've known about this matter for a long time, I just didn't tell you. Everyone cried out in anguish. Sect leader, why didn't you say so earlier? This is just too outrageous. Ji Fuyao slowly emerged from the thatched cottage and respectfully bowed to the crowd. Sect leader, this has nothing to do with my master. I did this of my own volition. The crowd fell into stunned silence, glaring fiercely at Lu Xian. Just what had Lu Xian told Ji Fuyao? He's already brainwashed. Only now have they realized that although Lu Xian has plenty of flaws, his ability to fool people is truly formidable. If Ji Fuyao had become their disciple, they couldn't guarantee she'd be this obedient. It's absolute unquestioning obedience. The ancient ancestor Song Xian sighed, forget it. I've already said that Fuyao will follow Lu Xian in cultivation. Let Lu Xian do whatever he pleases. Fuyao, you may go attend to your affairs first. Everyone was momentarily stunned. It must be said, Lu Xian's treatment is absolutely unprecedented in the history of the Great Tao sect. Ancient ancestor Song Xian is now giving Lu Xian free rein to unleash his potential. A qi-refining realm cultivator becoming the master of someone with the bearing of an emperor, this likely sets a record throughout the southern wastes. At this thought, the crowd gritted their teeth as they looked at Patriarch Sanxuan. Patriarch, Yi Chen absolutely cannot stay at Qingxian Peak. Hearing this, Patriarch Sanxuan nodded and turned to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, let Yi Chen join another spiritual peak instead. Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. But Yi Chen is already my disciple. Patriarch Sanxuan cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, you could let him go. Lu Xian smiled and said, then why don't you ask Yi Chen? The crowd felt a surge of joy in their hearts as they turned their gazes toward Yi Chen. Suddenly, Yi Chen rushed toward Lu Xian and tightly grasped his master's leg. Master, I won't go anywhere. I just want to stay at Qingxian Peak. Yi Chen thought to himself, Master is the true big shot. These quasi-emperor ancestors and sacred peak lords are mere juniors before Master. How could he possibly leave Qingxian Peak to join another spiritual peak? Witnessing this scene, everyone froze on the spot. No. What's wrong with you, Yi Chen? What's so great about Lu Xian anyway? With so many same kings and saints here, you had to pick the weakest one, why must it be him, Yi Chen? This is absolute nonsense, isn't it? Old ancestor Sanxuan's face twitched. Having cultivated for thousands of years, he truly had never witnessed such a scene before. He just couldn't make sense of it. Lu Xian slowly spread his hands open. You see, ancestor, there's nothing I can do about it either. Everyone fell silent. What's with this kid putting on airs? At this moment, Yi Chen slowly rose and bowed deeply to the crowd. Honored ancestor, I've already pledged myself to my master long ago. Had I not met my master, I would certainly have joined another spiritual peak. But now that the master-disciple rites have been completed, tradition cannot be broken, so I must apologize for disappointing you. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. This kid certainly knew how to speak tactfully. The ancestor and the others exchanged glances. This kid is really stubborn, just like Ji Fuyao. Having said this much, they'll just have to swallow their pride and take Yi Chen away by force. Several peak masters directly reached out to grab Yi Chen, smiling faintly. You don't have a say in this. Lu Xian stood rooted to the spot in shock. Holy shit? You shameless bastard. Yi Chen didn't want to go, yet they actually tried to seize him by force. Seeing this, Yi Chen frantically resisted and said, Honored elders, even if you take me away, my body may be on your spirit peak, but my heart will always belong to Qingxian Peak. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd felt too embarrassed to make another move. This kid's head is harder than steel. What stubborn obstinacy! He's already been completely brainwashed by Lu Xian. The ancient profound ancestor sighed faintly. Let it be. We'll wait and see. Allow Yi Chen to cultivate on the azure profound peak for a while longer and observe his progress. Lu Xian chuckled. Still willing to bet? The ancient profound ancestor's face darkened. No more bets. The numerous peak masters glanced at the ancient profound ancestor, visibly reluctant to accept this outcome. But since things had come to this point, and Yi Chen had already stated his position, they had no choice but to accept it. The sect master took a deep breath and said, We'll discuss this matter another day. The crowd prepared to leave. Lu Xian asked, How about grabbing a meal before you leave? It's almost ready. The group immediately took to the air, no longer wishing to speak with Lu Xian. So annoying. Eat? All you ever think about is eating. Soon, Patriarch Sanxuan and the others left Qingxian Peak. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Xian patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Well said earlier, Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face turned red with slight embarrassment. Before long, Ji Fuyao brought out steaming hot dishes from the kitchen. Today's meal features twice-cooked fire beast meat and chilled spirit herbs. The three began their meal. Ji Fuyao flashed a charming smile. Master, why don't you just reveal your imperial realm cultivation? That way, who would dare not acknowledge you? Yi Chen also looked at Lu Xian. Indeed, Master. Lu Xian's face twitched. He wanted to show off too. The key point is he isn't any imperial realm master. Lu Xian finally realized, in his two disciples' eyes, he was already invincible. But at this point, all he could do was keep up the act. Lu Xian said leisurely, if they found out, they'd surely assign me tasks. What's the point? Yi Chen and Ji Fuyao exchanged a knowing smile. Got it. Just too lazy. Too detached from worldly affairs. Yi Chen said, Senior sister, I'll start learning to cook tomorrow. Ji Fuyao nodded. All right. Before long. After finishing the meal, Lu Xian reclined contentedly on the lounge chair, gazing at the scenery along the horizon. Now with one more person on Qingxian Peak, there was already a warm sense of home. Such a wonderful feeling. As if time stood still, everything was peaceful. The heart was utterly serene. At this moment, Yao Yen emerged from Yi Chen's jade pendant. Sect Master Lu, apologies for disturbing your rest. Why don't we quickly test Yi Chen's alchemy aptitude to better plan his cultivation path? Lu Xian nodded. Very well. Yi Chen, come with me. The three stepped into the cavern dwelling. Yao Yen and Yi Chen immediately spotted Lu Xian's doggerel poems and masterpieces like Zhang Taigong electrofishing. They were stunned speechless. Who could possibly come up with such things? They felt something was off, yet their eyes lit up. Truly befitting Lu Xian. Yao Yen turned his gaze to Yi Chen and slowly spoke. The three most crucial elements in pill refining are herbal mastery, spiritual fire, and soul force. The first aspect, so-called mastery of spiritual herbs, requires comprehensive familiarity with the medicinal properties and characteristics of various spiritual herbs. The second aspect is spiritual fire. The higher the grade of the spiritual fire, the more potent its power, making alchemy exponentially more efficient. You already possess the bone-chilling ghost flame, so this condition has been met. The third aspect is soul power. During alchemy, the control of spiritual fire's intensity and temperature is critical. Each step determines whether a batch of pills can be successfully refined. Generally, an alchemist's soul power surpasses that of other cultivators at the same level. Yi Chen nodded attentively, listening carefully. Yao Yen took out a black jade stone, upon which dark gases swirled incessantly. He explained, This is a soul stone, used to test soul power. These black gases inside are soul energy. I'll adjust the soul stone to the Xianhuang realm level to see what your soul power measures. As he spoke, Yao Yan's hand seal shifted rapidly as he imprinted a mark onto the black soul stone. Yi Chen asked, Elder Yao, what should I do? Yao Yan said, drive your soul power to impact the soul energy within the soul stone. The stronger your soul power, the brighter this soul stone will glow. Hearing this, Yi Chen placed his hand on the soul stone and began to channel his soul power. With every breath, the black gas continuously retreated in violent waves. After several dozen breaths, the soul stone turned completely cold white, with all traces of black gas vanishing without a trace. Yao Yan exclaimed in astonishment, "Shunner, your soul power is overwhelmingly strong. It rivals even the most talented prodigies of our Yao family." Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement as he asked, "Elder Yao, does this mean I can practice alchemy now?" Yao Yan said, "Everything is ready except for the east wind. All you lack now is expertise in spiritual herbs." As he spoke, an ancient jade slip appeared in Yao Yan's hand. "This is the first volume of my Yao clan's herbal classic. The ranks of alchemists are divided into yellow rank, human rank, jade rank, mystic rank, king rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. If you can fully comprehend this first volume of the herbal classic, your mastery of spiritual herbs will reach mystic rank proficiency." Yi Chen asked, "Nangong Shuebai reached mystic rank alchemist within half a year. What level of talent does that represent?" Yao Yan chuckled, "Consider yourself a genius in pill refining. However, the profound rank is divided into 9 tiers, and even within the same rank, there are gaps in skill. But I firmly believe your talent in pill refining absolutely crushes Nangong Bai Shui. After all, the blood of the Yao family flows within you." Yi Chen nodded, "Master Yao, my teacher, I will do my best." Lu Xian smiled faintly. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Limited time apprentice training mission issued. Within 1 month, elevate Yi Chen's pill refining expertise to the profound rank. Rewards will be distributed based on mission completion. Chapter 45, Toppling Nangong Shuebai. Within 1 month, Yi Chen's alchemy skills must reach the Xian tier. Rewards will be distributed based on task completion. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. It should be known that in the path of alchemy, the tiers are ranked as Huang tier, Ring tier, Jade tier, Xian tier, King tier, Earth tier, and Heaven tier. To go from knowing nothing about alchemy to becoming a Xian tier alchemist in just 1 month is an incredibly difficult task. Yao Yan turned to Lu Xian and asked, "Peak Master Lu, what do you think about making Chunner a jade-level alchemist within a month?" Lu Xian gave a faint smile and said, "Elder Yao, I have a task for you. Within 1 month, ensure Yi Chen becomes a Xian rank alchemist. What do you think?" Yao Yan's face twitched. "Peak Master Lu, this might be quite difficult." Lu Xian said with a smile, "Old Yao, if it were anyone else teaching Yi Chen, they might fail. But if it's you, wouldn't it be a breeze?" Old man Yao Yan's face flushed crimson with unexpected embarrassment from such sudden praise. This was recognition from none other than the supreme expert, Master Lu of the Peak. With a trace of excitement in his voice, Yao Yan responded, "Peak Master Lu, I'll do my utmost." Yi Chen clenched his fist and declared, "Rest assured, Master, I'll become an earth-grade alchemist within 1 month." Lu Xian smiled and said, "All right, you see, it's truly not that he deliberately exploits his apprentices. It was Yi Chen's own choice." Lu Xian smiled faintly, "All right, since you're about to start alchemy, I can now give you the gift I promised." As he spoke, with a single thought from Lu Xian, the devouring heaven furnace materialized directly before Yi Chen. Both Yi Chen and Elder Yao were utterly astonished. The devouring heaven furnace boasted massive, ancient horns at its 4 corners, its body exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Countless Tao markings were engraved upon it, depictions of mountain ranges and rivers, winged beasts and running creatures, along with several imposing humanoid figures, lending it an air of profound mystery. Glorious spiritual patterns shimmered and flowed across its surface, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that the furnace was imbued with a convergence of Tao in power. And this was the devouring heaven furnace in its sealed state. If the seal is broken, since it's at the 6-star emperor tier, it will inevitably trigger a celestial phenomenon. Yi Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Another emperor's weapon. Just how many emperor's weapons does Master have, anyway? Yao Yan's voice trembled slightly. "Sect Master Lu, what grade is this emperor rank item?" Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing special, just a 6-star emperor rank furnace. Take it for now. By the way, this devouring heaven crucible isn't just for alchemy, it possesses formidable offensive capabilities too." Yao Yan stood frozen in shock. A 6-star emperor rank alchemy furnace. He pondered for a moment, just how many supreme emperor grade treasures had Lu Xian gifted Yi Chen by now? How profound are Lu Xian's reserves truly? Yao Yan pondered that even though the Yao family dominated the southern wilderness, none had ever been as domineering as Lu Xian. With a casual gift, it's nothing less than an imperial weapon or an imperial tier cultivation technique. No, throughout the entire Yao family, no one has ever received such treatment. Not even the divine child qualifies. Lu Xian treats Yi Chen exceptionally well. Yao Yan extended his ethereal spiritual form, caressing the devouring heaven crucible before him with immense excitement. In his entire life, he had never once used an imperial-grade alchemy furnace to refine pills. And now Yi Chen, who's just beginning to learn, gets to start with it directly. The gap is too vast. With this imperial-grade alchemy furnace, plus the seed of heaven-earth strange fire, if he couldn't nurture Yi Chen into an earth-grade alchemist, he'd smash his head against a block of tofu and die. At this thought, Yao Yan declared with uncontrollable excitement, "Peak Master Lu, I guarantee Yi Chen will reach Earth-grade alchemist within a month. Lu Xian nodded slightly, good. At this moment, Yi Chen cautiously asked, ahem, Master, how many more Emperor weapons do you have on you? Lu Xian thought for a moment, none left. This time it's really gone. Yi Chen pouted skeptically. He didn't believe it. The master definitely still has countless treasures hidden away. Yao Yan said, Shuner, now we'll return to your cave dwelling. We'll start with your mastery of spiritual flames, and I'll gradually teach you all the techniques of alchemy. Yi Chen nodded and said, all right. Lu Xian waved his hand, go on then. After the two left, he lay down again. Leaving Lu Xian's cave dwelling, he happened to meet Ji Fuyao coming out of the thatched cottage. Yi Chen said with a smile, Senior sister, I've promised our master that I'll become an earth-grade alchemist within a month. When that time comes, I'll refine pills for you to take. Ji Fuyao smiled lightly, all right then. With a faint smile, Yi Chen continued, Senior sister, don't think I'm showing off, but guess what precious treasure master just gave me again? Ji Fuyao was slightly taken aback and asked, an emperor's weapon? Yi Chen took out the devouring heaven furnace, a 6-star emperor-grade alchemy cauldron. The devouring heaven furnace. Not only can it refine pills, but it's also a supreme treasure for slaughter. Ji Fuyao stared at the devouring heaven furnace somewhat shocked, waves of emotion surging in her heart. 6-star imperial tier alchemy furnace. At this moment, Yi Chen whispered, eldest senior sister, did Shifu give you far more precious treasures than me? Ji Fuyao smiled faintly, her starry eyes twinkling. No. Yi Chen chuckled. He didn't believe it. Yi Chen put away the devouring heaven furnace and said, Senior sister, it seems I still need to work even harder. Ji Fuyao responded with a radiant smile and nodded. Yi Chen continued, Senior sister, I'll head back to cultivate now. This month, I must not only break through to become an earth-rank alchemist but also make sure my cultivation doesn't fall behind. Ji Fuyao said, good. Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Ji Fuyao's heart surged with overwhelming waves of emotion. How many emperor's weapons does our master actually possess? Such profound foundational strength. Soon, Ji Fuyao returned to her cave abode, calmed her mind, and sat cross-legged. A fiery red long dress gracefully settled around her as her delicate jade-like fingers wove spiritual seals, summoning forth a wisp of spiritual flame. Begin cultivation. Meanwhile, in Lu Xian's cave abode, he lay leisurely reading some storybooks. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao is cultivating to improve her cultivation. Sync initiated. Ding! Your second disciple's herbal expertise is improving. Beginning synchronization. In an instant, a stream of pure spiritual energy surged into Lu Xian's body, bringing unparalleled comfort. Simultaneously, knowledge about the medicinal properties and characteristics of spiritual herbs appeared in his mind. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Indeed, knowledge had entered his brain in the most peculiar manner. This feeling is so strange. For no apparent reason, I've become familiar with various spiritual herbs, 3-star grass, flame grass, dragonfire root, thorn mud moss. Lu Xian mumbled to himself, even my knowledge of spiritual herbs can synchronize. Not bad at all. The system responded, this could be considered a form of enlightenment. Lu Xian nodded. Oh, he immediately opened his system panel and began reviewing it. Host, Lu Xian. Disciples, Empress Fuya. Yi Chen. Realm, 6th level profound venerate. Cultivation techniques, blazing heaven decree. Great Tao scripture. Spiritual artifacts, none. Comprehensions, path of spiritual fire, perfected. Great Tao scripture, not yet initiated. Mastery of spiritual herbs, not yet initiated. A moment later, Lu Xian closed the system and resumed reading the storybook. Pure bliss. The supreme profound sect. Here stood 100,000 towering mountains, their peaks bathed in emerald light, dense with spiritual vegetation. A magnificent vitality radiated outward, while spiritual energy surged and brilliant lights flowed like tides. Each of these sacred peaks bore dazzling Taoist runes, silently circulating with profound mystery. As the dominant force of the southern wilderness, the supreme profound sect's territory spans tens of thousands of miles. Above the endless spirit peaks, numerous cave dwellings are scattered, bathed in radiant light, with dense spiritual energy swirling. Below the peaks, mighty rivers surge violently, their waves crashing against the shores with overwhelming might. This blessed land of natural beauty conceals the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, while auspicious beasts soar through the void, emanating harmonious and fortuitous melodies. Dressed in an elegant, flowing gown, Nangong Bai Shui rode atop a divine rainbow, flying swiftly toward Yunyang Peak. Inside the cave dwelling, Master Yunyang of the Pill Dao had been waiting for a long time. Bai Shui, you're back. Clad in a gray robe with an upright posture, Master Yunyang stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Nangong Bai Shui. You went to the Yi family, did they give you any trouble? Nangong Bai Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, no. Sage Yunyang Dan nodded and said, good. For the next 3 months, you are not to leave Yunyang Peak. Stay by my side and learn the art of pill refinement. Nangong Bai Shui replied, as you command. Sage Yunyan Dan smiled and introduced, once every 100 years, the major powers of the southern wastelands hold a grand Pildao exchange festival. This time, it's the Great Tao sect's turn to organize it. This alchemy exchange grand gathering isn't just limited to our supreme profound sect, major forces with alchemy legacies like the Medicine Clan will also participate. After years of operation, this exchange has now become a stage for alchemy prodigies to compete. Bai Shui, with your extraordinary talent in alchemy, you're certain to shine brightly here. Hearing this, Nangong Bai Shui grew excited. Master, I'll strive my hardest. Alchemy sage Yunyan nodded. Among the numerous alchemy legacies in our southern wastelands, the ancient Medicine Clan ranks first. However, our supreme profound sect's heritage isn't inferior, while the Great Tao sect falls slightly behind us. This time, I don't expect you to take first place among all the prodigies. As long as you can stand out and witness the talents of other alchemy geniuses in the southern wilderness, I'll be satisfied. Nangong Baishua said earnestly, understood, Master. The Cloud Yang alchemy sage said, alright, if you have any other matters to attend to, you may go handle them now, but you must return to Cloud Yang Peak in one day. Nangong Baishua smiled softly and replied, thank you, Master. Her master treated her so well, knowing she was going to meet her Tao companion Qin Shao. At this thought, Nangong Baishua bowed respectfully to Cloud Sun Pill Saint and slowly withdrew from the cave dwelling, flying toward Supreme Peak where Qin Shao resided. Supreme Peak, this was the foremost peak of the Supreme Profound sect. All the divine child candidates cultivate on this sacred peak. As for Qin Shao's master, it is none other than the renowned Holy King Xuanyi of the Supreme Profound sect, whose offensive prowess is said to be unrivaled among all holy kings. Soon, Nangong Shuabai descended upon the Supreme Peak. The Supreme Peak pierced straight into the clouds, its midsection shrouded in rolling mists, appearing like a celestial realm. Scattered across the sacred peak were dozens of cave dwellings occupying the most favorable positions, emanating radiant auras. The spiritual energy here is so abundant it's nearly condensing into physical form. Nangong Shui deeply inhales the dense spiritual energy, feeling both body and mind invigorated. She murmurs, Supreme Peak is far superior to my master's Yunyan Peak. If only I could cultivate here. She soon arrives at Qin Shao's cave dwelling. Qin Shao stands clad in brocade robes, strikingly handsome with a folding fan in hand. An ancient jade pendant hangs at his waist, exuding the distinguished bearing of a great aristocratic clan. Qin Shao. Nangong Shuabai called out and immediately threw herself into Qin Shao's arms, her hands fumbling over his body. I've missed you so much. With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Shao swiftly set up sealing arrays throughout the cave abode. Carrying Nangong Shuabai in his arms, Qin Shao made his way to the purple phoenix wooden bed deep within the cave dwelling, his hands beginning their intricate dance. Nangong Baishua let out a seductive moan. Qin Shao. Chapter 46, Lu Xian, don't run wild. Qin Shao. The towering peaks of Nangong Baishua pressed heavily against Qin Shao's chest, exerting immense pressure on him. Qin Shao immediately felt a burning heat in his lower abdomen, nearly overcome with the urge to strip Nangong Baishua bare. Has everything been settled during your visit to the Yi family this time? Nangong Baishua nodded vigorously, like a little pecking chick, but soon, she forced out a tear and began to cry. Wah wah wah. A flash of murderous intent crossed Qin Shao's face as he said coldly, did the Yi family give you trouble? Nangong Shuabai remained silent. Qin Shao sneered coldly, the Yi family is seeking death. Nangong Shuabai caressed Qin Shao's face and said, Qin Shao, that good-for-nothing Yi Chen has regained his ability to cultivate. When I visited the Yi family this time, I discovered he had already reached the mystic emperor realm. She didn't mention being defeated by Yi Chen. This is absolutely humiliating. Though her cultivation realm was higher than Yi Chen's, she was utterly thrashed by him, completely defenseless. If Qin Shao knew about this, he would surely look down on her. With a derisive scoff, Qin Shao declared, just Qinzhou, mere speck of land, just the Yi family, insignificant ants. Even if Yi Chen breaks through to the Xian emperor realm, I could annihilate him with just a flick of my fingers. Nangong Baishua nodded, that's right, that good-for-nothing Yi Chen isn't even fit to be mentioned in the same breath as you. Qin Shao said indifferently, don't worry, I'll find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Chen. It's just that during this period, the competition for the Divine Sun position is about to begin, and I can't afford to be distracted. Nangong Baishua's voluptuous peaks pressed against Qin Shao as she hesitated. But, Qin Shao frowned, his hands wandering freely over Nangong Baishua's body. But what? Nangong Baishua said, that piece of trash Yi Chen must have stumbled upon some incredible stroke of luck. How else could he have gotten accepted into the Great Tao sect? Qin Shao's hand froze as Nangong Shuabai let out a delicate moan. Nangong Shuabai continued, but don't worry, he's apprenticed at Qingxian Peak, his master is that good-for-nothing Lu Xian. Lu Xian? Qin Shao was momentarily stunned. What a familiar name. Soon, it came back to him. Wasn't that the useless peak master of the Great Tao sect? Once he also wavered between several sects like the Supreme Profound sect, the Great Tao sect, and the Tsangmo Academy, ultimately choosing the Supreme Profound sect. At the time, the Qin family patriarch specifically warned, if you're going to join the Great Tao sect, you absolutely must not enter Qingxian Peak. That peak master, Lu Xian, is hopeless. Thinking about this, ha 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 ha, Qin Shao burst into laughter. Truly trash deserves trash. With two pieces of garbage combined, I can hardly imagine how utterly worthless Yi Chen must be. Nangong Baishua said, Qin Shao, but I still want Yi Chen dead. I will be your woman, and I wish for all of me to belong to you. If Yi Chen lives, I feel incomplete. Qin Shao nodded, don't worry. If we were at the Yi family estate, there wouldn't be many opportunities to act against Yi Chen. Now that this trash has joined the Great Tao sect, we can justifiably make our move. Nangong Baishue gazed at Qin Shao with adoration. Oh, by the way, Qin Shao, in 3 months, the Great Tao sect will host an alchemy exchange conference. My master will bring me there. Qin Shao said, go ahead. If you get the chance, kill that good-for-nothing. I can arrange things when the time comes. Nangong Shuebai smiled faintly, her delicate hand already reaching toward Qin Zhao's concealed spot. Qin Shao trembled slightly, tightening his embrace around Nangong Baishue. Baishue, don't worry. 1 year from now, during the Divine Sun competition, I will rise above all other candidates. By then, I will have already stepped into the Xian Zun realm, drawing closer to the Xian Saint realm. Nangong Shuebai's body squirmed. Qin Shao, I really want to give you. Qin Shao wore a bitter expression. I wanted to, but we'll have to endure a little longer. It must be known that Nangong Shueshue possessed the supreme primordial body, an exceptional cauldron constitution. Dual cultivating with Nangong Shueshue would yield massive cultivation feedback. However, he had to reach the profound saint realm first before the benefits could be maximized. What's more important was that the supreme cultivation technique of the Qin family he practiced required him to remain a virgin before turning 18. However, facing a temptress like Nangong Shuebai, he found it impossible to resist. At this thought, Qin Zhao's face turned crimson as he violently tore off Nangong Shuebai's clothes, revealing her flawless body that resembled a nearly ripe honey peach. Nangong Shuebai slowly crouched down, her voluptuous curves undulating. Qin Shao succeeded with effortless ease. He gazed down at the abyss and the scenery below. After a dozen breaths, Qin Shao groaned softly and collapsed onto the purple phoenix wood bed. Everything suddenly felt utterly devoid of flavor. Nangong Shuebai wiped her lips and lay down beside Qin Shao, saying, Qin Shao, I'll spend 1 more day with you. After that, I'll be in seclusion for the next 3 months. Qin Shao sighed regretfully, those 3 months will be hard for me to bear. Nangong Shuebai smiled and said, before I leave the Supreme Profound sect, I'll come to see you again. Qin Shao nodded and began caressing Nangong Shuebai's body once more. Great Tao sect. The ancient patriarch Sangxuan, the sect leader, Elder Mu, and numerous peak masters were seated in the chamber of Great Tao. Elder Mu frowned deeply. How do you think this Lu Xian fellow managed it? Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen actually don't want to leave Qingxian Peak. The sect master shook his head. It's clear they genuinely respect Lu Xian from the bottom of their hearts. It doesn't seem feigned. The peak lords looked utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom the reason why, yet Lu Xian had effortlessly gained another disciple. What qualifications does he even possess? What they found most unbearable was that Ji Fuyao was actually willing to cook for him. Ridiculous. But Sanchuan ancestor said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, Lu Xian, Ji Fuyao, and Yi Chen all have some connection to the Fuyao dynasty. It's understandable why they refused to leave Lu Xian. The sect master pondered and said, I recall when Qingxian sage picked up Lu Xian years ago, he was an orphan. But Sangshuan ancestor shook his head. After all, it's been 3,000 years, too distant to recall clearly. Looking back now, Ji Fuyao had probably already decided to join Qingxian Peak when she entered our sect. This matter cannot be forced. At this moment, the master of Danfeng Peak spoke with a bitter expression. Ancient ancestor, in 3 months will be the Grand Alchemy Exchange Summit, where many major alchemy powers from the southern barons will descend. That Lu Xian fellow is bound to be ridiculed once more. The crowd sighed softly. In the past, whenever the Great Tao sect participated in trials of secret realms or contests of prodigies in the southern barons, other major powers would always use Lu Xian to mock them. Yet now, Lu Xian had actually taken on 2 prodigious disciples. Won't this make them the laughingstock of the Taishang Xian sect and aristocratic families like the Medicine Clan? Just thinking about this gives them a headache. Let's hope Lu Xian hides in Qingxian and stays out of trouble when the time comes. The Tsang Xian ancestor turned to the alchemy peak master. Gu Yufeng, this time many sects from the southern wilds with profound alchemy legacies will descend. You and the sect master should make preparations in advance. The peak master of Dan Peak, Gu Yufeng, nodded and said, as you command. Before long, the crowd dispersed. Upon returning to the spiritual peak, the peak master of Dan Peak immediately summoned all the alchemy prodigies of Dan Peak. In 3 months' time, there will be a grand alchemy exchange. During this period, I will personally guide you. The top spot will likely be claimed by the medicine family if nothing unexpected happens. Just give it your all. The voice fell. A group of alchemy geniuses replied in unison, understood. Peak Master. Soon, the news of Lu Xian taking on his second disciple spread throughout the Grand Tao sect. All the elders and disciples were stunned. This was a disciple who had resonated with the great Tao Bell. Such talent was completely on par with Ji Fuyao. How could he have become Lu Xian's disciple instead? They couldn't get over Ji Fuyao's matter. Little did they expect another genius would be whisked away by Lu Xian. This was truly hard for the crowd to accept. Mount Qingxian. Lying leisurely on his ice jade bed, Lu Xian casually flipped through a storybook. The system's voice kept ringing out. Ding! Host's first disciple, Ji Fuyao, has made a breakthrough in cultivation. Synchronization commencing. Ding! Host's first disciple has gained insight into the great Tao scripture. Synchronization commencing. Ding! Host's second disciple, Yi Chen, has gained enlightenment in herbology. For the next few days, apart from eating, Yi Chen and Ji Fuyao spent all their time cultivating. Yi Chen worked even harder, constantly pondering the properties and medicinal effects of different spiritual herbs even during meals. Lu Xian reminded them, Fuyao, Yi Chen, you too must remember to balance work and rest. He was starting to feel a bit embarrassed about it. After all, while he was sleeping at night, both apprentices were practicing diligently through the night. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They were practically born for training like this. If it weren't for the fact that Ji Fuyao and Yi Chen had to take turns cooking, they might never have stepped out of the cave. Looking back at Lu Xian, lying down occasionally feels good, lying down continuously feels even better. This reminded him of his experience working at a screw factory back on Blue Star. He used to dream about when he could finally laze around, and now the dream had come true. At this moment, the voice transmission jade slip in Lu Xian's bosom vibrated faintly. Lu Xian channeled his spiritual power, and soon the sect master's voice came through. Lu Xian, I need to tell you something. Lu Xian slightly furrowed his brow. Sect master, what is it? The sect master's voice turned solemn. 3 months from now, our great Tao sect will host an alchemy exchange conference. At that time, major forces like the Supreme Profound sect, the Medicine family, and the Pill Fragrance sect will set foot in our great Tao sect. During the alchemy exchange conference, I hope you won't wander about recklessly, but remain at Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian was slightly taken aback. Pill Refining Exchange Conference? The sect master said, indeed. This Pill Refining Exchange Conference is held once every 100 years, and now it's our Tai Dao sect's turn to host. You know what I'm talking about. Make sure you don't wander around the sect aimlessly when the time comes. Lu Xian's face twitched. The sect master felt his hint was already quite obvious. If Lu Xian didn't show up then, the other major powers would likely exercise some restraint. Lu Xian suddenly realized that since the Supreme Profound sect was coming, Nangong Shuabai would probably come too. At this thought, Lu Xian said, Sect Master, I understand. However, I also have something to tell you about Yi Chen. It's related to the Supreme Profound sect and also to this alchemy exchange conference. The sect master frowned and asked curiously, oh, what about Yi Chen? Chapter 47, Heaven-Defying Alchemy Talent. Lu Xian informed the sect leader about Yi Chen breaking off his engagement with Nangong by Shui. The sect leader froze. Such a thing happened? Then you and Yi Chen had better stay quietly on Qingxian Peak and not come out. Lu Xian. The sect leader quickly informed Elder Mu and Patriarch Sangxuan about this matter. Patriarch Sangxuan and the other were somewhat astonished. What a coincidence! After a momentary silence, Grand Ancestor Sangxuan smiled faintly. I'm afraid Qin Shao still doesn't know Yi Chen has recovered and possesses supreme talent. Surely these two will inevitably clash in the future. The sect master nodded. The position of Holy Sun in our Tao sect has been vacant for many years already. As far as I know, Qin Shao is a candidate for Divine Sun. 1 year from now, the Supreme Profound sect will begin their Divine Sun competition. Grand Ancestor Sangxuan said, let's postpone all discussions regarding our sect's Holy Sun selection until after the Alchemy Exchange Conference concludes. The sect leader said to Elder Mu, very well. 5 days later, Yi Chen arrived excitedly at Lu Xian's cave abode. Master, I've already memorized the first volume of the herb classic by heart. Medicine flame emerged from Yi Chen's jade pendant. Peak Master Lu Shuner has remarkable talent. In just 5 days, his performance rivals that of a genius from my medicine clan. Lu Xian smiled faintly and nodded. He didn't need Yi Chen to report, he already knew. After all, the system's voice had been constantly reminding him that his herbology mastery was improving. Yao Yan looked at Lu Xian with some excitement. Peak Master Lu, next, I'll teach Yi Chen how to refine pills. Lu Xian nodded. Pharmacist Yao, I'll leave the rest to you. Yao Yan said, alright. Yi Chen raised his fist confidently and said, Master, believe in me. I'll definitely live up to your expectations and become a mystic-ranked alchemist. Before long, Yi Chen and Yao Yan returned to the cave abode. Yao Yan began explaining the process of pill refinement. First, you need to warm and nurture the alchemy furnace. Your mastery of spiritual fire techniques has reached perfection, so this step should pose no difficulty for you. The second step is to extract the essence of the spiritual herbs and pour it into the alchemy furnace. The third step is pill refinement. condensing the essence to form the medicinal pill. Yi Chen listened attentively with a serious expression. I understand, elder pharmacist. Yao Yan smiled warmly as he explained, a pill master's first creation is always the qi-gathering pill. Though classified as a mundane-grade pill, even some human-grade pharmacists can't perfect its craftsmanship. Despite its low rank, the qi-gathering pill contains every essential element. Master this single formula, and countless techniques will unfold before you. Hearing this, Yi Chen took out the devouring heaven furnace, and with a thought, the bone-chilling ghost fire appeared within the cave dwelling. Yao Yan faintly smiled. Chener, next, I'll demonstrate it once for you. Watch carefully. Yi Chen replied, okay. Yao Yan surged his divine sense power, and the devouring heaven furnace floated directly in the air. Using his soul force, he controlled the bone-chilling ghost fire to patiently temper the devouring heaven furnace. As the power of the bone-chilling ghost fire continuously invaded the furnace body, the devouring heaven crucible's surface shimmered with radiant divine brilliance. A mysterious and profound energy spread outward, causing the engraved mountains, rivers, flying birds, running beasts, and figures of powerful beings to gradually manifest upon it. Yao Yan couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of being an emperor-ranked alchemy furnace. The density of its contained Tao and rhythm is actually this profound. Half an incense sticks time later. Yao Yan extracted all the spiritual herbs required for the qi-gathering pill, silverleaf grass, flying red flower, earthroot herb, and refined their medicinal essences before tossing them into the alchemy furnace. His hands weaved mystical seals as the bone-chilling ghost fire continuously morphed its shape, its temperature constantly adjusting in tandem. Before long, a waft of medicinal fragrance drifted from the devouring heaven furnace, refreshing to both mind and spirit. With a soft command, Yao Yan made the furnace lid rise gently, revealing 9 elixir pills within the devouring heaven furnace. Each pill bore the halo of refinement, with the finest quality pill astonishingly displaying 9 concentric medicinal halos. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned. A 9-ring qi-gathering pill. Truly befitting of a heaven-rank alchemist. Yao Yan stroked his beard with one hand, shaking his head slightly, yet a smile surfaced at the corners of his lips. A bit rusty, indeed a bit rusty. Yi Chen chuckled. Yao Yan handed the devouring heaven cauldron to Yi Chen. Now it's your turn. Yi Chen nodded and followed the same procedure. Although his movements were somewhat unpracticed and not particularly smooth, the entire process was meticulous and without any mistakes. Half an hour later, the fragrance of elixir wafted out from the devouring heaven cauldron. Yi Chen focused his mind and activated the alchemy furnace. 9 identical pills lay quietly at the furnace's bottom. Yao Yan's expression changed slightly. 9 pills appeared in his first alchemy attempt. Wait, these are pill halos. Every single pill bore a radiant pill halo. One of them actually had 6 medicinal halos. Seeing this, Yao Yan stared at Yi Chen in utter shock. Could this kid be a born alchemist? This was his very first pill refinement attempt. He directly refined 9 pills at once? You must understand, for most alchemists' first attempt, succeeding in refining even a single pill would be considered sheer luck. Moreover, one of these pills actually had 6 medicinal halos. This achievement already places him among the elite even within the ranks of yellow-tier alchemists. Yi Chen shook his head faintly, somewhat dissatisfied. Elder Yao, my technique is still rather unrefined indeed. Yao Yan's face twitched. This kid's alchemy talent is simply too outrageous. Yi Chen continued to press on with relentless determination. After several days, he finally refined a pill with 9 medicinal halos. Yi Chen was somewhat excited. Master Yao, can we start attempting to refine mortal-grade pills now? Master Yao shook his head with a smile. No need. We'll skip the mortal grade altogether and go straight to jade-grade pills. Yi Chen asked in astonishment. Why? Elder Yao said, you managed to refine 9 qi-gathering pills in a single batch, and even produce 9 pill auras. Do you realize how extraordinary that is? Remember, you've only been refining pills for a few days. Your current skill already surpasses that of ordinary human-tier alchemists. Yi Chen rubbed his nose. But I still feel there are many areas where I fall short. Elder Yao coughed dryly. You little rascal, next we'll refine the jade-tier 5th grade spirit condensing pill. At the same time, Lu Xian was lazily lounging in his cave abode. The system's voice sounded. Ding! Host's second disciple Yi Chen's alchemy attainment has broken through to the jade tier, beginning synchronized enlightenment. Lu Xian was mildly surprised. Had Yi Chen really advanced to jade tier alchemist in just a few days? This alchemy talent is truly heaven-defying. Moments later, numerous alchemy techniques and profound insights into pill refinement spontaneously emerged in Lu Xian's mind. Thanks to the system's double harvest feature, Lu Xian directly ascended to the rank of profound grade alchemist. At this moment, if an alchemy cauldron appeared before Lu Xian, he could completely refine pills by relying purely on his subconscious instincts. Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. This double harvest is terrifyingly good. Without lifting a finger, he'd instantly become a profound rank alchemist. This is utterly earth-shattering. Ding! Host's first disciple Ji Fuyao's cultivation is advancing. Synchronization commencing. With a sudden boom, a vast amount of cultivation foundation surged into Lu Xian's body, sweeping through his limbs like mighty rivers. Instantly, his dantian brimmed with the essence of cultivation. Lu Xian directly stepped into the 7th layer of the Xuanzuan realm. He took a glance at Ji Fuyao's system panel. Ji Fuyao had advanced to the 2nd layer of the Xuanzuan realm. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Good, good. Both disciples are exerting themselves. Soon, when it was time to eat. Today, Yi Chen was cooking. He was in high spirits, his face lit up with a smile as he cooked joyfully. Half an incense stick's time later, Yi Chen walked over with a smile, carrying the stewed spirit chicken. The spirit chicken is here, and the chicken soup is ready. On the stone table, Lu Xian and the other two sat around it. Ji Fuyao smiled gracefully and asked, "Junior brother, why are you so happy today?" Yi Chen said with a smile, "Big senior sister, I'm already a jade rank alchemist. Once we finish eating, I'm going to attempt refining the jade rank 5-star spirit condensing pill." Ji Fuyao's starry eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment. "It's only been a few days, and you've already stepped into the jade rank alchemist realm?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching." Lu Xian, that he hadn't. Don't talk nonsense. This time he really didn't teach anything. It was all medicine elder guiding us. Yi Chen took out a chi gathering pill with 9 pill halos from his spatial ring and handed it to Ji Fuyao. "Eldest senior sister, this is the first 9 haloed pill I've refined. Would you like to try it?" Ji Fuyao took it, carefully examining this chi gathering pill. Her heart rippled with waves of emotion. 9 pill halos, though it was merely a yellow rank elixir. Yet likely many jade rank alchemists couldn't have refined it. What is pill halo? Pill halo represents the near total concentration of the essence of spiritual herbs, signifying profound mastery in alchemy. Yi Chen said with a smile, "Senior sister, don't worry. When I become a heaven rank alchemist someday, I'll refine heaven rank pills for you." Ji Fuyao tilted her snowy neck slightly and nodded in agreement. She could imagine that in the future, Yi Chen would gain considerable fame in the southern wilderness through his alchemy skills. At this thought, her delicate jade-like fingers brought the chi-gathering pill to her lips, her tender lips parting slightly as she swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, an extremely refined spiritual energy surged into her dantian. Though not vast in quantity, it was pure spiritual essence. Ji Fuyao smiled and nodded. "Well done, junior brother." Lu Xian nodded as well, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work." Yi Chen replied, "All right. Oh, by the way, master, besides alchemy, I haven't neglected my cultivation either. Look, I'm almost at the late stage of the profound emperor realm now." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Let's set a small goal for you. Within this month, reach the profound sovereign realm." Yi Chen's expression froze. This is quite difficult. If only he hadn't brought up cultivation matters earlier. Lu Xian pointed at Ji Fuyao and leisurely remarked, "Yi Chen, Fuyao advanced from the profound king realm to the mid-stage of the profound emperor realm in just 1 month. Let's put some pressure on Yi Chen." During this period, Lu Xian had come to realize that Yi Chen had been silently comparing himself to Ji Fuyao all along. He didn't want to fall too far behind his senior sister. As expected, as soon as Lu Xian finished speaking, Yi Chen thumped his chest and declared, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely break through to the profound sovereign realm." Lu Xian nodded subtly. After finishing the meal, Ji Fuyao glanced at Lu Xian and smiled sweetly. "Master, I'll head back to cultivate now." Lu Xian nodded, unable to help but sigh in admiration. These two disciples are both cultivating with extreme diligence. Originally, Ji Fuyao was already putting in great effort, but after Yi Chen stepped into Qingxian Peak, it inadvertently created a sense of pressure on her, making her train even harder. The two are secretly competing with each other. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Timed disciple training task released. Within half a month, make my eldest disciple Ji Fuyao's spirit fire Dao reach the half-step great perfection. Chapter 48, Bountiful Harvest. Within half a month, make my eldest disciple Ji Fuyao's spirit fire Dao reach the half-step great perfection. Lu Xian was slightly stunned, finally issuing another cultivation mission for Ji Fuyao. Otherwise he really had nothing good to give Ji Fuyao. During this period, too many treasures had been sent to Yi Chen, leaving the senior disciple sister Ji Fuyao at a disadvantage. As their master, he certainly couldn't show favoritism. At this thought, Lu Xian called out to Ji Fuyao, "Fuyao, during this time, have you grasped the way of spiritual fire enough to reach the half-step great perfection?" Ji Fuyao trembled slightly. "I never expected my master would actually assign me a task. Does he think my mastery of spiritual fire is progressing too slowly?" After all, these days, junior apprentice brother Yi Chen has been continuously refining pills, significantly improving his spiritual fire skills. Surely, he could reach perfection by the time of the Alchemy Exchange Conference in 3 months. She was already starting to feel some pressure. Thinking this way, Ji Fuyao nodded and said, Master, I'll try my best. In a few days, I'll enter the flame abyss secret realm to cultivate. Lu Xian nodded subtly. In the time that followed, Lu Xian continued his lazy lifestyle. With free time on his hands, he composed poetry, painted, and read storybooks to pass the time, living an extremely comfortable life. Every day, the system's delightful voice never ceased. Ding! Host's eldest disciple Ji Fuyao has gained enlightenment in spiritual fire. Synchronization initiated. Ding! The host's second disciple's alchemy proficiency is rising. Commencing synchronization. Ding! Much better. Lying down is enough to elevate your state and enlightenment. What a conscientious system. During this period, the sect master and others were somewhat curious. Qingxian Peak was unusually quiet. Apart from eating, Yi Chen spent all his time secluded in his cave abode cultivating. Ji Fuyao had already entered the second level of the blazing abyss secret realm to train. As for Lu Xian, they couldn't even muster the energy to complain. He remained exactly as before. The sect master said to Elder Mu, Lu Xian really has it easy as a master. He doesn't have to manage anything. Both disciples already know exactly what they need to do. Elder Mu smiled faintly. In that case, becoming Lu Xian's disciple, apart from the lack of guidance, actually seems quite freeing. For geniuses like them, unless they hit a cultivation bottleneck, they rarely need much interference. The sect master nodded. That's true. Fuyao has broken several profound realm records again in the second layer of the fire abyss. Elder Mu's gaze deepened as he sighed with admiration. Both of Lu Xian's disciples are truly promising talents. The sect leader smiled, but their continued presence on Qingxian Peak has left everyone feeling unsettled. Elder Mu nodded in profound agreement. A momentary silence fell. Suddenly, Elder Mu asked, How are the preparations for the Alchemy Exchange Conference coming along? The sect leader replied, proceeding according to plan, without any major issues. The old Taoist said, exactly right. Supreme Mystic Sect. Nandong Baishua reluctantly left Qinshao and returned to Yunyang Peak. Clad in gray robes, the Yunyang alchemy saint smiled and said, Baishue, your trip to the Yi family has severed your past ties, leaving no lingering attachments in your heart. Having cut off Yi Chen's records and removed this mental obstacle, your cultivation will now advance by leaps and bounds. Nandong Baishua slightly furrowed her brows. Master, there was an unexpected incident during this trip to the Yi family. The Cloud Young Pill Sage inquired, Oh, what happened? Nangong Baishue replied, that good-for-nothing Yi Chen suddenly regained his ability to cultivate and has now become a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Saint Cloudsun's expression shifted slightly. Is that so? Do you know which spiritual peak Yi Chen has joined? Nangong Shuabai replied, Green Mystery Peak, under Lu Xian. Hearing this, Saint Cloudsun chuckled dryly, forget about Yi Chen. By joining Green Mystery Peak, he's already ruined. Besides, what's begun has ended, there's no connection between you anymore. Nangong Shuabai nodded, very well. The Cloud Yang alchemy sage said, rest assured, when we go to the Great Tao sect this time, if Yi Chen doesn't know what's good for him, I'll stand up for you. Nangong Shuabai bowed respectfully and said, many thanks, master. Next, Nangong Shuabai began her closed-door cultivation. Elsewhere, atop the Taishang Peak, Qin Shao continued preparing for the Divine Sun competition. The Qin family provided Qin Shao with vast cultivation resources. If Qin Shao could become the Divine Sun of the Supreme Profound Sect, the Qin family's prestige in the southern wastelands would rise even higher. On this day, the Qin family elders descended upon the Supreme Profound Sect, bringing Qin Shao copious amounts of supreme-grade spirit stones and medicinal pills. Qin Shao informed the Qin family elders about the incident during his journey to the Nangong by Shuizhi family. The elder of the Qin family nodded faintly. Since the engagement has been annulled, there is no longer any connection with the Yi family. Qin Shao asked, can we just eliminate the Yi family? They're too much of a nuisance. The Qin elder frowned, let's discuss this matter later, at least after you secure the position of Divine Sun. If our Qin family were to act against the Yi family now, with their pitiful status, it would be seen as bullying the weak and tarnish our Qin family's reputation. However, as for Yi Chen, since he has joined the Great Tao sect, we can find an opportunity to arrange life or death challenges between him and some of our geniuses to eliminate him. Qin Shao nodded, understood, everything takes precedence for the battle for the divine childhood. The elder of the Qin family said, correct. Qin Shao said, my master has already exchanged the first volume of the Taishang scripture for me. This cultivation technique truly lives up to its reputation as the supreme foundational art of the Taishang mystic sect. Its offensive power is utterly heaven-defying. If combined seamlessly with my Qin family's peerless technique, my combat strength could increase at least tenfold. The elder of the Qin family pondered thoughtfully and slowly said, the Supreme Classic ranks among the top 10 imperial-level techniques in the southern wasteland, even surpassing the Great Tao Classic. The Great Tao Scripture governs the way of nature, containing a terrifying Tao resonance, while the Supreme Scripture focuses on conquest. This is particularly suitable for you, which is why we wanted you to join the Supreme Profound sect back then. Qin Shao declared, Elder, when you return, you can inform my father and the ancestor, the position of Divine Son is something I, Qin Shao, am determined to claim. The Qin family elder wore a satisfied expression before departing. As Qin Shao watched the elder's retreating figure, his thoughts involuntarily turned to Yi Chen. With a disdainful sneer, he muttered, just an ant, nothing more. Great Tao Sect, Qingxian Peak. Half a month passed quickly. During this time, Ji Fuyo had been cultivating in the Fire Abyss secret realm, while Yi Chen balanced alchemy refining with his own cultivation. Ji Fuyao's realm had advanced to third-level mystic sovereign realm, and her mastery of spiritual flames was just one step away from half-step perfection. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already mastered the art of refining jade-tier elixirs with remarkable proficiency. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the late-stage mystic emperor realm. Lu Xian's gains were nothing short of extraordinary. He had directly advanced to the 8th level of the mystic venerable realm. His mastery of spiritual flames continued to advance relentlessly toward the transcendent realm. This day, Lu Xian was lying in front of the thatched cottage, basking in the sun. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Ji Fuyao's path of spirit fire has reached half-step completion. Commencing synchronization of insights. Boom! Lu Xian felt his comprehension of the path of spirit fire deepen significantly. After achieving the great perfection of the path of spiritual flames, one can transcend the mortal realm. The so-called transcendent realm means gradually touching upon a glimpse of the true essence of spiritual flames, presenting an opportunity to prove one's way to emperorship through the path of spiritual flames in the future. The transcendent realm consists of 10 levels. Yao Yan has reached the 5th level of the spiritual flames transcendent realm. And now, Ji Fuyo had gone from the minor accomplishment realm to half-step perfection in less than 3 months, utterly unbelievable. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Well done. Fuyao just made it on the last day and completed the mission. At this moment, the jade slip in Lu Xian's embrace trembled slightly. He channeled his spiritual energy into it. Yi Chen's voice came through as he spoke somewhat sheepishly. Master, I'm going into seclusion for the next few days to attempt breaking through to the mystic rank as an alchemist, so I won't be able to cook for you. I'll make it up to you after I come out. Lu Xian gave a faint smile. No problem at all. Go ahead with your seclusion. Yi Chen said, Thank you, Master. Lu Xian nodded slightly. Now, the disciple nurturing mission of Ji Fuyo is complete. But Yi Chen's nurturing mission wasn't yet complete. With only a few days remaining, advancing from Jade rank alchemist to Mystic rank alchemist posed no small challenge. Yet Lu Xian remained confident Yi Chen would undoubtedly break through to become a Mystic rank alchemist. Dinner time arrived quickly. Lu Xian decided to cook in person today. In high spirits, he began frying some spirit chicken. Today was cheat day. Spirit chicken steak, spirit chicken nuggets, spirit chicken family bucket. Sizzle. Grease splatters everywhere. Suddenly, a lively, silvery voice rang out outside the thatched cottage. Master! Lu Xian turned his head to see Ji Fuyo standing at the doorstep of the thatched cottage in a fiery red dress, her smile as radiant as summer blossoms. Lu Xian grinned. Fuyao, you're back? Ji Fuyo tilted her snow-white neck slightly and nodded. Master, I've completed my task. I didn't disappoint you. Today, she had finally taken half a step toward perfection in the path of spiritual fire, and she couldn't wait to share this good news with her master first. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Then let's take a break and taste my cooking. For the next few days, Yi Chen will be in seclusion, so it'll just be the two of us for meals. Okay. Ji Fuyo didn't leave but stood at the thatched cottage entrance watching Lu Xian prepare the meal. Lu Xian's cooking flowed like a breeze, executed in one smooth and graceful motion. Ji Fuyo scrutinized each of Lu Xian's movements carefully, comparing them against her own techniques. Lu Xian manipulated the spiritual flame with effortless ease, its power responding to his will with a natural, rhythmic flow that carried an air of spontaneity. Soon, Ji Fuyo reached a conclusion. She still needed more practice. His words had long been engraved deep in her heart. Cooking too is a form of cultivation. She always felt there was something about her master that embodied great truths or profoundly simple, and the Tao follows nature. This was a profound insight she had gained from the scripture of the Great Tao. As stated in the scripture of the Great Tao, the Tao follows nature. The truly powerful do not rely on external aids, they transcend worldly attachments no longer dependent on arduous cultivation. Instead, their own path merges with heaven and earth, cultivating effortlessly and imperceptibly. Ji Fuyo sensed that Lu Xian had already entered this state long ago. She let out a soft sigh. The gap between her and her master was still vast, as wide as the distance between clouds and mud. She knew full well that in her past life, though she had attained the Emperor realm through the path of spirit flame, it was mostly achieved through arduous cultivation. This lifetime, under Lu Xian's guidance, her comprehension of the spirit flame path had gained profound new depths. Her breakthrough in the spiritual flame path came so quickly because it was more about enlightenment. Cultivation without contemplation leads to confusion. Contemplation without cultivation leads to peril. In this lifetime, following Lu Xian, she balanced both cultivation and contemplation, which is why her progress was swift and her mastery of the spiritual flame advanced rapidly. At this thought, Ji Fuyao asked, Master, I've now reached the threshold of great perfection. To truly achieve great perfection, I must comprehend the path of nature. How do you think I should proceed? Chapter 49 Ji Fuyao departs. To achieve true consummation, one must comprehend the way of nature. How do you think I should proceed? Hearing this, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. He was pondering how to explain. The so-called great perfection is the initial touch of the ultimate Tao, where the Tao follows nature. But how can the term nature be encapsulated in mere words? Although Lu Xian had already reached the great perfection of spirit fire due to the system's influence, articulating this principle was no easy task. As the saying goes, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. While frying a spirit chicken cutlet, Lu Xian pondered how to explain it to Ji Fuyao. Seeing Lu Xian remain silent, Ji Fuyao shifted her gaze to observe his movements. Lu Xian's movements flowed as naturally as drifting clouds and running water, subtly harmonizing with the Tao of nature itself. Suddenly, Ji Fuyao's delicate frame shuddered. She realized with awe her master was imparting wisdom through embodiment. A moment later, Ji Fuyao said softly, Master, thank you for your guidance. I understand now. Lu Xian was stunned. Wait, what? He hadn't even said anything yet. How did Ji Fuyao come to this realization? But by then, Ji Fuyao had already entered a state of enlightenment. Just now, Lu Xian's movements flowed like water, appearing to Ji Fuyao as if they naturally resonated with the rhythms of the Tao. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual fire surged from Ji Fuyao's body. This spiritual fire continuously transformed, sometimes blazing intensely like a dragon's breath refining heaven and earth, other times dimming as if a candlelight on the verge of extinguishing. Finally, under Ji Fuyao's control, this spiritual fire began to evolve into a bizarre state. The time it takes for one incense stick to burn has passed. Ji Fuyao remains deep in contemplation. The time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn has passed. Several hours later, the aura around Ji Fuyao gradually returns to a state of natural harmony. That mystical flame energy manifests in an incredibly profound manner, seemingly merging with the small realm of the thatched cottage, yet in truth, its power knows no boundaries. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Ji Fuyao has comprehended something extraordinary. The spiritual flames surrounding her now, blending with the momentum of heaven and earth, actually conceal lethal intent. The slightest disturbance could trigger a violent transformation of these spiritual flames. This is the way of nature that Ji Fuyao has realized. A moment later, Ji Fuyao slowly opened her eyes, her delicate jade-like hand extending as the spiritual flame gradually shrank, ultimately condensing in her palm. She looked at Lu Xian with excitement and said, Master, I've figured out the path forward. The power of the spiritual flame silently aligns with nature. Though seemingly weak, it can actually harness the forces of heaven and earth to unleash even more terrifying power. Right now, she had only grasped the rudiments of this understanding. If she achieves great enlightenment in the future, she will far surpass her previous life. Looking back now, though she had attained the Emperor's path through spiritual fire in her past life, she had rushed through it hastily without profound enlightenment. Guided by Lu Xian in this life, she has already exceeded her former self by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Lu Xian's ears. Ding! Synchronizing the spiritual fire insights of your eldest disciple, Ji Fuyao. Instantly, a vast flood of spiritual fire enlightenment surged into Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Ji Fuyao had already found the path to future emperor certification. It was to silently align with heaven and earth, return to nature, thereby borrowing the power of the cosmos to unleash the ultimate force of slaughter. This time, Lu Xian directly took a giant stride toward the transcendent realm of the spiritual fire path. The harvest was enormous. Above the great perfection in the spiritual fire path lies the transcendent realm. After a moment, Lu Xian composed himself and smiled at Ji Fuyao. Fuyao, you've done well this time. Ji Fuyao's cheeks flushed slightly. If Master hadn't taught me by personal example, I wouldn't have been able to grasp it. I've found the path to proving my path to emperorship in this lifetime. Lu Xian nodded, excellent, truly excellent. But let's start eating now. He reheated the bucket of spirit chicken pieces once more. Ji Fuyao said somewhat sheepishly, Master, my apologies for making you wait so long. Lu Xian gave a faint smile, it's of no consequence. Soon, Lu Xian brought out the spiritual chicken family bucket and placed it on the stone table. This was Ji Fuyao's first time trying it. She exclaimed how delicious it was. Master, what you made smells amazing. I want to learn too. Her delicate lips were smeared with oil, making her stunning beauty appear even more alluring. This made Lu Xian unconsciously glance at her a few more times. Ji Fuyao blushed and touched her cheek. Master, is there something on my face? Lu Xian gave a faint smile. It's nothing. Before long, Lu Xian and Ji Fuyao finished their meal with great satisfaction. Now following Lu Xian, she no longer resisted eating. On the contrary, she felt there were many delicious foods waiting to be discovered. After eating, Lu Xian lay down outside the thatched cottage to rest. Ji Fuyao, meanwhile, washed the dishes inside the cottage. Lu Xian said, "Oh, by the way, Fuyao, come to my cave abode tomorrow. I have some gifts for you. The system will distribute rewards tomorrow." It's time to replenish Ji Fuyao's treasures and speed up her cultivation. Hearing this, Ji Fuyao trembled slightly and replied, "Alright, is Master going to give her something good again? At long last." To be honest, during this period, Master has given junior brother Yi Chen many priceless treasures, far more than she's ever received. A tinge of envy lingers in the depths of her heart. Ji Fuyao couldn't help but start speculating. What would her master give her tomorrow? She felt a little excited. After a while, Ji Fuyao tidied up the thatched cottage and said to Lu Xian, "Master, I'll go back to practice first. What I comprehended earlier was just a rudimentary form. I need to ponder it more carefully." Lu Xian nodded and said, "Alright." Ji Fuyao departed gracefully. Watching Ji Fuyao's retreating figure, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. These disciples are all too diligent. With such heaven-defying talent and still working so hard, how could the other prodigies of the southern wasteland ever compare? On the other side, Ji Fuyao returned to her cave dwelling and sat cross-legged, the flame-red robe draped around her, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. Extending her delicate jade-like hands, she prepared to begin her cultivation. Suddenly, the voice transmission jade slip within her storage ring vibrated. Ji Fuyao channeled her spiritual power into it. The voice of Qing Yan, commander of the Dragon Guard of the Fuyao Empire, came through. "Your Majesty the Empress, we have arrived at Sangzhou and visited the headquarters of Zuexian Tower." Ji Fuyao asked, "What's the situation?" Qing Yan said with some anger, "These people showed no recognition at all. Even with your Majesty's token, they refused to acknowledge it, insisting you must appear in person." At this moment, Wang Man said coldly, "Your Majesty, I suggest mobilizing the Dragon Guard and the Yi family immediately to eliminate Zuexian Tower. Such ungrateful wretches don't deserve to exist." Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze shimmering with divine brilliance. "In that case, it seems I must journey to Zhangzhou." Wang Man spoke up, "Your Majesty, I fear that even with your personal arrival, they may still refuse to submit." A trace of anger surfaced on Ji Fuyao's face as she declared, "Then there will no longer be any need for Zue Xianlu to exist." Wang Man asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Ji Fuyao replied calmly, "Let's return to the Black Flame Mountains first." Qing Yan and the others immediately responded, "As you command. We shall await your Majesty's arrival at the Black Flame Mountains." Ji Fuyao nodded slightly. A moment later, Ji Fuyao put away the jade slip used for voice transmission, a glint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. It must be known that during that battle long ago, nearly all of the cultivation resources of Emperor Fuyao's dynasty were taken away by her three former subordinates of the drunken immortal pavilion. These were the resources of an entire imperial dynasty. Yet now they dare to consider betraying Emperor Fuyao's dynasty? How could she allow this? However, 3,000 years is too long a time. Variables may have emerged during this period. Whether the drunken immortal tower has defected remains uncertain at present. Ji Fuyao decided to head to the drunken immortal tower in Sangzhou. At this thought, Ji Fuyao murmured to herself, "I'll be apart from Master again for some time. This separation might last longer than before." Then, she gathered her focus and began her cultivation. The next day, Lu Xian woke up naturally from sleep. He stretched lazily on the Xian ice bed, feeling thoroughly content. The system's voice promptly sounded at just the right moment. Ding! Synchronizing host's first disciple Ji Fuyao's spiritual fire insights. Ding! Synchronizing host's second disciple Yi Chen's alchemy insights. Soon, massive waves of comprehension energy surged into his mind. It felt as though someone had forcibly crammed volumes of knowledge directly into his brain. A strange feeling, but also quite pleasant. After that, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the time-limited training mission for the first disciple. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring immense cultivation foundations. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 6-star Emperor-grade Spirit Spear, Skyrend. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Fire Dao Principle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 million top-grade Spirit Stones. The voice fell. Boom! A surge of incredibly pure spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's body, rushing through his meridians like roaring rivers. The tingling sensation spread across his entire being like lightning. Lu Xian trembled slightly. His cultivation was skyrocketing, breaking through a minor realm directly, entered the ninefold Xuanzuan realm. Next, Lu Xian began to inspect the system rewards. With a thought, the 6-star Emperor's weapon, the sky-splitting spear, appeared in his hand. This is an Emperor's weapon of the fire attribute. Screech! Although this Emperor's weapon is in a sealed state, it surges with blazing ferocious power. As Lu Xian placed his hand on the spear, streaks of spiritual fire energy flickered, coiling around the spear shaft like lightning. Lu Xian could sense that this spear contained an absolutely terrifying willpower. The path of spiritual fire governs slaughter and conquest, and this long spear skysplitter surged with terrifying imperial might, its killing intent and combat frenzy endlessly billowing forth, its power overwhelming. Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "What a spear! Truly magnificent!" After a moment, he put away the imperial weapon skysplitter and took out the fire Dao rule to examine it. The fire Dao rule was currently sealed, resembling a small cube no larger than a palm. Yet one could still sense the terrifying power contained within, as if once the seal was broken, it could instantly scorch the heavens and boil the seas, refine the cosmos, and illuminate all realms. The fire Dao principle harbors an exceedingly profound essence of Dao and rhyme, not just a trace, not incomplete, but entirely whole. Within the seal, this fire Dao principle continuously morphed into various mysterious forms, now coalescing into an abyss of flames, then transforming into a colossal sun, and at times condensing into a fiery vein. Lu Xian's heart trembled in secret awe. What effects arise from fusing with this fire Dao principle? The system explained, once someone assimilates the fire Dao principle, it means they are destined to attain the imperial realm in the future. Lu Xian was somewhat shocked. Destined to attain the imperial realm. The system continued, the so-called imperial realm is about verifying one's own Dao with the harmony of heaven and earth. The fire Dao principle can be considered as a Dao already recognized by heaven and earth. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. In other words, this fire Dao principle is an officially sanctioned Dao by the heavenly Dao. Fusing with the fire Dao principle instantly guarantees ascension to Great Emperor. This is absolutely insane. Chapter 50, Memory of a 5-Star Pill Emperor. Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent! This fire Dao principle is truly remarkable." He stored the fire Dao principle away and gazed at the 10 million supreme great spirit stones within his system space, his heart stirring with excitement. It actually piled up into a small mountain. Bear in mind, his thrifty master, Xingshan Sage, had left him plenty of spirit stones, but only a few 100,000 top-grade ones. Now the system actually gave him 10 million in one go. This is absolutely outrageous. Lu Xian let out a long breath and praised the system. "Well done this time, system. Your reward isn't half bad." The system said, "Call me daddy, Lu Xian? This damn system is acting up again." Before long, Lu Xian immediately sent a voice message to Ji Fuyao. Soon, Ji Fuyao gracefully stepped into Lu Xian's cave abode, clad in a flowing crimson dress. Her breathtakingly beautiful face radiated youthful charm, while her curvaceous figure traced perfect contours. A faint divine aura emanated from her, resembling an immortal descended from the heavens. Lu Xian said with a smile, "Fuyao, next, your master has 3 gifts for you." Ji Fuyao's delicate body trembled slightly. 3 gifts. This exceeded her expectations. Lu Xian gave a faint smile as he brought out the Emperor Tier spear, sundering heaven, and introduced, "This Emperor Tier weapon is a fire attribute spiritual artifact, specializing in slaughter. It suits you perfectly." Ji Fuyao stared at the Emperor Tier weapon before her eyes in astonishment. A 6-star Emperor grade treasure. Lu Xian handed sundering heaven to Ji Fuyao. Ji Fuyao caressed the Emperor weapon Skyrend, and instantly, the terrifyingly formidable spiritual firepower resonated with her body. She could sense the terrifying will contained within this Emperor weapon. It was practically tailor-made for her. The Skyrend spear was far more powerful than the 1-star Emperor weapon from her past life. Had she possessed the sky-splitting spear in her previous life, she surely could have slain those 3 great emperors from the Heavenly Net Palace. Lu Xian smiled, reaching out to tap Ji Fuyao's forehead lightly. A brilliant divine radiance surged into Ji Fuyao's mind. Lu Xian said, "Take it. I've already taught you the method to claim ownership." Additionally, this emperor's weapon, sky-splitting, has several layers of seals within it, which will gradually unlock as your cultivation progresses. However, to prevent any unexpected situations, you can forcibly break the next seal. Ji Fuyao slightly tilted her snow-white neck, her peaks rising and falling with emotion as she bowed respectfully to Lu Xian. "Thank you, master." Lu Xian smiled faintly. The second gift, the Dao principle of fire. As he spoke, a mysterious cube appeared in Lu Xian's palm. Within it, the Dao principle of fire continuously transformed shapes, leaping wildly. Ji Fuyao took the fire Dao rule and froze in place. She perceived the aura of Dao and rhyme. This tiny cube contained terrifying primordial power. In her previous life, she had attained the imperial realm through the path of spiritual fire, obtaining a wisp of imperial origin energy that carried this exact essence. Yet compared to what now lay before her, the imperial origin she'd condensed seemed pathetically weak. A possibility surfaced in her mind. Ji Fuyao's voice trembled, "Master, could this be the legendary fire Dao principle?" Lu Xian replied, "Correct." Ji Fuyao's starry eyes shimmered as she gazed at Lu Xian with incomparable astonishment. "This is truly an item of legend. Once fused and refined, it will surely prove imperial might. And if an emperor were to refine this object, they might even glimpse realms beyond the imperial stage. Ji Fuyao's heart surged with towering waves of emotion. Once this item appears in the world, it might attract some emperor-level powerhouses to fight over it. Ji Fuyao's eyes burned with intensity, her breathing growing rapid. Now that she possessed the searing heaven scripture and the Great Tao Sutra, if she could refine this fire Tao principle, she was confident she could reach the pinnacle of emperor-level strength in the future. At this thought, Ji Fuyao's delicate jade-like hands trembled slightly. Master, this is too precious. This thing can help create the most mighty sovereign. Lu Xian smiled faintly. It's just a mere fragment of the fire Tao. Take it and use it. There are plenty of treasures where your master comes from. Ji Fuyao was stunned on the spot. As expected of my master, he casually took out the 6-star Emperor weapon Skyrend and the Fire Tao principle. She hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the Fire Tao principle. Lu Xian gave a faint smile. With this artifact's empowerment, your cultivation speed will increase exponentially. Ji Fuyao declared, Master, I swear to cultivate with all my might. Lu Xian couldn't help but nod, feeling extremely pleased. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. His investment would bring immense returns without any risk. Ji Fuyao hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, I might need to leave your side again for some time. There are matters in the Fuyao imperial dynasty that require my attention. Lu Xian suddenly recalled, what's the current stance of that organization of yours called Drunken Immortal Tower? Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly and shook her head. Xin Yan and the others have been there. Drunken Immortal Tower's position remains very unclear. Lu Xian slightly furrowed his brows. If they dare to betray us, eliminate them directly, show no mercy. Ji Fuyao nodded. Go ahead, Lu Xian said. Your junior brother is at Qingxian Peak, so there shouldn't be any issues. Oh, and take these spirit stones for your use. As he spoke, Lu Xian tossed a spatial ring toward Ji Fuyao. Ji Fuyao caught it, extended his spiritual sense inside, and was instantly rooted to the spot in shock. 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones were piled into a mountain, glittering with dazzling brilliance. Soon, she composed herself. After all, even treasures like the 6-star imperial weapon Skyrend and the Fire Tao principles had been casually gifted to her by her master. These 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones likely meant little to him. Ji Fuyao accepted the storage ring with a radiant smile. Master, I'll head to the mission hall to pick up a task before I leave. Lu Xian said, alright, be careful once you're out there. Ji Fuyao replied, soon. After making her preparations and bidding farewell to Lu Xian, Ji Fuyao stepped atop a divine rainbow that appeared beneath her feet and soared into the sky, leaving Qingxian Peak behind. She accepted a 3-month mission at the mission hall before departing via teleportation array. A few days later, Lu Xian lay leisurely on the mysterious ice bed in his cave abode, thoroughly enjoying his storybook. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the timed mentorship mission for your second disciple. Lu Xian checked Yi Chen's system panel. Second disciple, Yi Chen. Realm, early stage profound sovereign. Cultivation technique, primordial heaven scripture. Alchemy proficiency, 5th rank mystic grade alchemist. Treasure, Great Tao Lock, devouring heaven furnace. Bone-chilling nether flame. Lu Xian nodded with great satisfaction. Excellent. In just 1 month, Yi Chen has not only become a profound rank alchemist but also broken through to the profound sovereign realm, excelling in both alchemy and cultivation simultaneously. Lu Xian thought to himself, when he advised Yi Chen to balance work and rest, he meant taking breaks when tired from alchemy practice. Not tired of alchemy? Then go practice the desolate heaven scripture. Has my disciple misunderstood something? At this thought, Lu Xian shook his head with a smile. With such high talent and still so diligent, unlike me, actually, this is quite good too. At that moment, the system's melodious voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring immense cultivation foundations. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 5-star alchemy emperor's memories. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring half a stock of ancient supreme medicinal herb. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 1 offensive jade slip. Ding! Congratulations, host, for additionally obtaining a fragment of the ultimate great emperor's array runes. The voice fell. A surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into Lu Xian's body. He directly broke through to the peak late-stage profound venerable realm. After a moment, Lu Xian restrained his aura and smiled faintly. Just 1 step away, and I can enter the profound saint realm. This cultivation speed is simply too fast. In less than 3 months, he had advanced from the Qi refining realm to the 9th level mystic venerate realm. If his bargain bin master were still around, he would surely be overjoyed to death. Then, with a thought from Lu Xian, a dazzlingly radiant sphere of light materialized in the palm of his hand. It was none other than the five-star alchemic emperor's memories. Lu Xian could sense the terrifying amount of information contained within this luminous mass. If it were to flood into his mind all at once, his brain would surely explode. At that moment, the system prompted, "Host need not worry, I have sealed these alchemy emperor memories with multiple layers of protection. They will only gradually unravel." Lu Xian nodded. Understood. He stored away the Dan Emperor's memories and took out half an ancient medicinal herb. Though it was only the size of an arm and appeared utterly unremarkable, an incomparably rich vitality instantly radiated from it, its vast and boundless power surging through Lu Xian's body. An incredibly strong allure seemed to beckon Lu Xian, tempting him to swallow this ancient herb. Lu Xian patted the roots of the ancient herb and chuckled. Trying to make me eat you? Well, I won't. This ancient great herb had already developed spiritual consciousness. Under Lu Xian's pat, its roots immediately quivered and ceased emitting that bewitching energy. Lu Xian examined it carefully and remarked indifferently, "Is this the ancient great herb that even the Forbidden Zone emperors covet? It's nothing special really." The ancient great herb trembled slightly, as if expressing its displeasure. Lu Xian chuckled, "Quite the tsundere, aren't you?" As he spoke, he deposited the ancient supreme medicine into the system space. Then he took out that attacked jade slip and began examining it. The system prompted, "This jade slip can be activated 10 times. It instantly annihilates anyone below quasi-emperor level." Lu Xian curled his lips dismissively. "It'll do." Then Lu Xian took out a palm-sized crystal. As his spiritual sense penetrated it, the interior of the crystal immediately erupted with blazing divine radiance. The dazzling light continuously gave rise to terrifying spiritual patterns, resembling a river of stars. This was a fragment of an emperor-grade formation pattern. Within this formation pattern, it was as if an entire domain had manifested, swirling with obscure and ancient energy, appearing profoundly mysterious. The system explained, "Host, this is a reward for completing additional tasks. You can refine it once done. As long as you know the destination, you can traverse the void across the southern wasteland and arrive at your target location in an instant." Lu Xian was somewhat astonished. "This is great. This is truly great." From then on, the vast southern wilderness was his to roam freely. The system imparted to Lu Xian the method of refinement. Lu Xian sat cross-legged, his hands weaving mystical seals as he murmured incantations. The mysteries of heaven are boundless. Where the mind goes, the furthest horizon is but a step away. Soon, this fragment of the ultimate emperor's formation runes was directly refined by Lu Xian. Lu Xian gained a moment of enlightenment. This so-called fragment of the emperor's formation runes was actually the power of formations governed by the rules of the formation emperor. However, his fragment of the earth formation runes could be used indefinitely. Lu Xian couldn't help but praise the system. "System, you've done an excellent job." The system responded, "If you know how to compliment, then say more." Lu Xian. Before long, Lu Xian summoned Yi Chen to his presence. With a respectful bow, Yi Chen greeted Lu Xian with a smile. "Master." Lu Xian nodded and said, "Yi Chen, you've already stepped into the ranks of a Xian rank alchemist. I've witnessed all your hard work during this time. Do you enjoy alchemy?" Yi Chen replied, "Master, I do enjoy alchemy, but I don't want to neglect my martial arts training either." A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Xian's lips as he asked, "Yi Chen, do you aspire to prove your path to the martial emperor realm through the Tao of alchemy in the future?" With blazing determination in his eyes, Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly, "Master, I do." As soon as these words were spoken, Yao Yan directly flew out from the jade pendant on Yi Chen's chest. Yao Yan looked at Lu Xian in shock, sensing that Lu Xian was about to do something grand. "Peak Master Lu, do you perhaps have a method to prove the path of Dan Emperor?" With a faint smile, Lu Xian flicked his finger, and a radiant light cluster materialized before Yi Chen. Yi Chen gazed in shock at the glowing sphere, sensing the terrifying power contained within it. His voice trembled as he asked, "Master, what is this?" Lu Xian replied, "The memories of a five-star alchemy emperor." Chapter 51, The Tao Principle of Fire. Yao Yan stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "The memories of a five-star alchemy emperor." Yi Chen was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. If he fused with this five-star alchemy emperor's memories, he would be stepping forward on the shoulders of an emperor. Becoming an alchemy emperor was only a matter of time. Lu Xian smiled and imparted the refined spiritual technique to Yi Chen. "Within this cluster of memories, I have laid several seals. They will gradually unlock as your cultivation progresses." Yao Yan's illusory soul trembled as he turned to Lu Xian. "Peak Master Lu, might I also witness the memories of this five-star alchemy emperor? I am willing to pay any price." Diane. This was the very realm he had pursued all his life. To hear the way in the morning and die at night is happiness indeed. Now an opportunity to prove his path to becoming an emperor lies before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? Yao Yan was willing to sacrifice everything for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Xian casually remarked, "Old Yao, you are Yi Chen's master in alchemy and also his family. Naturally, you are permitted to observe." Yao Yan's mind instantly went blank with overwhelming excitement. He, too, could now comprehend the memories of this alchemy emperor. Yao Yan's soul trembled with excitement, so overwhelmed he could barely speak. He wanted to confirm once more, Sect Master Lu, are there any conditions if I choose to comprehend this? Lu Xian replied indifferently, it's just some memories of a mere 5-star alchemy emperor, nothing particularly valuable. Yao Yan was utterly stunned. His heart surged with monstrous waves. In his view, a 5-star alchemy emperor was already in existence far beyond his reach. But what significance could this hold in the eyes of someone as formidable as Lu Xian? Such was the immense gap between him and Lu Xian. In that moment, to Yao Yan, Lu Xian stood as lofty and unattainable as a towering mountain, a revered figure deserving only awestruck admiration. With a smile, Lu Xian said, Elder Yao, assist Yi Chen in refining this cluster of memories. Yao Yan nodded gravely. All right. His mind involuntarily recalled the words of that supreme expert from the desolate ancient forbidden zone, whose body was covered in eerie and ominous traces. Today's cause, tomorrow's effect. He had exhausted everything to escort Yi Chen out of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, believing his life would end there, yet unexpectedly, he encountered an opportunity to ascend to the Emperor realm. All of this is worth it. Beside him, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, his spiritual hand seals changing as he began refining the memories of the alchemy emperor. Yao Yan stood guard by his side. A flood of information poured into Yi Chen's mind, crashing against his consciousness like mighty rivers. Half a day later, within Yi Chen's consciousness lay a tranquil, boundless river of dazzling stars. This was precisely the sealed memories of the alchemy emperor. Given Yi Chen's current cultivation level, the alchemy emperor's memories were like 3,000 weak waters. He could only scoop a single ladleful. Through the fractured starlight scattered across the memory galaxy of the alchemy emperor, Yi Chen glimpsed several utterly astonishing scenes of alchemy. Whether it was the path of spiritual flames, expertise in plants, or alchemy techniques, that alchemy emperor had mastered them to perfection, leaving Yi Chen utterly awestruck. Yi Chen couldn't possibly bear the full weight of those memories now, but with Yao Yan's help, he could intercept a single tributary. His heart raced with excitement. Even a casual gesture from his master was such an overwhelmingly generous gift. It's too shocking. Yi Chen thought about it. From the moment Lu Xian accepted him as a disciple until now, Lu Xian had bestowed countless treasures upon him but never asked for anything in return. It's too selfless. At this thought, a strong determination arose in Yi Chen's heart. He must strive to become stronger, reach the pinnacle of cultivation, and repay his master's kindness. A moment later, Yi Chen withdrew his aura and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Lu Xian with excitement. Thank you, master. Lu Xian nodded. Next, there are still 2 months until the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Prepare yourself well. Yi Chen replied, understood. Lu Xian turned to Yao Yan, Master Yao, I'll trouble you to guide him further during this time. Yao Yan quickly waved his hands. I don't deserve such praise, I really don't deserve it. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Alright, Yi Chen, while refining pills in the coming days, don't neglect your cultivation training either. Yi Chen replied, understood, master. With these words, Yi Chen took his leave from Lu Xian. He couldn't wait to return to his cave dwelling to examine the alchemy emperor's memories. After returning to the cave dwelling, Yao Yan immediately floated out, sounding somewhat shocked as he said, Chener, just now in your master's cave dwelling, I discovered something truly astonishing. Yi Chen asked, what is it? Medicine Flame said, there's an aura of ancient grand medicine in your master's cave dwelling. There's absolutely no mistake about it. Yi Chen froze where he stood. Ancient grand medicine. Even for an emperor-level powerhouse, this would be an extremely coveted treasure. Even his master actually possesses such an item. Yao Yan exhaled softly and said, Chener, your master is truly unfathomable, not only peerless in cultivation, but also profoundly resourceful. I now suspect your master's wealth of treasures surpasses even our entire Yao family. What? Yi Chen cried out in astonishment. The medicine family was a hegemon-level power in the southern wilderness, spanning several epochs throughout its long history, with unfathomable foundations. And now, Elder Yao actually felt that his master was even more terrifying than the medicine family? Yao Yan's voice trembled. At the very least, in our medicine family, we would never casually bestow such a terrifying emperor-tier treasure. Lu Xian had completely shattered his preconceptions. Since when have emperor-tier treasures become as common as cabbage? Yao Yan said with a mysterious expression, Chener, I suspect your master has actually been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer. The reason he appears so youthful is because he continuously consumes ancient supreme elixirs. Yi Chen was stunned on the spot. The master looks far too young, yet unexpectedly turns out to be an ancient monster who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. For a moment, Yi Chen felt even greater awe and respect for Lu Xian. Yao Yan sighed with emotion. In the southern wastelands, hegemon-level forces aren't the ultimate peak, but I believe your master has already reached that supreme pinnacle. Who would have thought the great Tao sect harbored such a reclusive powerhouse? Yi Chen nodded. The key is that our esteemed master is far too modest. He'd rather endure misunderstandings and quietly remain on Qingxian Peak. With profound reverence, Yao Yan said, "This is what a true supreme expert looks like, transcending worldly affairs." A look of longing appeared on Yi Chen's face. From his master, there was always more to learn, far more than he could ever master. Yao Yan turned to Yi Chen and said, "In 2 months, the Alchemy Exchange Conference will begin. Top forces like the Supreme Profound Sect, the Yao family, the Pill Fragrance Sect, and the Azure Wood Academy will all attend. It's a grand gathering of alchemy talents. You must perform well and bring honor to your master." Yi Chen nodded firmly. "I'll do my best." In the path of alchemy, Yi Chen has already reached the Xian rank alchemist level, and beyond Xian rank are Wang rank, Di rank, and Tian rank. The road of alchemy ahead will only become increasingly difficult to traverse. However, now that he possesses the memories of the Alchemy Emperor, he has absolute confidence to shine brilliantly in the Tao of alchemy. Yao Yan suddenly frowned. Perhaps Nangong Bai Shui will also descend upon the great Tao sect. Yi Chen said with a cold expression, "She and I are no longer related." Medicine Yen nodded and sighed, saying, "Chener, I was originally worried about whether to pass on the medicine family's alchemy techniques to you, but had some concerns. Now that you possess the Alchemy Emperor's memories, everything falls into place." Yi Chen said, "Master is so thoughtful." With that, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Alchemy Emperor's memories. The medicinal flame activated the supreme secret technique of the Yao family, aiding Yi Chen in continuously refining the vast memories of the Alchemy Emperor. These memories poured down like a celestial river, cascading thousands of miles, so overwhelming that even the quasi-emperor's soul of the medicinal flame trembled with awe. For a time, the spiritual senses of both medicinal flame and Yi Chen resembled a lone leaf boat, tossed relentlessly within the torrential flood of the Alchemy Emperor's memories. The medicinal flame gasped in astonishment. "Is this how alchemy can be done? Utterly transcendent." Yi Chen was utterly shaken, both physically and mentally. How terrifying. The two tirelessly immersed themselves in contemplation. Black flame mountains, an endless expanse of spiritual trees stretched like a vast sea, engulfing the continuous mountain ranges. Deep within the mountains, countless spirit beasts roared, while eerie mists drifted above the boundless peaks, casting the black flame mountains in an air of profound mystery. Ji Fuyao, clad in a fiery red gown with an ethereal grace, had already descended upon the territory of the Imperial Dragon Guards. Imperial Commander Wang Man and Qing Yan immediately stepped forward to greet her. "Your Majesty, the Empress." Ji Fuyao tilted her snow-white neck slightly, nodding faintly in acknowledgement. Wang Man and his entourage ushered Ji Fuyao into a pavilion. The group took their seats. Qing Yan frowned slightly as she began reporting the matters concerning the drunken immortal tower to Ji Fuyao. "Your Majesty, the attitude of the drunken immortal tower is utterly disappointing. Even after I showed them your token, its master still refused to believe in your return." Wang Man said coldly, "This is just their excuse. From what I see, Drunken Immortal Tower is thriving in Sangzhou now and has connections with several major forces there. They simply don't want to return to the rule of our Fuyao Imperial dynasty." Ji Fuyao pondered and asked, "Who is in charge of Drunken Immortal Tower now?" Xing Yan replied, "The former Northern Guardian General of the dynasty, Wei Yan." Wang Man added, "Your Majesty, I've long observed that Wei Yan has treacherous intentions. His disloyalty was inevitable. And now, it's proven true." Xing Yan waved her hand and glared at Wang Man. "We can't say for sure yet." Wang Man gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn, Wei Yan took away the vast majority of our Fuyao dynasty's cultivation resources back then, which became their capital for rising in Sangzhou. And now that they've risen, they're turning their backs on old friends." Ji Fuyao said indifferently, "Once I reach the Xian Sage Realm, I'll make a trip to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." The Xian Sage Realm. Xing Yan and Wang Man exchanged glances with each other along with the others. They were somewhat shocked. You must understand that Ji Fuyao is currently only at the 3rd level of the Mystic Sovereign Realm. To break through to the Mystic Saint Realm, even with her terrifying genius as the Empress, it would likely take years, perhaps even longer, right? Xing Yan nodded and said, "What Your Majesty the Empress says is absolutely right. We cannot act rashly. Everything must be carefully planned. Several years from now, when Your Majesty ascends to the Xian Saint Realm, we shall head to Sangzhou." Ji Fuyao smiled, "We won't need that long. 2 months will suffice." At these words, many from the Dragon Guard realm were stunned. Advancing from the 3rd level Xuanzuan realm to the Xiancheng realm in just 2 months? How could this be? Ji Fuyao extended her slender jade-like hand, and a fiery Tao principle, a fist-sized crimson cube, slowly materialized in her palm. Instantly, the entire pavilion grew unbearably scorching. Terrifying spiritual fire pressure surged outward like crashing waves, and an overwhelming aura abruptly erupted. A group of dragon guards, as powerful as quasi-emperors or half-emperors, felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon seeing this fire Dao rule. The crimson cube seemed to conceal an abyss of flames, as if hiding a colossal sun within, its might earth-shaking. Xing Yan and Wang Man, among others, stood up abruptly in shock. Their voices trembled. "Your Majesty the Flame Empress, this is." They felt the power of spirit fire origin. That is something only a true emperor realm can master. Ji Fuyao smiled faintly. "This is the fire Dao Lao my master gifted me." Chapter 52 Sect Master, Lu Shen, don't make trouble. "This is the fire Dao principle my master gifted me." Dao principle. Hearing this, Xing Yan, Wang Man and the others were utterly stunned. They knew exactly what this meant. The principle of fire, once assimilated and refined, will undoubtedly lead to emperorship through the path of spiritual fire. It is said that the principles of the southern wastelands were long ago entirely seized by the supreme powerhouses, and now, Lu Xian actually possesses the principle of fire in his hands? Moreover, he bestowed it upon the heavenly Empress Fuyao. Wang Man exclaimed in astonishment, "Peak Master Lu is truly a divine being." With ragged breaths amidst the undulating azure peaks, throughout the entire southern wastelands, perhaps only Peak Master Lu would regard imperial-grade treasures as worthless things. One must remember they were personally present at the Yi family that day, witnessing with their own eyes Lu Xian presenting Yi Chen with numerous imperial-grade treasures. Such extravagance! Soon, Xing Yan and the others realized why Her Majesty the Empress said they would reach the Xian Sage realm within 2 months. As long as they refined and merged with the Fire Dao principle, breaking through to the Xian Sage realm would be as easy as turning over a hand. More importantly, in this lifetime, Empress Fuyao had obtained too many supreme treasures. Once she achieved the Emperor realm, her future accomplishments would undoubtedly far surpass her previous life. Perhaps Empress Fuyao could ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, becoming a true titan of the southern wilderness, a figure of genuine awe and reverence. At this thought, Wang Man, Xing Yan, and the others immediately knelt before Empress Fuyao. Thud, thud. "We pledge our unwavering allegiance to your majesty," declared Wang Man and his companions. Empress Fuyao nodded slightly. "Rise. The day will come when I restore the Fuyao dynasty to its former glory, and you shall all ascend to greater heights." Wang Man and his comrades trembled with fervent exhilaration. One more step, and he would become an emperor. They firmly believed in Ji Fuyao's words, as they knew behind her stood Peak Master Lu. Peak Master Lu's profound knowledge was boundless and unfathomable. If he bestowed even a sliver of opportunity out of respect for the Empress, they could attain the Emperor realm in a single step. In that moment, everyone felt their future filled with infinite promise, their hearts brimming with fighting spirit. Ji Fuyao asked, "Is there any place within the Black Flame Mountains where spiritual fires blaze fiercely?" Xing Yan pondered for a moment before replying, "Your Majesty, Empress, there happens to be a place in the eastern part of the Black Flame Mountains called the Lihua Valley." Ji Fuyao inquired, "What grade is the power of the spiritual fire?" Xing Yan answered, "It hasn't reached the Saint King tier." Ji Fuyao nodded, "It suits me well. Lead the way." Soon after, Wang Man, Chang Yan, and Ji Fuyao soared into the air, flying toward the Lihua Valley. Xing Yan cautioned, "Your Majesty, there are some saint-level fire beasts in the Lihua Valley. You must be careful." Ji Fuyao replied indifferently, "No matter. Mere saint-level fire beasts pose no threat to me now." Several hours later, Ji Fuyao and the others arrived in the sky above Lihua Valley. The Valley of Parting Fire stretched endlessly, like an immense fissure torn across the earth. Blazing flames soared skyward, transforming the land into a colossal furnace where spiritual fire burned eternally without cease. An aura of primordial antiquity swept over all who approached. Boom! The towering spiritual flames surged into the sky like fiery pillars, reducing nearby spirit trees to ashes in an instant. Deep within the blazing fire valley, countless fire beasts rampaged wildly, their ferocity evident in every movement. Ji Fuyao glanced at Xing Yan and the others. "All of you, withdraw." Xing Yan and Wang Man still harbored some worries. Ji Fuyao gracefully waved her delicate jade-like hand, and eventually, Xing Yan and the others retreated several miles away. Concealing their auras, they began to silently guard Ji Fuyao from the shadows. The next instant, clad in a flowing crimson dress, Ji Fuyao swiftly shot toward the Blaze Valley. Soon, numerous fire beasts roared, charging toward Ji Fuyao with ferocious intent. A 9-star profound saint fire beast snarled viciously, "Human, how dare you step into my blazing fire valley? Prepare to die." The voice fell. The profound saint fire beast directly harnessed the spiritual fire energy of blazing fire valley, its terrifying killing power morphing into eerie shapes as a horrifying force erupted forth, barreling towards Ji Fuyao with lethal intent. Ji Fuyao remained utterly composed, her delicate jade-like hands suddenly manifesting a long spear. Imperial weapon, Sky Sunderer. Click! Screech! As Ji Fuyao willed it, the first seal of the Emperor's weapon, Lai Tian, was instantly unlocked. Crimson spiritual flame lightning flickered across the spear's length, continuously intertwining and flowing like a multitude of swimming dragons. Ji Fuyao and the Emperor's weapon Lai Tian resonated as one. With a sweeping motion, she brought the spear down. The spear's radiance manifested as dragons, its sky-scorching, sea-boiling spiritual flames crashing downward toward Lihua Valley with unstoppable force. The supreme killing power annihilated the profound Saint Firebeast's attack in a flash of lightning. An expression of utter terror crossed the profound Saint Firebeast's face as it immediately mobilized the power of Lihua Valley to defend itself. But it was useless. The Emperor's weapon that splits the heavens lived up to its name. A single strike could cleave the world asunder. Boom! The mystic fire Saint Beast's form erupted violently, blood spraying everywhere as its enraged roar echoed through the skies. For fuck's sake, that's an Emperor's weapon. That's a goddamn Emperor's weapon. It radiates towering resentment. What qualifications does a mere 9-star profound saint possess to face an imperial weapon? This human woman has no martial virtue. In an instant, the mightiest fire beast of Lihua Valley drew its last breath, its form crumbling into dust. Ji Fuyao sheathed the supreme weapon Lai Tian and landed directly in the depths of Li Fire Valley. The surrounding fire beasts scattered like a receding tide in all directions. Absolute terror. The strongest fire beast in Li Fire Valley had been instantly slain by this woman. They wouldn't dare linger here. Suddenly, countless fire beasts scattered like stampeding wolves and boars, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Qingyan and the others were utterly stunned. The Emperor's spear. And it's a high-star imperial weapon. They knew this absolutely couldn't be the original imperial weapon of Empress Fuyao. This imperial weapon must have been given to Her Majesty by Peak Master Lu. Wang Man's voice trembled. Everyone nodded. Their hearts were shaken to the core. How many ultimate treasures does Lu Xian still have in his possession? This is simply too overpowering. At this moment, Ji Fuyao sat cross-legged, her crimson skirt flowing beside her, unable to conceal her perfectly curvaceous figure as exquisite contours traced through her form. Her slender jade-like hand extended as the Tao principle of fire manifested within her palm. Ji Fuyao focused her mind and spirit, beginning to fuse and refine the fire Tao law. Delicate beads of sweat continuously dripped from her exquisitely beautiful face, looking utterly alluring. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Ji Fuyao had already entered deep meditation, continuously merging with the Tao laws while devouring the energies within them. Her cultivation was soaring uncontrollably. 3rd level mystic reverence, 4th level mystic reverence, 5th level mystic reverence. Great Tao sect, Xingxian Peak. Lu Xian lay idly in his cave abode, leisurely painting abstract artworks. A system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Ji Fuyao's cultivation is advancing. Synchronization initiating. Ding! Ji Fuyao's spiritual flame mastery is improving. Beginning synchronization. Ding! Yi Chen's alchemy mastery is improving. The voice fell. Pure cultivation essence surged through his meridian channels, ultimately converging in his dantian. The tingling sensation, like an electric current, brought Lu Xian an extraordinarily pleasurable feeling. More than a month had already passed. Lu Xian had already stepped into the 1-star Xian Saint realm, without any bottlenecks whatsoever. Other cultivators who sought to enter the Xian Saint realm not only required vast reserves of cultivation foundation but also needed to consume barrier-breaking pills and carve out their own unique Tao. But Lu Xian needed none of that. All it requires is channeling the disciple's cultivation foundation into his own body. Insight? The disciple's insight becomes his insight. Lu Xian has now comprehended 3 great Tao paths: the path of alchemy, the path of spiritual fire, the path of martial arts. Ji Fuyao had already integrated most of the fire path principles and had stepped into the 8-star Xuanzuan realm. After fully integrating the laws of fire, she will undoubtedly step into the mysterious saint realm. Under Medicine Flame's guidance, Yi Chen can now refine king-grade pills. His cultivation hasn't lagged behind either. Lu Xian had already handed over the remaining 5 million premium spirit stones to Yi Chen, who directly advanced to the mid-stage mysterious sovereign realm. During this period, apart from eating, Yi Chen either refined pills or cultivated. He lived a repetitive routine between the thatched cottage and the cave dwelling. No rest for the entire month. Even Lu Xian couldn't bear to watch any longer. No production team's donkey works as hard as Yi Chen, but Yi Chen enjoys every minute of it. For him, eating is just a form of rest. Cultivators and ordinary mortals have fundamentally different physiques. Lu Xian is the sole exception. Despite having reached the Xian Saint realm, he still needs to sleep over 12 hours every night. On the other side, the sect leader was preoccupied with matters regarding the pill refining exchange conference and hadn't visited Qingxian Peak. Lu Xian was perfectly content with this peaceful respite, writing poetry when idle, painting pictures, reading storybooks, and gazing at the distant scenery. This was the life Lu Xian had once dreamed of back on Blue Star. It's done now. There's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. After all the pressure is on the disciples now. Soon, only a few days remain before the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Ji Fuyao successfully broke through to the 1-star Mystic Saint realm. Lu Xian checked the system and confirmed that Ji Fuyao had already merged with the Fire Tao rule. From then on, Ji Fuya's cultivation speed increased several times. Lu Xian felt extremely pleased in his heart. If the cultivation feedback in his body had previously been a trickling stream, it was now a mighty river. Spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, then poured into his dantian, filling Lu Xian with indescribable euphoria. During these past few days, the Great Tao sect had noticeably become much livelier. Some overlord-level forces with alchemy traditions from the southern wastelands have already set foot in the Great Tao sect. This time, forces like the Supreme Mystic sect, the Pill Fragrance sect, the Azure Wood Academy, and the Medicine family will descend upon the gathering. Those arriving are all heaven-grade alchemists. This is a group of alchemists who have already reached the pinnacle of alchemy in the southern wastelands. Their cultivation realms may not be exceptionally high, the strongest barely reaching semi-emperor, but the status of heaven-grade alchemists remains transcendent. Even an emperor would have to receive them with proper etiquette. Such is the status of alchemists in the southern wastelands. The Centennial Alchemy Exchange Summit is considered the premier gathering of alchemists in the southern wastelands. Not only do these heaven-rank alchemists sit and discourse on the Tao, but their disciples also compete in an alchemy competition. The Great Path sect has already announced the procedures for the alchemy conference. It spans a total of 10 days. For the first 3 days, heaven-tier alchemists from these dominant factions will lecture and demonstrate alchemy techniques. The remaining 7 days will feature the highly anticipated competition among talented young alchemists. The invited overlord-level forces could directly descend upon the Great Tao sect. Other factions or independent cultivators wishing to observe would have to pay a certain price. This time, the Great Tao sect's open slots required a sacred artifact or equivalent cultivation resources. Exchanging a sacred artifact for just 10 days of watching the Alchemy Exchange Congress was considered a hefty price. Yet the forces of the southern wastelands still flocked to it eagerly, because the slots are limited, but it's absolutely worth it. For once enlightenment is attained, mere sacred weapons are nothing to an alchemist. They're just a matter of refining a few more furnaces of elixirs. In these recent days, across the vast 10,000-mile territory of the Great Tao sect, divine splendor flowed through countless spiritual peaks. Resplendent Tao patterns shimmered like a celestial river, while archaic auras cascaded in all directions, showcasing the profound heritage of a hegemonic power that had stood firm in the southern wilderness for several epochs. Numerous auspicious beasts soared through the void, filling the air with melodious cries. The skies were filled with countless spirit boats and flying artifacts, their divine radiance surging and gleaming brightly as they shuttled back and forth between the various spiritual peaks. All the spiritual peaks of the Great Tao sect were coordinating with the Alchemy Peak. Many peak masters were flying through the skies of the Grand Tao sect, divine rainbows stretching across the firmament like flowing silk, painting the heavens in dazzling splendor. The aura of a grand gathering was brewing. Lu Xian lay in front of the thatched cottage, gazing up at the radiant sky. I have to say, the grand spectacle before me looks truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, the communication jade slip nestled in Lu Xian's bosom gave a faint vibration. He retrieved the slip and channeled spiritual energy into it. The sect leader's voice came through. Lu Xian, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Lu Xian replied, please speak, sect leader. The sect leader said, in a few days will be the Alchemists Exchange Conference. Please try to stay at Qingxian Peak, don't wander about, and don't stir up trouble, alright? Chapter 53, Heaven and Earth as the Furnace, Nature as the Smith. Don't wander about, don't stir up trouble, alright? Lu Xian replied casually, I understand. He might know it, but he would definitely let Yi Qin participate in the Alchemy Exchange Conference. This is an exchange among top-tier alchemists. It would greatly benefit Yi Qin. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Displaying disciple nurturing mission issued. Have second disciple Yi Qin take first place in the alchemy competition for the younger generation at the Alchemy Exchange Conference. The voice fell. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Looks like participating in this alchemy competition is unavoidable. Sorry about this, sect leader. At this moment, Lu Xian looked up to see an enormous shadow appearing in the void, a massive spirit ark. Towering pavilions rose upon its deck, making it appear like a great mountain, akin to an entire vast domain. Brilliant spirit patterns continuously shimmered and flowed across the ark. A colossal banner at the summit of the spirit ark swayed relentlessly amidst the fierce winds of the void. Fragrance Alchemy Sect, the dominant overlord force of the southern wastelands. The massive spirit vessel emitted an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure, causing the void to tremble and space to distort, sending waves of shock through the Great Tao sect. Boom! Dan Peak's master, Gu Yufeng, immediately soared into the sky, a divine rainbow appearing beneath his feet as he went to greet the arrival of the Danxiang sect. Fellow Taoists of Danxiang sect, please follow me. Hearing this, a heavenly rank alchemist from the Danxiang sect smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Fellow Taoist Gu Yufeng, it has been a long time. The two exchanged a smile. Lu Xian sighed with admiration. What a grand display, truly befitting a major power. Before long, Yi Qin emerged from the cave dwelling, preparing to cook for Lu Xian. Looking up at the void, he smiled and said to Lu Xian, "Master, recently many powerful factions have descended upon our sect." Lu Xian nodded subtly. This was the first time Yi Chen had witnessed such an impressive spectacle. Before, he thought the grand gatherings of Qingqing's major factions were already quite impressive, but now, he realized they were nothing worth mentioning. Yi Chen's heart stirred with excitement. This time, he was going to compete with other alchemists at the pill refining exchange meeting. He felt both anticipation and nervousness. After all, his master had given him so many cultivation resources. If he were to be crushed by other young geniuses, wouldn't that bring shame to his master? Yi Chen approached the thatched cottage and began cooking. Today's dish was sweet and sour spirit fish. He scaled the spirit fish and made several incisions on its body. Then he coated it with Lu Xian's honey glaze seasoning before starting the cooking process. The entire movement flowed as smoothly as clouds in water, so practiced it was almost heartbreaking to watch. After nearly 3 months of relentless practice, Yi Chen's cooking skills had reached an impressive level. Every word of praise from Lu Xian served as motivation for Yi Chen. While preparing the spirit fish with meticulous precision, Yi Chen recalled Lu Xian's words. In his memory, the skill most acknowledged by his master was his cooking, not alchemy or martial arts. This left Yi Chen with a slight sense of disappointment. Soon, Yi Chen placed the steaming sweet and sour spirit fish on the stone table. "Master, dinner's ready." Lu Xian quickly took his seat. He took a small sip. With a smile, Lu Xian said, "Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work." Halfway through the meal, Lu Xian smiled and said, "Yi Chen, for this alchemy exchange conference, I have a small request." Yi Chen wore a solemn expression as he said, "Master, please tell me." Lu Xian spoke, "In the alchemy competition among the younger generation, you must take first place." Yi Chen froze. First, that seemed like an incredibly difficult task to accomplish. After all, he was only a king-rank alchemist. At this moment, Ya Yan's voice came through the jade pendant. "Peak Master Lu, it might be somewhat difficult to take first place." Lu Xian asked, "Why?" Ya Yan replied, "Peak Master Lu, in this alchemy exchange conference, there should be earth-rank alchemists among the younger generation. Right now, Yi Chen is only a king-rank alchemist, there's still quite a gap." Lu Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Even earth-rank alchemists are participating? This is completely dishonorable. Noticing Lu Xian's confusion, Ya Yan explained, "In the path of alchemy, since advancing just one rank often takes alchemists decades or even centuries, we've adopted rather lenient age restrictions for this alchemy exchange conference. Anyone under 300 years old is eligible to participate." Lu Xian was completely stunned. A 300-year-old alchemist still counts as the younger generation? What the hell? Ya Yan said with a bitter expression, "Yi Chen's achievement of reaching Jade rank alchemist in just 3 months is already astonishing enough. Given more time, he might truly have advanced to Earth rank. In that case, he might even have had a shot at claiming first place." A momentary silence fell. Yi Chen suddenly turned to look at Lu Xian, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Master, I will definitely take first place." Lu Xian looked at Yi Chen, feeling somewhat surprised. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Master, you've given me so many alchemy opportunities, the devouring heaven cauldron, the bone-chilling netherfire, and even the memories of a pill emperor. If I still can't win first place with all this, wouldn't I just be trash?" Yao Yan fell silent. Yi Chen was young and full of passion, and that wasn't wrong, but the gap between the king rank and the earth rank could never be bridged by sheer determination alone. At this moment, Yi Chen clenched his fists until veins bulged on his arms, his body trembling with suppressed emotion. With utmost seriousness burning in his eyes, he looked at Lu Xian and spoke in a shaking voice. "Master, for 7 years I've been treated as trash. Now that this opportunity lies before me, how can I not prove myself? This alchemy exchange conference isn't just about proving myself, it's about proving your teachings too, Master." Hearing this, Lu Xian clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent." His heart surged with passion as he swung against the wind, stirring up towering waves, unyielding in his youthful fervor. This is what youth truly embodies. Though 7 years drinking cold ice could not chill his burning passion, Yi Chen looked at Lu Xian with reverence in his eyes. "Since Master believes I can do it, then I can. The reason I haven't stepped into the Earth rank alchemist level must be because I'm lacking in some aspect." Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Why is Yi Chen suddenly reflecting on himself? That's not what he meant. 3 months, Yi Chen attaining the king rank alchemist level is already nothing short of miraculous. The reason for proposing the competition first was simply because it was the system's task. Yao Yan was visibly moved. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Peak Master Lu, we still have a few days left. This old man will spare no effort to assist Yi Chen. Perhaps we truly can create a miracle." He was quite agitated. 3 months' time, Earth-grade alchemist. Should this truly come to pass, it would create a miracle in the history of Southern Wastelands alchemy. At this moment, Lu Xian turned to Yen Yao and asked, "Elder Yao, what do you think is the difference between an earth-grade alchemist and a king-grade alchemist? Yan Yao replied, the difference between king-grade and earth-grade, though separated by but a single character, lies not in their alchemical techniques, but in the essence of spiritual sensitivity. Lu Xian slightly furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Yao Yan explained, so-called spiritual nature refers to stepping into the realm of an earth-rank alchemist, where one begins forging their own path in alchemy. Alchemy is no longer just about mechanically activating spirit techniques, manipulating spiritual flames, it also requires imagination. Yi Chen froze, feeling somewhat confused. Old man Yao, can you elaborate? Yao Yan replied, before becoming an earth-rank alchemist, alchemy is just alchemy. But for an earth-rank alchemist, alchemy is not alchemy. Yi Chen looked bewildered and began pondering the true meaning behind Yao Yan's words. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, in other words, refining pills is like viewing mountains. The first realm is seeing the mountain as a mountain. The second realm is seeing the mountain as not a mountain. The third realm is seeing the mountain once again as merely a mountain. The voice fell. Yao Yan was stunned. It was the first time he had heard such a pure and transcendent explanation. He was somewhat shocked. Could Lu Xian also understand the art of alchemy? Yi Chen's mind buzzed. It felt as if he had touched upon something extraordinary. An enigmatic aura began circulating around him. A gentle breeze stirring his faint, luminous mist shimmered around Yi Chen. Yi Chen fell into a state of enlightenment. No wonder he always felt his pill refinement had hit a bottleneck. It turned out he had been confined within the rigid frameworks of the herb scripture, fire control mastery, and pill refinement techniques all along. The legacy of the alchemy emperor was indeed a lofty peak to scale, but this had left him in a passive state. All this time, he had been meticulously following in the footsteps of five-star alchemy emperor, step by step. Yi Chen murmured to himself, to learn from me is life, to imitate me is death. He understood. He would forge his own path. Five-star alchemy emperor is an existing pinnacle, yet he shall erect an even loftier tower upon this very summit. In an instant, within Yi Chen's mind, the botanical insights accumulated through day and night meditation over 3 months surged forth as a torrent of memories. Tens of thousands of spiritual herbs transformed into dazzling streams of radiance, floating and undulating until they began colliding and reconfiguring. Instantaneously, countless realizations flooded his consciousness. The unique characteristics of different spiritual herbs, their medicinal properties, the principles of controlling spirit fire, the extraction of spiritual herb essences. Yi Chen felt he could even modify some king-tier pill formulas, because his understanding of spiritual herbs had reached new heights. Several hours later, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Xian with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, Master. A single conversation with you is worth refining 10,000 furnaces of pills. Yao Yan was also excited, sensing that Lu Xian seemed to possess some unique insights into alchemy. He prepared to seek Lu Xian's advice on more profound questions. At this thought, Yao Yan asked Lu Xian, Peak Master Lu, what do you think alchemy is? Lu Xian replied indifferently, all great truths share the same origin, and the Tao follows nature. Everything in existence is like alchemy, and alchemy is just like all things in existence. Yao Yan slightly furrowed his brows, perplexed and unable to comprehend. Yi Chen fell into deep thought, unsure of what Lu Xian meant by his words. Lu Xian said, cooking is like alchemy, ingredients are like spiritual herbs, and the iron wok is like a cauldron. Yao Yan suddenly understood. Yi Chen looked at his master in utter shock. The master speaks truth. Isn't food essentially refined as well? Lu Xian smiled and said, broaden your perspective, stretch your imagination. Only when you stop seeing alchemy as mere alchemy can you perceive something different. Yao Yan asked again, what else constitutes alchemy? Lu Xian casually pointed at Yi Chen and replied, cultivation is alchemy. Using the physical body as the cauldron, harnessing the power of heaven and earth as the spiritual fire, condensing the essence of spiritual energy to enhance the foundation of one's dantian cultivation, isn't this also alchemy? Yao Yan was dumbfounded. This alchemy theory was truly ahead of its time. He had never thought of it this way before. At that moment, his reverence for Lu Xian deepened another notch. Yao Yan asked again, Peak Master Lu, what do you think is the ultimate goal of alchemy? Lu Xian smiled faintly. What do you think it is? Yao Yan, his heart surging with emotion, said somewhat excitedly, to refine a supreme cauldron of pills, engraved with 10 medicinal halos, invoking the thunder of heaven and earth, where every essence of the spiritual herbs is perfectly utilized to create flawless pills. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. This is probably the ultimate goal of any alchemist. Pursuit of perfection. Keep refining. Lu Xian shook his head. Elder Yao, broaden your perspective and unleash your imagination. You're still stuck on the first level of alchemy. Yao Yan looked at Lu Xian with some astonishment. Peak Master Lu, please speak. Lu Xian casually said, thus heaven and earth are the furnace where nature works, yin and yang are the fuels transforming all things to bronze. Yao Yan was instantly dumbfounded. Heaven and earth is the furnace, nature is the artisan, yin and yang are the charcoal, all things are the bronze. What a grand vision. Chapter 54, the so-called ultimate strength is merely the end of the road. Yao Yan was dumbfounded. According to Lu Xian's words, this might have already exceeded the realm that even a heaven-tier alchemist could control. A storm of astonishment raged in Yao Yan's heart. He had never imagined such alchemy. Beside them, Yi Chen stood utterly dumbfounded. Lu Xian's words carried a profoundness that far surpassed even the memories of a five-star alchemy emperor, unimaginable by any measure. Such an extraordinary realm indeed. It took a long while before Yao Yan and Yi Chen finally snapped out of their shock, gazing at Lu Xian as if he were a celestial being. Yao Yan looked at Lu Xian, his eyes filled with even more layers of awe, as his voice trembled slightly. Peak Master Lu, I'm afraid only a supreme powerhouse like yourself could possess such vision and grandeur. Although I am a quasi-emperor, my perspective is narrow, like a frog at the bottom of a well. Hearing Peak Master Lu's words today made me realize that in the path of alchemy, I am merely an apprentice. Or perhaps, even a celestial-ranked alchemist has only just stepped onto the threshold of true alchemy. Lu Xian froze for a moment. Was it really necessary to be so shocked? Actually, those words weren't originally his, they came from Jia. He quoted a phrase, and this actually fooled the celestial rank alchemist Yao Yan? Thinking this way, Lu Xian curled his lips slightly and continued, that's why I've always said, widen your perspective. The ultimate goal of alchemy can be to use the starry sky as the cauldron, the great Tao as the spiritual herbs, and the river of time as the spiritual fire, refining everything under the heavens. Yao Yan was astonished once again. With the starry sky as our furnace, with the great Tao as our spiritual herb, with the river of time as our refining flame, we forge all heavens. This is absolutely astonishing. They were merely alchemists, yet what Lu Xian was describing now far exceeded the conventional boundaries of alchemy. But at its core, it still remained alchemy. Yi Chen's eyes widened to their limits as he gazed at Lu Xian with utmost admiration. His heart was pounding wildly. Truly worthy of being my master. Truly a man standing at the pinnacle of cultivation in the southern barrens. Such bold declarations, your average great emperor simply doesn't possess insight and vision of this caliber. In an instant, Lu Xian's status in Yi Chen's mind soared straight to the heavens. Truly, my master is a divine being. Yao Yan gazed at Lu Xian with immense excitement and asked once more, Peak Master Lu, is this the ultimate art of alchemy? Lu Xian smiled faintly and replied, the ultimate? On the path of cultivation and the way of alchemy, how can there be an ultimate? Yao Yan declared, the supreme strongest is the ultimate. Lu Xian chuckled softly and spoke slowly. So-called supreme strongest is merely the end of the road. As soon as these words were spoken, both Yao Yan and Yi Chen stood utterly dumbstruck. Their lips continually repeated Lu Xian's words. What we call the pinnacle of strength is merely the end of one path. The end. But can the path of cultivation ever truly have an end? Can the path of cultivation ever truly have an end? Such comprehension far surpassed the understanding of any emperor realm cultivator. Medicine Flame had heard the teachings of even the most supreme great imperiors, yet never had any emperor realm powerhouse attain such profound enlightenment. It simply left him utterly awestruck. This is precisely the greatness of Peak Master Lu. Peak Master Lu must have stepped beyond the emperor realm. At this thought, young Master Yao Yan asked in astonishment, Peak Master Lu, could it be that you've surpassed the emperor realm? Lu Xian was slightly stunned. How did Yao Yan discern this? He merely spoke a few careless words, that's all. Did the medicine intimidate Yan? But at this moment, since he had already put on the act, there was no choice but to keep it up. Lu Xian didn't answer, responding with nothing but a faint smile. This was undoubtedly seen by Yao Yan as tacit approval. Yao Yan's breathing grew rapid as he spoke with utmost reverence. Peak Master Lu, it is truly my honor to sit and discuss the Tao with you. Lu Xian smiled without speaking. At this moment, Yi Chen opened his right palm, and a jade slip slowly appeared. Master, I've already engraved all your words in here. I feel they contain profoundly deep Taoan principles. If I can comprehend them fully, becoming a heaven-rank alchemist would be nothing. Lu Xian's face twitched. Oh dear, is it really necessary? He had actually directly imprinted Lu Chen's words onto the jade slip using spirit patterns. Is this supposed to be treated as scripture? Yi Chen tightened his grip on the jade slip. Master, after your guidance just now, I swear to you, I will definitely take first place in the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Lu Xian smiled. I believe in you. Soon, Yao Yan and Yi Chen hurriedly left. They were going to comprehend the words spoken by Lu Xian. How profound. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Even someone as powerful as Medicine Flame, who was quasi-emperor level, was utterly shocked. How much more so Yi Chen? By now, they were already worshipping Lu Xian with utmost reverence. Lu Xian watched Yi Chen's retreating figure, then glanced at the stone table. "Ha," he sighed, "did that brat Yi Chen run off just to avoid doing the dishes?" However, there wasn't much time left for Yi Chen. Lu Xian didn't call Yi Chen back either. He went to the thatched hut himself to wash dishes and clean the pot. Today's show-off wasn't in vain. At least Yi Chen gained some enlightenment from this experience. As long as the mission gets completed, that's all that matters. Before long, having finished his preparations, Lu Xian returned to his cave abode and laid down again. The Grand Tao sect had become exceptionally bustling, filled with human voices that reached the heavens as spiritual ships continuously tore through the void to arrive. But all this seemed unrelated to Qingxian Peak. No one paid any attention to Qingxian Peak either. Lu Xian didn't care. That was just fine. Only when you lie down yourself does it feel truly comfortable. He remembered why he had been so exhausted back on Blue Star. Besides working like an ox at the factory tightening screws, there was another reason. It was all those meaningless social interactions, seemingly immersed in clinking cups and lively banter, exchanging toasts with laughter and merriment, yet behind the mask lies only weariness of flesh and soul. As for Qingxian Peak now, he only interacts with his two disciples, the sect leader and others barely register in his world. Hasn't life been perfectly comfortable all these years? Ah, humanity, keep it simple to be happy. Thinking this, Lu Xian leisurely picked up the storybook and started reading. Pure bliss. On the other side, inside Yi Chen's cave abode, Yao Yan took the jade slip from Yi Chen's hand, infused it with her divine sense, and repeatedly recited Lu Xian's words. The universe itself is the furnace, creation the smith, yin and yang the coals, all beings the bronze. The pinnacle of alchemy could use the starry sky as furnace, the great Tao as spiritual herbs, and the river of time as refining flame to concoct the cosmos itself. Pinnacle? On the path of cultivation, in the way of pill refinement, can there ever be an ultimate end? The so-called strongest is merely the end of the road. Every time medicine flame recited, Yi Chen would feel a surge of excitement alongside him. These words are all too profound. Master is simply divine. Yi Chen said excitedly, Elder Yao, I've already grasped the difference you mentioned between Earth rank and King rank alchemists. That so-called spiritual nature, that creative imagination in alchemy, I've touched upon it. Yao Yan nodded. The Alchemy Exchange Conference is just a few days away. I truly believe this will be your time to shine brilliantly. With Peak Master Lu's guidance, you've already surpassed other geniuses in artistic conception, even outstripping other heaven-tier alchemists. Yi Chen said, I used to think that 5-star Dan Emperor was terrifyingly powerful, but now I realize my master is truly the mightiest of all. Yao Yan couldn't help but nod in complete agreement, having developed immense admiration for Lu Xian. Peak Master Lu's abilities are truly unfathomable. I suspect even your master might genuinely know alchemy. Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. So, not only has my master reached the pinnacle of cultivation, but his alchemy skills are also peerless. Yao Yan sighed deeply. I never imagined the great Tao sect would possess a powerhouse defying the heavens to such an extent. Suddenly, Yao Yan wondered, between Lu Xian and that ominous and eerie emperor from the Forbidden Zone, who was stronger? Just a moment's hesitation. Yao Yan firmly concluded that Peak Master Lu must be the stronger one. Nearby, Yi Chen couldn't wait any longer. He summoned the devouring heaven cauldron, preparing to refine an earth-grade elixir. What comes easily from mere words feels shallow. True understanding demands hands-on practice. Commence alchemy refining. Supreme Mystic Sect. Cloud Yang Peak. Boom! A terrifying ripple surged outward, shattering all the ceiling formations. Amidst an endless radiance of divine splendor, Nangong Shuebai emerged gracefully from the cavern, dressed in an elegant, flowing gown. Her face carried an expression of triumphant satisfaction. At that moment, the figure of Cloud Yang Dan Shang drifted down, landing lightly. He gazed at Nangong Shuebai with immense satisfaction, a smile brimming on his face. Excellent, truly excellent. After these 3 months of secluded training, you can now refine 9th grade profound tier pills. Your alchemy talent is the finest among all the disciples I've accepted. Nangong Shuebai bowed respectfully toward Yun Yang Pill Sage. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Yun Yang Pill Sage chuckled. I'm looking forward to your performance at this Alchemy Exchange Conference. Nangong Shuebai declared, Master, I will give it my all and never bring shame upon your name. The Cloud Sun Alchemy Sage nodded, gazing into the distant void with an expectant smile. Another century has passed in a flash. This time, when we Skyrank alchemists gather together, we shall once again sit and discuss the Tao. I wonder what insights our fellow practitioners have attained. This is one of the 2 main highlights of the Alchemy Exchange Conference. Skyrank alchemists engaging in mutual discourse on the Tao. This is a collision of alchemical philosophies. Listeners, if they gain any insight or comprehension, will benefit immensely. Nangong Baishue asked curiously, Master, do all heaven-rank alchemists participate in doctrinal debates? Alchemy sage Yunyang shook his head. Each major faction will send several alchemists to expound upon their own Tao and principles of alchemy. Nangong Baishue smiled and said, Master, you are the most powerful heaven-rank alchemist. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Cloudy Sun Alchemist Sage's lips as he remained silent. Though he was well aware there still existed a gap between himself and those heaven-ranked alchemists from the medicine family and pill fragrance sect, yet he found Nangong Baishue's flattery remarkably pleasing. Nangong Baishue inquired, Master, when shall we depart for the Great Tao sect? The Cloud Sun Alchemy Sage smiled faintly, discerning the hidden meaning in Nangong Baishue's words. She wanted to meet Qin Shao once more. At this thought, the Cloud Sun Alchemy Sage said, Take a day to rest. Return to Cloud Sun Peak tomorrow, and we shall depart for the Great Tao sect. Nangong Baishue smiled. Many thanks, Master. Soon, Nangong Baishue stepped into the air, a divine rainbow appearing beneath her feet as she flew toward Supreme Peak where Qin Shao resided. Dressed in an elegant flowing gown, she arrived at the spiritual peak where Qin Shao was waiting. Qin Shao had long received word of Nangong Baishue's arrival and had been waiting impatiently. These 3 months had nearly driven him mad with anticipation. Without Nangong Shueshuan nearby, he could only resort to traditional methods to relieve himself. When Nangong Shueshuan finally arrived, Qin Shao grabbed her in his arms and kissed her fiercely. For some reason, Nangong Shueshuan's mind wandered to the image of Yi Chen. She shook her head faintly, trying to rid herself of that unpleasant vision of Yi Chen. Qin Shao raised his hand and swept it through the air, instantly casting a sealing restriction outside the cave abode, as dazzling spirit patterns surged forth. Between breaths, Qin Shao carried Nangong Shuebai toward the violet phoenix wood bed deep within the cave abode.